Chapter 1 The Prologue of Rebirth. In Themid Stofchars, Deng Xiaofan's consciousness gradually coalesced, Hefel Faisal achieve as lead, and each attempt to them felt like her struggle against a 1,000-pound boulder. These einds surround him were verleden distant, like who he spurs emanating from another realm. Patience had beatus weak, prepare for defibrillation. Once, twice, 3 times. Heartbeat restored, but his situation remains critical. These versus echoey days if they were underwater, distorted and reverberating. Deng Xiaofan net to respond, yet found dimsel funablito producini sound. His body felt taste hyphet were reinsured in an endless abyss of darkness, immovable. Suddenly, a blinding white light pierced through the darkness, followed by wavy of excruciating pain. Deng Xiaofan's consciousness way yanked from the void, and finally opened his. Amy. Still alive. His first wash or shorn faintash surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he lay in an unfamiliarum filled with various medical apparatus, thinsasant be pingy quin within the confines. Had him to toss it up but found his body alarmingly weak, senses were refixed to his skin, and Chubes connected him to the blinking machines. You're awake, Agent Ulfimar Leverske me from nearby. Deng Xiaofan turned to see a woman in height nurse's uniform gazing at him in surprise. Where am I? Deng Xiaofan asked, confusion lacing his voice. Don't you remember? You were in accident accidentan du rebroteru, the nurse replied, enoch of concern evident in her tone. A car accident, fragments of memory is flickered in his mind runaway truck, the screech of brakes, then darkness, her cold tough esha David, yethery hearers. I a shulpedad, could you tell me what mightus? What year is it? Deng Xiaofan's voice a trembled with uncertainty. It's March 5, 2024, she replied. Don't be ridiculous, you've just sustained serious injuries, but fortunately, you were brought off the hospital in time. How could you not know what your right is right after waking up? Is there something wrong with your mind? Should wearing for a CT scan, the nurse's stony held a hint of reproach. Deng Xiaofan remained silent, as a torrent of fine formation surged through his mind, carottercy a distinct liolated to traditional Chinese medicine. From basic bar identification to intricate acupuncture techniques, it was all there. Warty shappening, Deng Xiaofan shared Burmese with confusion. Him remembered having little knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, having always been mediocre, available at a quackbasome. Yet now, this knowledge felt innate. Are you all right? The nurse's voice interrupted his thoughts. I am fine, Deng Xiaofan replied, taking a deep breath, or wary that he needed to process this newfound information. A snight fell, the horse beat all room lay insolence. Deng Xiaofan reclined on Thebed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his mind replaying the mysterious knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He heart out neither to comprehend and memorize at this knowledge, only to discover he could easily master it, he could events senseth flow ufanerga within him, coursing through his meridians like invisible rivers. Is this really happening? Deng Xiaofan marveled, extending his shantojant to feel his pulse. He could distinctly sense the hythm of his sheared beat, even engaging his physical state with effort. Closing his eyes, he began to guide the ego within him, following the knowledge in his mind. He gradually adjusted his breathing, allowing the energy to flow through specific meridians. As the energy coursed through him, Deng Xiaofan felt his strength returning, his wounds began to heal, and his vitality judged back to life. This is incredible, he thought, overwhelmed with joy, realizing he had acquired an extraordinary ability. Opening guises, he noted a significant improvement in his condition. Carefully, he peeled back the covers on sat up, old half still somewhat weak, that debilitating sense of helplessness had vanished. A quiet light centered from the beaten approach you and dow, drawing back the curtains. Outside, the old leisure dead night, the street lights casting a warm glow, occasionally interrupted by piercing vehicles that shattered the silence. Deng Xiaofan inhaled deeply, the damperming led with Thesson to fear the invigorating him. He understood he needed more me to explore his newly acquired knowledge, yet he also recognized that his fate had irrevocably changed. The following day, Deng Xiaofan completed his discharge procedures, refrained from hiring his transformation with Anyan, eager to employ this mysterious knowledge in his own. Upon returning home, he shut the door behind him and commenced his exploration. He felt that his understanding further parsed existing theories of traditional Chinese medicine, his mind brimmed with long-lost secrets on treatment methods that modern medicine he could not explain. Where did this knowledge come from? Deng Xiaofan pondered, beginning to suspect that his rebirth was not a coincidence. Having read numerous rebirth novels, has Udin lied out half his parents on quickly correlate him, relieved to find they were still alive. For a moment, he had imagined himself reborn in another timeline. This is unbelievable, he marvelled, aware that they had an unprecedented ability, whilst highs a system. Ariuther. However, there was no response. Perhaps it was merely a time infusion of traditional Chinese medical knowledge, but why? Was it because he had rebirth, or was it chosen for something greater? Regardless, he concluded, he now possessed the ability to potentially transform the current state of traditional medicine. Yes, he could do it. Among the knowledge he had received was a method of exercise known as 5 animal frolics, which not only enhanced physical vitality but also served as a form of martial arts. Is this the power of traditional Chinese medicine? Deng Xiaofan cheered swelled with reverence, realizing he had stepped into an entirely new world. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan sat at his desk, contemplating the exercise method. Filled with anticipation, he took a deep breath, then headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After dinner and dressing, Hataka shower and retired for the night. A she closed his and drifted into sleep, wherein forced his meridians. In slumber, his body's canals began to emit a faint glow, thinaga within him circulating. No cultivation, no high martial arts, just pure traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 2: A serendipitous encounter during morning practice. A storm broke. First rays of sunlight filtered through tea gapes and the curtains, gently caressing Deng Xiaofan's face. Hair woke you from a profound slumber, feeling an unprecedented sense of efficient vitality. In the dream of the previous night, the mysterious knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine flowed through his mind like a stream, filling him with anticipation for the new day ahead. Deng Xiaofan sat up in bed, inhaling the fresh morning air. He donned a day-fitting practice outfit, preparing to engage in morning exercise SRT pack. He recalled that in his dream, ancient texts of traditional Chinese medicine he mentioned on a jailed fitness regimen 5 animal frolic to mimic the movements of animals: the tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird, promoting health and harmonies and energy. He cautiously opened a door, careful not to disturb his still sleeping parents, his father, art-eyed practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and his mother, an ordinary housewife, were but astonished and delighted by Deng Xiaofan's sudden recovery, unaware of the changes occurring within him. Stepping outside, he found the morning streets nearly deserted, the airways infused with a faint mist and floral fragrance, invigorating his spirit. He briskly made his way to the nearby park, a place he frequented in his childhood, adorned with lush trees and a tranquil lake. In the park, early risers were already engaged in their morning routines. Some practiced Tai Chi, others danced, while a few jogged. Deng Xiaofan found a relatively secluded corner and began his practice of 5 animal frolics. At first Su met the tiger stance, his hands making claws, ice har pace of redite pounce and prey. His movements were slow yet powerful, each breath harmonizing seamlessly with his actions. He felt the energy within him shifting with each motion like a true ettige prowling through forest. Next came the deer stance, his movements soft and graceful, resembling a leisurely deer grazing on the grass. His breathing deepened and became more rhythmic, the energy within him calming a chevely dinaturous tranquility. He transitioned through T-bear, monkey, and bird stances, each movement flowing more fluid like than the last, as if he truly became in with the animals, merging with the natural world around him. Young man, what kind of kung fu is this? An elderly voice suddenly interrupted his practice. Deng Xiaofan turned to the silver-haired old man standing behind him, his eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. This is the 5 animal frolics, an ancient fitness method, Deng Xiaofan replied with a smile. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable, the old man added, a glimmer of interest in his gaze. Deng Xiaofan clasped his hands in greeting, smiling modestly. I've studied a bit. It's rare to meet someone who has still no show to greet properly. May I ask where theatress? Your master has taught you well, the old man chuckled. Unbeknownst to Deng Xiaofan, his practice had drawn that entire no feathers. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Deng Xiaofan and the old man turned to the crowd gathering, seemingly in response to an incident. Sumioni has collapsed, an anxious voice called from the throng. Deng Xiaofan sheer traced. He dashed forward, spotting an older man lying on the ground, palely and breathing rapidly, clearly suffering from a medical emergency. The surrounding crowd buzzed with concern, yet Nunidato stepped forward. Without hesitation, Deng Xiaofan knelt beside the man and began assessing his condition. What are you doing? Are you a doctor? A wary middle-aged man questioned. No, but I can't treat, Deng Xiaofan replied, his versa steady. He examined them and spolsy and breathing, identifying a potential cardiac issue instantly relevant knowledge from traditional Chinese medicine surged to the forefront of his mind, guiding Guy's actions. He instructed the crowd to step back for Butterflow and began a singiku puncture to stimulate the man's vital points. His technique was swift and precise, each needly pert lie inserted at the correct location. Moments later, the man's breathing began to stabilize, and colour returned to his face. What watches the penned? The middle-aged man stared at Deng Xiaofan in astonishment. Is going to be okay? Nguyen asked anxiously. Deng Xiaofan remained silent, aware either while the man's condition had stabilized, further evaluation and treatment were necessary. Quick, call for an ambulance, he instructed the onlookers. Immediately, the crowd sprang into action, some dial emergency services while their T Parks management. Deng Xiaofan rose, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He hadn't anticipated of his first practical application of knowledge would occur under such circumstances. You're quite impressive, young man, the elderly gentleman who had spoken to him merely approached, admiration evident in his eyes. Deng Xiaofan smiled, knowing his was merely the beginning. The ambulance arrived promptly, and medical personnel lifted the elderly man into a stretcher. Deng Xiaofan intended to leave, but Hemon's family insisted on obtaining his contact information. Thank you, Yusuf my father, a middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. It was nothing Emery laid what is hold, Deng Xiaofan replied humbly. He provided his contact's details and prepared to depart, realizing that his actions today might lead to unforeseen complications or opportunities. Young man, we shall meet again, the elderly man said suddenly. Deng Xiaofan turned to see the old man watching him with a knowing smile, a glimmer of depth in his gaze. Perhaps, Deng Xiaofan replied with a smile, then turned to leave. Little did Heck know, this chance encounter would profound Lyle to the course of his life.
Chapter 3 of the interview at the hospital. The gentle morning breeze carried a hint of coolness as Deng Xiaofan stood at a corner of the park, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. The extraordinary events of the previous day had deepened his understanding of his own capabilities, yet he was acutely aware that transforming these abilities into tangible influence would require further effort and fortuitous opportunities. Taking a deep breath, he embarked upon his morning exercise. Today, he chose a gentler form of Tai Chi. His movements were slow and fluid, each turn and push of the palm seemingly merging with the surrounding air. He sensed the flow of energy within him coursing gently with each motion, akin to small streams converging into a river. As time passed, Deng Xiaofan's movements became increasingly natural. He nearly forgot his own existence, wholly immersed in the rhythm of Tai Chi. He felt an unprecedented tranquility enveloping his spirit, as if all his worries and anxieties were expelled with each breath. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the treetops and bathed him in warmth, Deng Xiaofan gradually concluded his practice, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, filled with a sense of satisfaction and serenity. Upon returning home, Deng Xiaofan indulged in a warm shower and donned a neatly tailored suit. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously adjusted his attire. He understood the significance of the impending interview. It represented not merely a job, but a stage upon which to showcase his abilities. He picked up his briefcase, containing his resume and materials pertaining to traditional Chinese medicine. With a deep breath, he stepped out of his home. The Yangcheng Integrated Traditional and Western Medicine Hospital stood as one of the most renowned medical institutions in the city, celebrated for its advanced medical equipment and highly skilled physicians. As Deng Xiaofan approached, a mixture of anticipation and nerves swirled within him. Entering the hospital building, he was greeted by a faint scent of disinfectant. He arrived at the Human Resources Department, where several individuals, similarly clad in formal attire, awaited their turn for the interview. Mr. Deng Xiaofan, it's your turn, a gentle female voice interrupted his thoughts. Rising, he followed the nurse into the interview room. His heart raced slightly, yet he compelled himself to maintain composure. He understood that this was his opportunity to present himself. Inside the interview room sat 3 interviewers, their expressions serious and professional. Deng Xiaofan took a seat opposite them, striving to project confidence and steadiness in his voice. Mr. Deng Xiaofan, we have reviewed your resume and noted your profound research in traditional Chinese medicine, which is quite rare among young doctors. One of the interviewers began, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, I possess a deep passion for traditional Chinese medicine, and I firmly believe that the integration of traditional and Western medicine can provide patients with a more comprehensive treatment plan, Deng Xiaofan replied. The interviewers exchanged glances before posing a series of questions regarding both traditional and Western medicine. Deng Xiaofan responded to each query, his answers rich in depth and breadth, showcasing his profound understanding of traditional Chinese medicine while respecting Western practices. At last, one of the interviewers suddenly inquired, "Deng Xiaofan, which outpatient department do you wish to join?" The moment the question was posed, the other two interviewers turned to him with puzzled expressions, as it was expected that a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine would naturally gravitate towards the traditional outpatient department. In response, Deng Xiaofan earnestly stated, "I wish to gain experience in the emergency room, but you must understand that the emergency room predominantly consists of Western medicine practitioners, with no traditional medicine present," the central interviewer remarked. "I am aware of that. It is precisely because there is no traditional medicine in the emergency room that I aspire to work there. As the first traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the emergency room, I aim to alter perceptions of traditional medicine. It is not merely a slow approach, traditional medicine can also provide urgent care," Deng Xiaofan asserted. "Very well, I comprehend your intentions now. Please report to the emergency department tomorrow. I am the head of the emergency department, and we welcome you," the interviewer concluded, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Deng Xiaofan performed a respectful bow, momentarily surprising the interviewer, who then chuckled and returned a somewhat informal bow. The three interviewers erupted into laughter at the head of the emergency department's reaction. The interview lasted approximately half an hour, and as Deng Xiaofan exited the room, he was filled with anticipation. He was uncertain of the outcome, but he knew he had given his all. Once Deng Xiaofan had left, the three interviewers began conversing amongst themselves. "I say, old Zhong, did you already sense this young man's exceptional nature? Did you know he was interviewing with us and orchestrated his placement in the emergency department?" "Don T placed the blame on me. I merely witnessed him yesterday in the hospital, rendering aid to a patient who suffered a sudden heart attack. I felt he had potential, which is why I sought to transfer him to the emergency department, though regrettably, he is a practitioner of traditional medicine." "Hey, what is wrong with traditional medicine? Did you not hear what he just stated? Traditional medicine can also provide urgent care. We must change the public perception that traditional medicine is merely slow. This process will likely take considerable time. Let him demonstrate his capabilities in the emergency department first, and we can make further arrangements later." As Deng Xiaofan stepped out of the hospital, the sunlight warmed his face, and he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Although he was aware of the interview's outcome, he had taken a significant step forward, and now it hinged on his performance in the emergency department. He was determined to impress the hospital staff and not to repeat the failures of his past life. Just as he prepared to leave, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was the son of the elderly man he had treated the previous day. "Dr. Deng, what a coincidence that we meet again," he said with a smile. "Hello, I am merely here for an interview today," Deng Xiaofan replied somewhat awkwardly. "I know, my father has informed me that he is immensely grateful to you and hopes you will consider working at our hospital." His eyes sparkled with expectation. "Thank you, the head of the emergency department has already notified me to report for duty tomorrow." Deng Xiaofan expressed his gratitude. A stirring of emotion welled within Deng Xiaofan. He had not anticipated that his act of kindness the previous day would present him with such an opportunity. "By the way, my father wishes to invite you to dinner to express his gratitude," he added. Deng Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before nodding. He understood that this was not merely a meal, but an opportunity to learn more about the hospital and forge connections. They arranged a time and place, and then Deng Xiaofan departed from the hospital, his emotions in a state of turmoil. He was uncertain about the future implications of this interview and invitation, but he resolved to move forward with unwavering determination, regardless of what lay ahead. Chapter 4: A New Beginning. In the tranquil morning park, dewdrops glimmered on the tips of the grass, resembling pearls bestowed by nature. Deng Xiaofan trod lightly along the winding path, arriving at the familiar clearing. Today, he resolved to practice the 5 animal frolics once more. Captivated by the sensation of harmoniously dancing with nature, he gradually assumed his stance, beginning to emulate the might of the tiger. His hands extended forward, fingertips curving to mimic the shape of tiger claws. Though his movements were slow, they brimmed with strength, each swing carving invisible arcs through the air. Next came the grace of the deer. His steps became light, as if leaping through the woods in search of morning dew. His body swayed gently with each stride, his breath perfectly in sync with his actions, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of ease. He experienced the steadiness of the bear, the agility of the monkey, and the freedom of the bird, his form seemingly transcending his own. Merging with these creatures, his motions grew increasingly natural and fluid until he was wholly immersed in this ancient practice. As the sun ascended fully, bathing the earth in golden light, Deng Xiaofan slowly concluded his session, feeling invigorated and spiritually cleansed. He knew that today would present challenges aplenty. Upon returning home, Deng Xiaofan washed away the sweat and donned a crisp shirt and trousers. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously adjusted his tie, ensuring that every detail was flawless. Today, he would report to the hospital and commence his new position. He picked up his briefcase, containing his resume and essential documents. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his home, embarking on the journey to the hospital. The building of the Integrated Traditional and Western Medicine Hospital in Yangchang appeared particularly solemn under the sunlight. Entering the hospital, he was greeted by a faint scent of disinfectant, accompanied by the bustle of diligent medical staff. He made his way to the Human Resources Department, where the personnel had prepared his onboarding paperwork. "Mr. Deng Xiaofan, welcome to our team," a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a middle-aged man smiling and extending his hand. "Thank you, I am delighted to join you," Deng Xiaofan replied, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness, yet predominantly brimming with excitement. He completed all the necessary onboarding formalities, subsequently being escorted to the emergency department. There, doctors and nurses were engrossed in their duties, their gazes reflecting focus and professionalism. "This is your workstation. You will begin your duties here," a nurse directed him to an unoccupied desk. Deng Xiaofan nodded, seated himself, and began acclimatizing to his new environment. He understood that this would be his new battlefield, where he would showcase his abilities. Deng Xiaofan's first day was exceptionally busy. Patients streamed into the emergency department, some suffering from accidental injuries, others from sudden illnesses. He followed seasoned physicians, observing how they addressed various emergencies. He witnessed the fragility of life and the unwavering dedication of the medical staff. He began to comprehend that being a doctor entailed not merely treating ailments but safeguarding lives. He participated in discussions concerning several cases, offering his insights. He discovered that his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was not without merit here. Often, it provided an alternative perspective, aiding in uncovering the root of problems. As time progressed, Deng Xiaofan gradually adapted to the rhythm of the emergency department. He began to independently manage certain cases. Though still somewhat inexperienced, his confidence was steadily growing. When the clock signaled the end of the workday, Deng Xiaofan gathered his belongings, preparing to leave the hospital. His emotions were somewhat mixed. He felt pride in his first day's accomplishments, yet a tinge of fatigue lingered. Just then, his phone rang. It was the son of the elderly man he had treated the previous day. "Dr. Deng, have you finished for the day? My father wishes to invite you to our home for dinner to express his gratitude." The voice conveyed a note of anticipation. Deng Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. He recognized that this was not merely a meal, but an opportunity to understand his patient better and build trust. Following the address provided, he arrived at a serene residential area. The environment was elegant, shaded by lush trees, imparting a sense of tranquility. He rang the doorbell, which opened promptly. The elderly man's son stood at the threshold, welcoming him with a smile. "Dr. Deng, welcome. My father has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." He guided Deng Xiaofan into the living room. The elderly man, seated on the sofa, rose immediately upon seeing Deng Xiaofan. "Dr. Deng, thank you for saving me yesterday." His voice resonated with gratitude. "No need for thanks. It was my duty," Deng Xiaofan replied with a smile. They sat down to share a meal, the table laden with sumptuous dishes, each meticulously prepared. "Dr. Deng, I understand you started work at the hospital today. How was it?" the elder inquired. "Quite busy, yet immensely fulfilling," Deng Xiaofan responded. They conversed over dinner, and Deng Xiaofan discovered that the elder was not only a successful businessman but also a sage with profound insights into life. Their dialogue proved to be enlightening for Deng Xiaofan. After dinner, Deng Xiaofan bid farewell to the elderly man and his son, embarking on the journey home. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, yet warmth enveloped his heart. Reflecting on the day's experiences, from the morning's 5 animal frolics to the bustling emergency department, and finally to tonight's dinner, he sensed that his life was undergoing a transformation, guiding him towards a brand new world. He recognized that tomorrow would bring new challenges, but he was prepared. He would face each challenge with renewed determination and resolve. Chapter 5 The Midnight Transformation. As the night descended, the cacophony of the city gradually subsided. Deng Xiaofan concluded a day of labor and returned home, feeling fatigued in body yet profoundly fulfilled in spirit. He reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to embrace a tranquil night. However, just as he was on the brink of slumber, an excruciating pain surged from his eyes. He bolted upright, hands clasped over his eyes, groaning in agony. It was a searing sensation, as if flames were igniting deep within his ocular depths. Struggling, he made his way to the bathroom and splashed cold water onto his eyes, yet the pain persisted unabated. Gazing into the mirror, he was astonished to discover that his eyes emitted a faint glow, shifting and undulating as though something flowed within them. What is happening? Deng Xiaofan was engulfed by confusion and trepidation. He returned to bed, closed his eyes once more, attempting to disregard the pain. Gradually, the discomfort began to wane, and he sensed his consciousness blurring. When he awakened again, it was already the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find his vision extraordinarily clear, to the extent that he could perceive the motes of dust suspended in the air approaching the window. He observed the outside world, where peculiar lines emerged in his sight, intertwining into a complex web. Extending his hand, he scrutinized his palm, able to discern the acupoints upon it and even the flow of energy coursing through his meridians. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, a point of light appeared, flickering in his vision before gradually expanding until his entire field of view was enveloped by these luminous specks. I can see the acupoints and the flow of energy in others? Deng Xiaofan's voice trembled with astonishment and incredulity. With a heart full of questions and curiosity, Deng Xiaofan made his way to the hospital. He endeavored to focus on his work, yet his gaze was perpetually drawn to those strange lines. He understood that he required time to acclimate to this sudden transformation. He commenced his daily tasks, examining patients and discussing cases, but his mind was continuously distracted by the peculiar points of light. He attempted to connect these phenomena to his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, yet found it no easy feat. Lost in contemplation, a voice interrupted his reverie. Deng Xiaofan, what are you doing? Daydreaming? A sardonic tone emanated from behind him. He turned to see a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat, his expression clearly one of discontent. Dr. I was merely pondering some issues, Deng Xiaofan replied. Pondering? It appears to me that you are wasting time here, Dr. Li retorted with a hint of derision. I know you have an interest in traditional medicine, but what we require here is practical skill, not those ethereal theories. Deng Xiaofan refrained from retorting. He was aware that Dr. Li was a renowned Western medicine expert in the hospital, always skeptical of traditional practices. If you truly possess the ability, prove it to me, Dr. Li challenged. This afternoon, there will be a discussion on a complex case, and I expect you to offer some valuable insights. Deng Xiaofan nodded, recognizing this as an opportunity to demonstrate his worth and a formidable challenge. During the afternoon case discussion, Deng Xiaofan settled into a corner of the conference room, confronted with intricate CT and MRI images. He scrutinized the visuals, striving to uncover clues, yet his attention was persistently diverted by the strange points of light. This case is exceedingly complex, the patient suffers more than mere stomach pain, and their condition has been deteriorating. We have attempted various treatment methods, yet none have yielded results, a doctor reported on the case. As Deng Xiaofan studied the images, a clear diagram of human meridians suddenly materialized before him, the points of light flickering and forming distinct pathways in his vision. I believe we should consider some non-traditional treatment methods. Deng Xiaofan's voice shattered the silence of the conference room. All eyes turned to him, and he sensed their skepticism and curiosity. Are you suggesting traditional Chinese medicine? Dr. Li's tone dripped with disdain. Indeed, I believe the crux of this case lies in restoring the patient's balance of qi and blood. He pointed to a specific area on the image, here, at the Zhusanli acupoint. I propose that if we can correctly stimulate this point, we may achieve unexpected results. A murmur rippled through the room, some doctors expressed doubt while others showed intrigue. This is utterly absurd. How can we treat a patient based on such unfounded theories? Dr. Li's voice was laced with evident displeasure. Deng Xiaofan stood firm, aware that his suggestion might incite controversy, yet resolute in his conviction. I am willing to bear this risk. If possible, I shall take on this patient, guaranteeing their discharge in 3 days. Should I fail, I shall resign." His tone was unwavering and emphatic. The conference room fell into a contemplative silence as all the doctors deliberated Deng Xiaofan's proposal. After the case discussion concluded, Deng Xiaofan returned to his office. He settled into his chair, closed his eyes, and reflected on the events of the day. He knew his proposal might lead to trouble, yet he also recognized the necessity of adhering to his judgment. Rising, he approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his vision, the strange points of light continued to flicker, seemingly affirming that his choice was the right one. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolution. He would begin to investigate these peculiar points of light, seeking to uncover their secrets and demonstrate to all that the power of traditional Chinese medicine was indeed real. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and commenced research on acupoints and meridians. He understood that this would be a lengthy journey, but he was prepared. He embarked on his studies, confronted with complex charts and the enigmatic points of light swirling in his mind. There is no cultivation, no cultivation, no cultivation. It will not involve cultivation. The important matter is stated thrice: purely traditional Chinese medicine, merely the skills of rebirth. It is not a system but can be understood as evolution, or superevolution. Chapter 6. An unexpected transfer. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. He rubbed his still heavy eyelids, as the late-night research had rendered him quite fatigued. Stretching languidly, he prepared to embrace the new day. "Good morning, Dr. Deng," greeted Nurse Xiao Zhang as he arrived at the hospital, handing him a notification. "The director would like to see you in his office." Deng Xiaofan accepted the note, a hint of curiosity stirring within him, yet he promptly made his way to the director's office. The director, a middle-aged man, seldom sought conversations with younger doctors. "Ah, Xiao Deng, please take a seat." The director gestured towards the chair opposite him, a warm smile gracing his features. "The reason I called you in today is to discuss an important matter." Deng Xiaofan settled into the chair, contemplating the director's intentions. "You see, our traditional Chinese medicine clinic is currently facing a shortage of staff. I've noticed your considerable expertise in TCM and would like to transfer you there to assist for a while. What do you think?" The director was direct in his approach. Deng Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a transfer. However, upon reflection, he recognized it as a splendid opportunity to showcase his TCM skills. "Of course, Director. I am at your service," Deng Xiaofan replied affirmatively. The director nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, then you may report to the TCM clinic today." As Deng Xiaofan exited the director's office, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation swirled within him. He understood that this would be his chance to prove his worth. Inside the TCM clinic, Deng Xiaofan donned a white coat and took his place behind the treatment table. The room was suffused with a subtle aroma of herbal medicine, and several anatomical charts adorned the walls. "Next patient." Deng Xiaofan's voice resonated in the tranquil clinic. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman, slowly entering with her husband's support. Her pallid complexion and furrowed brow clearly indicated her immense suffering. "Doctor, my wife has been experiencing severe lower back pain recently. She can hardly walk," her husband said anxiously. Deng Xiaofan guided the woman to sit down and began to inquire about her condition. Through his questions, he learned that her back pain had persisted for over a month, and previous consultations with Western physicians had yielded little relief. Deng Xiaofan instructed the woman to turn around, gently pressing his fingers along her lower back in search of the source of her pain. His fingers glided across her back, eventually resting on the Madman acupoint. "It is right here," he murmured softly. He then had her lie down on the examination bed and retrieved a slender silver needle from the drawer. His movements were both gentle and assured, the needle seeming to come alive in his hands. "You may feel a slight discomfort, but please bear with it," Deng Xiaofan said softly. The silver needle was deftly inserted into the Madman acupoint, and Deng Xiaofan gently twisted the needle's handle, adjusting its depth and angle. He could distinctly perceive the flow of qi within the woman's body begin to shift, the previously obstructed meridians gradually opening up. After a few moments, Deng Xiaofan withdrew the needle. "All done. Please give it a try." With her husband's support, the woman slowly rose to her feet, taking a few tentative steps, her face illuminating with astonishment. It seems it really doesn't hurt anymore, she said, her voice tinged with disbelief. Thank you so much, doctor, her husband exclaimed, fervently grasping Deng Xiaofan's hand. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head modestly. No need to thank me, it is my duty. As the day drew to a close, Deng Xiaofan gathered his belongings, ready to leave the hospital. A profound sense of relief washed over him, for today's experiences deepened his understanding of his own capabilities. Just as he stepped out of the clinic, he noticed several patients waiting at the entrance. Doctor Deng, I heard you cured a patient with back pain today, could you take a look at me? An elderly man implored, leaning on his cane with hopeful eyes. Deng Xiaofan nodded, gesturing for the man to enter the clinic. He knew that word of his success would soon circulate throughout the hospital, and his reputation would swiftly follow suit. He began treating the elderly man, employing the same gentle and steady techniques. He could clearly observe the flow of qi within the man's body responding to the stimulation of the needle, the blockages in his meridians gradually dissipating. As time passed, Deng Xiaofan's renown within the hospital burgeoned. An increasing number of patients sought his expertise, many of whom had been left despondent by ineffective Western treatments. Deng Xiaofan, however, remained humble, aware that this was merely the beginning. He had a long journey ahead, and he was determined to utilize his medical skills to assist more individuals. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan returned home and sat at his desk, documenting the day's treatment experiences. He realized that since the change in his vision, his sensitivity to acupoints and meridians had sharpened significantly. He began to ponder the implications of this sudden transformation. He understood that this was not simply a newfound ability. It was a profound responsibility. He felt compelled to use this gift to aid others. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his line of sight, the strange points of light continued to shimmer, seemingly conveying that his journey was only just beginning. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would delve deeper into the study of TCM, seeking to uncover the secrets of those luminous points, aspiring to elevate his medical prowess to new heights. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and commenced searching for information on traditional Chinese medicine. He understood that this would be a lengthy endeavor, yet he felt prepared for the challenge. He embarked on his research, confronted with intricate charts, his mind filled with visions of those enigmatic points of light. Chapter 7 An Unexpected Invitation. Deng Xiaofan sat in the consultation room, perusing a weathered ancient text on traditional Chinese medicine, endeavoring to uncover deeper mysteries regarding acupoints and meridians within the archaic characters. His fingers glided gently over the pages, and a flicker of yearning for knowledge danced in his eyes. Ding-ling-a-ling, the sudden ring of the telephone on the desk shattered the tranquility of the room. Startled, Deng Xiaofan raised his gaze toward the phone before reaching out to answer it. Dr. Deng, this is the director, came the voice from the other end, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Hello, director, how may I assist you? Deng Xiaofan replied courteously. Xiao Deng, there is an urgent situation that requires your immediate attention. The identity of the patient is quite special, and I would appreciate it if you could prepare yourself post-haste. The director's tone was grave and serious. A subtle furrow formed on Deng Xiaofan's brow as he sensed the gravity of this call to duty. Understood, director. I will prepare at once, he affirmed without further inquiry, knowing well that the director would disclose all pertinent information at the appropriate moment. After hanging up, Deng Xiaofan swiftly organized his medical kit, which contained his frequently used silver needles and various herbs. Taking a deep breath, he felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead. Exiting the hospital, he found a sleek black sedan awaiting him at the entrance. Upon entering the vehicle, he noticed that the driver, a taciturn middle-aged man, wore an expression of professional severity. Dr. Deng, please fasten your seatbelt. The driver's voice was devoid of warmth. Deng Xiaofan nodded, acutely aware of the seriousness surrounding this consultation. The car eased into motion, navigating through bustling streets before eventually veering onto a secluded path. The scenery gradually transitioned from the clamor of the city to the serene tranquility of the countryside, bringing a sense of calm to Deng Xiaofan's spirit. He closed his eyes, mentally revisiting the traditional Chinese medical knowledge he had acquired, preparing himself for any potential eventualities. The vehicle finally halted before an imposing iron gate, which creaked open to reveal a shaded avenue leading deeper into the estate. Following the driver, Deng Xiaofan entered a tranquil manor, surrounded by high walls that lent an air of secrecy to the surroundings. Dr. Deng, this way please, the driver gestured as he guided him toward the main building. Stepping into the main hall, Deng Xiaofan was struck by the opulent yet tasteful decor, where every detail exuded the owner's refined sensibilities. He was ushered into a spacious parlor, at the center of which sat an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire. Dr. Deng, greetings. I am the owner of this residence, you may call me Old Lu. The elder's voice was warm yet commanding. Deng Xiaofan inclined his head slightly in respect. Greetings, Old Lu. I have heard of your remarkable medical skills, and I wish to seek your assistance, Old Lu expressed with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Deng Xiaofan nodded, realizing that the significance of this consultation likely exceeded his initial assumptions. Old Lu led Deng Xiaofan to a chamber where a middle-aged man lay, his pallid complexion and furrowed brow indicative of immense suffering. This is my son. He has fallen ill quite suddenly and, despite consulting numerous physicians, no one has been able to ascertain the cause. Old Lu's voice bore a hint of anxiety. Approaching the bedside, Deng Xiaofan began to take the man's pulse. He discerned a weak and erratic pulse, as if the vital energy within was being suppressed by an unseen force, unable to flow freely. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, envisioning a meridian map of the man's body, revealing abnormal shadows within the pathways. Old Lu, your son's condition is quite complex, necessitating a thorough diagnosis. I will need to perform acupuncture, and I kindly ask that you step outside. The procedure will take approximately half an hour, and no one may enter until I have completed my work, as I cannot be held accountable for any outcomes otherwise, Deng Xiaofan stated with a note of seriousness. Old Lu nodded and, accompanied by the steward, exited the room. Recognizing Deng Xiaofan's earnestness and professionalism, Deng Xiaofan commenced the acupuncture, his technique gentle yet precise, each silver needle finding its rightful place in the man's acupoints. He sensed the flow of energy beginning to restore within the patient, the ominous shadows gradually dissipating. As time passed, beads of perspiration formed on Deng Xiaofan's forehead, yet his hands remained steady. At last, he withdrew the final needle and stepped out of the room. He should awaken shortly, Deng Xiaofan spoke, fatigue lacing his voice, yet a profound sense of fulfillment overshadowed it. Old Lu looked at Deng Xiaofan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Dr. Deng, thank you. On behalf of my entire family, I express our heartfelt appreciation. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head gently. It is my duty. Following the treatment, Deng Xiaofan was afforded a respite within the manor. He settled onto the balcony of his room, gazing up at the myriad stars dotting the night sky, his heart awash with reflection. He had not anticipated that his medical expertise would extend to aiding such a prominent figure. He understood that this consultation might usher in significant changes in his life, yet he remained steadfast in his commitment to his principles, vowing to save lives through his craft. As the night deepened, Deng Xiaofan returned to his chamber. Lying on his bed yet finding sleep elusive, his mind replayed the events of the day, prompting contemplation of his future. Rising, he approached his desk, opened his computer, and began documenting the day's therapeutic experiences. He recognized that each treatment was an opportunity for learning, a chance to advance and surpass his own limitations. He commenced his record, noting a peculiar sensation during the acupuncture, as if something transcended from his being. Through the needles. Overcome by fatigue, he eventually succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk. Chapter 8 of the Unity of Qi and Needle. Deng Xiaofan lay upon his bed, as the moonlight streamed through the crevices of the curtains, casting a mosaic of shadows upon his face. His breath gradually became steady, his body relaxed, yet his consciousness began to delve into an extraordinary dreamscape. In this dream, he found himself standing amidst a nebulous void, surrounded by an infinite darkness, with only the silver needle in his hand emitting a soft, radiant glow. He sensed an intangible force guiding him, a warmth and strength that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the cosmos. Control the needle with qi, let your heart follow your intent, an ancient voice resonated in his ear, imbued with wisdom and power. Deng Xiaofan's spirit jolted. He endeavored to attune himself to that force, to manipulate the silver needle in his grasp. He discovered that whenever his focus intensified, the luminescence of the needle grew brighter, while relaxation caused its glow to wane. He began to experiment with directing that force, guiding the needle to dance through the air. Under his command, the needle commenced a slow rotation, which quickened until it transformed into streaks of silver light, weaving intricate patterns in the void. Is this the mastery of qi over the needle? Deng Xiaofan's heart brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. He persisted in his practice, his concentration sharpening, feeling an ever-deepening connection with the needle. He endeavored to sense the needle's relationship with the surrounding space, as well as the interplay between the needle and the qi flowing within him. As time elapsed, Deng Xiaofan's movements became increasingly fluid, and he felt as if he were becoming one with the needle. Each rotation resonated with his breath, synchronized with his heartbeat. Unity of qi and needle, free to wield as one wishes. The ancient voice echoed once more before gradually dissipating into the void. Deng Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, his awareness returning from the dream realm to reality. He sat up, discovering that he truly held a silver needle in his hand, though its glow had vanished. Is this truly real? Deng Xiaofan's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. He rose, approached the window, and drew back the curtains, allowing the moonlight to flood the room. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then extended his hand. The silver needle emitted a faint glimmer under the moon's gentle rays. He began to sense the flow of qi within him, guiding the needle. To his astonishment, he truly could perceive the interaction between the needle and the qi within his body. He could indeed control the needle with qi. This is utterly incredible. Deng Xiaofan's heart swelled with delight and excitement. The following day, Deng Xiaofan arrived early at the park, seeking a secluded corner to practice the mastery he had grasped in his dreams. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. Extending his hand, the silver needle slowly spun in the air, gaining momentum until it transformed into dazzling streams of light, weaving intricate designs in the atmosphere. He felt the connection between himself and the needle, the interaction between the needle and the qi flowing within him. He attempted to guide the needle, stimulating the acupoints within his body. As time progressed, Deng Xiaofan's movements became increasingly natural. He sensed a profound unity with the needle, each rotation harmonizing with his breath and resonating with his heartbeat. He began to explore the relationship between the needle and the surrounding nature, discovering he could indeed meld with the natural world, harnessing its power to enhance his qi. With the passage of time, his actions became more instinctive, feeling as though he were one with the universe, his movements synchronizing with the rhythm of nature, resonating with its essence. Unity of qi and needle, free to wield as one wishes. Deng Xiaofan's heart brimmed with confidence and strength. Upon returning to the hospital, Deng Xiaofan felt an unusual lightness in his spirit, aware that he had achieved a new breakthrough in his medical skills. He entered the consulting room, ready to commence the day's duties. Dr. Deng, you're here. Nurse Xiao Zheng approached with a medical record. This patient's condition is rather complex. The director has asked you to take a look. Deng Xiaofan accepted the record, nodding in acknowledgement before stepping into the consulting room. He opened the file and read carefully, discovering it concerned a patient suffering from chronic insomnia, who had previously attempted numerous treatments without success. Deng Xiaofan seated the patient and began to inquire about their condition. He noted the patient's pulse was weak and erratic, as if the qi within was suppressed by some unseen force, unable to flow freely. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, envisioning the patient's meridian map, where he perceived abnormal shadows within the channels. I can attempt to help you, but I will need your cooperation. Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a note of assurance. The patient nodded, recognizing Deng Xiaofan's sincerity and professionalism. Deng Xiaofan commenced the acupuncture procedure, his technique gentle yet steady, each silver needle precisely inserted into the patient's acupoints, infusing each needle with his own qi. He felt the patient's qi beginning to restore, the shadows gradually dissipating. Time elapsed, and beads of sweat formed on Deng Xiaofan's forehead, yet his hands remained steady. Finally, he withdrew the last needle. All done. You should find restful sleep tonight. It's best to soak your feet and drink a warm glass of milk before bed. Deng Xiaofan's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was predominantly filled with satisfaction. The patients slowly opened their eyes, astonishment and gratitude reflected within. Thank you, Dr. Deng. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head. No need for thanks, this is my duty. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan returned home, seated himself at his desk, and began documenting the day's therapeutic experiences. He realized that since he had grasped the mastery of qi over the needle, his medical skills had undergone a qualitative leap. Rising, he approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his vision, the peculiar points of light continued to flicker, seemingly conveying that his journey had only just begun. He inhaled deeply, making a decision. He would embark on a more profound exploration of traditional Chinese medicine, seeking to uncover the secrets of those luminous points, aspiring to elevate his medical prowess to new heights. He returned to his desk, opened his computer, and commenced a thorough search of extensive literature on traditional Chinese medicine. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he was ready. Chapter 9. The emergency rescue. Deng Xiaofan stood at the threshold of the emergency department, inhaling deeply before pushing open the familiar door. His gaze was resolute, his heart brimming with the determination to return to the battlefield. Ever since achieving remarkable results at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, he found himself nostalgically yearning for the fast-paced, exhilarating work of emergency care. "Dr. Deng, you're back!" Nurse Xiao Zhang exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Deng Xiaofan nodded with a smile. "Yes, I have returned." He donned his familiar white coat and placed the stethoscope around his neck. Everything felt as though it had returned to its origin, yet there was an unmistakable difference. He possessed a newfound composure and confidence, a testament to his growth from his experiences at the clinic. "Dr. Deng, your return is most timely." The head of the emergency department approached briskly. "There has been a fire at Meihua Building on Meihua Road, and numerous individuals are injured. We must deploy immediately." Deng Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly, fully aware of what this entailed. He swiftly grabbed the emergency kit and, alongside his fellow medical personnel, rushed toward the ambulance. The wail of the ambulance siren shattered the tranquility of the city, and as Deng Xiaofan sat within the vehicle, his heartbeat quickened in sync with the blaring sound. Through the window, he watched the streets retreating rapidly, his heart silently praying. Upon arrival at the scene, the sight before him caused his heart to sink. The exterior of Meihua Building was shrouded in thick, black smoke, flames erupting from several windows as firefighters worked diligently to extinguish the blaze and conduct rescues. "Medical personnel, over here!" A firefighter spotted the ambulance and beckoned urgently. Deng Xiaofan and his colleagues hastily exited the vehicle, seizing their emergency equipment, and followed the firefighter into the building. The corridor was thick with smoke, visibility obscured. They could only advance guided by the firefighters. "There is someone here," a firefighter's voice called out from within the haze. Deng Xiaofan rushed over to find a middle-aged man lying on the ground, multiple burns covering his body, his consciousness fading. "Quickly, lift him out, but be cautious," Deng Xiaofan commanded swiftly, his voice cutting through the chaos with clarity. He began assessing the man's injuries, gently pressing his fingers against the man's pulse, feeling the life ebbing away. "Blood pressure is dropping, heartbeat is weak." Nurse Xiao Zhang's voice trembled with urgency. Deng Xiaofan remained silent, his mind racing through various treatment protocols. He knew he had to act immediately. He commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation, rhythmically compressing the man's chest, each press infused with strength and resolve. "A heartbeat." Xiao Zhang's voice held a note of surprise. Deng Xiaofan did not relent. He understood this was merely the first step. He continued the treatment until the man's heartbeat and breathing gradually stabilized. As time passed, Deng Xiaofan and his colleagues treated one injured person after another. Their movements were swift and professional, their focus solely on preserving life. "Dr. Deng, there's a young girl outside in critical condition." A firefighter rushed over without hesitation. Deng Xiaofan set aside his current task and followed the firefighter to a corner of the building. There, he saw a little girl trapped beneath a pile of debris, only one hand visible, her breathing faint. "Quickly, clear the debris." Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a sense of urgency. The firefighter sprang into action, carefully removing the rubble that pinned the girl down. Deng Xiaofan crouched beside her, gently grasping her hand. "Don't be afraid, we're here to save you." His voice was tender yet resolute. The girl's eyes fluttered open slightly, filled with fear and helplessness. Deng Xiaofan began administering first aid, his techniques gentle yet steady, feeling the girl's heartbeat grow stronger under his touch. "Hold still, she has visible external injuries and internal damage. We need to stop the bleeding." "Alcohol." Deng Xiaofan stood up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The nurses quickly handed him a bottle of alcohol, and he cleaned the girl's wounds before probing into her abdomen, leaving the surrounding firefighters and fellow medical personnel in astonishment. "Quickly, get both me and the girl onto the ambulance. Why is everyone just standing there?" Deng Xiaofan exclaimed. The firefighters carefully lifted both him and the girl into the ambulance. Throughout the journey to the hospital, Deng Xiaofan kept his hand on the girl's abdomen, not daring to move. Upon arrival, the entire emergency department was taken aback. Once inside the operating room, after the lead surgeon took over to apply hemostatic clamps, Deng Xiaofan finally released his grip. As soon as he did, his hands trembled uncontrollably. After exiting the operating room, he collapsed at the doorway, and a passing nurse helped him up, inquiring about his condition. Deng Xiaofan waved her off. The nurse hurried back to her duties. He sat on a chair, taking a moment to recover, and when his hands steadied, he poured himself a glass of water. Just then, the department head hurriedly entered the office, asking Deng Xiaofan, "Dr. Deng, are your hands all right?" "I'm fine, just need a moment to recuperate," Deng Xiaofan replied. He then rose and walked to the back of the ambulance, beginning to organize the emergency equipment. His movements were gentle and meticulous. He understood these tools were his comrades, his allies on the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would delve deeper into the study of emergency medicine, aspiring to elevate his skills to new heights. "I must purchase a dedicated acupuncture kit on my day off," Deng Xiaofan mused internally. Returning to his seat, he opened his portable notebook and began documenting the day's rescue experiences. He recognized this would be a long journey, yet he was ready. He commenced his record, vivid images of the intense rescue operations unfolding before him, the faces of the injured etched in his mind. Chapter 10: The Enigma. Amidst the ashes. As dawn broke, the remnants of the fire's smoke languidly dispersed in the night breeze, leaving the air thick with the acrid scent of charred debris. Deng Xiaofan stood across from the building, his face etched with gravity as he contemplated the scene before him. "Dr. Deng," a voice called from behind. He turned to find a uniformed firefighter approaching. "What brings you here again?" Deng Xiaofan offered a slight smile, fully aware of the dangers and sacrifices firefighters endure at the scene of a blaze. The firefighter nodded, handing him a bottle of water. "By the way, have your medical team noticed anything unusual?" Deng Xiaofan accepted the water, momentarily taken aback. "Unusual? The fire itself is an anomaly, is it not?" "Indeed, but the intensity of this fire, it seems rather peculiar." The firefighter lowered his voice. "The flames spread alarmingly fast, and there are multiple ignition points." Furrowing his brow, Deng Xiaofan, lacking expertise, felt an instinctual unease. This fire might indeed harbor complexities beyond the surface. As Deng Xiaofan conversed with the firefighter, a familiar voice broke through the haze. "Xiaofan." The sound was warm and inviting. He turned to see Lu Piapiao striding towards him, clad in a crisp police uniform, exuding a commanding presence that starkly contrasted the little girl who once trailed behind him. "Piapiao? What brings you here?" Deng Xiaofan expressed his surprise. Lu Piapiao approached, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze. "I've just been transferred to the Criminal Investigation Unit in this district. Upon hearing of the fire, I came to have a look." Deng Xiaofan nodded, recalling their childhood friendship, which, despite the years of busy lives, remained steadfast. "What about you?" Lu Piapiao inquired. Deng Xiaofan briefly recounted his reassignment to the emergency department and the serendipitous encounter with the fire. Lu Piapiao's brow furrowed slightly. "We suspect this fire was intentionally set." A chill gripped Deng Xiaofan's heart. "Intentionally? Does that imply murder?" Lu Piapiao confirmed with a nod. "We are still in the investigative phase. I came to see if there are any witnesses or individuals who might provide leads." Deng Xiaofan fell silent, realizing that the rescue he had unwittingly participated in concealed such a sinister truth. Lu Piapiao led Deng Xiaofan to the temporary command center, a hastily erected tent furnished with several tables and equipment. "Take a look at these surveillance tapes and see if anything strikes you," she said, booting up the computer to display footage from before the fire broke out. Deng Xiaofan leaned closer, his eyes fixed on the screen. The footage revealed the lobby of the building, bustling with activity. Everything appeared normal. His keen gaze meticulously scanned each frame until it halted upon a figure clad in a black hoodie. This person, Deng Xiaofan pointed at the screen, entered but never emerged. Lu Piapiao's eyes gleamed with interest. "Are you certain?" Deng Xiaofan nodded, confident in his remarkable memory, especially regarding unusual occurrences. Lu Piapiao promptly summoned other detectives to investigate this individual. "Xiaofan, your observational skills remain as sharp as ever," she remarked with admiration. Deng Xiaofan chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it's a habit ingrained from my medical training. I have a penchant for noticing details." Lu Piapiao nodded, aware of Deng Xiaofan's exemplary performance at the hospital. "By the way, when you treated the injured yesterday, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?" Lu Piapiao suddenly asked. Deng Xiaofan pondered momentarily before shaking his head. The injuries from the fire were predominantly burns and inhalation injuries. Nothing particularly noteworthy caught my attention. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Piaopiao's eyes, but her resolve quickly returned. No matter, we will continue our investigation. Please take care. Call me if anything arises, Deng Xiaofan urged gravely. The night had deepened as Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piaopiao exited the command center. The fire scene was cordoned off, with only a few emergency lights casting a dim glow. What are your plans moving forward? Deng Xiaofan inquired. Lu Piaopiao glanced at her watch. I need to report back to the station. What about you? Deng Xiaofan stretched languidly. I must return home. There's work tomorrow. Do come over for dinner sometime. My parents have missed you, especially after all these years. The two walked side by side, the night breeze brushing against them, bringing a slight chill. Xiaofan, please be cautious. Lu Piaopiao suddenly halted, her expression serious. If this fire was indeed arson, the perpetrator may strike again. A tightening sensation gripped Deng Xiaofan's chest. He recognized the gravity of her words. Rest assured, I will be vigilant, he replied, his voice resolute. Lu Piaopiao nodded, understanding that beneath Deng Xiaofan's gentle exterior lay an unwavering strength. They parted ways at the intersection, and as Deng Xiaofan watched Lu Piaopiao's figure fade into the night, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He turned towards the hospital, his mind preoccupied with the secrets lurking behind this fire. Chapter 11. The doctor does not knock. As Deng Xiaofan stepped into the hospital, the dean rushed towards him with a sense of urgency. A hint of anxiety was etched on his face, but more prominently, there was anticipation. Xiaofan, there is a patient I would like to recommend you to treat. The dean's tone carried a subtle plea. Deng Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment. He knew the dean rarely made such direct recommendations unless the situation was exceptional. What kind of patient? Deng Xiaofan inquired. It is an important individual, and his condition is rather complex. I've consulted numerous doctors, and I believe your traditional Chinese medicine might offer some assistance, the dean explained. Deng Xiaofan nodded slightly, confident in his medical skills, yet he held on to his principles. Dean, you know that the doctor does not knock on doors. Deng Xiaofan's voice was calm and resolute. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the dean's face. I understand, however, this situation is unique. The patient may not be fully aware of your expertise. Deng Xiaofan shook his head. Dean, this is my principle. If the patient or their family wishes to invite me, I will naturally attend. In future cases like this, you need not consult me, simply refuse, as I will not acquiesce. The dean sighed, aware of Deng Xiaofan's steadfast nature. Once he had made a decision, it was challenging to alter. Very well, I will communicate further, the dean said, turning away with a sense of resignation. In the afternoon, a well-dressed middle-aged woman entered Deng Xiaofan's consultation room. A trace of disdain was evident on her face, and her eyes revealed skepticism. Are you Dr. Deng? Her voice was laced with doubt. Deng Xiaofan nodded. Yes, I am Deng Xiaofan. The woman scrutinized him from head to toe. You appear quite young. Can you truly be as remarkable as the dean claims? Deng Xiaofan offered a slight smile. Medical expertise is not determined by age. For instance, if you suffer from endocrine imbalance, experience insomnia at night, and occasionally endure headaches, I am correct, am I not? The woman's brow furrowed even tighter. How did you know? Is it through the traditional methods of observation and questioning? It's somewhat intriguing, but my husband's illness has confounded many seasoned doctors, so I think it's best if you refrain. Deng Xiaofan remained unperturbed. He understood the family's concerns. Madam, I comprehend your apprehensions. However, if you or your husband are willing, I can provide treatment. The woman scoffed. There's no need, I cannot afford to gamble with my husband's life. Deng Xiaofan nodded, refraining from further discussion. He recognized that some matters could not be compelled. Dr. Deng, the dean mentioned that if you can cure my husband, we would express our gratitude. The woman's tone carried a hint of command. Deng Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly as he stood, his voice taking on a serious tone. Madam, the doctor does not knock on doors. This is my principle. If the patient or their family is unwilling, I will not proceed with treatment. Moreover, unless it is urgent, please refrain from seeking me out casually. there are many patients in need of my attention, thank you. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. She clearly did not anticipate such a response from Deng Xiaofan. Casting him a cold glance, she turned and exited the consultation room. At noon, as Deng Xiaofan prepared to head to the cafeteria, a call from Lu Piapiao came through. Xiaofan, are you free this evening? Let us have dinner together. Lu Piapiao's voice was light and cheerful. Deng Xiaofan chuckled. Of course, are you treating? Lu Piapiao laughed softly. Absolutely. He was aware that Lu Piapiao sought him out to discuss the fire incident. That evening, Deng Xiaofan arrived at the restaurant as scheduled. Lu Piapiao was already there, dressed casually, exuding an air of relaxation. Xiaofan, you're here, she said, rising to greet him with a smile. Apologies for being late, Piapiao. I kept you waiting. They took their seats and ordered a selection of dishes. Deng Xiaofan observed Lu Piapiao, knowing she had something to discuss. Xiaofan, there has been some progress in the fire incident investigation. Lu Piapiao's tone turned serious. Deng Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, please, do tell. Lu Piapiao briefly outlined the latest developments in the case, and Deng Xiaofan listened intently, mentally constructing the framework of the entire incident. Who do you think is behind this fire? Lu Piapiao inquired. Deng Xiaofan pondered for a moment. It is still too early to say, but I firmly believe that the truth will eventually come to light. Lu Piapiao nodded, trusting Deng Xiaofan's judgment. They continued to eat, reminiscing about childhood anecdotes and the trivialities of adult life, as time slipped away in the easy atmosphere. After dinner, Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piapiao exited the restaurant. The night breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of chill. Xiaofan, don't take to heart the family member of that patient you encountered today, Lu Piapiao suddenly remarked. Deng Xiaofan smiled. I'm fine. I've seen such things many times. Lu Piapiao nodded, understanding Deng Xiaofan's optimistic and resilient nature. Xiaofan, I have faith in your medical skills. One day, they will come seeking your expertise. Lu Piapiao's voice held a note of conviction. Deng Xiaofan smiled gently. Then let us await that day. At the intersection, they bid farewell, and as Deng Xiaofan watched Lu Piapiao's figure fade into the night, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He turned and slowly made his way home, his thoughts lingering on the secrets behind the fire incident. Chapter 12 of The Truth Hidden Within the Pulse. The morning sunlight streamed through the window of the consultation room, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk as he quietly perused a medical text. Today, he was on duty in the outpatient clinic, and as was his custom, he arrived a little earlier to prepare for the day ahead. Dr. Deng, you are the first to arrive again today, remarked Nurse Xiao Zhang as she entered the room, organizing the instruments. Deng Xiaofan looked up and smiled gently. The early bird catches the worm. His words were laced with a hint of jest, yet his eyes betrayed a profound dedication and passion for his work. He understood that each morning heralded a new beginning, and every patient presented a fresh challenge. As the hospital gates swung open, patients began to stream into the outpatient hall. At the entrance to Deng Xiaofan's consultation room, an elderly man, supported by his family, approached slowly. His gait appeared somewhat labored, and his face was etched with concern. Dr. Deng, this is Grandpa Li. He has been feeling a persistent tightness in his chest and struggles to breathe, Nurse Xiao Zhang introduced. Deng Xiaofan nodded, gesturing for the elderly man to take a seat. His gaze swept over the man, noting the pallor of his complexion and the slight swelling of his eyelids. Grandpa Li, could you please tell me precisely where you feel discomfort? Deng Xiaofan's voice was gentle and patient. The elderly man began to speak slowly, detailing his symptoms. Deng Xiaofan listened intently, nodding occasionally, his eyes reflecting focus and empathy. Once the man finished his account, Deng Xiaofan extended his hand, lightly resting it on the elder's wrist. His fingers were soft yet steady, feeling the rhythm of the man's pulse. The pulse is slippery and taut, Deng Xiaofan murmured to himself, swiftly forming a diagnosis in his mind. He withdrew his hand, opened his computer, and began to input the diagnosis and prescription. Grandpa Li, you are experiencing fullness in the chest and sides, dizziness, palpitations, shortness of breath, and cough. I will prescribe 3 doses of medicine, 1 dose per day, and you should feel better in 3 days. If you do not improve by then, please return for a follow-up, Deng Xiaofan stated with a note of confidence. A flicker of surprise crossed the elderly man's eyes. he had not anticipated such accuracy from merely taking his pulse. "Dr. Deng, are you certain?" inquired a family member, a hint of skepticism in their voice. Deng Xiaofan nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. Please have the herbal formula of poria, cinnamon twig, atractalodes, and licorice prepared." The elderly man, holding the prescription, hesitated momentarily before leaving the consultation room. Deng Xiaofan understood that he needed time to absorb the information, yet he felt confident in his judgment. He continued seeing patients, treating each one with utmost seriousness, and contemplating every diagnosis with care. He knew that each accurate diagnosis was a testament to his responsibility towards his patients. As the afternoon sun softened, Deng Xiaofan concluded his morning consultations. He rose from his seat, stretched, and gazed out the window at the bustling world beyond. "Dr. Deng, do you truly believe Grandpa Li will recover in 3 days?" Nurse Xiao Zhang inquired with curiosity. Deng Xiaofan turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I trust my judgment." His voice carried a note of conviction. He was well aware that the formula of poria, cinnamon twig, atractalodes, and licorice was a classic remedy for dizziness and palpitations, and that with the right treatment, the results would be remarkable. 3 days later, Deng Xiaofan returned to the outpatient clinic. Not long after he settled in, he noticed Grandpa Li entering, accompanied by his family. The elderly man's face radiated surprise and gratitude. "Dr. Deng, you truly are a miraculous healer," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Deng Xiaofan smiled gently. "Grandpa Li, how are you feeling?" "Much better, truly much better," the elderly man replied, his eyes sparkling with joy. "I was somewhat skeptical at first, but I never imagined your prescription would be so effective." Deng Xiaofan nodded, fully aware that the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine could often be quite astonishing. "Dr. Deng, I have a relative who suffers from similar symptoms. Would you be able to examine him?" a family member asked. Deng Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes tailored treatments for each individual. If your relative is unwell, they are welcome to come and register at the hospital. He recognized this as an affirmation of his medical skills. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. He tidied his belongings, preparing to leave the hospital. A sense of lightness enveloped him. He knew his medical expertise had once again aided someone in need. As he walked home, the night breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing chill. He gazed up at the stars twinkling in the night sky, a wave of emotions washing over him, and he inexplicably thought of Lu Piao. He realized that every diagnosis was a challenge, and every treatment was a learning experience. He would continue to forge ahead, using his medical skills to assist more individuals. "It seems I must seek further training in another city. Although I have absorbed the wisdom of masters, my practical experience is woefully insufficient. In my previous life, I was too deferential, never taking part in anything, leaving me devoid of hands-on experience. In this life, I must accumulate practical knowledge and not shy away." Chapter 13. A journey to Kyoto. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a small silver needle, yet his mind was occupied with a significant decision. After a period of careful contemplation, he resolved to petition the dean for an opportunity to further his studies in Kyoto, aspiring to enhance his medical skills and practical experience. He understood that this choice might temporarily distance him from his familiar work environment, but in his quest to better serve his patients, he was willing to embrace new challenges. Deng Xiaofan entered the dean's office, where the dean was perusing a stack of documents. Upon noticing Xiaofan's arrival, the dean looked up, a kind smile gracing his face. "Xiaofan, what brings you here?" he inquired, setting aside the papers. Taking a deep breath, Deng Xiaofan articulated his desire to pursue further studies in Kyoto. He elaborated on his motivations and plans, hoping to gain the dean's support. Without a moment's hesitation, the dean nodded in agreement. "Xiaofan, you are the backbone of our hospital, and I wholeheartedly endorse your decision. Pursuing your studies in Kyoto is an excellent opportunity, and I am confident you will gain invaluable knowledge. Would you like me to arrange contacts for you?" "No need, Dean. I prefer to rely on my own efforts." "Thank you for your faith in me." Deng Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback by the dean's swift response, having anticipated a more prolonged consideration. He humbly replied, "Dean, you flatter me. I have only been at the hospital for a short time and have accomplished little. I merely wish to gain some practical experience in Kyoto." The dean patted Xiaofan on the shoulder, saying, "Xiaofan, you have already achieved much. Your medical skills and ethics are a source of pride for our hospital." A wave of warmth surged within Deng Xiaofan. He recognized the dean's words as affirmation and encouragement. That evening, Deng Xiaofan invited Lu Piapiao to dinner, eager to share the news of his impending journey to Kyoto. They met at a quaint little restaurant, a tranquil spot they frequented. "Xiaofan, what a pleasant surprise to receive your invitation for dinner." Lu Piapiao inquired with a smile. Deng Xiaofan conveyed his plans to her, seeking her perspective. Upon hearing his intentions, a flicker of surprise and reluctance crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Xiaofan, this is wonderful news. Kyoto boasts many distinguished doctors and cutting-edge medical facilities. You will undoubtedly benefit immensely. I shall await your return in Yangchang." Deng Xiaofan nodded, reassured by Lu Piapiao's support. "When do you depart?" she asked. "Probably next week. I still have some formalities to attend to," he replied. Lu Piapiao raised her glass, saying, "Then I shall wish you a safe journey in advance, and may you return with newfound knowledge. Indeed, when I return, just remember that your work can be quite perilous. Please take care of yourself. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. I will be there in a heartbeat, understood?" Their glasses clinked softly, producing a melodious sound. Deng Xiaofan's heart brimmed with anticipation. He believed this journey to Kyoto would be an invaluable experience in his life. Neither of them realized that this parting had stirred unexpected sentiments within each other. Later that night, upon returning home, Deng Xiaofan found his father engrossed in a newspaper while his mother busied herself in the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, I have something to share with you," he announced, breaking the tranquility of the living room. Both parents turned their attentive gaze toward him, concern evident in their eyes. Deng Xiaofan disclosed his plans to study in Kyoto, detailing his motivations and aspirations. After listening, his father nodded thoughtfully. "Xiaofan, this is commendable. You are young and should seize the opportunity to explore and learn." His mother, however, expressed a hint of reluctance. "Xiaofan, Kyoto is so far away, and you will be alone. We worry." Grasping his mother's hand, he reassured her, "Mom, please don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Moreover, this is an opportunity for my growth." His mother nodded, though hesitant. She understood her son's need for independence. His father set aside his iPad, stating, "Xiaofan, go ahead. We support you. Remember, no matter where you go, never lose sight of your original intentions." Deng Xiaofan's heart swelled with gratitude. He knew that regardless of where life took him, the unwavering support and love of his parents would forever be his strongest foundation. As night deepened, Deng Xiaofan retreated to his room, lying on his bed and gazing out at the starry sky. His heart was filled with anticipation for the future and curiosity for the unknown. He recognized that the journey to Kyoto would present a new challenge, yet he firmly believed it would also offer a precious opportunity for learning. He would encounter new mentors, acquire new medical knowledge, and forge new friendships. Closing his eyes, he understood that aspiring to become a master of traditional Chinese medicine was no simple feat, especially at his age. As long as one holds power, all is manageable. Thus, pursuing further studies in Kyoto was the wisest choice he could make. Chapter 14. A first encounter in Kyoto. A week swiftly passed, and Deng Xiaofan completed all formalities, preparing to embark on his journey to Kyoto. With a modest amount of luggage in hand, he boarded the plane alone. Gazing through the cabin window, he watched as the landscape below gradually diminished in size, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. The airplane gently descended upon Kyoto Airport, and Deng Xiaofan joined the throng of passengers exiting the aircraft. Inhaling the air of Kyoto, he felt the rhythm of this vibrant city. The airport hall bustled with travelers hurrying to their destinations, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd. Following the noise, Deng Xiaofan spotted an elderly man collapsed on the ground, convulsing, clearly stricken by a sudden ailment. The surrounding people instinctively recoiled, yet none dared to offer assistance. Without hesitation, Deng Xiaofan hurried to the old man's side, crouching down to swiftly assess his condition. The elderly man's pallid complexion, rapid breaths, and weak pulse signaled urgency. He promptly retrieved silver needles from his medical kit, skillfully administering acupuncture at several key points on the man's body. His technique was swift and precise, each needle piercing accurately into the designated acupoints. Minutes later, the old man's convulsions gradually ceased, and his breathing steadied. Deng Xiaofan gently withdrew the needles, and the elderly man slowly opened his eyes. "Young man, thank you," he uttered, his voice faint yet imbued with gratitude. The crowd around them murmured in admiration, with some individuals pulling out their phones to call for an ambulance. Before long, the wail of an ambulance siren resonated outside the airport, and medical personnel swiftly arrived at the scene. Deng Xiaofan assisted them in lifting the elderly man onto the stretcher. "Young man, what is your name? Which hospital do you work for?" a doctor inquired. Deng Xiaofan bowed slightly and replied, "My name is Deng Xiaofan, and I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I have come to Kyoto for further studies, currently based in Yangchang." The doctor nodded, handing him a business card. "If you require assistance in Kyoto, feel free to contact me." Deng Xiaofan accepted the card, watching as the ambulance drove away. He realized this was merely his first day in Kyoto, a city brimming with untold mysteries awaiting his exploration. In the days that followed, Deng Xiaofan roamed Kyoto, immersing himself in the city's rich culture and ambience. He visited ancient temples, savored authentic local delicacies, and witnessed the blend of Kyoto's historical charm and modern vibrancy. One afternoon, while savoring tea at a quaint tea house, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Deng Xiaofan?" a gentle female voice inquired from the other end. "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" Deng Xiaofan responded, slightly puzzled. "I am from the Human Resources Department of the Kyoto Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Our director wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our hospital." Deng Xiaofan felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated his journey in Kyoto would continue in such a manner. "The director? May I ask which director?" he queried. "It is our director, Dr. Li. He personally instructed us to reach out to you." A thought flashed through Deng Xiaofan's mind as he recalled the elderly man he had assisted at the airport. "I see, thank you for the invitation. I will consider it." After hanging up, Deng Xiaofan was filled with astonishment and curiosity. He had never imagined that his act of assistance at the airport would lead to such an opportunity. That night, Deng Xiaofan returned to the apartment he had temporarily rented. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the twinkling lights outside, his heart awash with reflection. He understood that this unexpected act of aid had not only saved the old man's life but had also opened a new chapter in his own journey in Kyoto. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would accept the invitation to work at the Kyoto Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. He knew this would be a new challenge and a fresh beginning. Rising from his seat, he approached his desk to begin drafting his work and study plans for Kyoto. He was aware that this would be a lengthy journey, yet he was ready. He commenced his record, envisioning the streets of Kyoto before him, his mind alive with those captivating glimmers of light. Chapter 15: Unexpected Opportunities. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's bed. He awoke early, filled with anticipation for the new day ahead. A phone call he received yesterday unveiled an astonishing revelation. The elderly gentleman he had assisted at the airport was, in fact, the esteemed director of the Kyoto Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. This unexpected discovery ignited a profound curiosity within him regarding the work that lay ahead. He swiftly completed his morning routine, donning a crisp suit, and set forth to report to the hospital. He understood that this marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life in Kyoto. Upon arriving at the Kyoto Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, Deng Xiaofan was greeted by a towering edifice that reached towards the heavens, its modern architecture shimmering in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he entered through the hospital's grand entrance. He made his way to the Human Resources Department and knocked gently on the office door of the supervisor. "Please come in," a gentle voice beckoned from within. As Deng Xiaofan stepped inside, he was met by a middle-aged woman seated behind a meticulously organized desk. Her hair was neatly styled, and her gaze, sharp and professional behind her glasses, exuded an air of authority. "Good day, I am Deng Xiaofan, here to report as instructed following yesterday's call," he said with a warm smile. The supervisor looked up, surprise flickering across her face. "Ah, you must be Dr. Deng Xiaofan, the director has specifically mentioned you, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Deng Xiaofan nodded appreciatively, "Thank you for your kind attention." The supervisor rose from her seat and approached him. "Dr. Deng, our hospital places immense value on talent, and the director holds you in high regard. We have decided to appoint you directly to the position of attending physician." Deng Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated being offered such a prestigious role. With humility, he replied, "Madam, I came here for further training. A position as a trainee would suffice. If possible, I would appreciate the opportunity to conduct independent consultations, and if it eases your concerns, I could also work alongside a senior colleague." A glimmer of admiration shone in the supervisor's eyes. "Dr. Deng, your humility and professionalism are truly commendable. I shall convey your wishes to the director, and I am confident he will be amenable." A wave of warmth surged within Deng Xiaofan. He recognized that his journey in Kyoto was destined to be extraordinary. A few days later, Deng Xiaofan officially commenced his outpatient duties. He was assigned to a private consultation room, an arrangement that filled him with both excitement and trepidation. His first patient was a middle-aged woman suffering from chronic headaches. Deng Xiaofan meticulously inquired about her medical history before conducting a thorough examination. He discerned that her headaches stemmed from cervical spine issues. Opting for acupuncture treatment, he employed gentle yet steady techniques, each needle precisely inserted at the ACU points. As time passed, the woman's headaches gradually subsided, and a grateful smile illuminated her face. "Dr. Deng, thank you, I feel so much better," she expressed, her voice imbued with appreciation. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "There is no need for thanks, it is my duty." He understood that this was merely the commencement of his outpatient career. He would encounter numerous challenges, yet he felt prepared. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his consultation room, he reflected on the experiences of the day. He recognized that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet each step also served as a testament to his growth. Rising from his seat, he exited the consultation room. The corridors of the hospital were hushed, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital's garden, where the night air enveloped him in tranquility, accompanied solely by the chorus of insects and the whisper of the breeze. Seated on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the stillness. He understood that his journey in Kyoto had only just begun. He would meet many more individuals and acquire a wealth of knowledge. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his commitment to uphold his principles, using his medical skills to heal those in need. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision: he would strive harder in his work and studies, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He recognized that this would be a long journey, but he was ready. He commenced his record, vividly recalling the scenes of his consultations and the faces of his patients etched in his mind. Chapter 16 of The Quest for the Needle. Deng Xiaofan's days in Kyoto passed swiftly, each filled with the relentless demands of his outpatient duties. His medical skills flourished through practical experience, yet as the number of patients he treated grew, he found his silver needle set increasingly inadequate. One evening after work, he resolved to visit Kyoto's herbal market in search of a new set of silver needles. The market, nestled in the city's historic district, exuded an antique charm, lined with various apothecaries and traditional Chinese medicine shops. As he strolled along the cobblestone path, the aromatic fragrances wafting from the shops invigorated his spirit. His gaze wandered among the storefronts until it was captivated by one named Bai Chao Tang. The shop front was quaint, its wooden sign elegantly carved with the three bold characters for Bai Chao Tang, the strokes exhibiting strength and vigor. Upon entering, Deng Xiaofan was greeted by a rich scent of herbs. "Welcome to Bai Chao Tang," an aged voice resonated from within the shop. Following the sound, he beheld an elderly man seated behind the counter, his hair as white as snow, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Good day, I seek to purchase a set of silver needles, Deng." The elder nodded, retrieving several sets of silver needles from beneath the counter, placing them before Deng Xiaofan. "These are all fine silver needles, please see if any suit your needs." As Deng Xiaofan examined each set, he noted the exquisite quality and craftsmanship, yet he felt they lacked a certain essence. "Do you possess anything more extraordinary?" he inquired. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the old man's eyes. "Extraordinary? You appear to be no ordinary individual, follow me." The old man led Deng Xiaofan to the shop's rear courtyard, where an array of rare herbs and ancient medical instruments were displayed. "This is my prized possession," the elder proclaimed, unveiling a delicate wooden box from the cabinet. Upon opening it, he revealed a set of resplendent golden needles. Deng Xiaofan's eyes widened, he could sense the subtle energy radiating from the golden needles. "This set of golden needles has been passed down through my family, crafted through a unique method said to yield miraculous results in acupuncture," the elder spoke with a hint of pride. Carefully, Deng Xiaofan picked up one of the golden needles, feeling the gentle energy coursing through it, resonating with the flow of qi within him. "I shall take this set," he declared with conviction. The elder nodded. "It appears you share a special bond with these golden needles." Deng Xiaofan returned to his apartment, the golden needles cradled in his hands. He placed them on the table, scrutinizing their brilliance. Under the light, the golden needles shimmered with an alluring glow, and he could feel the power they contained. Determined to test their efficacy, he picked up one needle and gently inserted it into his higu point. He distinctly felt the soothing energy emanating from the needle, flowing slowly within him, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. He began experimenting with acupuncture using the golden needles, his movements gentle yet steady, as if the needles themselves possessed a life of their own. He sensed the interaction between the needles and the qi within him, each rotation synchronized with his breath, resonating with his heartbeat. As time passed, his motions became increasingly fluid, and he felt as though he merged with the golden needles, each turn aligning with his intent. Is this the power of the golden needles? Deng Xiaofan's heart brimmed with wonder and exhilaration. He continued to practice, his focus sharpening, movements flowing seamlessly. He endeavored to perceive the connection between the golden needles and the natural world around him, discovering that he could indeed harmonize with nature, harnessing its power to amplify his own qi. As time elapsed, his actions grew ever more instinctive, feeling as if he were one with the universe, his movements in sync with nature's rhythm, resonating with its essence. With the golden needles in hand, I feel as though I have gained wings, Deng Xiaofan thought, filled with confidence and strength. As nightfall descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day of rigorous practice. He carefully stored the golden needles, his heart swelling with anticipation for the morrow. He understood that this set of golden needles would herald a qualitative leap in his medical prowess. Sitting at his desk, he opened his computer to document the day's experiences. He recognized that each session was an opportunity for learning, a chance to continuously improve and transcend his own limits. He began his record, faced with intricate charts, his mind filled with those enigmatic orbs of light. He understood he was nearing a profound secret, one that could alter his perception of the world. Rising, he approached the window, gazing into the night sky. The peculiar lights continued to twinkle, as if whispering that his journey was just beginning. Drawing a deep breath, he made a decision. He would delve deeper into the study of traditional Chinese medicine, seeking the secrets of those lights, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer, embarking on a quest for information about traditional Chinese medicine. He knew this would be a lengthy journey, yet he felt prepared. Thus began his research, confronted by complex charts, his mind swirling with those mysterious orbs of light. Chapter 17 The contest in the ward. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. He sat there, gently caressing the newly acquired golden needles, his heart brimming with anticipation for the new day. The experience of purchasing the needles yesterday had piqued his curiosity, and he resolved to experiment with them during his rounds today. Clad in a pristine white coat, he carefully tucked the golden needles into his pocket, aware that challenges may await him. Upon his arrival at the hospital, the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department summoned him. The director, a middle-aged man with a gaze imbued with scrutiny, commanded, "Xiaofan, today you shall accompany me on the ward rounds." Deng Xiaofan nodded, recognizing this as an opportunity to showcase his abilities, albeit one that could also serve as a test. They entered the inpatient department together, commencing their routine rounds. As the director inquired about the patient's conditions, he interspersed his questions with intricate challenges aimed at assessing Deng Xiaofan's acumen. "Dr. Deng, what can you discern about this patient's pulse?" he queried, gesturing toward a pallid elderly gentleman. Deng Xiaofan approached the bedside, extending his hand to gently rest upon the patient's wrist. His fingers were tender yet steady, allowing him to perceive the rhythm of the elderly man's pulse. "The pulse is thin and weak, with intermittent beats," Deng Xiaofan replied in a calm and confident tone. A flicker of surprise crossed the director's eyes. He had not anticipated such an astute response from Deng Xiaofan. They continued their rounds, and the director's inquiries grew increasingly challenging, yet Deng Xiaofan remained composed, his answers consistently accurate and professional. Upon reaching a particular ward, the director's probing became more pronounced. He pointed towards a patient with a complex condition and posed a particularly daunting question. "Dr. Deng, what treatment plan would you recommend for this patient? The director's tone carried an edge of provocation. Deng Xiaofan approached the patient's bedside, meticulously reviewing the medical records and test results. Various treatment options flashed through his mind. He understood that this was both a test and an opportunity to demonstrate his knowledge. I propose a plan focused on warming the yang and promoting diuresis, complemented by acupuncture treatment, Deng Xiaofan stated with conviction. The director's brow furrowed slightly, surprised by the professionalism of Deng Xiaofan's suggestion. At that moment, a voice resonated from the corridor. The young doctor's response is quite sound. Deng Xiaofan and the director turned to see an elderly gentleman standing at the doorway, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. Old leader, what brings you here? The director inquired, astonished. The elder smiled as he entered. I happened to pass by and overheard your discussion, so I thought I would join. He turned to Deng Xiaofan. Young man, your response is commendable, and I appreciate it. Deng Xiaofan offered a modest smile. Thank you for your kind words. The elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Young man, let us converse sometime when you are free. Deng Xiaofan nodded, sensing that this unexpected encounter might herald a new chapter in his life in Kyoto. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Seated on a chair in the consultation room, he reflected on the day's experiences. He recognized that today's rounds had been not merely a challenge but also an opportunity for growth. He stood and exited the consultation room. The hospital corridors were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, which was exceptionally tranquil under the night sky, the only sounds being the chirp. He settled onto a bench, closing his eyes to savor the serenity. He understood that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning, and he would encounter many more people and acquire further knowledge. Yet, he was resolute that wherever he went, he would steadfastly uphold his belief in healing others through his medical expertise. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would strive even harder in his studies and practice, aspiring to elevate his medical skills. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He was aware that this would be a lengthy journey, but he felt prepared. As he commenced his record, vivid images of outpatient consultations filled his mind, accompanied by the faces of the patients he had encountered. Chapter 18. A remark that stunned all as the morning sun streamed through the windows of the consultation room. It cast a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he idly toyed with a golden acupuncture needle, his mind preoccupied with a particular case. Today, he was scheduled for outpatient appointments, and as per his usual practice, he arrived a bit earlier to prepare. Dr. Deng, you are the first to arrive again today, Nurse Xiao Zhan remarked as she entered the room, organizing the instruments. Deng Xiaofan looked up, offering a slight smile. The early bird catches the worm, he quipped, his words laced with jest, yet his eyes reflected a profound dedication and passion for his work. He understood that each morning heralded a fresh beginning and each patient presented a new challenge. Deng Xiaofan was in the midst of taking a patient's pulse when, abruptly, Nurse Xiao Zhang rushed in, urgency evident in her demeanor. Dr. Deng, the director requests your presence in the main conference room. There is a complicated emergency case in the ER, she informed him, her tone tinged with anxiety. Deng Xiaofan furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly concluding his current task before following Xiao Zhang to the conference room. Upon entering, he found it already filled with the heads of various departments, the atmosphere palpable with tension. Xiaofan, you're here, the director called out, gesturing for him to take a seat. Deng Xiaofan nodded, scanning the room and noticing that everyone was engrossed in discussing a particular case involving a middle-aged man with perplexing symptoms that defied diagnosis. This case is quite complex. We've exhausted numerous methods to no avail, the director of the emergency department lamented. Deng Xiaofan listened intently, his mind racing through a myriad of potential diagnoses. He observed that while the others debated intricate treatment plans, they seemed to overlook some fundamental aspects. In truth, this case is rather straightforward. Deng Xiaofan's voice unexpectedly pierced the silence of the conference room. All eyes turned to him, and he could feel the weight of skepticism and curiosity directed his way. A single remedy is sufficient, 3 doses will lead to recovery. His tone was calm yet resolute. A murmur rippled through the room, some department heads expressed doubt, while others appeared astonished. "Dr. Deng, are you certain?" the director inquired. Deng Xiaofan affirmed with a nod, "I am certain." The moment his words left his lips, the conference room erupted in a flurry of reactions. Some department heads voiced skepticism, deeming him young and reckless for making such bold claims. "Dr. Deng, your statement seems rather rash," one director remarked, his tone laced with discontent. Deng Xiaofan remained unperturbed. He understood that his judgment would require time to validate. "I just examined the patient in the ER. He exhibits chills, fever, body aches, no sweating, and cough. All he requires are Mahuang, Xiaoyao, Xixin, Ganjiang, Ganchao, Guizi, Wuweizi, and Banksia. The Shao Qinglong decoction. 3 doses should yield results," he elaborated, detailing his diagnosis and treatment plan. Some directors began to seriously contemplate his suggestion, while others maintained their skepticism. "Xiaofan, are you confident?" the director asked. Deng Xiaofan nodded, "Yes, I do not make decisions without assurance. If you trust my judgment, we shall proceed. If not, consider me absent." In a hushed tone, the internal medicine director muttered, "This lad is quite arrogant. He'll inevitably trip over his own hubris, he is still too young." After a moment of contemplation, the director made a decision, "Very well, we shall follow Dr. Deng's plan." After the consultation concluded, Deng Xiaofan returned to his consultation room, his emotions somewhat conflicted. He was aware that his judgment might spark controversy, yet he also recognized the correctness of his approach. He commenced preparations for the afternoon's outpatient clinic, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knew that the afternoon's appointments would be particularly exceptional. Later that day, Deng Xiaofan arrived at the ward as promised. Witnessing the patient consuming the medication he had prescribed, the man's complexion showed marked improvement, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Dr. Deng, thank you," the patient expressed, his voice laden with appreciation. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head, "No need for thanks, it is my duty." He felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that his treatment plan had begun to take effect. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. He sat in the chair of his consultation room, reflecting on the day's events. He understood that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet each step also served as a testament to his growth. He rose from his seat and exited the consultation room. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the nighttime tranquility enveloped him, accompanied solely by the sounds of chirping insects and the gentle rustle of the breeze. He settled onto a bench, closing his eyes to savor the serenity. He recognized that his journey in Kyoto had only just begun. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge. Yet, he also understood that no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his convictions and utilize his medical skills to heal. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to intensify his efforts in work and study, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learning. He was aware that this journey would be long, yet he felt ready. He began his record, envisioning the myriad of outpatient encounters and the faces of the patients etched in his mind. Chapter 19: The Secret Mission. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle, his mind preoccupied with a medical case. Today, he was scheduled for outpatient consultations, and in accordance with his usual practice, he arrived a tad earlier to prepare. "Dr. Deng, you are the first to arrive today," Nurse Xiao Zhang remarked as she entered the consultation room. Busily arranging the instruments, Deng Xiaofan looked up, a faint smile gracing his lips. "The early bird catches the worm," he replied, his words laced with jest, yet his eyes reflected a profound dedication and passion for his work. He understood that each dawn heralded a new beginning, and every patient presented a fresh challenge. As Deng Xiaofan was taking a patient's pulse, a man dressed in military uniform abruptly entered the consultation room. His imposing stature and resolute gaze unmistakably marked him as a soldier. "Dr. Deng, I am here to request your assistance for a patient," the soldier spoke, a hint of urgency in his tone. Deng Xiaofan furrowed his brow slightly. "Please wait until I finish with this patient," he replied. Once the patient departed, he invited the soldier to speak, surprised that a military personnel sought his medical expertise. "What seems to be the ailment?" Deng Xiaofan inquired. A flicker of hesitation passed across the soldier's eyes. "This we need to explain on the road." Deng Xiaofan nodded, aware that military requests often entailed sensitive matters. He quickly concluded his current duties and followed the soldier out of the hospital. The soldier's vehicle was parked at the hospital entrance, and Deng Xiaofan took his seat inside. As the car rumbled to life, the soldier handed him a piece of black cloth. Dr. Deng, for the safety of the patient, please blindfold yourself, he instructed with a serious tone. Without further inquiry, Deng Xiaofan complied, recognizing the necessity of the procedure as the vehicle began its journey. The car navigated through the city, and Deng Xiaofan could sense its occasional acceleration and turns. A slight tension gripped him, yet he remained assured that the soldier meant no harm. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt. The soldier assisted Deng Xiaofan out of the car and carefully guided him into a building. Dr. Deng, you may remove the blindfold now, the soldier's voice resonated beside him. Upon lifting the cloth, Deng Xiaofan found himself in a spacious room, simply and modestly adorned, with calligraphy and paintings gracing the walls, instilling a sense of tranquility. Where is this? Deng Xiaofan asked. This is a nursing home. The patient you are to treat is located here, the soldier replied respectfully. A wave of confusion washed over Deng Xiaofan as he pondered why a nursing home patient required his specialized care. This patient holds a unique status, he is a superior officer. We hope you can maintain confidentiality, the soldier urged with a note of pleading. Deng Xiaofan nodded, understanding the gravity of the assignment. The soldier led Deng Xiaofan to a room where an elderly man lay. Surrounding the bed were several individuals engaged in hushed discussions. Approaching, Deng Xiaofan noted the pallor of the elder's complexion and the faintness of his breath, indicating a serious condition. Esteemed doctors, this is Dr. Deng, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, recommended for the officer's treatment. The soldier introduced Deng Xiaofan to the specialists present. Deng Xiaofan performed a respectful bow to each expert in the room, yet none acknowledged him, their disdain evident in their dismissive glances, questioning the capabilities of someone so young and practicing traditional medicine. Unperturbed by their skepticism, Deng Xiaofan approached the bedside, detaching the monitoring devices from the elder. As the soldiers and experts moved to intervene, he retorted fiercely, "If you wish for this elder to survive, do not impede me." His declaration silenced them, allowing him to commence his examination. He discovered the elder's pulse to be exceedingly weak, nearly imperceptible, indicating a precarious situation. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, envisioning the meridian map of the elder's body, discerning abnormal shadows within the channels. The officer's condition is grave. I must perform acupuncture, only I may be present during the procedure. Aside from myself and the patient, no one else may remain in this room, otherwise, I shall not be responsible for any adverse outcomes. Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a note of authority. The soldier nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Deng Xiaofan's earnestness and professionalism. One of the experts interjected, "That is unacceptable. How can we trust you not to harm the officer during treatment? If anything should happen, you could easily claim it was due to your inability to heal him. I am not like you, devoid of medical ethics. I am a person, and above all, I am a physician. My duty is to heal and save lives. I will certainly do my utmost within my capabilities. If I am beyond my limits, I will express that clearly. Moreover, I am meeting this elder for the first time. Why would I wish him harm?" At this juncture, the soldier intervened, reprimanding the expert. "Enough, are you not tired of this chaos? You have been here for days, have you witnessed any improvement in the officer's condition? Now that Dr. Deng has been summoned, you question his abilities. If you believe you can do better, then step forth, otherwise, cease your incessant doubts. Dr. Deng, I apologize, please do your utmost to save the officer. Everyone else, leave," Deng Xiaofan replied with a smile. "Certainly, healing is the duty of a physician." Once the room was cleared, Deng Xiaofan retrieved his acupuncture kit, employing the Ghost Gate 13 needles technique on the elder. Half an hour later, Deng Xiaofan emerged from the room, visibly drained yet fulfilled. He should awaken shortly, he stated, fatigue evident in his voice, but it was overshadowed by a sense of accomplishment. The soldier gazed at Deng Xiaofan with gratitude in his eyes. Dr. Deng, thank you. On behalf of our entire family, I extend my heartfelt appreciation. Deng Xiaofan simply smiled and shook his head. No need for thanks. It is my duty. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. He seated himself in the consultation room, reflecting on the day's experiences. He understood that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet each step also bore witness to his growth. Rising, he exited the consultation room. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps and distant murmurs. He made his way to the hospital garden, which lay in serene stillness, accompanied solely by the sounds of chirping insects and a gentle breeze. Taking a seat on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. He recognized that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning, and he would encounter more individuals and acquire greater knowledge. Yet, he also understood that regardless of where he ventured, he would steadfastly adhere to his beliefs, utilizing his medical skills to save lives. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to dedicate himself even more fervently to his work and studies, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He grasped that the road ahead would be long, but he was fully prepared. He commenced his record, envisioning the myriad of outpatient scenes and the faces of his patients etched in his mind. Chapter 20 Encounter with the National Physician. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the park's pathways. Ding Xiaoven, clad in casual attire, leisurely strolled through the park. Today marked his day of respite, a time he intended to relish in tranquility and enjoy the leisurely moments. In the park, individuals engaged in morning exercises, some practicing Tai Chi, others wielding swords, or jogging, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Ding Xiaoven inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, enveloped in the serenity and harmony of nature. Suddenly, a commotion shattered this tranquility. Ding Xiaoven turned to observe a gathering of people, amidst which came the sound of pained groans. "Someone has fainted," a voice exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Xiaoven stepped forward briskly. He parted the crowd and discovered a middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, his complexion ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The surrounding onlookers murmured anxiously, yet none dared to intervene. "I am a physician. Please, step aside." Ding Xiaoven's voice resonated with authority and assurance. He knelt beside the man, swiftly assessing his condition. The man's pulse was faint, and his breathing labored, clearly indicative of a cardiac episode. Ding Xiaoven promptly retrieved a gold needle from his pocket, pinpointing the acupoints with precision as he administered the acupuncture. His technique was deft and steady, each insertion executed with exactitude. Moments later, the man's breathing began to stabilize, and a hint of color returned to his face. Thank you, doctor," the man's family expressed, tears of gratitude in their eyes. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, extolling Ding Xiaoven's medical prowess. At that moment, an elderly man in traditional Tang attire approached slowly. His gaze fell upon the gold needle in Ding Xiaoven's hand. A glimmer of intrigue ignited. Ding Xiaoven looked up to find admiration radiating from the elder's gaze. "You flatter me, esteemed sir. I merely did what was expected of me," he replied humbly. The elder nodded appreciatively and introduced himself. "I am Gu Waiamen, a practitioner of traditional Gu Waiamen was a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, celebrated for his medical expertise and ethics. "Master Gu, it is an honor to finally meet you," Ding Xiaoven said respectfully. Gu Waiamen smiled slightly. "Young man, your technique is rather unique. Who did you learn from?" Ding Xiaoven briefly recounted his educational journey, capturing the elder's keen interest. "Your medical skills possess great potential. I am aware of your treatment of the high-ranking official, as well as your intention to further your studies in Kyoto. Would you be interested in apprenticing under me?" Gu Waiamen inquired suddenly. Ding Xiaoven was taken aback, not anticipating such an opportunity. "Master Gu, are you truly willing to take me as your disciple?" His voice trembled with excitement. Gu Waiamen nodded. "Your medical skills and ethics are commendable. You hold a bachelor's degree, correct? Enroll directly in my master's program. I would be delighted to mentor you. Just visit me at the Kyoto Chinese Medicine Academy, and head straight to my office." Ding Xiaoven took a deep breath and sincerely bowed. "Very well, thank you, Master Gu." As night fell, Ding Xiaoven returned to his apartment, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Today's experience illuminated the vast potential for his medical skills to evolve further. He settled at his desk, contemplating his study plan. He understood that becoming Gu Waiamen's disciple would grant him access to deeper knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He powered on his computer, searching for information about Gu Waiamen, eager to learn of his medical acumen and accomplishments. He recognized this would be a priceless opportunity in his life. He began documenting his thoughts, envisioning the scenes of the park and the faces of the patients he had encountered. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes, eagerly anticipating the day he would become Master Gu's apprentice. Chapter 21 of the Path of Learning. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. He sat before it, idly twirling a golden needle in his hand, yet his mind was preoccupied with a momentous decision. After a period of profound contemplation, he resolved to request a leave of absence from the hospital to apply for a master's program under the esteemed Guo Lao, aiming to further enhance his medical skills. He understood that this choice might necessitate a temporary departure from his familiar work environment, yet he was confident it was the right decision. At the very least, he had achieved his initial goal of encountering a venerable practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and becoming his student. Eager to delve deeper into the art of Chinese medicine, he was prepared to embrace new challenges. Deng Xiaofan entered the dean's office, where the dean was engrossed in reviewing various documents. Upon noticing Xiaofan's entrance, the dean looked up and greeted him with a genial smile. "Xiaofan, what brings you here?" he inquired, setting aside the papers in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Deng Xiaofan articulated his intention to apply for Guo Lao's master's program. He elaborated on his motivations and plans, hoping to garner the dean's support. Without a hint of hesitation, the dean nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Xiaofan, this is excellent news. Guo Lao is a luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Your opportunity to become his student is a source of pride for our hospital." Taken aback by the dean's swift response, Deng Xiaofan had anticipated a period of consideration. He humbly replied, "Dean, you flatter me. I have only recently joined the hospital and have yet to contribute significantly. My presence in Kyoto is merely for further study to refine my medical skills. Encountering you has been a fortuitous event. I am indebted to your recognition and will repay this kindness in the future." As he bowed respectfully, the dean placed a reassuring hand on Xiaofan's shoulder, saying, "Xiaofan, you have already accomplished much. Your medical expertise and ethics are a source of pride for our institution. Go forth, we support you." A wave of warmth surged within Deng Xiaofan, for he recognized the dean's words as affirmation and encouragement. He stepped back, bowed once more, and turned to leave. Upon returning home, Deng Xiaofan sat at his desk and began to prepare for the application process. He was aware that applying for Guo Lao's master's program would involve a series of examinations, yet he felt no trepidation. Since his rebirth, his mind had been enriched with a wealth of knowledge pertaining to traditional Chinese medicine, as if it were an innate gift. He needed no revision, a mere organization of this knowledge would suffice to navigate the examinations with ease. He powered on his computer and commenced his search for pertinent information regarding the application. He understood that this would be a precious opportunity for learning in his life. As he delved into his preparations, his desk was strewn with examination materials, while his mind was illuminated with flashes of insight. He possessed an extensive understanding of both theoretical and practical knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. Deng Xiaofan found it perplexing. He had read numerous novels, yet this experience was unlike a system where one received guidance. Rather, it was an infusion of knowledge he desired. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day of preparation. He sat at his desk, reflecting on the day's experiences. He recognized that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet each step also bore witness to his growth. He rose and exited the room. On the balcony of his apartment, the gentle night breeze brought a hint of coolness. Gazing up at the stars in the night sky, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He understood that applying for Guo Lao's master's program would mark a pivotal turning point in his life. He would encounter new mentors, learn novel medical techniques, and forge new friendships. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to becoming Guo Lao's student. The journey to becoming a great physician was still long, and he was merely an obscure practitioner at present. Perhaps by applying for Guo Lao's master's program, he could expand his network and expedite his progress. After all, the knowledge within his mind seemed to transcend the current era, and any single piece could evoke disbelief. This secret must remain undisclosed to anyone, including his parents. He returned to his desk and resumed his preparations. He recognized that this would be a protracted journey, yet he was ready. He began documenting his thoughts, surrounded by examination materials, while the faces of his patients lingered in his mind. Chapter 22: The Burden of Knowledge. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's bed, yet it failed to dispel the throbbing pain in his head. Awakened from his slumber, Deng Xiaofan felt as though an iron band was tightly constricting his skull, causing unbearable agony. He gently massaged his temples in an attempt to alleviate the waves of sharp discomfort. Ever since his rebirth, such headaches had intermittently assailed him, each episode accompanied by an influx of new knowledge. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He understood that this might herald yet another infusion of wisdom. Though painful, it also represented an opportunity for the enhancement of his medical skills. Seated before his desk, Deng Xiaofan closed his eyes and concentrated, striving to comprehend and assimilate the torrent of knowledge flooding his mind. This time, he perceived not mere fragments, but a cohesive and comprehensive system. Images of various medicinal herbs materialized in his mind, each accompanied by detailed descriptions of properties, efficacy, and contraindications. Moreover, intricate processes of herbal concoction and alchemical refinement unfolded, from material selection to preparation, each step meticulously outlined. As the clarity of this knowledge gradually eased his headache, he began to realize that its value far surpassed any prior learning experience. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating them. He recognized that this newfound knowledge would significantly enrich his medical practice, enabling him to serve his patients with greater efficacy. Rising to his feet, Deng Xiaofan approached the bookshelf and began to peruse his collection of traditional Chinese medicine texts, seeking to align the newfound knowledge with existing content. He discovered that this new wisdom encompassed not only the theories of traditional Chinese medicine but also numerous innovative practical methodologies. A fervent desire for practical application surged within him. He yearned to immediately validate the authenticity and effectiveness of this knowledge. He resolved to visit the hospital's herbal pharmacy today, intent on personally experimenting with these herbal preparation techniques. Donning his white coat and grasping his medical bag, filled with his essential silver needles and various herbs, he inhaled deeply and stepped out of his home, embarking on his journey to the hospital. As night descended, the hospital's herbal pharmacy was aglow with light. Deng Xiaofan busied himself within the pharmacy, an array of herbal materials spread before him, as he meticulously followed the knowledge in his mind to conduct his herbal experiments step by step. His movements were gentle yet steady, each measurement and each mixture executed with extraordinary precision. He could sense the herbs transforming in his hands, their efficacy maximized through his careful blending. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and satisfaction. He was acutely aware that he was crafting a miraculous contribution to traditional Chinese medicine. Cautiously, he poured the prepared medicinal liquid into bottles, meticulously labeling each one. He understood that these concoctions could become invaluable resources for treating patients. In the deep of night, having concluded his day's experiments, Deng Xiaofan sat on a chair in the pharmacy, reflecting on his work. He recognized that he had taken another significant step forward on his journey in traditional Chinese medicine. Rising from his seat, he exited the pharmacy. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the night air was imbued with tranquility, the only sounds being the chirping of insects and the gentle whisper of the breeze. He settled onto a bench, closed his eyes, and savored the serenity. He knew that his journey in traditional Chinese medicine was merely at its inception. He would encounter many more individuals and acquire even greater knowledge. Yet, he also understood that regardless of where he ventured, he would steadfastly adhere to his convictions, using his medical skills to heal others. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolution. He would labor with renewed diligence and dedication, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began to document the day's work and learning experiences. He recognized that this would be a long journey, but he was ready. He commenced his record, envisioning the scenes of the pharmacy before him, his mind filled with the faces of the medicinal herbs. Chapter 23: The Pain of Body Refinement. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he idly toyed with a golden needle, whilst his mind grappled with a momentous decision. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to harness his newly acquired knowledge of traditional Chinese herbs to concoct a potion capable of fortifying his physique. He was acutely aware that the wisdom he had gained in this second life could potentially lead to perilous consequences. His body remained somewhat frail, thus, alongside his daily exercises, the creation of a restorative elixir seemed a prudent course of action. Should these potions pass muster and capture the attention of military officials, they might even serve the soldiers of our nation, a commendable contribution to the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Deng Xiaofan busied himself in his modest rental abode, surrounded by an array of herbal ingredients. Methodically, he followed the knowledge imprinted in his mind, embarking on the meticulous process of potion brewing. His movements were gentle yet assured, with each measurement and blend executed with remarkable precision. He could sense the transformation of the herbs within his grasp, their medicinal properties reaching their zenith under his. As time unfolded, beads of perspiration formed on his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and anticipation. He understood that he was on the brink of crafting a miraculous achievement in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. With utmost care, he poured the completed elixir into a vial, meticulously affixing a label to it. He recognized that this potion would become an invaluable resource in his quest for bodily enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Deng Xiaofan poured the potion into a cup and gradually consumed it. The elixir's taste was bitter and complex, yet once it coursed through his veins, it enveloped him in a comforting warmth. Closing his eyes, he began to attune himself to the potion's effects within. He could feel it surging through his bloodstream, gradually permeating his muscles and bones. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain radiated from his limbs, as if countless needles were piercing his body simultaneously. His muscles convulsed, and his bones emitted an unsettling crackling sound, contorting painfully upon the bed. Ah! Deng Xiaofan let out a low groan, his fingers gripping the bedclothes tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He understood that this agony was the potion's way of reinforcing his body. Although the process was harrowing, it was undeniably essential. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure the torment. As time progressed, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality. He could perceive his body growing more robust, his muscles became firmer, his bones denser, and he felt a cleansing sensation wash over him. Is this the sensation of body tempering? Indeed, it is not a pleasant experience. After a refreshing bath, Deng Xiaofan examined himself in the mirror. His skin appeared clearer than before, his belly had vanished, transformed into defined abdominal muscles. He felt an invigorating power coursing through him, his heart brimming with astonishment. And as night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day of body tempering. He sat at the edge of his bed, reflecting on the day's events. He knew he had taken a significant stride on his journey into traditional Chinese medicine. Rising, he approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his line of sight, peculiar points of light continued to twinkle, as if whispering to him that his journey had only just begun. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would toil even harder, striving to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and began chronicling the day's experiences. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he felt ready. As he commenced his documentation, vivid images of potion crafting danced before his eyes, and the faces of the herbs filled his mind. Suddenly, he sensed a significant change within himself, as if his very features had transformed. Chapter 24 of The Awakening of the Senses. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's bed. He awoke from a profound slumber, sensing an unusual aura in the air. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes, ready to embark on a new day. His gaze drifted outside, where the branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently in the breeze. To his astonishment, he discerned the intricate veins of each leaf with remarkable clarity, even catching sight of the feathers of distant birds. His vision seemed to have sharpened, enabling him to perceive an abundance of details. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the kitchen, intent on brewing a cup of tea. The aroma of hot water infusing the tea leaves enveloped him, revealing subtle nuances within the fragrance that he had never before noticed. His sense of smell appeared heightened, allowing him to distinguish more complex flavors. Deng Xiaofan settled down, savoring the tea. He realized that its taste had become richer, even enabling him to detect the soil and climate in which the tea leaves had grown. His palate seemed to have been refined, granting him the ability to appreciate the stories behind the food. Approaching the window, he opened it wide. A symphony of sounds flooded in. He could hear the distant hum of passing vehicles and the gentle rustle of leaves. His hearing had evidently sharpened, allowing him to capture the faintest of sounds. With his eyes closed, Deng Xiaofan reveled in this transformation. It felt as though his body had undergone a metamorphosis, his senses becoming exquisitely attuned. He was uncertain as to how this phenomenon had occurred, yet he instinctively understood that it heralded significant changes in his life. Determined to explore his newfound senses, Deng Xiaofan decided to take a stroll in the park. As he walked along the winding paths, he immersed himself in the surrounding sounds and sensed. He could hear the melodious chirping of birds and even the faint movements of earthworms beneath the ground. The fragrance of distant blossoms wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of evaporating moisture from the soil. Seating himself on a bench, he closed his eyes, allowing his senses to fully embrace the world around him. He felt the caress of the wind, the warmth of the sunlight, and the pulsation of life itself. Suddenly, a faint cry for help pierced through his reverie. His eyes flew open as he searched for the source of the sound. Discovering that it emanated from a corner of the park, he rushed over there. He found a little boy who had fallen to the ground, his knee scraped and bleeding, tears streaming down his cheeks. Deng Xiaofan knelt beside the child, soothing him with gentle words while assessing the injury. "Do not worry, I shall tend to your wound," he spoke in a voice that was both tender and resolute. From his pocket, he retrieved a clean handkerchief, carefully wrapping it around the boy's injury. Gradually, the child's sobs subsided as he gazed up at Deng Xiaofan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, uncle," the boy's voice was sweetly innocent. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head. "No need for thanks, it is my duty to help." He rose to leave, aware that his heightened senses would not only enhance his understanding of the world but also empower him to assist others more effectively. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan returned to his apartment. Sitting at his desk, he began to document the day's experiences. He recognized that his senses had become acutely refined, a development that could open new avenues in his medical practice. He powered on his computer, delving into research on sensory enhancement. Eager to comprehend his transformation and discover methods to further elevate his senses, he immersed himself in his studies, surrounded by intricate charts and illuminated by strange points of light in his mind. Chapter 25 of The Pursuit of Knowledge. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. He awoke early, his heart brimming with anticipation for the new day ahead. Today, he resolved to visit Elder Gui to inquire about the specifics of applying for a master's degree. He adorned himself in a crisp shirt, layered with a dark jacket, simple yet dignified. After ensuring that all necessary documents were meticulously prepared in his backpack, Deng Xiaofan stepped out of his apartment, inhaling the refreshing morning air. He made his way to the bus stop, feeling a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. He understood that this moment would mark a pivotal turning point in his academic journey. The bus navigated through the city streets as Deng Xiaofan gazed silently out the window. His thoughts drifted towards the future, envisioning himself studying traditional Chinese medicine under Elder Gui's esteemed guidance. He recalled Elder Gui's medical prowess, an exquisite blend of tradition and modernity. He yearned to acquire more knowledge, to delve deeper into the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. As the bus gradually came to a halt at the station, Deng Xiaofan rose to his feet and made his way to the door, his steps resolute, his heart filled with determination. Upon entering the esteemed institution where Elder Gui taught, he was enveloped by an atmosphere rich in scholarly pursuit. Strolling down the tree-lined path, he admired the beauty of the campus. Arriving at Elder Gui's office, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Elder Gui's voice resonated from within. Deng Xiaofan pushed the door open, finding Elder Gui seated at his desk, diligently perusing a document. "Good morning, Elder Gui," Deng Xiaofan greeted with a respectful bow. Elder Gui looked up, a warm smile gracing his face upon seeing Deng Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, you've arrived, what brings you here?" Deng Xiaofan approached the desk and articulated his aspirations to apply for a master's program. He elaborated on his motivations and plans, hoping to garner Elder Gui's guidance. After listening attentively, Elder Gui nodded in affirmation. "Xiaofan, your decision is indeed commendable. Our field requires more young individuals to inherit and promote its legacy." He retrieved an application guide from his drawer and handed it to Deng Xiaofan. "Here are the detailed instructions for your application. Please read them carefully. Should you have any queries, feel free to reach out to me anytime." Grateful, Deng Xiaofan accepted the guide. "Thank you, Elder Gui. I will prepare diligently. By the way, can I continue working at the hospital while I prepare for the entrance exam?" Elder Gui chuckled. "Of course, your current hospital is affiliated with our institution, and I serve as the honorary director." "Did your director not inform you?" "Really, no, they did not," Deng Xiaofan replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. "In that case, I shall take my leave for now, and I will return for the group exam." "Very well, go ahead. If you encounter any issues, just call me." "You need not come every time," Elder Gui replied with a smile. As the afternoon sun streamed through the window, it illuminated Deng Xiaofan's desk once more. He sat before it, meticulously studying the application guide provided by Elder Gui. He recognized that the application process would be fraught with challenges, yet he felt prepared. He began to devise a study plan, outlining the subjects and topics requiring revision. Opening his computer, he commenced gathering pertinent study materials. He understood that balancing work and exam preparation would be a lengthy journey, but he was resolute in his readiness. Engaging in his preparatory work, he was surrounded by a plethora of examination materials, his mind brimming with visions of those extraordinary points of light. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's preparations. He sat at his desk, reflecting on the day's experiences. He realized that he had taken yet another firm step on the path of traditional Chinese medicine. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his line of sight, those mesmerizing points of light continued to twinkle, seemingly whispering that his journey had only just commenced. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to becoming Elder Guo's student. Returning to his desk, he resumed his preparations, fully aware that this would be a protracted journey, yet he was unequivocally ready. He commenced his record-keeping, surrounded by a multitude of examination materials. Chapter 26, The Journey of Graduate Examination. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's bed. He stirred from a profound slumber, sensing an unusual aura in the air. Today marked a significant step in his journey to becoming a student of the esteemed Guo Lao, as he prepared to attend the examination at his school. Deng Xiaofan swiftly completed his morning routine and donned a crisp suit. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously adjusted his attire, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that today's examination was not merely a test of his medical skills but also a showcase of his personal image. He picked up his briefcase, containing his examination admission ticket and essential stationery. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his home and embarked on the journey to the school. Upon his arrival at the school, a multitude of candidates had already gathered outside the examination hall. They exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were anxious, others exuded confidence, while a few appeared apprehensive, all their faces reflecting a shared anticipation for the future. Deng Xiaofan located his examination room and, after inhaling deeply, entered. The atmosphere within the hall was tense and solemn, with each candidate fully engrossed in their responses. Taking his seat, Deng Xiaofan's gaze swept across the paper before him. He noticed that the examination content encompassed many of the challenges he had encountered in practice, deepening his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. He began to respond, crafting answers that possessed both depth and breadth, demonstrating his profound comprehension of the field and the significance he placed on practical experience. He recognized that these responses would serve as his stepping stones to becoming Guo Lao's student. After the examination concluded, Deng Xiaofan exited the hall, feeling an unusual lightness in his heart. Confident in his performance, he left the examination room unburdened and carefree. Instead, he made his way to Guo Lao's office. Aware that Guo Lao was supervising the examination that day, he hoped to invite him for dinner as a gesture of respect. He knocked on the door, and Guo Lao's gentle voice beckoned, "Please, come in." Deng Xiaofan entered to find Guo Lao seated behind his desk, a hint of fatigue on his face, yet his eyes remained bright. "I am Deng Xiaofan," he said respectfully. Guo Lao looked up, a smile gracing his lips. "Xiaofan, welcome. How did the examination go?" Deng Xiaofan humbly replied, "I am confident I will pass, but I have reviewed your application materials, and your medical skills show great promise. Are you free tonight? Let us dine together and have a meaningful discussion." A surge of joy filled Deng Xiaofan's heart. He recognized this as Guo Lao's affirmation of him. He promptly responded, "I am free, I would be honored to treat you." That evening, Deng Xiaofan and Guo Lao arrived at a The ambience was refined, with soft lighting that imparted a serene atmosphere. They seated themselves and ordered a selection of simple dishes. As Deng Xiaofan gazed at Guo Lao, he realized this was a rare opportunity for learning. "Xiaofan, your medical skills show great potential, yet I hope you can delve deeper into the essence of traditional Chinese medicine." Guo Lao's voice carried a note of expectation. Deng Xiaofan nodded earnestly. "Guo Lao, I will strive to do so." As they dined, Guo Lao shared a wealth of his experiences and insights, which Deng Xiaofan absorbed with keen interest. He understood that these lessons would become invaluable treasures on his journey. After dinner, Deng Xiaofan escorted Guo Lao back to the school. Standing at the entrance, he watched Guo Lao's figure fade into the night, his heart brimming with gratitude. He turned towards his apartment, yet his mind lingered on Guo Lao's words. He recognized that his path in traditional Chinese medicine was only just beginning, filled with forthcoming challenges. However, taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision that he would diligently work and study, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and he was acutely aware that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared for the road ahead. He commenced his record, envisioning scenes from the examination hall and recalling the questions that had challenged him. Chapter 27 of the longing across the phone line. As the morning sun filtered through the curtains, it cast a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he idly twirled a golden needle in his fingers, yet his thoughts were anchored far away with his family. Resolving to reach out, he decided to call his parents and inquire about their well-being at home. He picked up his phone and dialed the familiar number. After a few rings, his mother's familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Xiaofan, is that you?" Her tone was laced with a hint of surprise. "Mom, it's me. How are you both at home?" Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a trace of longing. "We're all well. Your father has recently taken to planting new flowers in the garden and has been busy tending to them every day," his mother replied, her words imbued with a sense of happiness. A warm surge enveloped Deng Xiaofan's heart. He understood that although his parents seldom verbalized it, they had always been his silent support. "Mom, everything is going smoothly for me in Kyoto," he succinctly shared about his circumstances in the city. "That's wonderful to hear. Take care of yourself out there, don't overexert yourself," his mother advised, her concern evident. Deng Xiaofan nodded, aware that she could not see him, yet he felt the weight of her care. "Mom, I understand. Please take good care of yourselves as well," he replied with a note of resolve. As he ended the call, his heart brimmed with nostalgia for home, yet he recognized the necessity of persevering in Kyoto. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the windows of Deng Xiaofan's apartment. He settled onto the sofa and decided to call Lu Piapiao to inquire about her work in Yangcheng. Dialing her number, her familiar voice soon greeted him. "Xiaofan, what's up?" Lu Piapiao's tone conveyed curiosity. "Piapiao, I just wanted to check in on how you're faring in Yangcheng. Is your work going well?" Deng Xiaofan's voice resonated with concern. "I'm quite well, though things have been a bit hectic lately, but overall, it's going smoothly," she replied, her tone lightening. A sigh of relief escaped Deng Xiaofan. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers inherent in her line of work. "Have you made any progress on the fire case?" He suddenly recalled the incident. "No." Deng Xiaofan nodded, fully aware of Lu Piapiao's exceptional capabilities as a police officer. "Please ensure your safety, and don't hesitate to ask if you need my assistance," he emphasized, his tone unwavering. "Don't worry. I will. You take care of yourself in Kyoto as well." Lu Piapiao's words wrapped around him like a warm embrace. As he hung up, Deng Xiaofan felt a wave of concern for her, yet he trusted in her ability to safeguard herself. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting at his desk, he began to document his experiences and learnings from the day. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. He powered on his computer and commenced his research on traditional Chinese medicine. He was acutely aware that this would be an arduous path, but he was resolute in his commitment. He began his documentation, images of phone calls flashing before his eyes, the faces of his family and Lu Piapiao etched in his mind. He sensed he was on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and a familiar voice emerged from the other end. "Xiaofan, it's me, Old Gua." The tone was grave. "Hello, Old Gua. Is there something you need?" A flicker of unease washed over Deng Xiaofan. "I've heard you've encountered some issues in Kyoto. Do you require my assistance?" Old Gua's voice was laced with concern. A warmth spread through Deng Xiaofan. He realized Old Gua had been quietly watching over him. "Thank you for your concern, Old Gua, but I've managed to resolve everything," Deng Xiaofan replied with determination. As he ended the call, gratitude filled his heart. He understood that no matter where he went, he was never alone in his struggles. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing at the night sky. The peculiar lights twinkled, seemingly whispering to him that his journey was just beginning. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would strive even harder in his work and studies, aiming to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he resumed his documentation, fully aware that this would be a long journey, yet he was resolutely prepared. He embarked on his recording once more, the images of phone calls vividly alive in his mind. Chapter 28. An urgent operation. As Deng Xiaofan was preparing to conduct his routine examination in the ward, a sudden commotion erupted in the hospital lobby. Furrowing his brow, he resolved to investigate the disturbance. He traversed the corridor and entered the lobby, where he found a throng of people gathered, engaged in a heated argument at its center. Approaching a nearby nurse, he inquired, "What is happening?" "Dang doctor, it's a dispute between the gynecology department and a patient's family, who are causing a scene," the nurse replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. Deng Xiaofan nodded, intending to turn away when, suddenly, a piercing scream resonated from the crowd. He glanced back to see a family member of the patient brandishing a knife, violently lunging at the head of the gynecology department. "No!" Deng Xiaofan shouted, dashing toward the scene. The gynecology department head collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his abdomen. Deng Xiaofan swiftly knelt beside him, assessing the injury. His heart raced, yet he compelled himself to maintain composure. "Quick, bring a stretcher," he commanded the bystanders. "Deng doctor, the stretcher is on its way," a nurse responded. Nodding, he recognized the urgency of the situation. He quickly cleared the area of onlookers and positioned the gynecology head onto the stretcher. "Scalpel," he called out to a nearby nurse. The nurse promptly handed him a surgical knife. Without hesitation, Deng Xiaofan made an incision and plunged his hand within, performing manual hemostasis. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, but Deng Xiaofan's focus remained solely on preserving the life of the gynecology head. His movements were rapid yet steady, each press imbued with strength and resolve. Minutes later, the bleeding was finally controlled. Rising to his feet, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, but his heart brimmed with satisfaction. The crowd began to applaud, cheering for Deng Xiaofan's bravery and professionalism. The gynecology head was urgently transported to the operating room. Standing aside, Deng Xiaofan was engulfed in worry. "Deng doctor, you were incredibly brave just now," a nurse approached him, her eyes filled with admiration. Deng Xiaofan smiled faintly, "I merely did what was required of me." However, he noticed some internists whispering and casting disparaging glances in his direction, their faces betraying scorn and skepticism. Does he think he is a miracle worker? How dare he perform surgery in the lobby? Indeed, what if something had gone awry, who would take responsibility? Deng Xiaofan chose to disregard their criticism. He was confident that he had made the right decision. He turned and returned to his office, his mind preoccupied with the events of the day. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the day's experiences. He understood that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet he also recognized that each step marked his growth. Rising from his seat, he exited his office. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, save for the occasional echo of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the night air was exceptionally serene, accompanied only by the chirping of insects and the whisper of a gentle breeze. He settled onto a bench, closing his eyes to savor the tranquility. He realized that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning. He would encounter countless individuals and acquire vast knowledge. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his conviction to uphold his principles and save lives through his medical expertise. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision: he would strive to work and study even harder, elevating his medical skills to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting his work and learning experiences from the day. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. As he commenced his notes, vivid images of surgeries filled his mind, accompanied by the faces of his patients. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Old Gua. Wondering what prompted such a late call, he answered, "Hello, Old Gua, what can I do for you?" "Nothing significant, just checking in on you. I heard about the incident this afternoon, and you handled it commendably. Who taught you that manual hemostasis technique? You performed splendidly. Without you, the head of the gynecology department would have perished." Chapter 29. A return to consultation. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains of the consultation room, they gently illuminated Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he idly toyed with a golden needle, his mind wandering to the day that lay ahead. Today, he would make his rounds, attending to those patients in dire need of his assistance. He donned his white coat, adjusting his attire in the mirror before carefully placing the set of golden needles into his pocket, fully aware that they would serve as his secret weapon. Upon arriving at the hospital, he traversed the corridor and entered the outpatient hall. A considerable number of patients awaited him, their faces etched with the weariness of illness and a profound yearning for health. Deng Xiaofan stepped into the consultation room, commencing his day's work. He meticulously inquired about each patient's condition, employing his golden needles to provide treatment. His touch was gentle yet steady, and each application exuded strength and resolve. Just as he prepared to conclude the morning's consultations, a patient, marked by an array of blemishes, entered the room. The patient's skin bore patches of varying shades, creating a rather alarming appearance. "Dr. Deng, I've been feeling unwell lately, and these spots are multiplying. I'm truly frightened," the patient expressed, a hint of panic in their voice. Deng Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully, observing the patient's spots with keen interest before probing into their symptoms. The patient reported frequent bouts of vomiting and persistent fatigue. Deng Xiaofan extended his hand, gently resting it upon the patient's wrist. His fingers lightly pressed against their pulse, enabling him to perceive not only its rhythm but also the flow of energy within. "The pulse is wiry and slippery, with a deep and tight quality," he murmured to himself, as various potential diagnoses flitted through his mind. He withdrew his hand and scrutinized the patient's tongue, noting a white, greasy coating with indentations along the edges. "You are experiencing a deficiency of spleen and stomach qi compounded by phlegm dampness," Deng Xiaofan declared with unwavering certainty. The patient's eyes brightened. "Dr. Deng, is there truly hope for me?" Deng Xiaofan nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will assist you in your recovery." He opened his computer and began documenting the diagnosis and prescription. He prescribed a concoction that included dried tangerine peel, pinelia, poria, licorice, ginseng, and white atractylodes. Return to procure the ingredients according to this prescription, taking 1 dose daily for 3 consecutive days. Additionally, avoid consuming cold, raw, or spicy foods. His tone carried an air of seriousness. The patient accepted the prescription, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Deng. I shall adhere to your instructions." Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "Go forth. I am confident you will soon find yourself on the path to recovery." After the patient departed, Deng Xiaofan rose and strolled to the window, stretching his limbs. A profound sense of ease washed over him, knowing that his medical skills had once again made a difference in someone's life. As he gazed out at the scenery, his thoughts lingered on the complexity of this particular case. He recognized its intricacies but held steadfast confidence in his judgment. Returning to his seat, he resumed his work, surrounded by a multitude of patient records and the faces of those he had treated. He sensed that he was on the verge of uncovering a significant secret, one that could potentially alter his understanding of the world. In the afternoon, Deng Xiaofan resumed his consultations. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the same patient from the morning, their face adorned with a grateful smile. "Dr. Deng, I followed your prescription, and I feel remarkably better," the patient exclaimed, their voice filled with delight. A wave of joy surged within Deng Xiaofan. He recognized that his treatment had borne fruit. "Continue with the prescribed regimen, and I am certain you will achieve complete recovery," he encouraged warmly. The patient nodded, their eyes reflecting sincere appreciation. At that moment, applause echoed from outside the consultation room. Deng Xiaofan turned to see other patients and their families standing in the doorway, their expressions filled with admiration and gratitude. "Dr. Deng, you are truly remarkable," one patient lauded, their tone imbued with respect. A smile graced Deng Xiaofan's lips. He understood that this honor was well-deserved. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's endeavors. He sat in the chair of the consultation room, reflecting on the experiences of the day. He recognized that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet each moment served as a testament to his growth. He stood, exiting the consultation room. The hospital corridors lay in serene silence, occasionally punctuated by distant footsteps and hushed conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the tranquility of the night enveloped him, accompanied only by the sounds of chirping insects and a gentle breeze. Taking a seat on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the peace that surrounded him. He understood that his journey in Kyoto had only just begun and that he would encounter many more individuals and acquire further knowledge. Yet, he remained resolute in his conviction to uphold his beliefs and utilize his medical expertise to heal. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to intensify his efforts in both work and study, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He recognized that this would be a lengthy journey, but he was prepared to embark on it. He commenced his record, his mind filled with images of patient cases and the faces that had imprinted upon his memory. Chapter 30 of the Dialectical Spark. The morning sun streamed through the crevices of the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle, his mind preoccupied with the impending day. Today, he was to visit the academy where Elder Guo resided, to deliver a lecture for the students there. The tranquility of the morning was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. It was a call from Elder Gua. "Xiaofan, I have a request," was voice bore a hint of anticipation. "Elder Gua, please go ahead," Deng Xiaofan replied with utmost respect. "I wish to invite you to the academy to give a lecture on your experiences in traditional Chinese medicine," was tone carried an undertone of earnestness. Deng Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from Elder Gua. After a brief hesitation, he considered declining, yet Gua's voice resonated with an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. "Elder Gua, I fear I may not do well," Deng Xiaofan expressed with uncertainty. "Xiaofan, I have faith in you. Your experiences and medical skills are invaluable treasures for the students," Gua's words were laced with encouragement. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xiaofan finally nodded. "Very well, Elder Gua, I shall give it a try." Standing on the podium, Deng Xiaofan gazed at the sea of students seated before him. An involuntary wave of nervousness washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his lecture. "Greetings, everyone, I am Deng Xiaofan. Today, I wish to share some of my insights and experiences from my practice in traditional Chinese medicine." His voice resonated within the classroom, calm yet powerful. He began with the fundamental theories of traditional Chinese medicine, elucidating the concepts of yin and yang, and the five elements, alongside their profound impact on human health. Employing vivid metaphors and examples, he proceeded to recount his personal experiences in treating patients, illustrating how he applied traditional Chinese medical principles to resolve real-world issues, and how continuous observation and practice refined his medical skills. Traditional Chinese medicine is not merely a science. It is an art form. It requires us to perceive with our hearts and to pass it on with love. Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a hint of deep emotion. The students listened intently, their eyes brimming with curiosity and interest. Observing their focused expressions, Deng Xiaofan's initial anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of fulfillment and pride. As the lecture neared its conclusion, Deng Xiaofan opened the floor for questions. Students eagerly raised their hands, posing a myriad of inquiries. Deng Xiaofan patiently addressed each one, his smile warm and genuine. Suddenly, a student from the back row stood up, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Doc, I believe it lacks scientific foundation, and many treatment methods have not undergone rigorous scientific validation." The student's voice was tinged with challenge. Deng Xiaofan remained composed, smiling as he nodded. "Your question is quite representative. Indeed, some theories and treatment methods of traditional Chinese medicine may appear somewhat nebulous in the face of modern science. However, I would like to emphasize that traditional Chinese medicine boasts a history of several millennia, during which it has amassed a wealth of clinical experience. In many instances, these experiences have proven effective." He paused briefly before continuing. "For instance, when treating certain chronic ailments, the methods of traditional Chinese medicine often yield results that Western medicine finds challenging to achieve. This is not due to any mystical power of traditional Chinese medicine, but rather because it addresses the body's overall balance, rather than merely focusing on the symptoms." His voice was calm and resolute, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. The students listened in silence, their expressions contemplative. "I do not assert that traditional Chinese medicine is infallible. It possesses its own limitations, yet, I believe we should approach traditional Chinese medicine with an open mind, seeking to understand and learn rather than dismissing it outright." Deng Xiaofan's tone was imbued with hope. The students remained silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. The questioning student also joined in, his eyes reflecting newfound respect. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day of lectures. He sat in his office chair, reflecting on the events of the day. He recognized that every step he took in Kyoto was fraught with challenges, yet each step also bore witness to his growth. Rising from his seat, he exited the office. The corridors of the academy were eerily quiet, save for the occasional sound of footsteps and distant murmurs. He made his way to the garden, where the night enveloped the space in profound stillness, interrupted only by the chirping of insects and the gentle rustle of the breeze. He settled onto a bench, closing his eyes to embrace the tranquility. He understood that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge. However, he also knew that no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and strive to heal through his medical expertise. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work harder and deepen his studies, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his apartment, he he opened his computer to document the day's experiences and learnings. He recognized that this would be a long and arduous journey, yet he felt prepared. He began his reflections, envisioning the scenes from the podium and the faces of the students etched in his memory. Chapter 31 An Academic Invitation. As the final question from the last student was posed, Deng Xiaofan's lecture reached a resounding conclusion. He smiled graciously at the students seated before him, and the applause surged forth like a tidal wave, echoing endlessly. He understood that today's lecture not only disseminated knowledge but also ignited a fervent passion for traditional Chinese medicine among the students. As he gathered his notes, preparing to depart the class, with a mane of silver hair and eyes that reflected profound wisdom, he introduced himself. Dr. Deng, I am Professor Li Ming, a senior faculty member at the academy. The elder's voice was both gentle and commanding. Deng Xiaofan inclined his head respectfully. Greetings, Professor Li. Your lecture was truly remarkable. Your comprehension of traditional Chinese medicine left a lasting impression on me, Professor Li remarked, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Deng Xiaofan humbly smiled. Thank you for your kind words, I merely shared some of my own experiences. Professor Li nodded appreciatively and retrieved a finely crafted invitation from his pocket. Dr. Deng, on behalf of the Academy, I extend an invitation for you to attend the forthcoming Traditional Chinese Medicine Symposium. This is a highly significant event, and we are eager to hear your insights. Deng Xiaofan accepted the invitation with a sense of surprise swelling within him. He had not anticipated being invited to such a prestigious symposium. Professor Li, it is a great honor. However, I must consult with my mentor, Elder Guo, Deng Xiaofan replied, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Professor Li nodded in understanding. Of course, you should discuss it with Elder Guo. I am confident he will support your participation. Upon returning to his office, Deng Xiaofan promptly called Elder Guo. He meticulously recounted the details of the lecture and Professor Li's invitation. Elder Guo, I have been invited to an important traditional Chinese medicine symposium. Do you think I should attend? Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a note of anticipation. Elder Guo remained silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Xiaofan, this is an excellent opportunity, you should go. But I worry, only through continuous learning and communication can you grow more swiftly. Elder Guo's voice resonated with encouragement. Deng Xiaofan nodded, recognizing the truth in Elder Guo's words. Taking a deep breath, he declared, very well, Elder Guo, I will attend. Elder Guo smiled with satisfaction. I have faith in you, Xiaofan. You will excel. Thank you for your trust, Elder Guo, Deng Xiaofan replied modestly. After ending the call, Deng Xiaofan felt a surge of gratitude. He knew that Elder Guo's support was his greatest motivator. In the days that followed, Deng Xiaofan commenced preparations for the symposium. He diligently researched a wealth of materials, organizing his thoughts and arguments. He recognized that this gathering would serve as a crucial platform for him to present his philosophy of traditional Chinese medicine. He delved into the contemporary applications of traditional Chinese medicine, exploring ways to integrate traditional practices with modern medical approaches. He aspired to offer constructive suggestions at the symposium that would contribute to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. He also began contemplating how to engage with other experts during the conference, eager to learn from their wealth of knowledge. He understood that this symposium would mark a pivotal turning point in his life. As the date of the conference drew near, Deng Xiaofan's anxiety began to mount. He was acutely aware that this would be a vital opportunity to showcase his medical expertise, as well as a precious chance for personal growth. Standing before the mirror, he adjusted his attire, then picked up his briefcase, filled with his notes and materials. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his home, embarking on his journey to the conference center. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day of preparation. Seated at his desk, he reflected on the impending symposium, recognizing it as a significant moment in his life. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his line of sight, the peculiar points of light continued to twinkle, seemingly conveying that his journey was just beginning. Inhaling deeply, he made a resolute decision. He would give his utmost to deliver an outstanding performance at the symposium. Returning to his desk, he resumed his preparations. He understood that this would be a lengthy journey, but he felt ready. He began documenting his thoughts, envisioning the pages of his notes and the faces of the experts that would soon surround him. Chapter 32 The Waves of Innovation. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle in his hand, yet his mind was preoccupied with the day that lay ahead. Today, he was to attend an important seminar on traditional Chinese medicine, where he would unveil a novel therapeutic approach. He recognized that this was a significant opportunity to showcase his medical skills, as well as a precious chance for personal growth and learning. Taking a deep breath, he began to organize his notes and materials, hoping that his proposal would earn the recognition of his peers, and aspiring to contribute meaningfully to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. He powered on his computer and meticulously reviewed his research data and case analyses once more. His treatment method intertwined traditional Chinese medical theories with modern medical technologies, and he firmly believed that this approach could significantly enhance therapeutic outcomes while alleviating patient suffering. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, observing the streets outside as they gradually came to life with activity. He understood that his journey was merely at its inception. Challenges awaited him, yet he felt well prepared. Upon arriving at the conference center, Deng Xiaofan found himself amidst a gathering of esteemed experts and scholars from the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. They engaged in clusters of conversation or sat in solitary contemplation, each countenance reflecting anticipation for the impending seminar. Finding his designated seat, he settled in, keenly observing his surroundings. He noted many experts passionately discussing the latest advancements in Chinese medicine, their expressions imbued with excitement and hope. As the seminar commenced, the host took the stage to deliver an opening address, subsequently inviting several seasoned scholars to share their insights. They presented their latest research findings in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, eliciting rounds of applause from the audience. Deng Xiaofan listened intently, his heart swelling with admiration. He recognized the profound significance of these experts' contributions to the evolution of Chinese medicine, and their wealth of experience and knowledge represented a valuable reservoir from which he could learn. At long last, it was Deng Xiaofan's turn to take the stage. Drawing a deep breath, he ascended to the podium, his gaze sweeping over the audience. He perceived expressions of anticipation, curiosity, and even skepticism. Distinguished experts, greetings. I am Deng Xiaofan, and today I wish to share with you a new therapeutic approach in traditional Chinese medicine. His voice resonated with calm authority. He proceeded to elaborate on his treatment method, detailing its theoretical underpinnings, practical applications, and clinical case studies. His articulation was clear, his reasoning impeccable, and his eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. The audience began to murmur among themselves, displaying a keen interest in Deng Xiaofan's innovative approach. Some nodded in approval, while others posed questions. Deng Xiaofan patiently addressed each inquiry, his explanations thorough and professional, his gaze steadfastly radiating confidence. As he concluded his presentation, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The experts expressed high regard for his method, recognizing its vast potential for application. Descending from the podium, Deng Xiaofan felt a sense of fulfillment and pride swell within him. He understood that his proposal had made a significant impact, and his efforts had borne fruit. After the seminar, Deng Xiaofan found himself surrounded by a group of experts, all eager to congratulate him and express their keen interest in his treatment method. With humility, he responded, his heart brimming with gratitude. That evening, the conference organizers hosted a celebratory banquet. Seated at the table, an array of delectable dishes lay before him, yet his thoughts remained tethered to the day's seminar. He realized that today's success was merely a beginning. His treatment method required further practice and validation. Rising from his seat, he wandered to the window, gazing at the night sky. In his view, the peculiar points of light continued to twinkle, as if whispering to him that his journey had only just commenced. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would strive even harder in his work and studies, determined to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he felt ready. He commenced his record, envisioning the scenes from the podium, the faces of the experts etched in his mind. He sensed he was inching closer to a grand secret, one that could potentially transform his understanding of the world. Chapter 33 A New Discoveries in the ward. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow beside Deng Xiaofan's bed. Awakening from a deep slumber, he rubbed his eyes and swiftly donned his attire, ready to embark on another day of responsibilities. As a physician, he understood that each day could usher in new challenges and opportunities. Upon arriving at the hospital, Deng Xiaofan changed into his white coat and commenced his daily rounds. He traversed familiar corridors, greeting each patient and assessing their recovery. His eyes radiated warmth and compassion, while his words were imbued with encouragement and support. As he passed the oncology ward, Deng Xiaofan heard a voice tinged with dissatisfaction and anxiety. He halted, turning towards the source of the sound. A middle-aged man lay in bed, pallid and visibly troubled. Why am I seeing a Western doctor yet placed in the traditional Chinese medicine department? Moreover, no surgery has been arranged for me. It said that I have stomach cancer. This could be fatal. The man's voice trembled with apprehension. Moved by the man's distress, Deng Xiaofan resolved to investigate further. Entering the room, he noticed that the attending physician was a young doctor he did not recognize. He gently knocked on the door and stepped inside. Greetings, I am Deng Xiaofan, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. He introduced himself with a smile. Would it be convenient for me to take your pulse? I assure you it will not take long. The patient regarded Deng Xiaofan with a hint of skepticism, yet ultimately extended his hand. Deng Xiaofan delicately placed his fingers on the man's wrist, attentively feeling for the pulse. His touch was gentle yet firm, allowing him to perceive not only the rhythm of the patient's heartbeat but also the flow of qi and blood within. After a few minutes, Deng Xiaofan gradually lifted his gaze, a serious expression in his eyes. Do you experience a sense? These are indicative of spleen and stomach qi deficiency. Rising, he gently patted the patient's shoulder. I will speak with your attending physician to arrange a new prescription for you. Would that be acceptable? A glimmer of hope flickered in the patient's eyes. So, I really need surgery? Deng Xiaofan nodded reassuringly. We have numerous methods in traditional Chinese medicine to regulate the body and enhance immunity. I will do my utmost to assist you. He then approached the attending physician to discuss the case of the stomach cancer patient, requesting a revised prescription comprising ingredients such as Codonopsis, Poria, Atractylodes, Chinpai, Qingbanxia, Astragalus, Borneal, Scorpion, Centipede, Gingerstone, and Walanzi, with modifications for various conditions. Please expedite the arrangements. The dosage should be 1 dose daily. Upon improvement and stabilization of symptoms, it can be reduced to every other day or as needed, he instructed. The attending physician replied, Understood, Dr. Deng. I will arrange this immediately. Thank you for your efforts. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the discoveries he had made that day. He recognized that the patient's condition was complex, yet he also saw the potential for healing through traditional Chinese medicine. Rising from his seat, he exited the office. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the nighttime tranquility enveloped him, accompanied solely by the sounds of chirping insects and a gentle breeze. Sitting on a bench, he closed his eyes, fully embracing the serenity. He understood that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning. He would encounter more individuals and acquire a wealth of knowledge. However, he was resolute that no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and utilize his medical expertise to save lives. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would dedicate himself to working harder and learning more, striving to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and insights. He knew this would be a long journey, but he felt prepared. As he began his record, vivid images of the wards and the faces of his patients filled his mind. Chapter 34. In urgent summons, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in Deng Xiaofan's bedroom. He was blissfully immersed in slumber when, suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he reached for his mobile device resting on the nightstand, the screen illuminating with the familiar number of Old Gua. Old Gua, what brings you to call so early? Deng Xiaofan's voice carried a hint of drowsiness. Xiaofan, hurry downstairs. A patient requires your immediate attention. Old Gua's tone was laced with urgency. Instantly alert, Deng Xiaofan wasted no time in questioning further. He sprang from his bed, swiftly donning his clothes with practiced ease, brushing his teeth and washing his face in a matter of moments before bolting out the door. Upon descending, he spotted Old Gua's car already parked below. He swiftly entered the vehicle, and with a firm press on the accelerator, Old Gua drove off like an arrow released from a bow. The car sped along the road, and Deng Xiaofan gripped the handrail tightly, acutely aware of the rapid pace, as if racing against time itself. Old Gua, must we be in such a rush? Deng Xiaofan's voice bore a tinge of apprehension. The elder of that prominent family is nearing his end. Time is of the essence, old Guo replied with a serious undertone. A knot formed in Deng Xiaofan's stomach. He understood the gravity of the situation at hand. Drawing in a deep breath, he forced himself to remain composed, steeling himself for the impending challenge. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of an opulent villa. Before he could catch his breath, Deng Xiaofan was pulled from the car by old Guo, who hurried him into the estate. Inside, a cluster of doctors surrounded the bed of an elderly gentleman, engaged in fervent discussion. Old Guo led Deng Xiaofan forward, introducing him to the distinguished family. "This is Deng Xiaofan, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine at our hospital. I have specifically brought him to treat the elder." Old Guo's voice brimmed with hope. The doctors murmured amongst themselves, skepticism evident in their hushed tones. "A young practitioner like him is merely here for show?" Doubt flickered in the elder's gaze as he scrutinized Deng Xiaofan, clearly unconvinced of his abilities. Just as old Guo was about to offer further clarification, Deng Xiaofan interjected, "Old Guo, if Mr.Li wishes for me to treat the elder, I shall certainly do so. If Mr.Li harbors doubts regarding my competence, we shall not impose further on the other doctors. Let us depart, old Guo." Deng Xiaofan's voice was calm yet resolute, his eyes reflecting a quiet confidence that he understood that he must substantiate his worth through action, not mere words. A glimmer of surprise crossed the elder's face. He had not anticipated such forthrightness from Deng Xiaofan. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity, and if you can restore my father's health, I will be most grateful." Deng Xiaofan nodded, refraining from further commentary as he approached the elder's bedside. He began to take the elder's pulse, his touch gentle yet steady, his focus unwavering. The condition was more severe than he had anticipated, yet he refused to yield. "Remove the medical apparatus from the elder, and everyone else please step outside. No one may enter until I leave. Any unauthorized intrusion will bear consequences." The surrounding doctors exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the young practitioner's audacity. Could he truly possess such remarkable skill? A physician interjected, "The elder's condition is quite frail, he cannot withstand any extensive treatment. Your input is unnecessary. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I kindly ask you to vacate the premises, as I must begin my treatment." "Thank you." Once the room was cleared, he stood at the foot of the elder's bed, retrieved his gold needle case, and, shedding his outer garments, summoned his chi to wield the needles, employing the Ghost Gate 13 needles technique. Half an hour later, Deng Xiaofan emerged, fatigued, as the gathered crowd pressed forward, eager to ascertain the elder's current state. To their astonishment, the elder's condition had begun to improve. His breathing steadied and color returned to his face. How is this possible?" one doctor gasped in disbelief. Deng Xiaofan offered no response. He understood that his capabilities had spoken for themselves. Rising to his feet, he gently wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The elder's son regarded Deng Xiaofan with gratitude in his eyes. "Dr. Deng, thank you. On behalf of my entire family, I express our deepest appreciation." Deng Xiaofan smiled modestly, shaking his head, "There is no need for thanks. The elder's condition was dire, and I merely helped to prolong his life." How long can my father endure?" Mr.Li inquired anxiously. Deng Xiaofan weakly extended 3 fingers. 3 months, please ensure that your family returns home. If work obligations prevent you from being with the elder, make time to be with him. In essence, he has 3 months left. It is imperative that you organize family visits during this time. The elder will experience no pain or discomfort in these remaining days, and you may take him out for short excursions. That is all I can offer. I apologize for the intrusion today, old Guo. Let us depart." As night fell, Deng Xiaofan returned from the Li residence. He settled into a reclining chair in his rented room, reflecting on the day's medical intervention. He recognized that every step he took in the capital was fraught with challenges, yet each step also marked a testament to his growth. Rising to his feet, he stepped out onto the balcony. The melodious songs of birds and the fragrant blooms enveloped him in tranquility. Uncertain of how long he would remain in this place, perhaps a few days, perhaps much longer, he felt a pang of concern for his parents back in Yangcheng, and but he was acutely aware that his journey in the capital had only just begun. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge, and nonetheless, he resolved that no matter where he traveled, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs, using his medical skills to heal others. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision that he would devote himself to diligent study and hard work, striving to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Returning to his room, he opened his computer and began documenting the process of treating the elder using the Ghost Gate 13 needles technique. He understood the significance of this moment. He commenced his record, envisioning the myriad hospital scenes and the faces of his patients dancing in his mind. Chapter 35 Rescue amidst the ruins. As the early morning sun gently illuminated the streets of Kyoto, Deng Xiaofan was preparing to embark on another day of work. Suddenly, the piercing ring of a telephone shattered the tranquility of the dawn. "Dr. Deng, we have an emergency. A building under construction on the outskirts of Kyoto has suddenly collapsed, and we require the entire team for rescue." The anxious voice of the hospital director resonated on the other end of the line. A sense of urgency gripped Deng Xiaofan's heart as he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his white coat, seized his medical bag, and rushed out the door. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found his colleagues already equipped and ready for action. The director stood at the forefront of the assembly, his expression grave. "Everyone, this incident is extremely serious. We must give it our all." Deng Xiaofan nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. He understood that this rescue mission would be a race against time. Deng Xiaofan, alongside other medical personnel, swiftly made their way to the scene of the disaster. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the harrowing sight before him. The once formidable structure had crumbled into a mass of debris, steel and concrete mingling with dust, scattered haphazardly. The air was filled with anguished cries, as injured workers and passers-by lay trapped beneath the wreckage. A profound sense of urgency surged within him as he immediately joined the rescue team, digging through the ruins in search of survivors. They excavated with their hands and pried open heavy concrete slabs with tools. Each discovery of a survivor felt like a battle against death itself. "Doctor, there's someone here, bleeding uncontrollably." A nurse's voice suddenly called out from nearby. Deng Xiaofan promptly abandoned his current task and hurried over. He found a middle-aged man lying on the ground, his leg impaled by rebar, blood gushing from the wound. Without delay, he opened his acupuncture kit and retrieved sterilized silver needles. His gaze was focused and calm, his fingers steady and strong. He swiftly applied needles to several acupressure points on the man, the silver needles penetrating with precision. Within minutes, the man's bleeding significantly slowed, eventually ceasing completely. Surrounding nurses and doctors gazed at Deng Xiaofan in astonishment, taken aback by the vital role traditional Chinese acupuncture could play in emergency care. Deng Xiaofan, however, had no time to dwell on their surprise. He was acutely aware that more injured individuals awaited his assistance. Rising to his feet, he prepared to continue the rescue efforts. As night fell, the rescue operations persisted. Deng Xiaofan and his fellow medical personnel had been working tirelessly for hours. Their bodies weary, yet their spirits unwavering. They illuminated the debris with flashlights, continuing their search for every possible survivor. Each sign of life ignited their resolve, as they exerted every effort to extricate those trapped. Deng Xiaofan navigated the ruins, silver needles in hand, ever ready to staunch the flow of blood for the wounded. His silhouette appeared resolute against the backdrop of night, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. He understood that this rescue was not merely a race against time, but rather a confrontation with death itself. He could not abandon any soul, he was determined to safeguard each injured spirit through his medical expertise. In the deep of night, the rescue efforts finally reached a temporary pause. Deng Xiaofan sat upon a stone beside the rubble, his body coated in dust, his hands marred with scars. Yet, his heart brimmed with satisfaction and pride. He gazed up at the night sky, where stars twinkled as if applauding his heroic endeavors of the day. He realized that, despite the challenges faced, he had saved countless lives through his medical skills. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would strive even harder in his work and studies, aspiring to elevate his medical proficiency to new heights. Returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and lessons learned. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. He commenced his recording, the images of the ruins vivid before his eyes, the faces of the injured etched indelibly in his mind. Chapter 36 Vision for a new department. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle in his hand, while his mind pondered a momentous decision. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to present a bold idea to the dean, establishing an independent department primarily focused on traditional Chinese medicine, complemented by Western medicine. He was acutely aware that this notion might encounter substantial resistance, yet he firmly believed that such a department could offer comprehensive medical services to a greater number of patients. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to face the challenges that lay ahead. As Deng Xiaofan entered the dean's office, he found the dean engrossed in perusing several documents. Upon noticing Xiaofan's arrival, the dean looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. "Xiaofan, what brings you here?" he inquired, setting aside the papers in his hands. Xiaofan inhaled deeply, articulating his vision for the establishment of a new department. He meticulously expounded on his motivations and plans, hopeful for the dean's endorsement. The dean, after listening intently, did not respond immediately but instead fell into contemplation. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his gaze, yet it was tempered by caution. "Xiaofan, your idea is indeed innovative, but you must understand that launching a new department necessitates considerable resources and manpower," the dean replied, his voice tinged with hesitation. Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the validity of the dean's concerns. He continued, "Dean, I firmly believe that through the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, we can offer our patients a more holistic treatment approach. Furthermore, this department would not be limited to addressing specific ailments but would cater to all patients in need of assistance." A spark of interest ignited in the dean's eyes as he rose and began to pace within the office. He was aware of Xiaofan's exceptional medical skills and his profound passion for traditional Chinese medicine. "Xiaofan, I am inclined to support your vision, but we must formulate a detailed plan and secure the approval of the hospital board." A wave of warmth surged through Xiaofan's heart. He knew that the dean's backing was pivotal to the realization of his idea. In the ensuing days, Xiaofan diligently began crafting a comprehensive plan. He researched similar medical institutions, both domestically and abroad, analyzing their successes and the challenges they faced. He understood that his department needed to possess unique characteristics, capable of offering services unattainable by existing departments. He commenced conceptualizing the department's name, structure, staffing, and operational model. His aspiration was for this department to become a paragon of integration between Chinese and Western medicine, providing patients with comprehensive services ranging from prevention to treatment. He meticulously compiled his thoughts into a detailed report, which he submitted to the dean. After reviewing it, the dean expressed his satisfaction and agreed to present the report to the hospital board. As night descended, Xiaofan concluded a day of labor. Sitting at his desk, he reflected on the day's progress. He recognized that his proposal was merely the initial step. There remained a multitude of tasks ahead. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing into the night sky. Before him, the twinkling celestial bodies seemed to whisper that his journey was just beginning. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to making this department a reality. Returning to his desk, he resumed his preparations, fully aware that this would be a lengthy journey, yet he felt ready. He began documenting his thoughts, envisioning the plans laid before him and the faces of the patients in his mind. As he prepared for the establishment of the new department, he considered enlisting 2 or 3 interns, believing that would suffice for the initial launch. Chapter 37 The budding of new beginnings. As the morning sun streamed through the curtains, it cast a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he idly toyed with a gold needle, yet his mind was preoccupied with the preparations for the new department. After days of diligent effort, the framework of the department had begun to take shape, but the allocation of personnel remained a formidable challenge. He understood that for the department to truly fulfill its potential, it was imperative to assemble a competent team. Rising to his feet, he approached the window and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, imbued with anticipation for the future. He believed that as long as he remained steadfast in his convictions, he would undoubtedly discover the right talents. Deng Xiaofan made his way to the hospital, heading straight for the director's office. He required the director's support to facilitate the recruitment of suitable candidates throughout the institution. "Xiaofan, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to discuss the new department with you," the director remarked, his tone tinged with gravity. Deng Xiaofan nodded, aware that the director had sensed the difficulties encountered during the preparatory phase. "Director, I wish to recruit some promising young individuals across the hospital. They may be interns or recent graduates," Deng Xiaofan asserted with determination in his voice. The director pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall endorse your decision. However, Xiaofan, you must recognize that the success or failure of this department will reflect upon your reputation. You must proceed with caution. A wave of warmth surged within Deng Xiaofan. He understood that the director's words were both a concern and a reminder. Rest assured, director, I will give it my utmost effort, he replied with unwavering resolve. A few days later, two interns joined Deng Xiaofan's new department. Both were students of the esteemed Guo Lao. One was a young man named Li Ming, skilled in acupuncture and bone setting, while the other was a young woman named Zhang Wei, adept in the integration of herbal applications. Freshly graduated from the traditional Chinese medicine academy, they brimmed with enthusiasm for their craft. Observing them, Deng Xiaofan felt a surge of optimism that he recognized that despite their youth, their potential was boundless, perfectly aligning with his departmental vision. Welcome to our team, Deng Xiaofan said with a smile. I believe you will learn and grow immensely here. Li Ming and Zhang Wei nodded, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Deng Xiaofan began to assign their responsibilities, entrusting Li Ming with acupuncture and bone-setting treatments, while Zhang Wei would manage the herbal prescriptions for hospitalized patients. He was confident that their expertise would infuse the department with renewed vigor. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the day's progress. He realized that although the journey of establishing the new department had been fraught with challenges, they had now taken a significant step forward. He stood up and exited the office. The hospital corridor was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the nighttime tranquility enveloped him, accompanied solely by the chirping of insects and the gentle whisper of the breeze. Sitting on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring this moment of serenity. He understood that his journey in Kyoto had only just begun. He would encounter many more individuals and acquire vast reservoirs of knowledge. Yet, he also knew that no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly adhere to his beliefs and employ his medical skills to heal others. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolution. He would strive even harder in his work and studies, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began recording the day's experiences and learnings. He recognized that this would be a long journey, but he was ready. He commenced his documentation, envisioning the scenes of the new department and the faces of the interns that had just joined. The next challenge lay in guiding the interns through patient consultations. Chapter 38 Enigmas and Challenges. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, cascading onto Deng Xiaofan's desk. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the imminent challenges his new department would face. The day prior, he had received a particularly intricate case. The patient's symptoms were so convoluted that even seasoned Western medical experts were at a loss. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He believed that as long as he remained steadfast in his convictions, he would undoubtedly uncover. Clad in a neatly tailored suit, he adjusted his attire before the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that this task might present unprecedented challenges. Grasping his briefcase, which contained his notebook and essential stationery. Inside, two interns, Li Ming and Zhang Wei, were already engrossed in their tasks. Upon seeing Deng Xiaofan enter, they promptly approached him. Dr. Deng, you have arrived. Li Ming's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Deng Xiaofan nodded, aware that they too shared concerns regarding the case. He opened the medical records and meticulously reviewed the patient's history and examination reports. The patient's condition was indeed intricate, encompassing both gastrointestinal. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Let us first analyze this case from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine. He began to elucidate the patient's pulse and tongue diagnosis, along with the potential pathological changes underlying these signs. His explanation was clear and logical, captivating the two interns' attention. We can attempt to employ traditional Chinese methods to regulate the patient's body, enhance his immune response, and alleviate. Li Ming and Zhang Wei nodded, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Deng Xiaofan commenced formulating a treatment plan for the patient. He decided to initiate acupuncture to stimulate the patient's acupoints, harmonizing the flow of qi and blood, followed by herbal medicine to regulate the patient's internal organ function. He assigned Li Ming the task of acupuncture while Zhang Wei would handle the preparation of the herbal remedies. Their movements were swift and precise, adhering strictly to Deng Xiaofan's directives. As the treatment progressed, the patient's symptoms began to gradually subside, his complexion started to regain its rosy hue, and his breathing became steadier. Days later, the patient's examination results revealed a marked improvement in his overall condition. This news swiftly circulated throughout the hospital, earning Deng Xiaofan great respect from his fellow doctors and nurses. They began to recognize the irreplaceable role of traditional Chinese medicine within the realm of modern healthcare. Deng Xiaofan felt a profound sense of satisfaction and pride swell within him. He understood that the success of this case not only garnered prestige for the department but also illuminated his own medical prowess. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. He sat in his office chair, reflecting on the day's treatment process. Although today's efforts had been fruitful, he was acutely aware that the complexity of this case far exceeded his initial expectations. Rising from his seat, he exited the office. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the nighttime ambience was exceptionally tranquil, accompanied solely by the sounds of chirping insects and a gentle breeze. He settled onto a bench, closed his eyes, and embraced the serenity surrounding him. He recognized that his journey in Kyoto had only just begun. He would encounter many more individuals and acquire additional knowledge. However, he knew that regardless of where he ventured, he would steadfastly adhere to his beliefs and strive to heal through his medical expertise. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work and study even harder, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began chronicling the day's experiences and learnings. He understood that this would be a lengthy journey, yet he felt prepared. He commenced his documentation, envisioning the scenes of treatment before him and recalling the faces of those patients. He realized he was drawing closer to a profound secret, one that could potentially alter his understanding. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and a familiar voice resonated on the other end. "Dr. Deng, it is I, Old Gua." The tone conveyed a hint of seriousness. "Old Gua, is there something you need?" A sense of unease surged within Deng Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, I have heard about your treatment of an exceptionally complex case today." Old Gua's voice was laced with admiration. Deng Xiaofan nodded. "Yes, Old Gua, we have made some progress using traditional Chinese methods." After a brief silence, Old Gua slowly continued, "Xiaofan, I have a request. Tomorrow, I would like you to come to my office." Deng Xiaofan's heart raced. He was uncertain of the nature of Old Gua's request, but he understood it was bound to be an important task. "Certainly, Old Gua, I will be there tomorrow," Deng Xiaofan replied, his voice imbued with determination. After ending the call, he felt a surge of anticipation and curiosity. He knew that tomorrow would herald a brand new beginning. Chapter 39. The first consultation. Today, he would accompany Elder Guo and lead his team to a remote mountainous region to provide medical services for the local patients. He rose from his seat and approached the window, inhaling a deep breath of fresh air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that as long as he remained steadfast in his convictions, he could confront any challenge that lay ahead. He donned a neat outfit suitable for outdoor work, adjusting his attire in front of the mirror to ensure every detail was impeccable. He understood that this medical expedition would not only test his skills as a physician but also his capabilities as a leader. He picked up his backpack, filled with medical instruments and essential medications. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his home and embarked on his journey to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Elder Guo already waiting in the lobby. The elder's expression bore a hint of gravity, and as he spotted Xiaofan, he approached him eagerly. "Xiaofan, you have arrived." Elder Guo's voice carried an undertone of expectation. Xiaofan nodded, sensing the unusual tension in Elder Guo's tone. Elder Guo nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the members of Xiaofan's team. Li Ming and Zhang Wei were both clad in professional outdoor attire, their faces reflecting a mixture of anxiety and excitement. "Very well, let us set off," Elder Guo declared with a note of determination. The team members boarded the hospital's ambulance, which gradually pulled away, heading towards the mountainous terrain. Inside the vehicle, Xiaofan gazed through the window as the scenery outside transformed into rugged landscapes. As the vehicle traversed the winding mountain roads, the jostling motion caused a slight discomfort for Xiaofan. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths, attempting to acclimate to the bumpy ride. He knew this was merely the beginning, the challenges ahead would be even more formidable. He opened his backpack to inspect his medical tools, ensuring that everything was in readiness. He understood that the patients they were about to encounter might suffer from a myriad of ailments, and he must be thoroughly prepared. Finally, the vehicle reached its destination, a remote mountain village. The villagers had gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Xiaofan stepped out of the vehicle and scanned the faces of the villagers, recognizing the glimmers of expectation and hope in their eyes. Elder Guo approached and began conversing with the village chief, while Xiaofan, along with Li Ming and Zhang Wei, commenced the setup of a temporary medical station. Their movements were swift and orderly, and soon everything was prepared. The first patient was an elderly gentleman, his face lined with wrinkles and his eyes reflecting a hint of pain. Xiaofan approached him to conduct an examination. The old man's condition was complex. He had heart issues coupled with severe arthritis. Xiaofan attentively listened to the elder's description before employing his golden needle technique to commence treatment. His touch was gentle yet steady. Each insertion, he felt the flow of energy within the old man begin to shift, the obstructed meridians gradually releasing. As time passed, the elderly gentleman's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and his breathing steadied. Xiaofan rose, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet his heart swelled with satisfaction. The villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment and gratitude as they witnessed the transformation. They began to applaud, expressing immense reverence for Xiaofan's medical prowess. Xiaofan smiled and nodded, knowing that this was merely the inception of their endeavors. He stood ready to receive the next patient. As night descended, Xiaofan and his team concluded their day's work. In the makeshift medical station, they began to reflect on the day's events. Elder Guo sat among them, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Xiaofan, you and your team performed admirably today." Elder Guo's voice resonated with appreciation. Xiaofan nodded, his heart filled with fulfillment and pride. He recognized that although the day had been arduous, they had successfully aided many who were in need. He rose and stepped outside the medical station. The mountain village was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, the only sounds being the chirping of insects and the whisper of the gentle breeze. He seated himself upon a stone, closing his eyes to savor the serenity. He understood that his journey in the medical field had only just begun, and he would encounter many more individuals and acquire further knowledge along the way. Chapter 40: A Fusion of East and West. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the tent, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. He stood at the entrance of the tent, stretching languidly, yet his mind was preoccupied with a significant decision. After days of relentless practice, he had come to recognize the profound importance of integrating Western and traditional Chinese medicine. He resolved to propose an initiative to Elder Guo to augment their team with a Western physician, thereby enhancing their ability to serve patients. Rising to his feet, he approached the window and inhaled a deep breath of crisp air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that as long as he adhered to his convictions, he could surmount any challenge. Draping his white coat over his shoulders, he meticulously adjusted his attire in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He was aware that his suggestion might encounter some resistance, yet he also trusted in Elder Guo's open-mindedness and wisdom. Grasping his briefcase, which contained his notebook and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and made his way toward Elder Guo's tent. When Deng Xiaofan arrived at Elder Guo's tent, he found the elder already awake and awaiting him. A gentle smile adorned Elder Guo's face as he approached Deng Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, you have arrived," Elder Guo remarked, his voice imbued with a hint of expectation. Deng Xiaofan nodded, sensing an unusual lightness in Elder Guo's tone. "Elder Guo, I wish to discuss the development of our team." Deng Xiaofan's voice resonated with determination. Elder Guo gestured for Deng Xiaofan to take a seat. Attentively listening to his proposal, Deng Xiaofan elaborated on his perspective regarding the integration of Eastern and Western medicine and the significance of incorporating a Western physician into their team. After Deng Xiaofan concluded, Elder Guo did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. His gaze reflected appreciation, yet it was tempered with caution. Xiaofan, your idea is quite innovative, but you must understand that the amalgamation of Eastern and Western medicine is not a straightforward endeavor, Elder Guo replied, a trace of hesitation in his voice. Deng Xiaofan nodded, recognizing the validity of Elder Guo's concerns. He continued, Elder Guo, I am confident that through our concerted efforts, we can overcome these challenges. Our ultimate goal is to provide the best medical care for our patients, and the integration of Eastern and Western medicine is undoubtedly the most effective means to achieve this. Elder Guo remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, very well, I concur with your suggestion. However, we must devise a detailed plan to ensure the seamless integration of Eastern and Western medicine. A wave of warmth surged within Deng Xiaofan. He understood that Elder Guo's support was pivotal to the realization of his vision. In the ensuing days, Deng Xiaofan began his search for a suitable Western physician to join their team. Elder Guo also recommended several relatively fitting candidates, and after interviewing numerous applicants, they ultimately selected a young Western medical doctor named Lin Feng. Lin Feng possessed a keen interest in the integration of Eastern and Western medicine, and his expertise and clinical experience were exceptional. Deng Xiaofan introduced Lin Feng to the team, presenting him as their new member. Li Ming and Zhang Wei welcomed Lin Feng with enthusiasm, their eyes reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng, and I am delighted to join this team, Lin Feng stated, his voice brimming with excitement. Welcome, Lin Feng. I am Deng Xiaofan, the team leader. I formed this group to explore the integration of Eastern and Western medicine. I must clarify that our approach will prioritize traditional Chinese medicine, with Western medicine serving as a complementary aspect. Elder Guo should have briefed you on this. Are you amenable to this arrangement? If not, now is the time to step back, as we require someone who can embrace traditional Chinese medicine. Collaborating with someone who dismisses it would only lead to unnecessary discord, as you can surely understand, Deng Xiaofan articulated solemnly. I will adhere to the team leader's arrangements. I harbor no aversion to traditional Chinese medicine. Had I not majored in Western medicine, I might have pursued traditional Chinese medicine instead. My father's life was saved by an esteemed traditional Chinese physician. How could I possibly disdain it? The continued existence of traditional Chinese medicine attests to its enduring value, and it is a national treasure that must not be forsaken. Deng Xiaofan was thoroughly satisfied with Lin Feng's response and promptly assigned him responsibilities, entrusting him with the diagnosis and treatment aspects of Western medicine, while collaborating closely with Li Ming and Zhang Wei to provide optimal medical services for their patients. Lin Feng rapidly acclimated to the team, infusing it with newfound vitality through his expertise and clinical experience. Observing the team's synergy, Deng Xiaofan felt a profound sense of fulfillment and pride. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Seated in his office chair, he reflected upon the day's advancements. He understood that while some progress had been made today, the path toward the integration of Eastern and Western medicine remained fraught with challenges. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside the tent. The area beyond was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of leaves. He settled onto a stone in a secluded corner, enveloped by the serene ambience of the night, accompanied solely by the sounds of chirping insects and the gentle breeze. Relishing this tranquility, he recognized that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his commitment to uphold his beliefs and utilize his Taking a deep breath, he arrived at a decision that he would strive diligently to enhance his medical expertise, aspiring to reach new heights. Returning to his tent, he opened his computer and commenced documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He understood that this journey would be long, yet he was prepared. He began his record, envisioning scenes of team collaboration and recalling the faces of patients in his mind. Suddenly, Elder Guo emerged from the tent, calling out, "Everyone, please come out for a moment. We have nearly wrapped things up here. The follow-up will be handled by others. Our main team need not remain. We shall return first thing tomorrow morning." A chorus of cheers erupted in response, and Deng Xiaofan smiled faintly as he turned back toward his tent, ready to embrace the arrival of a new day. Chapter 41: The Contest of Wisdom. Today, he would encounter the skepticism of a seasoned Western physician as he advocates for the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine within his team. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and inhaled a breath of fresh air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that as long as he adhered to his convictions, he could face any challenge that lay ahead. Donning a neat set of casual attire, he adjusted his appearance in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that this challenge would not only test his medical expertise but also his leadership abilities. His pen and notebook remained within the confines of his lab coat, as there was no need to carry them home daily. Every night, he meticulously recorded his medical observations on his computer. Upon entering the room, he observed a senior Western physician clad in a white coat standing at the podium, an air of disdain evident in his demeanor. "Dr. Deng, this is Dr. Wang, who harbors some reservations regarding our approach to the integration of Chinese and Western medicine," spoke Guo Lao, his tone laced with gravity. Deng Xiaofan nodded, sensing the challenge underlying Dr. Wang's words. "Dr. Deng, I have heard of your advocacy for the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, yet having reviewed numerous cases, I find the methods of Western medicine to be more efficacious, Dr. Wang asserted, his voice tinged with skepticism. Deng Xiaofan remained unperturbed, responding with a smile, "Dr. Wang, I fully comprehend your perspective of the integration of Chinese and Western medicine is not intended to supplant Western practices, but rather to complement each other, thereby providing patients with a more holistic treatment approach." Dr. Wang furrowed his brow slightly. "Could you elucidate the advantages of this integration?" Deng Xiaofan nodded and began to articulate the theoretical foundations and practical benefits of integrating both medical systems. His voice was calm yet forceful, with a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. As Dr. Wang listened to Deng Xiaofan's explanations, the disdain in his gaze gradually transformed into curiosity. He began to pose his inquiries, each met with Deng Xiaofan's detailed and professional responses, compelling Dr. Wang to reconsider the potential of integrating Chinese and Western medicine. As the discussion deepened, Dr. Wang presented specific cases, challenging the efficacy of traditional Chinese treatments. Deng Xiaofan did not falter. He deftly addressed Dr. Wang's concerns with his knowledge and experience. He elucidated the principles of syndrome differentiation in traditional Chinese medicine and how to select appropriate treatment methods based on individual patient circumstances. His examples were vivid and concrete, earning Dr. Wang's admiration for Deng Xiaofan's professionalism and intellect. "Dr. Deng, your explanations are compelling, yet I still wish to witness the results of this integration firsthand, Dr. Wang stated, his tone carrying a hint of challenge. Deng Xiaofan nodded. "Very well, let us proceed to the ward and observe our treatment plan in action." Together, they entered the ward, where Deng Xiaofan commenced his examination of the patients. His movements were gentle and steady, each diagnosis infused with strength and decisiveness. Dr. Wang stood nearby, meticulously observing every action Deng Xiaofan undertook. As the treatment progressed, the patient's symptoms began to alleviate gradually. A look of astonishment spread across Dr. Wang's face as he found himself compelled to acknowledge the distinct advantages of integrating Chinese and Western medicine. "Dr. Deng, I concede that my previous views were misguided. Your medical skills and insight command my respect," Dr. Wang conveyed, his voice imbued with a sense of reverence. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "Dr. Wang, the journey of integrating Chinese and Western medicine is still long, and we must engage in further exploration and practice." As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's endeavors. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the challenges he faced that day. He recognized that, although some progress had been made during the discussions, the path toward integrating Chinese and Western medicine remained fraught with challenges. He stood up and exited his office. The hospital corridors were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He arrived at the hospital garden, where the night air enveloped him in tranquility, accompanied solely by the chirping of insects and the whisper of the breeze. Taking a seat on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the serenity. He understood that his journey in Kyoto was merely beginning. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge. Yet, he was resolute that wherever he went, he would uphold his beliefs and utilize his medical skills to heal. Returning to his apartment, he powered on his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. Acknowledging that this would be a protracted journey, he felt prepared. He recognized that in order to return to Yangqing sooner, he needed to enhance his overall capabilities and prominence, particularly the strength of his team. It was time to devise a plan that would collectively elevate the capabilities of the team members. He commenced his recording, visualizing the discussions and recalling the faces of the patients in his mind. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and a familiar voice resonated on the other end. "Dr. Deng, this is the president of the Medical Association. I have heard about your treatment today, and we are very interested in your approach to integrating Chinese and Western medicine. We would like to invite you to deliver a speech at the upcoming International Medical Forum." Deng Xiaofan felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated such significant attention for his treatment. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Certainly, I will prepare for it." After hanging up, his heart swelled with anticipation and curiosity that he knew that tomorrow would herald a brand new beginning. Chapter 42 echoes on the international stage. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Today, he was to participate in an international medical forum, where he would deliver a speech to share his insights and achievements in the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Rising from his seat, he strolled to the window and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that by adhering to his convictions, he could confront any challenge that lay ahead. Dressing in a meticulously tailored suit, he adjusted his attire before the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that this presentation would not only test his medical expertise but also his leadership capabilities. Grasping his briefcase, which contained his speech and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his home, embarking on his journey to the forum. Upon arriving at the venue, Deng Xiaofan found the hall already filled with doctors and scholars from across the globe. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, eager for the commencement of the speeches. As he ascended the podium, his gaze swept over the audience. Taking a deep breath, he began his address. "Esteemed colleagues, good day. I am Deng Xiaofan from the affiliated hospital of Kyoto University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Today, I wish to share with you some of our experiences and accomplishments in the integration of Eastern and Western medical practices." His voice resonated throughout the hall, calm yet powerful. He proceeded to elucidate the theoretical foundations and practical effects of this integration. His tone was steady and authoritative, and the brilliance in his eyes shone with wisdom. The audience of doctors and scholars listened intently, their expressions filled with intrigue and interest. Deng Xiaofan's discourse not only provided a fresh perspective but also inspired new avenues of thought. As the speech concluded, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Numerous doctors and scholars approached him, eager to pose questions and share their reflections. Deng Xiaofan graciously addressed each inquiry, his smile warm and sincere. Following the forum, many physicians began to explore the methods of integrating Eastern and Western medicine. They applied the experiences and techniques shared by Deng Xiaofan in their clinics and hospitals, discovering a tangible enhancement in treatment efficacy and an improvement in patients' quality of life. These physicians took to social media and professional forums to share their newfound experiences, their posts rapidly garnering widespread attention and discourse. The concept of integrating Chinese and Western medicine began to resonate profoundly within the international medical community. Deng Xiaofan's presentation not only created a stir at the forum but also ignited a new wave within the realm of global medicine. Many doctors started to re-evaluate the value of traditional Chinese medicine, seeking out new possibilities for its integration with Western practices. Seated in his hotel room, he reflected on the day's speech and its repercussions. He realized that, despite the success of his presentation, the journey towards integrating Eastern and Western medicine remained fraught with challenges. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing at the starlit night sky. In his line of sight, the peculiar lights continued to twinkle, seemingly whispering that his journey had only just begun. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision that he would strive harder in his work and studies, aiming to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he opened his laptop and began documenting the day's experiences and insights. He understood that this would be a lengthy journey, but he was prepared for it. He commenced his record, envisioning the scenes of his speech, the faces of the doctors and scholars imprinted in his mind. He knew he was approaching a profound secret, one that could potentially transform his understanding of the world. Chapter 43 At the dance on the scalpel, Deng Xiaofan rested his elbow upon the desk, yet his mind was fervently devising an audacious plan. He resolved to lead his team in composing a case study on the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine in treating patients, intending to submit it to the internationally renowned medical journal, The Lancet. Rising from his seat, he ambled to the window, inhaling a breath of fresh air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that as long as he adhered to his convictions, he could surmount any challenge. Dressed in a crisp suit, he stood before the mirror, meticulously adjusting his attire to ensure that every detail was impeccable. He was acutely aware that the composition of this paper would not only test his medical acumen but also evaluate his leadership capabilities. Grasping his briefcase, which contained his notebook and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his home, embarking on his journey to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found his team members awaiting him in the conference room. Entering the room, he observed Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng clad in professional lab coats. Their expressions bore a hint of anxiety, yet were predominantly filled with excitement. "Good morning, everyone. Today we shall embark on an important project." Deng Xiaofan's voice resonated through the conference room, calm yet powerful. He began to articulate the project's plan and objectives in detail. His tone was steady and commanding, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "We will be writing a case study on the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine in treating patients, and we shall submit it to the Lancet." As soon as his words fell, a murmur rippled through the room. The glimmer of enthusiasm shone in Li Ming and Zhang Wei's eyes, while Lin Feng appeared somewhat hesitant. Noticing Lin Feng's uncertainty, Deng Xiaofan smiled encouragingly, saying, "Dr. Lin, I understand that this poses a challenge for all of us, but I am confident that our team possesses the capability to accomplish this task." Lin Feng nodded, his spirit reignited with determination. They commenced discussing the structure and content of the paper, with each member contributing their thoughts and suggestions. Deng Xiaofan diligently recorded everyone's opinions, recognizing that the paper required the collective wisdom and strength of the team. In the ensuing weeks, Deng Xiaofan and his team engaged in the rigorous task of writing the paper. By day, they busied themselves at the hospital, while by night, they convened in the conference room to deliberate and compose the document. Deng Xiaofan took charge of the primary writing, employing his eloquent and precise prose to meticulously detail the processes and effects of the integrated treatment. Li Ming and Zhang Wei focused on gathering and organizing case data, painstakingly verifying every piece of information to ensure the paper's accuracy. Lin Feng handled the Western medicine segment, articulating the principles and methods of Western treatment with his meticulous and professional language. As time progressed, the paper gradually took shape. Observing the evolving document, Deng Xiaofan felt a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. He understood that this paper not only represented their collective efforts but also embodied the hope for the integration of traditional and Western medicine. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the day's advancements. He acknowledged that while they had achieved notable progress, submitting the paper to the Lancet remained fraught with challenges. He realized that responses from the Lancet were not swift, and should the paper be accepted for publication, he could plan his farewell from Kyoto to Guangzhou. In this city, he had encountered many individuals, yet he was acutely aware that as a physician, no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and dedicate himself to healing through the art of medicine. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would strive even harder to work and learn, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and educational experiences. He understood that this journey would be long, yet he felt prepared for the challenges ahead. Chapter 44, A Chapter of Glory. This morning, the sunlight exuded an exceptional warmth as he sat at his desk, his mind occupied with thoughts of the team's paper. Their manuscript had been submitted to the Lancet, yet no response had been received thus far. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, inhaling a deep breath of fresh air in an attempt to calm his restless spirit. Suddenly, the tranquility of the morning was shattered by the ringing of the telephone. Deng Xiaofan swiftly answered the call. It was old Guo on the line. "Xiaofan, wonderful news, the editorial office of the Lancet has reached. They are highly interested in our paper and have decided to publish it." Old Guo's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Deng Xiaofan's heart raced at the unexpected good news. "This is the result of our team's hard work." Old Guo smiled with satisfaction. "Tonight, we shall celebrate in grand style. Make the arrangements, I will treat everyone." Deng Xiaofan nodded, his heart swelling with joy and anticipation. He understood that the publication of this paper was not only a recognition of his team's efforts but also an affirmation of the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine. In the evening, Deng Xiaofan and his team arrived at an upscale restaurant where Old Guo awaited them, a warm smile gracing his face. "Xiaofan, you've arrived." Old Guo stood and waved them over. Deng Xiaofan approached with his team members, their expressions a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Thank you for your invitation, Old Gua, Deng Xiaofan said respectfully. Old Gua waved his hand dismissively. It is well deserved. Your hard work and achievements warrant celebration. They took their seats and began to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. Old Gua raised his glass, to our team, to our paper, and to the future of our integration of Chinese and Western medicine. Cheers. Cheers. Deng Xiaofan and his team echoed in unison, their eyes sparkling with hopeful anticipation for the future. The dinner unfolded in a light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere, as they reminisced about the writing process of the paper, sharing their experiences and insights. Old Guo listened intently, nodding in appreciation at intervals. Xiaofan, I am truly impressed by your team's spirit of collaboration and professional prowess. I believe your future holds limitless potential, Old Guo remarked with a note of admiration. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Thank you, Old Guo. We shall continue to strive for excellence. I wish to discuss something with you. I am considering bringing my team from Kyoto back to Guangzhou. I would appreciate your advice. A bit of self-praise here. I've gained a bit of recognition, and while I still need to enhance my abilities, I believe they are sufficient. My father is also in traditional medicine, albeit retired, and I would like to open a clinic to give him something to engage in. What do you think? That decision is not mine to make. Although 3 members of your team are my former students, I cannot make choices on their behalf. You must consult them. If they agree, I have no objections. I also believe it is indeed time for you to return, Old Guo replied. Very well, Old Guo, I will inquire during our meeting tomorrow morning. As night fell, the celebratory dinner came to a close. Deng Xiaofan and his team bid farewell to Old Guo and embarked on their journey home. Their spirits were buoyant, fully aware that today's celebration was not only an acknowledgement of their hard work but also a source of encouragement for their future endeavors. Walking alone on the path home, Deng Xiaofan was filled with reflections. He recognized that while today's celebration affirmed their accomplishments, the road to integrating traditional Chinese and Western medicine remained fraught with challenges. He inhaled deeply and made a resolute decision. He would work and learn with renewed diligence, striving to elevate his medical expertise. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He understood that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. He commenced his record, visions of the celebration flashing before him, and the faces of his patients etched in his mind. Chapter 45 of the decision to return home. Deng Xiaofan picked up his briefcase, which contained his notebook and some essential stationery. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his home and embarked on his journey to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Deng Xiaofan made his way directly to the director's office. He knocked on the door and, upon hearing the director's invitation, entered. Xiaofan, what brings you here? The director inquired, setting aside the documents in his hands. Deng Xiaofan inhaled deeply before responding, Director, I have decided to return to Yangchang. A hint of surprise flickered across the director's face. Return to Yangchang? What prompts this decision? Deng Xiaofan elaborated on his plans, expressing his desire to establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, bridging the principles of Eastern and Western medicine in his hometown. The director remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Xiaofan, your decision is unexpected, yet I understand that you have your reasons. I respect your choice. Deng Xiaofan nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding and support. I will always cherish your care for me. The director rose, placing a reassuring hand on Deng Xiaofan's shoulder. No matter where you go, you will always be a source of pride for our hospital. Deng Xiaofan returned to his office and convened his team members. He took a deep breath and announced his decision. In 2 days, I will be returning to Yangcheng to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. His voice was calm yet resolute. The team members exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the news. Li Ming and Zhang Wei's eyes reflected a touch of reluctance, while Lin Feng remained somewhat silent. Dr. Deng, may we accompany you? Li Ming suddenly spoke up, his voice laced with anticipation. Deng Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Accompany me, why? Because we are a team, and we wish to be with you, Zhang Wei asserted, her tone unwavering. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Dr. Deng, we believe that together, we can achieve even greater things. A warm surge of emotion welled up within Deng Xiaofan. He had not anticipated such a response from his team, but he stood up, approached them, and grasped their hands tightly. Thank you. With you by my side, I am confident that we can accomplish more." His voice carried a note of excitement. The team members exchanged smiles, their eyes shimmering with hope for the future. They understood that this decision might present numerous challenges, yet they were resolute in their belief that, united, nothing would be insurmountable. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the day's decision and the team's reaction. While he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding his choice, he also recognized it as the right one. He stood up and exited the office. The hospital corridors were tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps of nurses and distant gossip. He understood that his journey in Kyoto was nearing its end, and he would soon return to his hometown with the team to embark on a new chapter. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work and study even harder to elevate his medical skills. Returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He knew this would be a long journey, but he felt prepared. He started his record, envisioning the faces of his team and recalling the patients he had encountered along the way. Chapter 46 of the Return Journey and New Beginnings. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in Deng Xiaofan's bedroom. He sat up in bed, inhaling a deep breath of the fresh morning air, feeling the thrill of the impending journey wash over him. Today, he would embark on a flight back to Yangcheng with his team, commencing a new chapter in his life. Deng Xiaofan swiftly organized his luggage, meticulously checking all necessary documents and materials. He donned a crisp suit, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror to ensure his appearance was impeccable. He understood that this return to Yangcheng was not merely a relocation. It signified a pivotal transformation. He picked up his phone and dialed his parents, sharing the news of his imminent return home. On the other end of the line, his parents' voices brimmed with joy and anticipation. "Xiaofan, we have been waiting for your return." His father's voice resonated with calm assurance. A wave of warmth surged through Deng Xiaofan's heart. He knew that no matter where he ventured, home would always be his steadfast refuge. After ending the call, he grasped his luggage and stepped out of the apartment. The three members of his team were already waiting downstairs, their expressions a blend of eager anticipation and nervousness, yet predominantly filled with dreams of the future. "Are you all set?" Deng Xiaofan inquired with a smile. "All set, doctor." Deng, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng responded in unison. Together, they made their way to the airport, boarding the flight back to Yangcheng. As the airplane navigated through the clouds, Deng Xiaofan gazed out at the cerulean sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, his mind awash with reflections. He reminisced about his days in Kyoto, those trials and triumphs, moments of laughter and tears. He recognized that these experiences would become invaluable treasures in his life. Turning his gaze to his teammates, he observed their relaxed smiles, seemingly savoring the flight. A deep sense of gratitude filled Deng Xiaofan. He knew that without their unwavering support and companionship, he would not have arrived at this juncture. He closed his eyes, envisioning his plans upon returning to Yangcheng. He aspired to establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, integrating Eastern and Western medical philosophies to benefit a broader array of patients. He understood that this would be a formidable endeavor, yet he firmly believed that united in purpose, nothing would be insurmountable. The aircraft gently descended onto the tarmac of Yangcheng Airport, and Deng Xiaofan, along with his team members, disembarked from the cabin. They inhaled deeply, relishing the familiar warmth and essence of their hometown. Deng Xiaofan returned home with his team, where his parents awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing their son, their faces illuminated with warm smiles. "Xiaofan, you have returned." His mother's voice carried a hint of emotion. Deng Xiaofan stepped forward and embraced his parents tightly, knowing that no matter where he roamed, home would always be his most comforting haven. "Mom and Dad, these are my team members, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng." Deng Xiaofan introduced them to his parents. His parents greeted them with heartfelt warmth, inviting them inside. The dining table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, each one a beloved hometown delicacy of Deng Xiaofan. They gathered around the table, relishing the delectable food and sharing their stories. As Deng Xiaofan observed the harmonious exchange between his teammates and his parents, his heart swelled with appreciation and joy. After dinner, Deng Xiaofan and his father settled onto the sofa in the living room, initiating a discussion about his ambitions. "Dad, I wish to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Yangcheng," Deng Xiaofan articulated with determination. His father nodded. Xiaofan, I wholeheartedly support you. I trust your abilities and believe in the potential of integrating Eastern and Western medicine. A wave of warmth enveloped Deng Xiaofan. With his father's backing, he felt emboldened to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day filled with activity. Sitting at his desk, he reflected on the day's myriad moments. He recognized that although the day had been busy and hectic, it had also enveloped him in the warmth of family and the support of his team. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the night sky. In his line of sight, the peculiar twinkling lights flickered, as if whispering that his journey was merely beginning. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work and study with renewed vigor, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he retrieved his phone and reached out to the officials he had hailed in Kyoto, informing them of his return to Yangcheng and his intention to establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, more accurately, a clinic integrating Eastern and Western practices, and expressed his hope that they could visit upon its opening. After conversing with the officials, he called Lu Piapiao for a friendly chat, sharing his return to Yangcheng and discussing his plans before agreeing to meet for dinner another day. After completing his evening routine, Deng Xiaofan lay in bed, increasingly eager to envision the future of his clinic. Chapter 47 The Blueprint of Dreams. As the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, it gently illuminated Deng Xiaofan's bedroom, where he languidly stretched upon his cozy bed. Today, he would embark on the preparations for the traditional Chinese medicine clinic alongside his family and team members. He brimmed with anticipation for the future, yet he was acutely aware that this path would not be devoid of challenges. He swiftly arose, freshened up, and donned a comfortable set of casual attire. It was imperative for him to maintain a clear mind and abundant energy to confront the day's trials. Descending the stairs, Deng Xiaofan discovered his parents busily engaged in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, with the alluring aroma of food wafting through the air. Xiaofan, you're up, his mother's voice. Nodding in acknowledgement, he approached the kitchen and enveloped her in a hug. Good morning, Mom. They shared breakfast together, during which Deng Xiaofan elaborately outlined his plans to his parents. His father listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. Xiaofan, your ideas are commendable. We need to plan meticulously. His father's tone conveyed a hint of seriousness. Deng Xiaofan nodded, fully aware that his father's advice was always sagacious. After breakfast, Deng Xiaofan convened with his team members Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng in the conference room. They gathered around the table to deliberate on the specific preparations for the clinic. First and foremost, we need to ascertain the location of the clinic. Deng Xiaofan's voice resonated with determination. They embarked on a discussion regarding potential sites, weighing the pros and cons of each. Li Ming proposed several suggestions while Zhang Wei took on the responsibility of documenting and organizing their ideas. We must consider both accessibility and foot traffic, Lin Feng articulated with professionalism. Deng Xiaofan nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lin Feng's input. Their discourse continued until they identified several prospective locations. Subsequently, they proceeded to deliberate on the interior design of the clinic. Deng Xiaofan envisioned a space that not only boasted modern facilities but also exuded a warm ambience, ensuring patients felt comfortable and at ease. We could incorporate some relaxation areas for patients to unwind while they wait, Zhang Wei suggested. Deng Xiaofan concurred with her proposal, and their discussion continued until the blueprint of the clinic gradually crystallized. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day filled with preparations. Though his body felt weary, his heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment and anticipation. He understood that today's endeavors were merely the beginning, yet they had taken a significant step forward. Rising from his seat, he exited the conference room. The corridors of the hospital were hushed, interrupted only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the night air enveloped the serene landscape, filled only with the sounds of chirping insects and a gentle breeze. Sitting on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. He recognized that his journey in Yangcheng was just commencing. He would encounter many individuals and acquire a wealth of knowledge. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his commitment to uphold his beliefs and save lives through medicine. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would strive harder in both work and study, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He understood that this would be a long journey, but he was wholeheartedly prepared. As he commenced his record-keeping, vivid images of the clinic's design plans danced before his eyes. Chapter 48 The Whispers of History. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow in Deng Xiaofan's bedroom as he stretched languidly in the warmth of his bed. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the ideal location for his medical clinic. He understood that the placement of the clinic was paramount to its success, necessitating both convenience for patients. Rising from his slumber, he approached the window and inhaled a deep breath of fresh air. His gaze was resolute, filled with anticipation for the future. He was confident that, by steadfastly adhering to his beliefs, he would undoubtedly discover the most suitable location. Donning a crisp suit, he meticulously adjusted his attire in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was flawless. Aware that the day ahead would entail considerable walking and exploration, he aimed to maintain his optimal condition. Grasping his briefcase, containing his notebook and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his home, embarking on the quest for the clinic's location. Accompanied by his team members Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng, Deng Xiaofan navigated through the bustling streets and alleyways of Yangcheng. They explored numerous potential sites, each presenting its unique advantages and challenges. Their first stop was the vibrant heart of the city. The area was teeming with foot traffic and boasted convenient transportation, undoubtedly a prime location for establishing a clinic. However, the exorbitant rent and fierce competition also cast a shadow of concern over Deng Xiaofan. While the foot traffic is abundant, the rent is prohibitively expensive. We may need to consider alternative options, Lin Feng remarked, his tone tinged with apprehension. Deng Xiaofan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Feng's perspective. They continued their search, arriving at a street adjacent to a residential neighborhood. The environment was tranquil, adorned with lush greenery, evoking a sense of serenity. The atmosphere here is wonderful, and its proximity to the residential area would facilitate patient visits, Zhang Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded, equally captivated by the locale. They persisted in their explorations, ultimately narrowing their choices down to 3 locations. While assessing the final site, Deng Xiaofan inadvertently wandered into a narrow alley. At the alley's end lay an ancient structure, its exterior cloaked in ivy, with intricately carved doorframes exuding an aura of historical gravitas. His heart raced as he felt an undeniable attraction to the building. He approached and gently pushed open the creaking wooden door. Inside, the spacious interior welcomed him, sunlight streaming through lofty windows and illuminating the weathered floorboards. His gaze roamed the room, taking in the ancient wooden beams and exquisite murals, each detail narrating tales of yesteryear. He could almost hear the whispers of history, the laughter and sighs of former patients and physicians, their hopes and despairs resonating through time. A sense of purpose enveloped him. He believed this place could become his clinic, a sanctuary for continuing the legacy of compassion and care. Doctor Deng, you must come see this. Zhang Wei's voice interrupted his reverie. He approached to find her pointing at a stone tablet affixed to the wall. The inscription bore ancient characters, recounting that this building once housed a renowned medical clinic, where many illustrious doctors had practiced. A warm wave of emotion surged within Deng Xiaofan. He recognized that this was not merely a location, but a heritage, a place where his dreams could take root and flourish. That afternoon, Deng Xiaofan and his team returned to the venerable building. They commenced discussions on how to renovate the structure, aiming to preserve its historical allure while accommodating the needs of a modern clinic. We could retain the ancient wooden beams and murals, allowing them to become distinctive features of our clinic, Li Ming suggested. Deng Xiaofan nodded in agreement. We must also incorporate modern medical equipment to ensure the provision of cutting-edge healthcare services. They deliberated extensively until the blueprint for the clinic gradually crystallized. Deng Xiaofan understood that this location would serve as the cherished abode of their aspirations, where their clinic would take root and thrive. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day of exploration. Seated in his office chair, he reflected on the day's itinerary. He recognized that while some progress had been made, the groundwork for the clinic was only just beginning. Rising from his seat, he exited the office. The hospital corridor was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional footsteps and distant conversations. He ventured into the hospital garden, where the night enveloped the space in a serene stillness, punctuated only by the chirping of insects and the gentle rustle of the breeze. He settled onto a bench, closing his eyes to fully embrace the tranquility. He was acutely aware that his journey in Yangcheng was merely commencing, and that he would encounter many individuals and acquire a wealth of knowledge along the way. Yet, he was certain that no matter where he roamed, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and dedicate himself to healing through medicine. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolution. He would strive harder to work and learn, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise. Returning to his apartment, he opened his laptop and began documenting the day's experiences and insights. He understood that this would be a long journey, but he felt prepared. As he commenced his record-keeping, vivid images of the site visits danced before his eyes, and the memories of the candidate locations lingered in his mind. He sensed that he was approaching a monumental revelation, one that could potentially transform his understanding of the world. Chapter 49: The Metamorphosis of Renewal. As morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, it illuminated Deng Xiaofan's desk. Lost in thought, he sat before it, contemplating the renovation plans for the clinic. This historic structure was poised to be reborn, transforming into the medical establishment of his dreams. He rose and approached the window, inhaling a breath of fresh air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that by adhering to his convictions, he could transform this edifice into the ideal clinic. Dressed in a crisp work uniform, he adjusted his attire in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. Acknowledging the challenges that lay ahead, he felt prepared for the day's endeavors. Several days later, the renovation of the clinic commenced. Workers bustled about, the sounds of hammers and saws resonating through the ancient building, as if awakening its dormant spirit. Deng Xiaofan stood nearby, supervising the progress of the project. His discerning eye scanned every detail, ensuring that everything adhered to the plan. He was aware that these renovations would bestow a fresh visage upon the clinic. The introduction of new equipment was a pivotal aspect of the transformation. Deng Xiaofan personally selected each item, from cutting-edge diagnostic instruments to comfortable treatment tables, with every piece of equipment reflecting his aspirations and commitment to the clinic. He nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's perspective, and they continued their discussion until the renovation plan gradually crystallized. The entrance will feature a medicine cabinet on the left and a registration area on the right. Li Ming and Zhang Wei, you are to compare prices from various suppliers. The medicine cabinet must be of the highest quality. I will take responsibility for the medicinal materials. Everything in the clinic must be the best, Deng Xiaofan asserted earnestly. We must ensure that every piece of equipment is top-notch, so we can provide the finest medical services to our patients, he conveyed to his team members. Li Ming and Zhang Wei were tasked with the installation and testing of the equipment, meticulously examining every interface and button to guarantee smooth operation. Lin Feng coordinated the efforts, ensuring that the project proceeded according to schedule. As the equipment was gradually installed, the interior of the clinic began to modernize while preserving the exterior's historic charm. Observing the transformation, Deng Xiaofan felt a profound sense of pride and anticipation. With the renovation plan solidified, Deng Xiaofan began procuring new medical devices. He recognized that these acquisitions would significantly enhance the clinic's service quality, providing patients with an improved treatment experience. He reached out to numerous medical equipment suppliers, meticulously comparing their products and pricing, aiming to choose the most advanced and reliable devices to ensure the clinic's standards. Deng Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we also require a multifunctional surgical table to accommodate various surgical needs. They continued their deliberations until the equipment list became increasingly comprehensive. Deng Xiaofan understood that these devices would become invaluable assets, aiding them in delivering exceptional medical services to their patients. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded a day of diligent work. Seated in the clinic's reception area, he reflected on the day's accomplishments. Though some progress had been made, Rising, he exited the clinic. The streets shimmered with lights, pedestrians hurried past, each person harboring their own stories and dreams. He inhaled the evening air, attuning himself to the rhythm of the city. He arrived at a nearby park, where the night enveloped the surroundings in a serene hush, punctuated only by the chirping of insects and the whisper of the breeze. Sitting on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. He understood that his journey in Yangchang was merely commencing. He would encounter numerous individuals and acquire a wealth of knowledge, yet, he knew that regardless of where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs, dedicating himself to healing through medicine. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolve to work and study with greater vigor, striving to elevate his medical expertise. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He recognized that this would be a lengthy journey, but he was ready. As he commenced his record, vivid images of the clinic's transformation danced before his eyes, accompanied by the faces of the equipment and team members that had become integral to this endeavor. Chapter 50: At the dawn of dreams, the morning sunlight streamed through the newly installed blinds, casting a warm glow in Deng Xiaofan's office. He stood before the window, his gaze wandering through the rejuvenated clinic. After months of diligent effort, the renovation of the clinic was finally complete, with every corner reflecting the dedication of both him and his team. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air infused with the scent of new paint and polished wood. Today marked the grand opening of the clinic, the inception of their dreams. Dressed in a crisp suit, he adjusted his tie in front of the mirror, ensuring his appearance was impeccable. He understood that many distinguished guests would be visiting today, and he needed to greet them in his finest state. Grasping his briefcase, filled with the speech for the opening ceremony and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his office, ready to embrace the new day. As Deng Xiaofan entered the clinic's lobby, he noticed team members Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng already bustling about. They were making final preparations, ensuring every detail was flawless. "Dr. Deng, everything is ready," Li Ming's voice carried a hint of excitement. Deng Xiaofan nodded, his eyes sweeping across the lobby. The newly installed lighting was soft and inviting, and the ancient wooden beams and murals had been impeccably preserved, harmoniously contrasting with the modern medical equipment. He approached the reception desk and saw Zhang Wei arranging plants and brochures. Upon noticing Deng Xiaofan, she beamed a warm smile. "Dr. Deng, what do you think?" Zhang Wei's voice held a note of Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "It is splendid, you all have done remarkably well." They continued to inspect each room, ensuring everything was in order. Lin Feng was meticulously checking the medical equipment, his expression focused and earnest. "All equipment has been calibrated and is ready for use," Lin Feng announced confidently. Deng Xiaofan's heart swelled with gratitude. He knew that without the team's unwavering effort, the clinic would not be a reality today. As the opening time approached, Deng Xiaofan's family arrived at the clinic. They wandered through every corner with excitement and anticipation. "Xiaofan, you have done an outstanding job," his father's voice brimmed with pride. A warm surge filled Deng Xiaofan's heart. He recognized that his family's support was his strongest pillar. His mother busied herself taking photographs, eager to capture this significant moment. "Xiaofan, you must take care of yourself and not overexert," his mother urged, laced with concern. Deng Xiaofan nodded, aware that no matter where he went, the love and support of his family would always accompany him. Shortly thereafter, Lu Piapiao arrived with her colleagues from the criminal police team. Dressed in neat uniforms, they brought a unique atmosphere to the clinic's opening. "Xiaofan, congratulations, your clinic is magnificent," Lu Piapiao exclaimed with excitement. Deng Xiaofan welcomed them with a smile, fully aware of the significance of Lu Piapiao's support. The members of the police team explored the clinic, praising its modern facilities and ancient decor. "Dr. Deng, your clinic will undoubtedly become a pride of Yangcheng," one colleague remarked. Deng Xiaofan felt a deep sense of appreciation, knowing this was the outcome of his and the team's hard work. At that moment, a round of applause echoed from the entrance of the clinic. Deng Xiaofan turned to see Elder Guo and his colleagues from the Kyoto Sino-Western Hospital entering. Elder Guo wore a kind smile as he approached Deng Xiaofan, grasping his hand firmly. "Xiaofan, congratulations! Your clinic is truly exceptional." Elder Guo's voice resonated with admiration. Deng Xiaofan's heart brimmed with gratitude. He recognized that without Elder Guo's support and guidance, today's achievements would not have been possible. The colleagues from the Kyoto Sino-Western Hospital explored the clinic, praising its design and facilities. "Dr. Deng, your clinic will surely be a model of integration between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine," one colleague noted. Deng Xiaofan's heart swelled with pride, knowing this was the result of his and the team's dedication. As the opening ceremony commenced, Deng Xiaofan stood at the clinic's entrance, welcoming guests and friends from afar. His heart was filled with gratitude and anticipation. He understood that today's opening was merely the beginning, and he and his team would face many more challenges and opportunities together. Taking a deep breath, he began his opening speech. His voice resonated throughout the clinic, imbued with strength and determination. "Today, our dreams set sail here. We believe that through our efforts, this clinic will become a paragon of integration between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, providing exceptional medical services to more patients." As the applause erupted, Deng Xiaofan realized that his journey had just begun, the dawn of his dreams. Together with his team, he would safeguard every life with skill and compassion. Chapter 51 of The Light of Innovation. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds of the medical clinic, casting a warm glow in Deng Xiaofan's office. He stood by the window, his gaze wandering through every corner of the clinic. After months of diligent effort, the clinic was finally ready for its grand opening, and an innovative treatment plan had garnered extensive media attention right from the outset. He inhaled deeply, savoring the mingled scents of fresh paint and wood. Today, he would unveil this treatment plan to the media, a testament to the hard work of him and his team, as well as his commitment to the innovation of traditional Chinese medicine. He donned a crisp suit and adjusted his attire in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that today's press conference would serve as a vital opportunity to showcase the innovative prowess of his clinic. Grasping his briefcase, filled with his speech and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his office, ready to embrace a new day. As Deng Xiaofan entered the clinic's lobby, he observed that his team members were already preparing for the press conference. They busily arranged chairs and equipment, ensuring that every detail was flawless. "Dr. Deng, everything is ready," Li Ming's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Deng Xiaofan nodded, his eyes sweeping across the lobby. The newly installed lighting was soft and inviting, while the ancient wooden beams and murals were beautifully preserved, creating a harmonious contrast with the modern medical equipment. Approaching the podium, he noticed Zhang Wei adjusting the microphone. Upon seeing Deng Xiaofan, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Dr. Deng, how do you find it?" Zhang Wei's voice held a note of anticipation. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "It's excellent, you all have done remarkably well." They continued to inspect each room, ensuring that everything was in readiness. Lin Feng was meticulously checking the medical equipment, his expression focused and serious. "All equipment has been calibrated and is ready for immediate use," Lin Feng stated with assurance. Deng Xiaofan felt a surge of gratitude. He recognized that without the team's dedication, the clinic would not have reached this moment. As the media journalists began to arrive, the press conference commenced. Deng Xiaofan took his place at the podium, scanning the faces of the reporters below. He inhaled deeply and began his address. "Esteemed media friends, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. We are pleased to introduce an innovative treatment plan that amalgamates the traditional wisdom of Chinese medicine with the modern technology of Western medicine. We believe it will offer patients a transformative healing experience." Deng Xiaofan's voice resonated throughout the hall. He elaborated on the principles and effects of the treatment plan, his explanations clear and compelling, each detail reflecting the professionalism and passion of him and his team. The reporters listened intently, their eyes brimming with curiosity and interest. As Deng Xiaofan continued, questions started to arise, each inquiry revealing their keen interest in the treatment plan. "Dr. Deng, what is the success rate of this treatment plan?" one reporter inquired. Deng Xiaofan responded with a smile. "According to our clinical trials, the success rate exceeds 90%. What impact will this treatment plan have on patients' lives?" another reporter asked. Deng Xiaofan answered each question with confidence and expertise. As the press conference progressed, the clinic's treatment plan captivated widespread media attention. Photographers snapped pictures, and reporters took notes, fully aware that this was significant news. As night fell, the press conference concluded successfully. Deng Xiaofan bid farewell to the last journalist, standing in the clinic's lobby, reflecting on the day's events. He recognized that while today's press conference had been triumphant, the journey of the clinic. He rose and exited the clinic. The streets were aglow with lights, pedestrians hurried along, each person with their own story and dreams. He inhaled the night air, feeling the pulse of the city. He wandered to a nearby park, where the night was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the sounds of insects and the gentle breeze. He sat on a bench, closed his eyes, and embraced the serenity. He understood that his journey in Yangcheng had just commenced. He would encounter more individuals and acquire more knowledge, yet he also knew that no matter where he went, he would steadfastly adhere to his beliefs and heal through medicine. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolution that he would work and study with even greater diligence, aspiring to elevate his medical skills. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began to document the day's experiences and learnings. He was aware that this would be a long journey, but he felt ready. He started his record, envisioning scenes from the press conference and the faces of the reporters in his mind. He sensed that he was approaching a profound secret, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. Chapter 52 Activation of the System. Chapter 52 The light of the system. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle, his mind preoccupied with contemplations of the future of his medical clinic. Since its inception, everything had progressed steadily. however, he felt an inexplicable void. Rising from his chair, he approached the window, inhaling deeply the crisp morning air, relishing the onset of a new day. At that moment, a radiant light flickered before him, and a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. System activation successful. Welcome, host Deng Xiaofan. Startled, Deng Xiaofan glanced around, yet found nothing amiss. He returned to his desk, closed his eyes, and endeavored to connect with the voice. Host Deng Xiaofan, the system will assist you in advancing your medical expertise. A wave of curiosity surged within him as he sought to engage with the system, inquiring about its functions and objectives. The system will issue tasks to aid the host in enhancing their medical skills. Completion of these tasks will yield substantial rewards. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Deng Xiaofan's eyes. He recognized that this could represent a pivotal turning point for his clinic. The voice of the system resonated once more, announcing the first task. Task 1: the clinic must accept a special case, reward the long-lost heavenly cool needle technique and a set of specialized acupuncture tools. Filled with anticipation, Deng Xiaofan promptly commenced preparations. He understood that this task would not only test his medical prowess but also challenge the capabilities of his clinic. He gathered his team members Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng, who immediately sprang into action, meticulously inspecting every corner of the clinic to ensure that all was in readiness. In the afternoon, a unique patient arrived at the clinic. This individual exhibited symptoms so rare that even seasoned Western medical experts were at a loss. Deng Xiaofan and his team swiftly initiated diagnosis and treatment. They conducted a thorough examination, followed by an in-depth analysis grounded in traditional Chinese medicine principles. Deng Xiaofan discovered that the patient's condition bore a close relationship with the heavenly cool needle technique provided by the system. He resolved to employ this technique, utilizing the principle of qi manipulation. His movements were gentle yet precise, each insertion deftly targeting the acupuncture points. As the treatment progressed, the patient's symptoms began to abate, and their complexion gradually regained its healthy hue. The team members gathered around, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. They recognized that Deng Xiaofan's medical skills had ascended to a new echelon. Upon completing the treatment, the system's voice resonated once again. Task completed. Reward of the lost needle technique, heavenly cool, and specialized acupuncture tools. The tools have been placed in your backpack and can be retrieved at any time. Note, once retrieved, they become tangible items. After the treatment concluded, Deng Xiaofan and his team convened in the clinic's hall to celebrate their successful endeavor. They understood that the completion of this task not only garnered the clinic a reputation but also endowed them with invaluable experience and skills. Standing at the center of the team, a satisfied smile adorned Deng Xiaofan's face. He recognized that this success was merely the beginning. The system would usher in further challenges and opportunities. He raised his glass in gratitude towards his team members, exclaiming, "Thank you all for your hard work." The team members reciprocated, lifting their glasses, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. They were acutely aware that they were crafting history, transforming their clinic into a model of integrative medicine. After addressing the special case, Deng Xiaofan called a brief meeting. Now that we are operational, we should organize a small event to inform the neighboring community of our clinic. Initially, we will offer free consultations, requiring no registration, just the cost of medication for traditional Chinese medicine, while Western medicine will entail free examinations with treatment charges. Everyone expressed unanimous agreement. As night deepened, Deng Xiaofan returned to his office. He sat at his desk, reflecting on the day's treatment process. He recognized that while today's accomplishments were commendable, the challenges posed by the system were only just commencing. Closing his eyes, he engaged in dialogue with the system, inquiring about the next task. The system's voice resonated once more, unveiling a new mission that would illuminate the path of Deng Xiaofan's medical journey. His heart brimmed with expectation. He understood that he and his team would embrace further challenges and explore myriad possibilities. He rose, approached the window, and gazed at the night sky. In his line of sight, the peculiar flickering lights continued to dance, seemingly conveying that his journey was only just beginning. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would intensify his efforts in both work and study, striving to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Returning to his desk, he powered on his computer, commencing the document. He understood that this would be a lengthy journey, yet he felt prepared. As he began his records, vivid images of the clinic filled his mind, accompanied by the faces of his patients. He sensed that he was on the verge of uncovering a profound secret, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. Chapter 53 Crisis in Guardianship. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle while contemplating the future trajectory of his medical practice. Suddenly, the tranquility of the morning was shattered by the urgent ringing of the telephone. Deng Xiaofan swiftly answered, and the anxious voice of Lu Piaopiao's colleague resonated through the line. Dr. Deng, Lu Piaopiao has sustained injuries while on duty and requires immediate medical attention. A pang of apprehension gripped Deng Xiaofan's heart as he sprang to his feet. What is her current condition? She has lost consciousness, but her vital signs remain relatively stable. We are en route to your clinic. Hanging up the phone, Deng Xiaofan hastily donned his white coat and dashed out of his home, his heart heavy with concern. Lu Piaopiao was not merely a friend. She was someone of great significance to him. Upon arriving at the clinic, he discovered that Lu Piaopiao had been urgently brought inside. He quickly changed into his work attire and entered the emergency room. Lu Piaopiao lay on the stretcher, her complexion pale, with numerous bruises adorning her body. Taking a deep breath, Deng Xiaofan commenced his examination. The most critical injury was a severe blow to her head, resulting in contusions. Without hesitation, he extracted his golden needle to perform bloodletting. After sterilizing it, he inserted the needle through her nostril until it reached the base. After approximately half a minute, blood began to flow from her nose and ears. Additionally, she had multiple fractures, which Deng Xiaofan manually realigned. The remaining injuries were minor bruises, and he determined that she simply needed time to recuperate. Dr. Deng, how is she? Lu Piaopiao's colleague inquired anxiously. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded reassuringly. There is some contusion in her head, but I have successfully performed bloodletting with the golden needle, and I have realigned her fractures. Now, all that remains is for her to rest. The team members and Lu Piaopiao's colleagues exhaled in relief, their eyes brimming with gratitude. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work and found himself seated beside Lu Piaopiao's hospital bed, gazing at her serene sleeping face. He understood that her recovery would require time, yet he resolved to remain by her side as her guardian. Rising from his seat, he exited the ward. The hospital corridor was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the night was enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the chirping of insects and the whisper of the breeze. Sitting on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the serenity of the moment. He recognized that his journey in Yangcheng was merely beginning. He would encounter numerous individuals and acquire extensive knowledge. Yet, he was aware that no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and employ his medical skills to save lives. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolution. He would devote himself to hard work and learning, striving to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning home, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He understood that this would be a long journey, but he was prepared. As he initiated his record, images of surgeries filled his mind, accompanied by the visage of Lu Piaopiao. He sensed that he was nearing a monumental secret, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. Just as Deng Xiaofan prepared to leave the hospital, his phone rang once more. A deep voice emanated from the other end. Dr. Deng, Lu Piaopiao's accident was not a mere coincidence. A surge of anxiety coursed through him. Who are you? What do you know? The voice on the line carried an air of mystery. I know more than you can imagine. If you wish to uncover the truth, meet me at our usual place tomorrow. The call ended abruptly, leaving Deng Xiaofan engulfed in confusion and unease. He recognized that this call concealed a significant secret, one that might alter the fates of both himself and Lu Piaopiao. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to meet the enigmatic individual, determined to unveil the truth and protect Lu Piaopiao. Returning to her hospital room, he gazed at her tranquil sleeping face, his heart filled with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, he would safeguard her and stand as her protector. Chapter 54 Behind the Mist. Following the instructions relayed over the phone, Deng Xiaofan arrived at a secluded CAF. Nestled within a narrow alley and encircled by towering walls, the CAF exuded an air of mystery. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The ambience was dimly lit, with the rich aroma of coffee permeating the air. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a man clad in a black trench coat seated in a corner, his visage obscured by a pair of sunglasses. Deng Xiaofan approached and took a seat opposite the man. The man raised his head, removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. "Dr. Deng, greetings," he intoned, his voice deep and resonant. Deng Xiaofan nodded. "Who are you? Do you know what transpired with Lu Piapiao?" The man inclined his head, retrieving a photograph from his pocket, which he handed to Deng Xiaofan. The image depicted a group of individuals dressed in black, gathered in conversation, with Lu Piapiao among them. "Who are these people?" Deng Xiaofan inquired, his brow furrowed. "They are a cadre of illicit drug traffickers." Lu Piapiao inadvertently stumbled upon their dealings while on a mission, leading to their retaliatory actions. The man's tone turned grave. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Deng Xiaofan. He had not anticipated such a sinister truth lurking behind Lu Piapiao's incident. "How do you know this?" Deng Xiaofan's voice bore a hint of skepticism. The man offered a faint smile. "I was once part of their ranks, but I have since extricated myself from their grasp." Deng Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before cautiously asking, "Why divulge this information to me?" The man sighed, "Because I can no longer bear to witness the innocent suffer. Lu Piapiao is a commendable officer, she does not deserve such a fate." Deng Xiaofan nodded, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within him. He understood that the man's revelation could alter Lu Piapiao's destiny. He now bore an additional responsibility to safeguard her. As night descended, Deng Xiaofan concluded his meeting with the enigmatic man seated in the CAF. He reflected on the day's discourse. He recognized that a vast conspiracy lurked behind Lu Piapiao's incident, one that could imperil countless lives. Rising from his seat, he exited the CAF. The streets were aglow with lights, pedestrians hurried past, each harboring their own narratives and aspirations. He inhaled deeply, savoring the night's crisp air, attuned to the city's pulse. He wandered to a nearby park, where tranquility reigned supreme, interrupted only by the chorus of cicadas and the whisper of the breeze. Taking a seat on a bench, he closed his eyes, embracing the stillness. He realized that his journey in Yangcheng had only just commenced. He would encounter myriad individuals and acquire boundless knowledge. Yet, he was resolute that no matter where he traveled, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and dedicate himself to healing others through medicine. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to intensify his efforts in both work and study, aspiring to elevate his medical expertise. Upon returning home, he powered on his computer and began documenting the details of his encounter with the mysterious man. He understood that safeguarding his family and friends would demand even greater diligence moving forward. As he chronicled his reflections, vivid images of their meeting danced before his eyes, the enigmatic man's face etched in his memory. He sensed he was inching closer to an immense secret, one that could irrevocably alter his perception of the world. Chapter 55 of the Light of Truth. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk, yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the encounter with the enigmatic man from the previous night. The clues provided by this stranger had awakened in him a realization: a colossal conspiracy lay hidden behind Lu Piapiao's accident. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, brimming with anticipation for the future. He believed that as long as he steadfastly adhered to his convictions, he would undoubtedly unveil the truth behind Lu Piapiao's injury. He donned a neat ensemble of casual attire, adjusting his appearance in the mirror to ensure that every detail was impeccable. Aware that the day might present numerous uncertainties, he understood the necessity of being in prime condition. After taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his home, embarking on his journey to the CAF. Deng Xiaofan returned to the secluded CAF once more. The interior was dimly lit, suffused with the rich aroma of coffee. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the mysterious man had already taken his seat from the previous day, his expression marked by a hint of seriousness. Deng Xiaofan approached and seated himself opposite the man. The latter lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Dr. Deng, you have arrived," he spoke, his voice tinged with a trace of tension. Deng Xiaofan nodded. "I have commenced my investigation based on the clues you provided. However, there are still matters I need to clarify." The man fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "I am aware that you have many questions, and I shall endeavor to answer them." Taking a deep breath, Deng Xiaofan inquired, "Who are you? How do you possess this information?" The man sighed, "I was once a member of that organization, but I have since distanced myself from them. I recognize that their actions are wrong, and I refuse to witness innocents suffer any longer." Deng Xiaofan furrowed his brow. "Then why have you chosen to come forward now?" A flicker of anguish crossed the man's eyes, because my family has also been threatened. I find myself with no other choice. A surge of sympathy welled up within Deng Xiaofan. He understood that this man's decision had not been made lightly. What evidence do you have to substantiate your claims? Deng Xiaofan's voice held a note of determination. The man produced a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Deng Xiaofan. This contains all records of their transactions. You may present it to the authorities. Receiving the USB drive, Deng Xiaofan felt a surge of resolve. He knew that this device could be the key to unraveling the truth. Exiting the CAF, Deng Xiaofan swiftly copied the contents of the USB drive and submitted it to the police. The authorities promptly launched an investigation, discovering that these records were indeed linked to Lu Piapiao's accident. As the inquiry progressed, a vast illicit drug trafficking network began to surface. This network implicated numerous high-ranking individuals who exploited their positions for illegal transactions, with Lu Piapiao's investigation inadvertently encroaching upon their interests. The police acted decisively, arresting the principal members of this network one by one. As the truth was unveiled, the reality behind Lu Piapiao's accident gradually became evident. Deng Xiaofan sat in his office, reflecting on the experiences of the past few days. He recognized that although the truth had been revealed, the ramifications of this incident were far from over. Rising from his seat, he exited the office. The hospital corridor was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hospital garden, where the night air was exceptionally tranquil, filled only with the sounds of chirping insects and a gentle breeze. Sitting on a bench, he closed his eyes, embracing the serenity. He understood that his journey in Yangcheng had only just begun. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge, yet he also recognized that no matter where he went, he would remain steadfast in his beliefs, dedicating himself to healing through medicine. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work and study with greater diligence, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning home, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He was aware that this would be a lengthy journey, but he felt prepared. He commenced his record, envisioning scenes of investigation and recalling the faces of his patients. He understood that he was drawing closer to a monumental secret, one that could alter his perception of the world. Just as Deng Xiaofan was about to rest, his phone rang once more. A familiar voice came through the line. It was Lu Piapiao. Xiaofan, I have heard about your investigation. Her voice carried a hint of frailty, yet was imbued with gratitude. Deng Xiaofan's heart tightened. Piapiao, how are you feeling now? I am well. Zhang Wei says I will recover soon, she replied, her tone resolute. Deng Xiaofan exhaled with relief. That's good to hear. You need to rest adequately. After a moment of silence, Lu Piapiao slowly said, Xiaofan, I wish to see you. A stir of emotion surged within Deng Xiaofan. He realized that this meeting could potentially transform their relationship. Very well, I shall visit you tomorrow, he replied, his voice tender. After ending the call, Deng Xiaofan felt a blend of anticipation and unease. He understood that while this incident had reached its conclusion, their story was only just beginning. Chapter 56, A Glimmer of Hope. Indiana. The early morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lu Piapiao's sickbed. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling the gentle warmth as if life itself was beckoning her with hope. Though her body still felt feeble, her consciousness had awakened, and she realized that merely being alive was a miracle in itself. Deng Xiaofan entered the ward and, upon seeing Lu Piapiao awake, a look of relief spread across his face. Approaching her bedside, he inquired softly, How do you feel? Lu Piapiao's voice was still slightly hoarse, yet her gaze radiated determination. I am well, thank you, Xiaofan. Deng Xiaofan nodded, understanding that Lu Piapiao's road to recovery would. He retrieved a bouquet of fresh flowers from his pocket and placed them on her bedside. These are for you, I hope you recover swiftly. As Lu Piapiao gazed at the flowers, a flicker of emotion sparkled in her eyes. She knew that Deng Xiaofan was not merely her physician, he was also her friend and protector. The afternoon sun poured through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the walls of the ward. Deng Xiaofan settled beside Lu Piapiao, and their conversation began. Lu Piapiao's spirits had considerably improved since the morning, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Xiaofan, how did you discover those individuals? She asked. Deng Xiaofan took a deep breath and began recounting his encounter with the mysterious man and the process of handing the USB drive to the authorities. His voice was calm and resonant, each detail articulated with precision. Lu Piapiao listened intently, admiration glimmering in her gaze. She acknowledged that Deng Xiaofan was not only an exceptional doctor but also a courageous individual. Xiaofan, you are truly brave. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head modestly. I merely did what was right. Their conversation continued, and time quietly slipped away in the light-hearted atmosphere. As Deng Xiaofan looked at Lu Piapiao, warmth filled his heart. He understood that her recovery would be his greatest joy. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day of companionship. He sat at Lu Piapiao's bedside, observing her serene sleeping visage. He recognized that her healing would require time, yet he pledged to remain her steadfast guardian. He rose and exited the ward. The hospital corridor was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional footsteps and distant murmurs. Upon reaching the entrance of the medical clinic, an unusual tranquility enveloped the area, punctuated solely by the sounds of chirping insects. He settled onto a bench, closed his eyes, and savored the stillness. He understood that his journey in Yangcheng was just beginning. He would encounter more individuals and acquire greater knowledge. Nevertheless, he was resolute in maintaining his beliefs, using his medical skills to save lives. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision that he would strive harder in his work and studies, aspiring to elevate his medical proficiency. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and commenced documenting the day's work. He was aware that this would be a lengthy journey, but he felt prepared. He began his record, envisioning scenes from the hospital, with Lu Piapiao's face vividly etched in his mind. Just as Deng Xiaofan was about to rest, his phone rang once more. A familiar voice emerged from the other end. It was Elder Gua. Xiaofan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Elder Gua's tone bore a hint of seriousness. Elder Gua, are you in Yangcheng? Deng Xiaofan inquired. Indeed, I have come to Yangcheng at someone's invitation, Elder Gua replied. Deng Xiaofan's heart tightened. He knew that Elder Gua never contacted him without reason. He promptly responded, Elder Gua, I shall visit you tomorrow. After ending the call, a wave of uncertainty washed over Deng Xiaofan. He sensed that this call might conceal new tasks or challenges. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that regardless of the obstacles ahead, he would face them with courage. He returned to Lu Piapiao's ward, gazing at her tranquil sleeping face, his heart brimming with resolve. No matter what transpired, he would protect and safeguard her. Chapter 57 The Secret of the Elixir. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he idly toyed with a golden needle while contemplating how to aid Lu Piapiao in regaining her strength. Resolute, he resolved to leverage his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to concoct a potion that would bolster vitality. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air. His gaze was unwavering, filled with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that by adhering to his convictions, he would surely assist Lu Piapiao in overcoming her trials. He donned a pristine lab coat, adjusting his attire in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that this endeavor was not only a test of his medical skills but also a testament to his sense of responsibility. Grasping his notebook, which contained his formulas and plans, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his home, embarking on the journey to the herbal medicine room of his clinic. Entering the herbal medicine room, he was enveloped by the fragrant aromas of various herbs. His eyes scanned the shelves until they settled on several unique ingredients, all meticulously selected for their properties to enhance physical strength and nourish the body. He commenced the preparation of the elixir, his movements gentle yet assured, each measurement and mix infused with purpose and resolve. He could sense the transformation of the herbs in his hands, their efficacy magnified under his careful guidance. As time passed, the potion gradually took shape. Gazing at the amber liquid before him, a wave of satisfaction and pride washed over him. He knew this elixir would aid Lu Piapiao in restoring her vitality and hastening her recovery. That afternoon, Deng Xiaofan arrived at Lu Piapiao's hospital room, the elixir in hand. Lu Piapiao was seated on her bed, engrossed in a book. Although her complexion still bore a hint of pallor, her spirits were evidently lifted. Piapiao, I have brought you something. Deng Xiaofan's voice radiated warmth. Lu Piapiao looked up, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she spotted the potion. What is this? It is an elixir designed to enhance your vitality. which will be beneficial for your recovery, Deng Xiaofan explained. Accepting the potion, gratitude gleamed in Lu Piapiao's eyes. Xiaofan, thank you for always being so considerate. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head gently. You are my friend, it is only natural for me to care for you. Lu Piapiao carefully opened the vial, and a delicate herbal fragrance permeated the room. She inhaled deeply before slowly drinking the elixir. Moments later, astonishment illuminated her face. I feel as though I have regained some strength. Deng Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy. He realized the potion was beginning to. He rose and moved to her side, gently assisting her to sit up. Come, let me help you stretch your body. With his support, Lu Piapiao carefully descended from the bed and began to walk around the room. Though her steps were still somewhat unsteady, they were significantly stronger than before. Xiaofan, this elixir is truly effective, Lu Piapiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. Deng Xiaofan nodded, his heart swelling with pride and fulfillment. He recognized that this potion would not only restore Lu Piapiao's strength but also fortify her constitution, enabling her to face future challenges with greater ease. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day of companionship. Sitting by Lu Piapiao's bedside, he observed her serene sleeping visage. He understood that her recovery would require time, yet he vowed to remain by her side. Rising, he exited the room. The hospital corridor was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps or distant conversations. He reached the entrance of the clinic, where an unusual stillness prevailed, accompanied solely by the chorus of crickets. Taking a seat on a bench, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the serenity. He knew that his journey in Yangcheng was just beginning. He would encounter more individuals and acquire further knowledge. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his commitment to uphold his beliefs and save lives through his medical expertise. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would strive to work harder and learn more, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning home, he powered on his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He was aware that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. As he began to write, vivid images of hospital rooms danced before his eyes, and Lu Piapiao's face lingered in his mind. He understood he was nearing a colossal secret, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. Chapter 58. Rising fame. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the slats of the clinic's blinds, illuminating Deng Xiaofan's consultation room. Seated at his desk, he toyed with a golden needle, his mind preoccupied with the burgeoning reputation of his medical establishment. Since the inception of his clinic, his exceptional medical skills and unique treatment methods had swiftly garnered acclaim throughout Yangcheng. He rose from his seat and approached the window, inhaling the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. He firmly believed that as long as he remained steadfast in his convictions, he could elevate his clinic to become a renowned medical institution, not only in Yangcheng but across the nation. Donning a pristine white coat, he adjusted his attire in the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. Aware that an influx of patients would seek his expertise today, he was determined to present himself in the best possible light. Upon arriving at the clinic, Deng Xiaofan discovered a long queue forming at the entrance. Patients were either seated or standing, their faces a blend of hope and anxiety as they awaited his care. He swiftly donned his white coat and commenced his day's work. Dr. Deng, I have heard of your remarkable skills. I traveled from afar seeking your help, a middle-aged man spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. Deng Xiaofan nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat, and began to meticulously inquire about his ailment. His focus was unwavering, each question incisively addressing the core of the issue, instilling a sense of reassurance in the patient. As time passed, patients continually entered and exited Deng Xiaofan's consultation room. With his golden needle and herbal remedies, he alleviated the suffering of each individual. His touch was gentle yet assured, infusing each. Dear Deng, I am profoundly grateful. I feel so much better, an elderly woman expressed as she grasped his hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded, no need for thanks. It is my duty. He understood that such expressions of gratitude were the greatest motivation for his work and the finest testament to his dedication to medicine. As the day drew to a close, Deng Xiaofan bid farewell to his last patient. Standing at the clinic's entrance, he gazed at the sunset casting its golden glow upon the street, his heart swelling with contentment and pride. He recognized that while the day had been arduous, his skills had been acknowledged, and his clinic's reputation was flourishing due to the goodwill he had cultivated. Returning to his office, he began to organize the day's patient records. Before him were the faces of those he had treated, and in his mind lingered moments of healing. He realized that his clinic was evolving into a new landmark in Yangchang, a beacon of hope and recovery. Dr. Deng, your clinic is gaining immense popularity, many are speaking of your medical prowess. Li Ming entered the office, his expression brimming with excitement. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. This is the result of our collective efforts. He understood that the clinic's reputation was not solely his achievement but a testament to the entire team's dedication. He would continue to work alongside his colleagues, utilizing their expertise and compassion to bring health and hope to even more patients. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's endeavors. Seated in his office chair, he reflected on the consultations he had conducted. Although he had achieved some success today, he recognized that the journey of his clinic's development was far from over. Rising from his chair, he stepped out of the office. The corridors of the clinic were quiet, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps and distant murmurs. He arrived at the clinic's entrance, which was unusually tranquil, save for the sounds of chirping insects. Taking a seat on the bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the serenity. He understood that his journey in Yangchang was just beginning, and he would encounter many more individuals and acquire vast knowledge. Yet, he was resolute that no matter where he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and heal through medicine. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision: he would exert greater effort in his work and studies, striving to elevate his medical expertise. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences. He recognized that this would be a lengthy journey, but he was well prepared. He commenced his record keeping, envisioning the scenes of the clinic and recalling the faces of the patients he had served. Chapter 59. The wings of reputation. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle, his mind occupied with contemplating the future of his clinic. Since its inception, his establishment had garnered a swift reputation throughout Yangchang, owing to his superb medical skills and distinctive treatment methods. Today, he was to face a new challenge: an interview with the media. The ringing of the telephone shattered the tranquility of the morning. Deng Xiaofan answered, greeted by a familiar voice on the other end. Dr. Deng, this is a reporter from the Yangchang Daily. We would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you to feature your clinic and your medical expertise. There was a note of anticipation in the journalist's tone. Deng Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the media would take such swift notice of his clinic. After a brief contemplation, he slowly replied, certainly, I would be glad to accept your interview. He understood that this interview would present a new opportunity for the growth of his clinic, allowing him to introduce more individuals to the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine and his establishment. In the afternoon, sunlight poured through the clinic's windows, bathing Deng Xiaofan's consultation room in a warm glow. The reporters and photographer from the Yangchang Daily had arrived, setting up their cameras and preparing to commence the interview. Dr. Deng, could you share with us the story of your clinic and your medical practices? The reporter's voice brimmed with curiosity. Deng Xiaofan nodded, embarking on a detailed exposition of his clinic, from its design philosophy to the intricacies of his treatment methods, elucidating every detail with clarity. His voice was calm yet resonant, each word reflecting his passion for traditional Chinese medicine and pride in his clinic. The reporter and photographer were captivated by Deng Xiaofan's narrative, their eyes brimming with admiration. They began capturing footage within the clinic, the camera lens documenting every corner, from the ancient wooden beams to the modern medical apparatus, each aspect showcasing the clinic's unique allure. Dr. Deng, could you demonstrate your treatment methods for us? The reporter's voice carried a hint of request. With a warm smile, Deng Xiaofan nodded and proceeded to administer acupuncture to a patient. His technique was gentle yet precise, each insertion deftly targeting the acupuncture points. The patient's face transformed with expressions of astonishment and gratitude, as they marveled at the miraculous nature of acupuncture. The reporter and photographer diligently recorded this moment, understanding that it represented a rare experience and a significant story. Once the interview concluded, the reporters and photographer departed from the clinic. Deng Xiaofan remained in the consultation room, reflecting on the interview that had transpired. He recognized that this exposure would allow many to discover his clinic and the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. The following day, the article was published in the Yangchang Daily, bearing the title Deng Xiaofan, the physician creating miracles through traditional Chinese medicine. The report meticulously detailed Deng Xiaofan's clinic and his medical practices, illustrating how he utilized traditional Chinese medicine to address various ailments. Accompanying the article were photographs of Deng Xiaofan treating patients, showcasing his professional yet approachable demeanor upon its release. The article immediately garnered widespread attention. Numerous readers were drawn to Deng Xiaofan's medical prowess and the inviting atmosphere of his clinic, prompting them to call and schedule appointments, eager to experience the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine firsthand. The telephone at the clinic rang incessantly, with a steady stream of patients seeking appointments. Deng Xiaofan and his team were busily engaged, yet their faces radiated satisfaction and pride. They understood that this was the fruition of their hard work and the realization of their aspirations. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. He settled into his office chair, pondering over the day's interview and the resulting article. He was acutely aware that, while today's endeavors had yielded some success, the journey of his clinic's development was far from complete. Rising from his seat, he stepped out of the office. The corridor of the clinic was enveloped in a serene quietude, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He arrived at the entrance of the clinic, where the stillness was profound, accompanied solely by the chirping of insects. Taking his seat on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. He understood that his journey in Yangcheng had only just begun. He would encounter many more individuals and acquire further knowledge, yet he also recognized that no matter where his path led him, he would steadfastly uphold his convictions, dedicating his medical skills to healing others. Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision. He would commit to working and learning even harder, striving to elevate his medical expertise to new heights. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He realized this would be a long and arduous journey, but he felt prepared. He commenced his recording, vivid images of articles flashing before his eyes, and the faces of his patients occupying his thoughts. He sensed he was on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret, one that had the potential to transform his understanding of the world. Chapter 60. A flourish of the pen as dawn broke. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's desk. Seated before it, he toyed with a golden needle, his mind preoccupied with a unique case he had just completed. This case not only marked a breakthrough in treatment but also offered fresh perspectives within the realm of medical theory. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to document the treatment process and his reflections in a paper to share with the medical community. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. His gaze was steadfast, filled with anticipation for the future. He believed that by steadfastly adhering to his convictions, he could indeed provide new insights to the field of medicine. He donned a neatly arranged casual outfit and, standing before the mirror, meticulously adjusted his attire, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He understood that the composition of this paper was not merely a test of his medical skills but also a challenge to his academic prowess. Grasping his notebook, which contained records of his treatment plans and the patient's recovery journeys, he took a deep breath, settled at his desk, and commenced writing. His prose flowed smoothly and precisely, each word reflecting his profound love for medicine and compassion for his patients. In his paper, Deng Xiaofan meticulously detailed the symptoms of the case, the diagnostic process, and the therapeutic techniques employed. Utilizing precise medical terminology and clear logic, he illuminated the distinctive advantages of integrating traditional Chinese and Western medicine. His writing not only chronicled every nuance of the treatment but also delved deeply into the medical principles underpinning it. He elucidated how, through the principles of differential diagnosis in traditional Chinese medicine combined with the exacting diagnostics of Western medicine, he crafted a personalized treatment plan for the patient. His words conveyed a profound understanding of medicine and a deep respect for life. As the paper took shape, Deng Xiaofan's thoughts became increasingly lucid. He recognized that this document was not merely a record of a single case but a profound exposition of the philosophy of integrating Eastern and Western medical practices. Upon completion, Deng Xiaofan submitted his manuscript to the Yangcheng Medical Journal and the Lancet. In due course, the paper was published, immediately capturing widespread attention within the medical community. Numerous physicians and scholars expressed keen interest in Deng Xiaofan's treatment plan, initiating discussions and research into this innovative therapeutic approach. Consequently, Deng Xiaofan's clinic garnered increased recognition, with many patients seeking to experience this groundbreaking treatment. Though busy and overwhelmed, Deng Xiaofan and his team wore smiles of satisfaction and pride, acutely aware that their efforts were yielding tangible results and fulfilling their aspirations. As night fell, Deng Xiaofan concluded his day's work. Sitting in his office chair, he reflected on the day's accomplishments and the impact of his paper. He understood that while progress had been made, the journey of developing the clinic was far from complete. Rising, He stepped out of the clinic, the streets were aglow with lights, and pedestrians hurried by, each person carrying their own stories and dreams. He inhaled the night air, attuned to the rhythm of the city. Returning home, he seated himself at his desk and began chronicling the day's work and learning experiences, acknowledging that this would be a protracted journey. He felt prepared. He commenced his record, envisioning the myriad cases before him, and the faces of those patients lingered vividly in his mind. Chapter 61 Invitation to the International Stage. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofen's bed. His mind lingered on the reactions to his paper published the previous day. The discourse surrounding his work had sparked extensive discussions within the medical community, with many peers expressing a profound interest in its insights. Rising from his slumber, he approached the window and inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that by steadfastly adhering to his convictions, he could illuminate the medical field with fresh perspectives. Donning a meticulously tailored suit, he adjusted his attire before the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He was acutely aware that today might usher in significant calls or emails, necessitating his readiness at all times. Grasping his briefcase, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his home, embarking on his journey to the clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic, Deng Xiaofen discovered an email from the organizers of the correspondence conveyed that his paper had garnered high praise from the conference organizers, who extended a heartfelt invitation for him to participate in the forthcoming International Medical Conference and deliver a keynote address. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. He had not anticipated that his work would capture the attention of an international gathering. He recognized that this was not merely a personal accolade, but also a validation of traditional Chinese medicine's standing in the global medical arena. Promptly, he replied to the email, graciously accepting the invitation, and commenced preparations for his speech. He understood that this presentation would serve as a pivotal opportunity to showcase the allure of traditional Chinese medicine. He convened his team members, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng, to share the momentous news and deliberate on the content and format of the speech. They offered a plethora of invaluable suggestions, which Deng Xiaofen diligently noted, embarking on the drafting of his speech. In the ensuing days, Deng Xiaofen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparation of his address. He meticulously examined each argument presented in his paper, ensuring that every assertion was underpinned by robust scientific evidence. He aspired for this presentation to clearly convey the philosophy of integrating Eastern and Western medicine, inspiring his audience with fresh insights. Within the confines of his study, he practiced his speech repeatedly, fine-tuning his pace and intonation to ensure that each word accurately reflected his thoughts. His wife and children became his initial audience, offering him precious feedback and encouragement. As the content of his speech evolved, so too did Deng Xiaofen's confidence. He recognized that this international conference would serve as a significant platform for him to exhibit his medical expertise and philosophies, and he was determined to give his utmost. As night descended, Deng Xiaofen concluded a day of preparation. Seated in his study, he reflected on the impending international conference. He understood that this event would mark a crucial milestone in his professional journey, as well as a vital opportunity to promote the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. Rising from his chair, he exited the study. The corridors of his home were enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional murmur of family conversations and laughter. He made his way to the balcony, where the night air was exceptionally serene, accompanied solely by the gentle whisper of the breeze. Sitting in a rocking chair, he closed his eyes, embracing the stillness. He was acutely aware that his journey in Yangcheng was merely beginning, with countless encounters and knowledge yet to be gained. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his commitment to his beliefs, vowing to utilize his medical skills to heal others. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to intensify his efforts in both work and study, aspiring to elevate his medical acumen to new heights. Returning to his study, he powered on his computer, commencing the documentation of his day's work and learning experiences. He recognized that this would be a long and arduous journey, but he was resolutely prepared. He began his record, envisioning the pages of his speech drafts and the faces of the audience awaiting him. Chapter 62 The Spark of Wisdom. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting its warm glow upon Deng Xiaofen's bed. After rising and freshening up, he took a seat at his desk, idly toying with a golden needle while his mind contemplated the imminent international medical conference. His paper had not only sparked widespread discussion within the medical community but had also garnered him an invitation to participate in the conference. Today, he would make his way to the airport, embarking on a journey to the venue of the event. He stood up, approached the window, and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. His gaze was resolute, brimming with anticipation for the future. He was convinced that by steadfastly adhering to his beliefs, he could undoubtedly showcase the allure of traditional Chinese medicine on the global stage. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, he adjusted his attire before the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He recognized that this journey would mark a significant turning point in his professional career. Grasping his briefcase, which contained his speech manuscript and essential stationery, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his home, setting forth towards the airport. Upon his arrival at the airport, Deng Xiaofan spotted Li Ming and Zhang Wei already waiting for him. They would accompany him to the conference as his assistants and team members. "Dr. Deng, everything is ready, we can board now," Li Ming exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Deng Xiaofan nodded, his gaze sweeping. They passed through security and proceeded to the boarding gate. Deng Xiaofan's heart was filled with eagerness for the conference, fully aware that this event would provide him with a pivotal opportunity to present the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. As the airplane ascended, he settled by the window, watching the city of Yangcheng shrink below him, his heart alive with curiosity for the unknown and a profound love for traditional Chinese medicine. He understood that this journey would be a significant chapter in his life. After several hours of flight, Deng Xiaofan and his team arrived at the conference venue. They checked into their hotel and, following a brief respite, promptly made their way to the conference center. Within the center, medical experts from around the globe gathered, engaging in lively exchanges and sharing their latest research findings. Deng Xiaofan and his team were warmly welcomed, their paper becoming the focal point of the conference. During the opening ceremony, the organizers expressed high praise for Deng Xiaofan's paper and invited him to be the first speaker ascending the podium. He surveyed the audience, noting the diverse faces from various countries and cultures. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his address. "Esteemed colleagues, good day. I am Deng Xiaofan, hailing from a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Yangcheng. Today, I wish to share my experiences and results regarding the integration of traditional and Western medicine." His voice resonated throughout the conference center, calm yet powerful. He elaborated on the theoretical foundations and practical effects of this integration, infusing his presentation with wisdom and passion. The audience listened intently, their eyes alight with curiosity and interest. As he concluded his speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Numerous experts approached him, posing questions and sharing their thoughts. Deng Xiaofan patiently addressed each inquiry, his smile warm and sincere. As night fell, the first day of the conference came to a close. Deng Xiaofan and his team returned to their hotel, gathering in their room to reflect on the day's discussions and presentations. They understood that this journey was merely beginning, with many more individuals to meet and knowledge to acquire. Deng Xiaofan stood by the window, gazing out at the nightscape. His heart brimmed with satisfaction and pride, aware that his speech had captured the attention of the international medical community. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work harder and learn more. Aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's experiences and learnings. He recognized that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. He commenced his record, envisioning the scenes of his presentation, his mind filled with the faces of the experts. He sensed that he was nearing a profound secret, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. Just then, his phone rang. Answering, he heard a familiar voice on the other end. "Dr. Deng, this is Elder Gua. I have heard about your successful presentation at the conference. I am proud of you." A warm surge of emotion filled Deng Xiaofan's heart, knowing that Elder Gua's recognition was his greatest. "I will continue to strive for excellence." After hanging up, Deng Xiaofan felt invigorated. He understood that no matter how arduous the road ahead might be, he would forge ahead with unwavering determination. Chapter 63: The Collision of Wisdom. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the hotel curtains, casting a warm glow upon Deng Xiaofan's bed. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to more effectively promote the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine at the International Medical Conference. He understood that this was not merely an opportunity for presentation but rather a grand feast for learning and exchange. Rising from his slumber, he approached the window and inhaled the fresh morning air deeply. His gaze was resolute, filled with anticipation for the future. He firmly believed that by steadfastly adhering to his convictions, he could pave new paths for the development of integrated medicine. Dressed in a pristine suit, he adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, ensuring that every detail was impeccable. He was acutely aware that today's conference would serve as a significant platform for showcasing his medical expertise. Stepping out of his home, he embarked on his journey to the conference center. En route, a notification from the system abruptly appeared. Frowny face utilized this speech to gain the approval of 100 experts for traditional Chinese medicine, 0100. Task completion reward revitalization pill. Note, the revitalization pill can resurrect those on the brink of death, capable of curing ailments deemed incurable. System prompt, use with caution. Upon seeing the reward, Deng Xiaofan felt. Upon his arrival, the conference hall was already filled with medical experts from around the globe. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and expectation, eager for new knowledge and inspiration. Taking to the podium, he commenced his speech. He elucidated the theoretical foundations and practical effects of integrating Chinese and Western medicine, his discourse imbued with wisdom and fervor. The audience listened intently, their expressions reflecting curiosity and interest. As the speech concluded, the session transitioned into a question-and-answer segment. An American medical expert stood, posing a poignant inquiry regarding the integration of traditional and Western medicine in treating chronic diseases. Dr. Deng, could you enlighten us on the advantages and challenges of this integration in managing chronic illnesses? The expert's question was incisive. With a smile, Deng Xiaofan responded, "The strength of integrating traditional and Western medicine lies in its ability to consider the patient's overall condition, achieving therapeutic goals by restoring balance within the body. The challenge, however, is to foster a broader understanding and acceptance of this treatment approach, alongside the continuous optimization and refinement of its practical applications." His response garnered applause from the audience. The experts engaged in fervent discussion, expressing immense interest in the prospects of integrated medicine. As night fell, the first day of the conference came to a close. Deng Xiaofan and his team returned to the hotel, reflecting on the day's presentations and dialogues. They recognized that this journey was merely at its inception, with many more individuals to meet and knowledge to acquire. Standing by the window, he gazed at the nightscape outside, his heart brimming with satisfaction and pride, for he knew that his speech had captured the attention of the international medical community. Task complete, conquered 100 experts present, rewards received, revitalization pill has been added to the backpack, available for retrieval at any time. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to work harder and learn more, aspiring to elevate his medical skills to new heights. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and began documenting the day's work and learning experiences. He was aware that this would be a long journey, yet he felt prepared. He commenced his record, envisioning the moments of his speech and the faces of the experts etched in his mind. He understood that he was approaching a profound revelation, one that could potentially alter his perception of the world. The following day, the conference delved into deeper discussions. Deng Xiaofan participated in a workshop focused on treatment strategies that combine traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Experts from various nations shared their experiences. A German medical expert posed a question regarding the integration of modern technology with traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Deng, in your view, how should we amalgamate traditional Chinese medicine with contemporary technological advancements in today's medical environment? After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xiaofan replied, "I believe we should harness modern technology to validate and enhance the theories and methodologies of traditional Chinese medicine. For instance, employing big data analytics to study the efficacy of traditional treatments or utilizing advanced imaging techniques to explore the mechanisms of acupuncture." His response sparked animated discussions among the attendees. Experts began to share their research and case studies, creating a vibrant and enlightening atmosphere within the workshop. Deng Xiaofan listened attentively, his notebook filling with fresh ideas and concepts. He recognized that these exchanges and discussions would provide invaluable insights for his research and practice. As night fell once more, Deng Xiaofan concluded another day of discussions. He sat in his hotel room, reflecting on the day's workshop and exchanges. Although progress had been made, he understood that the journey toward integrating traditional and Western medicine was far from complete. Rising from his seat, he left his room. The hotel corridor was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and distant conversations. He made his way to the hotel garden, where the night brought an unusual serenity, accompanied solely by the chorus of insects and the gentle whisper of the breeze. Perched on a bench, he closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. He was aware that his journey in Yangcheng had only just begun, and many more individuals awaited him, along with further knowledge to be gleaned. Yet he also understood that wherever he ventured, he would steadfastly uphold his convictions, using his medical expertise to save lives. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision: he would strive even harder in his endeavors, determined to elevate his medical skills further. He returned to his room, opened his computer, and began recording today's work and learning experiences. He was cognizant that this was merely the beginning of a lengthy journey, yet he felt equipped for the challenges ahead. As he began his documentation, vivid images of the workshop danced before his eyes, and the faces of the experts lingered in his mind. Contemplating his return home the following day, he retired early to rest. Chapter 64: The Glory of the Return and the Art of Humble Response. In the early morning of Yangcheng, the gentle rays of sunlight caressed the earth, draping the city in a golden cloak. Deng Xiaofan and his team have concluded their journey at the International Medical Conference, returning home laden with invaluable experiences, their hearts brim with excitement and anticipation, eager to share their newfound knowledge with colleagues and patients back home. As the airplane gracefully descends upon Yangcheng International Airport, a familiar scent envelopes them the moment the cabin door opens. Deng Xiaofan inhales deeply, a profound sense of familiarity swelling within him. He glances back at his team members, each face radiating the joy of returning home. Upon exiting the airport terminal, they had hoped for a discreet departure, yet they were unexpectedly met by a throng of reporters wielding microphones and cameras. Dr. Deng, congratulations on your remarkable performance at the international conference. What are your thoughts on the prospects of integrative medicine? A female reporter inquires first, her voice crisp and resonant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Deng Xiaofan momentarily pauses, regaining his composure swiftly. He smiles at the camera, responding in a calm yet resolute tone. Thank you for your interest. The integration of Eastern and Western medicine is a complex and protracted journey, requiring our continuous exploration and practice. I firmly believe that with perseverance, we can deliver enhanced treatment outcomes for our patients. As soon as he finishes speaking, another reporter interjects, Dr. Deng, your presentation at the conference was truly splendid. Could you share your forthcoming research directions? Deng Xiaofan chuckles softly, deftly deflecting, my research focus is ever evolving and deepening, contingent upon clinical practice and patient needs. However, I can assure you that I will persist in my efforts to advance and promote integrative medicine, bringing hope to more patients. In the face of the reporter's incessant inquiries, Deng Xiaofan and his team maintain a demeanor of politeness and caution. They understand that the success at this international conference is merely a small milestone on their research journey. The true challenges and difficulties lie ahead. Dr. Deng, with such high accolades internationally, does this signify that your medical skills have reached their zenith? A male reporter attempts to extract deeper insights. Deng Xiaofan shakes his head humbly, stating, there is no pinnacle in medicine, only relentless learning and progress. I have much to learn and improve upon, and I hope for your continued support and encouragement. Throughout the exchange with the reporters, Deng Xiaofan consistently embodies humility and modesty. He recognizes that true achievement is not born from media hype and flattery, but from tangible efficacy and the goodwill of patients. As time passes, the reporters' questions grow trivial and mundane. Deng Xiaofan and his team begin to show signs of impatience, yearning to return to their clinic and resume their research endeavors. Finally, with the assistance of a security guard, they manage to break free from the reporters' encirclement and board the vehicle that has been waiting outside. The car glides away from the airport, making its way toward the clinic. Seated inside, Deng Xiaofan gazes out at the swiftly passing scenery, a torrent of emotions surging within him. He understands that the experiences gleaned from this international conference have not only bestowed invaluable recognition upon him and his team but have also profoundly underscored the weight of their responsibilities and mission. Upon returning to the clinic, Deng Xiaofan and his team immediately immerse themselves in their work. They begin organizing conference materials, sharing insights, and preparing for their upcoming research initiatives. Although physically and mentally fatigued, their faces are adorned with smiles of satisfaction and pride. Deng Xiaofan sits in his office, reflecting on the day's events. He acknowledges that while today has been a whirlwind of exhaustion and challenges, it is an integral part of their journey as physicians and researchers. He rises and approaches the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. His heart brims with expectations and aspirations for the future. He knows that as long as they uphold their beliefs and research directions, they will undoubtedly carve a broader path for integrative medicine. Returning to his desk, Deng Xiaofan begins to document his reflections and insights from the day. He hopes that through this medium, he can convey his thoughts and experiences to fellow practitioners and patients, collectively advancing the progress and development of integrative medicine. As he writes, Deng Xiaofan's thoughts drift far afield. He envisions a future where integrative medicine becomes one of the mainstays of the medical community, offering hope and recovery to countless patients. He is confident that with persistent effort and exploration, that day will inevitably arrive. The success of Deng Xiaofan and his team at this international conference has not only brought them honor and recognition but has also instilled in them a profound sense of responsibility and mission. They understand that true success does not stem from fleeting hype and adulation but from tangible results and the goodwill of patients. In the days to come, they will continue to embody humility and modesty, dedicated to the research and promotion of integrative medicine. They believe that as long as they remain steadfast in their convictions and research focus, they will be able to provide better treatment outcomes for patients and contribute to the advancement of the medical field. In this vibrant and innovative land of Yangchang, Deng Xiaofan and his team shall persevere, crafting their own legendary narrative with their wisdom and medical expertise. Chapter 65 Rare Cases, a new chapter in medicine. Upon returning to the clinic, Deng Xiaofan swiftly immersed himself in the rigorous and fulfilling realm of research. Within the clinic, the fragrant aroma of traditional Chinese medicine intertwined with the occasional murmur of patient conversations, crafting a harmonious tableau. Seated in his office, Deng Xiaofan found his desk laden with an array of medical tomes and research materials, diligently engrossed in his studies, seeking new inspiration from the vast ocean of knowledge. During this period, he pondered how to further optimize the integrative treatment plan of traditional and Western medicine, aspiring to achieve superior therapeutic outcomes. His gaze flitted across the pages, pausing intermittently to annotate with a pencil, capturing his reflections and insights in the margins. As Deng Xiaofan delved deeper into his research, a peculiar case captured his attention. This new patient presented a complex and rare set of symptoms, distinctly different from any he had encountered before. The patient exhibited persistent low-grade fever, joint pain, and enigmatic rashes on the skin, leaving Deng Xiaofan perplexed. He meticulously inquired about the patient's medical history, conducted a comprehensive physical examination, and arranged for a series of laboratory tests. As he awaited the results, a mixture of anticipation and unease swirled within him. He understood that this case might harbor unknown medical enigmas, and he stood on the precipice of unveiling this mystery. Days later, the laboratory results arrived in Deng Xiaofan's hands. He scrutinized the data on the report, his brow furrowed, his heart surging with indescribable astonishment. The report indicated that a particular antibody level within the patient was abnormally elevated, and intriguingly, this antibody did not correlate with any known disease. Deng Xiaofan realized he might have stumbled upon an entirely new ailment. The clinical manifestations, pathological mechanisms, and treatment options of this disease were uncharted territory in the medical community. A blend of exhilaration and trepidation filled him. He recognized that this discovery could potentially revolutionize existing medical theories and usher in new breakthroughs in integrative treatment. Faced with this rare case, Deng Xiaofan did not falter but chose to confront the challenge head-on. He began poring over extensive medical literature, striving to uncover any similar accounts or studies related to this case. However, he was disheartened to discover a near-complete absence of information regarding this disease in existing medical resources. Rather than dampening his spirits, this only intensified his fervor for exploration. He resolved to start from scratch, embarking on an in-depth study and analysis of this case. He formulated a detailed research plan, which included continuous monitoring of the patient, gathering additional clinical data, and Deng Xiaofan was acutely aware that confronting this rare case required more than his solitary efforts. Thus, he convened the clinic's team members, presenting them with the details of the case and his research plan. The team members expressed their unwavering support for his endeavors. In the days that followed, Deng Xiaofan and his colleagues collaborated closely, collectively tackling this challenge. Each member assumed specific responsibilities, some overseeing the patient's daily monitoring and care, others collecting and analyzing clinical data, while still others experimented with and adjusted treatment protocols. Through their concerted efforts, the research progressed steadily. After a period of diligent work, Deng Xiaofan and his team finally achieved some preliminary results. They discovered that through the integration of traditional and Western medical treatments, the patient's symptoms had significantly alleviated, and the antibody levels were gradually returning to normal. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within them, further solidifying their resolve to continue their research. However, Deng Xiaofan understood that this was merely the beginning. They needed to delve deeper into the disease to unveil its true pathological mechanisms and develop effective treatment methodologies. He believed that as long as they persisted, they would undoubtedly unravel the enigmatic veil of this disease, contributing new advancements to the medical field. Throughout their journey in addressing this rare case, Deng Xiaofan and his team exemplified the courage and responsibility befitting medical researchers. Undeterred by difficulties, they embraced exploration, inscribing a new chapter in medicine with their intellect and diligence. Their efforts and achievements not only brought hope and healing to the patient but also contributed to the advancement of the medical community. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan would continue to lead his team, relentlessly exploring and advancing along the path of medicine. They believed that as long as they maintained their passion for medicine and their compassion for patients, they would surely create more miracles and brilliance. In the vibrant and innovative land of Yangcheng, Deng Xiaofan and his team would persist in crafting their own legendary narrative. Chapter 66: Serendipitous Encounters and New Discoveries of Medicinal Herbs. On a splendid weekend in Yangcheng, where sunlight poured down and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, it was the perfect season for a leisurely stroll. Deng Xiaofan, rarely able to extricate himself from his hectic research, resolved to wander through the nearby bustling alleys to immerse himself in the vibrant essence of life. Clad in casual attire, he meandered along the thrumming streets, taking in the myriad of wares lining the sidewalks and the ebb and flow of passers-by, his spirits soaring with joy. As he ambled further, Deng Xiaofan arrived at a lively market, brimming with an array of stalls, some offering fresh produce, others showcasing handcrafted goods, and still others tempting him with an assortment of delectable snacks. He walked and observed, occasionally pausing to engage in casual conversations with the vendors, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Just as Deng Xiaofan was about to depart the market, a modest stall caught his eye. It was adorned with various herbs, exuding a subtle fragrance. The vendor, an elderly woman, dressed in plain attire with a kindly visage, was attentively arranging the herbs before her. Upon closer inspection, Deng Xiaofan was astonished to discover several herbs he had never encountered before. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about their names and uses, to which the woman patiently responded. During their conversation, his attention was captivated by a particularly unique herb, vibrant in color. The elderly woman informed him that this herb was called lingqi, which she had stumbled upon during her forays into the deep mountains to gather medicinal plants. It thrived in an exceptionally harsh environment, making it a rare find, and thus, few were aware of its existence. She explained that lingqi possessed distinctive medicinal properties, capable of treating common ailments, yet she was uncertain about its specific applications. Deng Xiaofan developed a profound interest in lingqi. He purchased some from the elderly woman, intending to take it back to his clinic for further study. Upon returning, he promptly convened his team to present this remarkable discovery. The team members, equally intrigued by lingqi, began to scour various medical texts in search of any documentation or research related to it. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed sporadic references to lingqi in an ancient medical tome. The text indicated that lingqi had anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and immune-boosting effects, though it failed to elaborate on its precise applications. Deng Xiaofan resolved to experiment personally. He selected several patients suffering from chronic inflammation and incorporated lingqi as an adjunctive treatment in their therapeutic regimen. After a period of observation, he noted significant improvements in their symptoms, with inflammation markers markedly decreasing. The extraordinary efficacy of lingqi invigorated both Deng Xiaofan and his team. They recognized that this herb could herald new opportunities for their clinic. Consequently, they began to expand the application of lingqi, experimenting with its use in treating other ailments. Through ongoing practice and exploration, they discovered that lingqi exhibited remarkable effects in addressing certain autoimmune diseases and chronic pain conditions. This revelation greatly benefited the clinic's patients and bolstered Deng Xiaofan and his team's reputation and recognition within the medical community. As the application of lingqi flourished within the clinic, Deng Xiaofan realized that to benefit a greater number of individuals, he must share this herb with a wider audience. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a long-term collaborative relationship with the elderly woman, working together to research and promote lingqi. The elderly woman welcomed Deng Xiaofan's proposal, generously imparting her years of herbal gathering experience and knowledge to him and his team, aiding them in better understanding and mastering the properties and applications of lingqi. With her guidance, Deng Xiaofan and his team delved deeper into their research on lingqi, yielding even more fruitful results. The serendipitous encounter between Deng Xiaofan and the elderly woman not only ushered in new opportunities for the clinic but also paved a novel path for the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine. The discovery and application of lingqi have not only provided immense benefits to patients but also marked a significant stride for Deng Xiaofan and his team in the realm of medical research. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan will continue to lead his team in the in-depth study and promotion of lingqi and other traditional Chinese herbs, bringing hope and healing to even more patients. He believes that as long as they maintain their passion for medicine and compassion for patients, they will undoubtedly forge ahead on the path of healing, creating more miracles and brilliance. Simultaneously, he hopes that more individuals will come to appreciate and recognize the allure of traditional Chinese herbs, collectively preserving and advancing the legacy of Chinese medicine. Chapter 67 Herbal Research. A new journey begins. At the suggestion of Deng Xiaofan, an urgent meeting was convened within the medical clinic to discuss the potential for an in-depth study of herbal medicines. The meeting room, bathed in soft lighting, buzzed with a fervent atmosphere, each participant wearing a solemn and focused expression. Standing before the conference table, Deng Xiaofan elaborated on his thoughts and plans, firmly believing that a thorough investigation into herbal remedies could provide the clinic with a plethora of treatment options and possibilities. After listening to Deng Xiaofan's exposition, the team members unanimously expressed their agreement. They understood that traditional Chinese medicinal materials are treasures of Chinese medicine, imbued with boundless wisdom and mysteries. If these enigmas could be unearthed and applied in clinical practice, it would undoubtedly bring forth greater benefits for patients. Thus, a vigorous research initiative on herbal medicines commenced within the clinic. Deng Xiaofan led his team in systematically collecting, organizing, and analyzing various data and information related to traditional Chinese medicinal materials, striving to uncover their interconnections and underlying principles. Upon learning of Deng Xiaofan's research plans, the esteemed Guo Lao, residing in Kyoto, extended his robust support. A luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, Guo Lao possessed profound insights and extensive knowledge regarding medicinal herbs. He recognized Deng Xiaofan's talent and potential, believing that his research could yield groundbreaking results. Consequently, Guo Lao dispatched 2 seasoned experts in herbal research from Kyoto to assist Deng Xiaofan in his endeavors. These experts not only brought extensive research materials and data but also shared their invaluable experiences and insights in the field. Their involvement undoubtedly infused new vigor and impetus into Deng Xiaofan's research. With the aid of Guo Lao and the 2 specialists, Deng Xiaofan and his team made rapid progress. They not only deepened their understanding of various medicinal herbs' properties and effects but also discovered novel. These approaches achieved remarkable results in clinical applications, significantly alleviating and controlling patients' conditions. After a period of diligent effort, Deng Xiaofan and his team ultimately achieved a breakthrough. They successfully developed. This achievement not only greatly benefited patients but also garnered the attention and respect of the medical community towards Deng Xiaofan and the clinic. Witnessing the recovery of patients due to his research filled Deng Xiaofan with a profound sense of accomplishment and pride. However, he was not content to rest on his laurels. He realized that in order to benefit more individuals, it was essential to translate their research findings into tangible products and services. Thus, a bold idea emerged in Deng Xiaofan's mind: establishing a pharmaceutical factory. He believed that through the production and promotion of the factory, more people could become acquainted with and utilize his research outcomes, thereby offering hope and recovery to a greater number of patients. Following his decision to establish a pharmaceutical factory, Deng Xiaofan immediately commenced preparations for the requisite tasks. He understood that launching a pharmaceutical factory was no trivial matter. It necessitated a substantial investment of funds, manpower, and resources. Nevertheless, he did not waver in the face of these challenges. He was convinced that with determination and perseverance, he could surmount any obstacles and adversities. During the preparatory phase, Deng Xiaofan encountered a myriad of problems and difficulties. He needed to locate suitable premises, equipment, personnel, and technical support, handle various administrative procedures and permits, and consider issues related to production and sales of the products. Each step demanded a significant investment of time and effort to coordinate and resolve. However, Deng Xiaofan did not relent. He firmly believed in the correctness of his ideas and plans, as well as in his capabilities and the strength of his team. Together, they labored diligently, overcoming one challenge after another. Through the concerted efforts of Deng Xiaofan and his team, substantial progress was finally made in the preparations for the pharmaceutical factory. They secured appropriate premises and equipment, recruited skilled technical and managerial personnel, and completed the necessary administrative procedures and permits. With everything in place, they awaited the official opening. However, at this juncture, an unexpected piece of news arrived. Doubts and challenges were raised regarding Deng Xiaofan's research results,
asserting that his formulation posed potential issues and risks. This revelation plunged Deng Xiaofan and his team into a state of confusion and uncertainty.
They understood that this skepticism was not without foundation. In the medical field, any research outcome must undergo rigorous verification and scrutiny before it can gain acceptance and recognition. If they could not demonstrate that their formulation was both safe and effective, the factory would face insurmountable obstacles to its opening, and their efforts would be rendered futile. Faced with this sudden challenge, how would Deng Xiaofan and his team respond? Did their research findings truly harbor problems? Would the pharmaceutical factory successfully commence operations? All of this lingered in suspense and uncertainty. In the days to come, how would they confront and resolve these challenges and difficulties? Let us await the unfolding of their journey. Chapter 68, A Midnight Urgent Call, A Life and Death Rescue. The night in Yangcheng was tranquil and profound. As Deng Xiaofan lay in bed, deeply immersed in dreams, a sudden, urgent ringtone jolted him awake. He hastily grasped his phone, and the screen illuminated with the number of his colleague, Lu Piapiao. "Hello, Xiaofan. Piapiao was injured during a mission, and the situation is dire. You must come to the hospital. No, hurry to the clinic." The voice on the other end trembled with a cry, clearly overwhelmed with panic. Deng Xiaofan's heart leapt to his throat. He feigned calmness, offered a few words of reassurance to his colleague, and swiftly hung up. Rising to dress, his movements were rapid and forceful, as if every second counted in a matter of life and death. After donning his clothes, Deng Xiaofan promptly dialed the numbers of the 3 team members. He understood that this rescue operation required their utmost collaboration. Though the 3 were still enveloped in slumber, the urgency of Deng Xiaofan's call roused them instantly, and they pledged to rush to the clinic to prepare. Deng Xiaofan ended the call, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm the turmoil within. He recognized that this was not the time for panic. He must remain composed to save Lu Piapiao. Severe injuries, treacherous poison. Before long, Lu Piapiao was brought to the clinic by her colleagues. At a glance, Deng Xiaofan noticed the marks of injury on her, causing his heart to constrict. He swiftly assessed her wounds and discovered an ominous black aura emanating from the injury site, indicating that the weapon was laced with a potent toxin. Deng Xiaofan dared not delay, immediately taking samples for analysis. The test results revealed an exceedingly rare toxin, for which no antidote was readily available on the market. Moreover, this toxin acted with alarming rapidity. Without an antidote within 24 hours, Lu Piapiao would succumb to it. Gazing at the test results, Deng Xiaofan furrowed his brow. He understood that the current situation left no room for contemplation. He must urgently find a means to counteract the poison, lest Lu Piapiao face grave danger. After a moment of reflection, Deng Xiaofan resolved to utilize the sole remaining resurrection pill he possessed. This invaluable treasure, bestowed upon him by his master, had the power to save lives in times of peril. However, this pill was exceedingly precious, and he had always hesitated to use it. Now, to save Lu Piapiao, he had no choice but to take the risk. He instructed his team members to prepare the acupuncture instruments, then, when the coast was clear, retrieved the resurrection pill from his backpack. Controlling needles with qi, detoxifying and healing, Deng Xiaofan took a deep breath and cautiously administered the resurrection pill to Lu Piapiao. He then began to apply his exceptional acupuncture skills, guiding the needles with his qi to treat Lu Piapiao. His technique was both skilled and precise, with each needle expertly piercing the acupoints, directing the medicinal properties of the resurrection pill to navigate through Lu Piapiao's body, gradually expelling the toxin. As time ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on Deng Xiaofan's forehead. He finally exhaled in relief as Lu Piapiao's complexion began to improve, the dark aura slowly dissipating. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the clinic window, Lu Piapiao finally opened her eyes. She looked at Deng Xiaofan, who had remained by her side, and her heart brimmed with gratitude. Deng Xiaofan smiled back at her and said, "You're finally awake, that is splendid news. However, you have sustained quite severe injuries and will need to rest and recuperate for some time." Lu Piapiao nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaofan, once again, you have saved my life." Deng Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. However, you must be more cautious in the future. You've just recovered from your last injury, and now you're hurt again." Lu Piapiao offered a sheepish smile, knowing that Deng Xiaofan spoke the truth. She was aware that this mission had indeed been perilously dangerous, and she had narrowly escaped with her life.
Following this life and death rescue, the bond between Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piapiao deepened significantly.
They both recognized that they had become indispensable parts of each other's lives. In the days to come, how would they face further challenges and adversities? How would their relationship evolve? Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty and anticipation. Yet, as long as they stood by one another, weathering the storms of life together, they would undoubtedly navigate every hardship and embrace a brighter future. Chapter 69, a new chapter for the pharmaceutical factory, shared responsibility of the family. In the scorching summer of Yangcheng, the medical clinic was bustling with activity, teeming with patients. Deng Xiaofan navigated through the crowd with a blend of diligence and orderliness, diligently attending to his patients. As the clinic's reputation soared, the influx of individuals seeking medical assistance became relentless, bestowing upon Deng Xiaofan a sense of unprecedented fulfillment and satisfaction. Yet, amidst the flurry of activity, he pondered the future development of the clinic. He recognized that the existing medical resources and technology were insufficient to meet the ever-growing demands of patients. Consequently, he resolved to expand the clinic's scale and introduce more advanced equipment and technologies. However, such expansion necessitated financial backing, and the acquisition of equipment and technology required substantial investment. Deng Xiaofan was acutely aware of his limited capabilities and felt compelled to seek assistance from his family. After much contemplation, Deng Xiaofan decided to consult his parents. He understood that they had always been supportive of his endeavors and had quietly contributed to his success. This time, he hoped to enlist their help in shouldering the responsibilities of the pharmaceutical factory. When Deng Xiaofan broached his ideas with his parents, they appeared somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that their son would entrust such a significant task to them. However, upon gazing into his resolute eyes, they recognized this as a manifestation of their son's trust and expectations. Thus, Deng's father and mother resolutely accepted the challenge, understanding that this represented a crucial step in their son's career progression and an opportunity for them to contribute to the family. Simultaneously, as Deng's parents took charge of the pharmaceutical factory, Deng Xiaofan busied himself with the approval process for the medicinal ointment. He knew that the ointment was a cornerstone product of the clinic and a trusted remedy among patients. However, due to previous complications, the approval had been stalled, impacting the clinic's progress. To address this issue, Deng Xiaofan sought the assistance of Elder Guo, a revered figure in the medical community and his mentor. Aware of Elder Guo's esteemed reputation and influence, Deng Xiaofan believed that his support could potentially resolve the approval dilemma. Thus, Deng Xiaofan approached Elder Guo with samples of the ointment and relevant documentation, meticulously detailing its ingredients, efficacy, and clinical outcomes while expressing his desire for Elder Guo's assistance. After reviewing the information presented, Elder Guo exhibited a keen interest in the ointment. He conducted a thorough examination of the samples and documentation, engaging in an in-depth analysis. Ultimately, he provided affirmative feedback and facilitated Deng Xiaofan in obtaining the ointment's certification. The approval of the ointment injected new vitality into the clinic's development. Those who had previously harbored doubts regarding the ointment began to alter their perspectives, coming to recognize and trust the clinic's offerings. The clinic's reputation flourished, leading to an increased willingness among patients to seek treatment. Deng Xiaofan and his team worked industriously, aware that their collective efforts had borne fruit and contributed to the medical field. Meanwhile, Deng's parents achieved remarkable results in managing the pharmaceutical factory. They not only organized the factory efficiently but also introduced new production technologies and equipment, enhancing the efficiency and quality of the ointment's production. Their endeavors provided robust support for the clinic's growth. Observing the thriving progress of both the clinic and the pharmaceutical factory, Deng Xiaofan felt an overwhelming sense of pride and gratification. He recognized that these achievements were the fruits of collective labor with his family and represented their contributions to the healthcare sector. He understood that the road ahead remained long, fraught with challenges and opportunities. Nevertheless, as long as he and his family remained united in facing difficulties, they would undoubtedly forge a brighter future. Thus, he fortified his resolve and determination to continue learning and evolving, contributing his strength to the advancement of both the clinic and the pharmaceutical factory. He also hoped for his family to remain by his side, witnessing the glorious moments of their endeavors. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, both the clinic and the pharmaceutical factory attained significant accomplishments. This was not merely the result of Deng Xiaofan's individual efforts but a testament to the collective determination of his family. They exemplified the power of family and the significance of kinship through their actions. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan and his family would continue to advance hand in hand, confronting challenges and seizing opportunities together. They believed that as long as they united their strengths and pressed forward with courage, they could create an even more promising future. Simultaneously, they aspired for the clinic and pharmaceutical factory to emerge as leaders in the medical industry, bringing health and hope to countless patients. Chapter 70 of The Mysterious Investor, a new dawn for the pharmaceutical company. In the sweltering summer heat of Yangcheng, while the sun blazed overhead, a fervent passion burned even more intensely within Deng Xiaofan's heart. The preparations for the pharmaceutical company were progressing at a rapid pace, and he understood that this was not merely a pivotal turning point in his career, but also a crucial step towards achieving family legacy and innovation. Each day, Deng Xiaofan personally oversaw the preparations, meticulously managing every aspect, from site selection to equipment procurement, from personnel recruitment to technical training, ensuring that every facet was executed to perfection. He firmly believed that only through dedicated effort could a pharmaceutical company of genuine quality and reputation be established. Yet, the issue of funding loomed as a formidable challenge. Although the medical clinic was thriving, the establishment and operation of the pharmaceutical company demanded substantial financial investment. In his quest for solutions, Deng Xiaofan embarked on a tireless search for investors, hoping to secure their support and assistance. Just as Deng Xiaofan found himself ensnared in the quandary of financial difficulties, a mysterious investor emerged. This investor, introduced through a mutual acquaintance, expressed great optimism regarding the prospects of the pharmaceutical venture and was willing to provide the necessary financial backing. Deng Xiaofan felt a mix of surprise and caution upon the arrival of this enigmatic benefactor. He recognized that while the business world was rife with investors, few possessed the insight and capability that truly mattered. Thus, he resolved to first ascertain the investor's background and credibility. After conducting thorough research, Deng Xiaofan discovered that this investor enjoyed a stellar reputation within the business community, bolstered by a wealth of experience. He had successfully invested in numerous projects, all yielding commendable returns. More importantly, his profound understanding of the pharmaceutical industry and unique insights instilled confidence in the future of the company. With a clearer understanding of the investor's credentials, Deng Xiaofan decided to engage in a more profound dialogue. They convened at a tranquil CAF, where their conversation unfolded over several hours. During this meeting, Deng Xiaofan meticulously detailed the preparations for the pharmaceutical company, its developmental vision, and market prospects. With his expertise and enthusiasm, he showcased the venture's potential and intrinsic value to the investor. Simultaneously, he articulated his terms for collaboration and aspirations, hoping to forge a long-term and stable partnership. After listening to Deng Xiaofan's presentation, the investor's optimism regarding the pharmaceutical company's future only intensified. He expressed his willingness to provide the requisite financial support and committed to offering comprehensive assistance throughout the company's operations and growth. Additionally, he imparted valuable advice and insights, illuminating the path for the pharmaceutical venture's development. Ultimately, through their collaborative efforts, they reached a consensus and formalized a partnership agreement. Deng Xiaofan understood that this marked a significant milestone in the company's evolution. With the influx of capital, the preparations for the pharmaceutical company accelerated dramatically. Deng Xiaofan began procuring advanced production equipment and technology, recruiting exceptional professionals, and enhancing research and innovation. He also established collaborations with various medical institutions and research organizations, collectively propelling the company's growth. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the pharmaceutical company gradually blossomed with renewed vitality. Both production efficiency and product quality saw remarkable improvements, while market share steadily expanded. Patients expressed high levels of recognition and trust in the company's products, and through word of mouth, the pharmaceutical venture's reputation grew increasingly resounding. Simultaneously, Deng Xiaofan remained steadfast in honoring his commitments to the investor. He regularly reported on the company's operational status and financial health, ensuring judicious use of funds and returns. Furthermore, he conferred with the investor on the company's strategic direction and developmental planning, laying a robust foundation for its future. Reflecting on the journey of the pharmaceutical company's preparations and development, Deng Xiaofan recognized that none of this would have been possible without the support and assistance of the mysterious investor. Gratefully, he remarked, it is the trust and backing of the investor that has bestowed upon me the courage and motivation to persevere. Without him, there would be no pharmaceutical company today.
The investor, in turn, commended Deng Xiaofan's talent and diligence, stating, "What I admire is not only the prospects of the pharmaceutical company but also Deng Xiaofan's brilliance and determination.
I am confident that under his stewardship, the company will undoubtedly achieve even greater heights." Looking ahead, both Deng Xiaofan and the investor brimmed with confidence and anticipation. They understood that as long as they united in purpose and exerted collective effort, they could surmount any challenges and realize the soaring potential of the pharmaceutical company, along with the glory of the family legacy. With the support of the mysterious investor, the pharmaceutical company embraced newfound opportunities for growth. Deng Xiaofan and his team members, infused with renewed enthusiasm and unwavering conviction, dedicated themselves to the company's operations and development. They recognized that this was merely a new beginning, with myriad challenges and opportunities awaiting them in the future. However, as long as they remained true to their ideals and pressed forward with determination, they would undoubtedly compose a more illustrious chapter in their journey. Chapter 71: The discovery of new herbal remedies and the challenges of ointment production. In the scorching summer of Yangcheng, while the sun blazed fiercely, Deng Xiaofan's heart mirrored the fervent weather, brimming with passion and determination. As the preparations for the pharmaceutical factory gradually fell into place, he redirected his energies towards the study of herbs. Each day, Deng Xiaofan diligently visited the herb garden at the factory, meticulously observing the growth of various herbs and delving into their medicinal properties and efficacy. He understood all too well that herbs form the foundation of ointment production. Only through a profound understanding of their characteristics and functions could one create truly effective and safe ointments. During his research, Deng Xiaofan stumbled upon a new herb. This herb thrived in the cool shade of the mountains, its leaves a deep green, and its flowers small yet vibrant. He carefully collected a few samples to take back to the clinic for further investigation.
As Deng Xiaofan stepped into the herbal research room of the clinic, a system prompt unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Task issue: to create a burn ointment and successfully market it. Reward: infusion of knowledge on meridian and bone alignment.
He paused for a moment, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. This was precisely the herb he had been studying the previous night. The system's notification undoubtedly validated the direction of his research. He swiftly gathered his team members, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng, to share his concept of the burn ointment. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and enthusiasm, clearly intrigued by the task at hand. This herb possesses remarkable efficacy for treating skin burns. We must expedite the creation of the ointment, Deng Xiaofan asserted with conviction. The team members immediately sprang into action, preparing experimental equipment and materials for the production of the burn ointment.
Under Deng Xiaofan's guidance, the team commenced the ointment's creation.
They began by extracting and concentrating the herb, subsequently incorporating auxiliary ingredients to enhance its effects. Deng Xiaofan personally oversaw each step, his gaze focused and earnest. He sensed the herb's potency gradually coalescing, as the preliminary form of the burn ointment began to take shape. As time passed, the burn ointment was finally completed. Deng Xiaofan carefully applied the ointment to a piece of simulated burned skin for testing, observing its effects. Within a few minutes, the redness and swelling on the simulated skin markedly diminished, far exceeding their expectations. The team erupted in cheers, their eyes alight with surprise and pride. Deng Xiaofan's heart swelled with a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that this burn ointment would bring hope to countless patients. As time unfolded, the production of the ointment entered a critical phase. The team faced immense pressure and challenges, yet they did not falter or retreat. Instead, they united even more resolutely, overcoming one obstacle after another. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the team embodied a spirit of resilience and tenacity, working tirelessly into the night. They supported and encouraged one another, collectively striving to fulfill their mission. This spirit of teamwork and camaraderie filled Deng Xiaofan with pride and gratitude. After a period of diligent effort, they finally produced a burn ointment that met quality standards. Gazing at the ointments that encapsulated the wisdom and sweat of the team, Deng Xiaofan felt a profound sense of achievement and joy. They collaboratively brainstormed a name, dubbing it Burn Essence. With the successful production and promotion of Burn Essence, an increasing number of patients began to utilize this ointment. They reported significant therapeutic effects, noting its rapid alleviation of pain and promotion of wound healing. Many praised Deng Xiaofan and the clinic's team members for their contributions to their health. Witnessing the satisfied smiles and expressions of gratitude from the patients, Deng Xiaofan felt immense solace and contentment. He recognized this as the result of collective efforts with his team and their contribution to the medical field. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that this was merely a new beginning. In the future, he would continue to lead his team in the in-depth study of herbs and the production of ointments, bringing health and hope to even more patients. Following the successful completion of the ointment production task, Deng Xiaofan and his team members did not rest on their laurels. They understood that the medical field is an endless journey, requiring continuous exploration and innovation. Thus, they embarked on a new journey, embracing fresh challenges. They believed that under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, they would surely overcome all difficulties and challenges, making even greater contributions to the medical profession. At the same time, they looked forward to the prospect of more discoveries and innovations that would bring further blessings to the health of patients. Chapter 72 The Miracle of the Burn Ointment. Unexpectedly saving an important figure, the summer sun blazed fiercely over Yangchang, yet within the confines of the clinic, a serene yet bustling atmosphere prevailed. As was his daily routine, Deng Xiaofan busily attended to patients, diagnosing ailments and prescribing remedies, all with meticulous precision. At that moment, the system's voice announced, "Congratulations on completing the task, the infusion of orthopedic knowledge begins."
In an instant, a spark ignited in Deng Xiaofan's mind, enriching his intellect with a wealth of knowledge regarding orthopedics.
Since its inception, his burn ointment had garnered widespread acclaim and appreciation from patients. Many who suffered from painful burns found swift relief and healing upon using the ointment, filling Deng Xiaofan with immense satisfaction and pride. However, he remained unaware that an unforeseen trial was imminent, one in which his burn ointment would play a pivotal role. That afternoon, the clinic received an urgent phone call. An anxious voice on the other end relayed that a significant individual had suffered severe burns in an accident at a location in Yangchang and required immediate medical attention. Upon hearing this news, Deng Xiaofan promptly recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly organized the clinic's medical staff, prepared emergency equipment and medications, and then drove to the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, he encountered a middle-aged man whose skin was extensively burned. Writhing in agony on the ground, Deng Xiaofan immediately approached, conducting a preliminary examination and assessment of the man's condition. After confirming the extent of the man's injuries, Deng Xiaofan swiftly retrieved his burn ointment. He meticulously applied the ointment to the burned areas, followed by a careful bandaging with gauze. As time passed, the ointment gradually took effect, alleviating the man's pain and initiating the healing process. Deng Xiaofan and the medical staff remained by the man's side, closely monitoring his condition. After several hours of treatment, the man's injuries were finally stabilized. He gazed gratefully at Deng Xiaofan and the medical team, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Deng Xiaofan exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the burn ointment that had played a crucial role in saving this important figure. Once the prominent individual had recovered, he made a special visit to the clinic to extend his gratitude to Deng Xiaofan and the medical staff. Grasping Deng Xiaofan's hand, he exclaimed with emotion, "I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your timely intervention and the miraculous burn ointment, I might not have made it through this ordeal." He further pledged to recommend the burn ointment to many others, so that more individuals could benefit from it. Additionally, he offered high praise and recognition for Deng Xiaofan's medical skills and ethics. Hearing these words filled Deng Xiaofan's heart with joy and pride. He understood that this was the finest reward for the efforts of himself and the clinic's team. Moreover, he realized that the value and significance of the burn ointment extended beyond mere treatment. It embodied the transmission of care and hope. Following this extraordinary act of rescue, the clinic's reputation swiftly spread throughout Yangchang. An increasing number of individuals began to take notice of Deng Xiaofan and his burn ointment, flocking to the clinic for medical assistance. Yet, Deng Xiaofan did not allow the growing fame to inflate his ego. He maintained a humble and dedicated demeanor, treating each patient with the utmost seriousness and crafting every ointment with care. He also continuously pursued further education and research, striving to enhance his medical expertise and proficiency. He understood that the field of medicine was an unending journey, requiring constant exploration and innovation. He vowed to remain steadfast on this path, dedicating his efforts to the health and happiness of his patients. The burn ointment became a legend in Yangchang. With its miraculous efficacy and Deng Xiaofan's medical skills, it successfully treated countless burn victims, earning the trust and acclaim of many. For Deng Xiaofan, the burn ointment represented not merely a remedy, but a profound mission and responsibility. He was keenly aware that as a healer, his calling was to save lives and alleviate suffering. He would steadfastly uphold this mission, employing both his medical expertise and compassion to safeguard the health and well-being of his patients. In the future, Deng Xiaofan would continue to lead the clinic's team in the in-depth study of herbal medicine, crafting ointments to bring hope and healing to even more individuals. He firmly believed that, through their collective efforts, the medical field would undoubtedly flourish and advance. Chapter 73 The Burn Ointment encounters a talented mentor. Pharmaceutical experts collaborate. In the sweltering summer of Yangcheng, where heat waves abound, Deng Xiaofan's enthusiasm for promoting the burn spirit ointment remains undiminished. He is acutely aware that this ointment is a genuine blessing for burn victims. Thus, he traverses every corner of Yangcheng, ardently advocating its remarkable efficacy. Throughout his promotional endeavors, Deng Xiaofan encounters a myriad of patients. Some suffer agonizing pain from their burns, while others have lost faith due to the ineffectiveness of alternative ointments. Yet, whenever Deng Xiaofan introduces the burn spirit, their faces light up with anticipation and hope. Witnessing the gradual recovery of these patients due to the burn spirit, Deng Xiaofan is filled with a profound sense of fulfillment and pride. He recognizes that his efforts are not in vain, as this ointment is indeed bestowing health and happiness upon many. One day, while promoting in a pharmacy in Yangcheng, Deng Xiaofan meets a seasoned pharmaceutical expert. This individual, in his 60s, bears silver hair, yet his gaze remains exceptionally sharp. He listens intently to Deng Xiaofan's presentation, nodding in agreement at intervals. When Deng Xiaofan elaborates on the production process and medicinal properties of the burn spirit ointment, the expert's eyes glimmer with surprise and excitement.
He promptly requests Deng Xiaofan to demonstrate the ointment and personally conducts a trial. After the trial, the expert praises the efficacy of the burn spirit ointment profusely, stating that its unique formulation and remarkable effectiveness render it a true remedy. He also mentions his lifelong dedication to pharmaceutical research but admits to rarely encountering such an exceptional burn ointment. Upon delving deeper into the burn spirit ointment, the pharmaceutical expert expresses his desire to collaborate with Deng Xiaofan. He conveys his willingness to join forces with Deng Xiaofan to promote this ointment, aiming to benefit an even greater number of individuals. Deng Xiaofan, upon hearing this news, feels both astonished and elated. He understands that this expert commands a stellar reputation and influence within the industry. Collaborating with him would undoubtedly propel the promotion of the burn spirit ointment to new heights. Hence, the two begin to discuss the specifics of their collaboration. They deliberate on matters concerning production, sales, and promotion, crafting a comprehensive partnership plan. They also resolve to establish a joint research team to conduct more in-depth studies and development of the burn spirit ointment, enhancing its efficacy and stability. After reaching a cooperative agreement, Deng Xiaofan and the pharmaceutical expert promptly embark on a rigorous preparatory phase. They assemble a professional team to conduct thorough research and optimization of the burn spirit ointment. Concurrently, they actively engage with major pharmacies and medical institutions to promote this ointment. As time progresses, the burn spirit ointment gains increasing recognition in Yangcheng. A growing number of patients begin to utilize this ointment, offering high praise and acclaim. The collaboration between Deng Xiaofan and the pharmaceutical expert yields remarkable results. They not only successfully broaden the market reach of the burn spirit ointment but also co-develop additional outstanding ointment products. These products not only exhibit significant medicinal effects but also cater to the diverse needs of patients, making substantial contributions to the medical field. Throughout their collaboration, Deng Xiaofan and the pharmaceutical expert forge a profound friendship. They learn from one another, providing mutual support as they strive for the advancement of healthcare. Whenever they reflect on this collaboration, they are invariably filled with gratitude and joy. Deng Xiaofan recognizes that the presence of this pharmaceutical expert has allowed his burn spirit ointment to realize its true value. Moreover, he has acquired a wealth of invaluable experience and knowledge from this expert, solidifying the foundation of his medical practice and career. In the future, Deng Xiaofan will continue to collaborate with the pharmaceutical expert to develop even more exceptional ointment products. They firmly believe that, through their collective efforts, the healthcare sector will flourish and prosper. Simultaneously, they look forward to bringing health and happiness to an even larger number of patients, transforming the burn spirit ointment into a true legend. Under the joint efforts of Deng Xiaofan and the pharmaceutical expert, the burn spirit ointment continues to craft its legend.
It not only brings hope to burn victims but also injects new vitality into the advancement of the medical field. The collaboration between Deng Xiaofan and the pharmaceutical expert has become a celebrated tale within the healthcare community. Through their intellect and dedication, they have collaboratively constructed a vision of health and happiness. In the future, they will persist in their united journey, bringing hope and illumination to countless patients. Chapter 74: The Emergence of Bone Healing Ointment. Deng Xiaofan's new triumph. Since the remarkable success of the burn relief ointment in Yangchang, Deng Xiaofan's name has become inextricably linked with this miraculous remedy. However, for Deng Xiaofan, the quest in the medical field has never ceased. Following the triumphant launch of the burn ointment, he embarked on a new research endeavor, the bone healing ointment. As its name suggests, this ointment is designed to facilitate the healing of bones. Deng Xiaofan is acutely aware that fractures are common accidents in daily life and work. Traditional treatments often necessitate prolonged periods of rest and recovery, causing significant inconvenience and distress for patients. Therefore, he resolved to develop a formulation that could expedite bone healing and alleviate the suffering of those afflicted. To create the bone healing ointment, Deng Xiaofan devoted an immense amount of time and effort. He meticulously perused countless medical texts to acquire knowledge about bone healing. Simultaneously, he ventured into the mountains and forests to gather various medicinal herbs, conducting repeated experiments and formulations. Throughout this experimental journey, Deng Xiaofan encountered numerous challenges and setbacks. At times, the ointment's efficacy was less than satisfactory, and adverse effects even manifested, yet, he persevered, diligently refining and optimizing his formula. He understood that only through countless trials and failures could he ultimately discover the most suitable formulation. After numerous experiments and enhancements, Deng Xiaofan finally developed a preliminary formula for the bone healing ointment. With great excitement, he presented the ointment to several patients suffering from fractures for trial use. The results were exhilarating. Patients reported rapid healing of the fractured areas and a significant reduction in pain following the application of the ointment. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Deng Xiaofan, hailing him as a true miracle worker. Witnessing the recovery of his patients filled Deng Xiaofan's heart with joy and pride. He realized that his efforts had not been in vain. This bone healing ointment would herald a new dawn for many suffering from fractures. Although the bone healing ointment had achieved initial success, Deng Xiaofan was acutely aware that further efforts were required to expand its reach to a broader market. He began traversing the major hospitals and pharmacies in Yangchang, advocating for the ointment. He introduced its efficacy and application methods to physicians, showcasing recovery cases of patients. Additionally, he utilized social media and brochures to promote the ointment to a wider audience. However, the path to promotion was not always smooth. Some doctors remained skeptical, deeming the proclaimed effects exaggerated, while certain patients hesitated due to pricing concerns. Nevertheless, Deng Xiaofan did not waver. He patiently addressed every inquiry, employing facts and data to substantiate the ointment's effectiveness. As time progressed, the efficacy of the bone healing ointment gradually garnered wider recognition and trust. An increasing number of doctors began to recommend its use, and more patients opted for it as a remedy for fractures. In a major hospital in Yangchang, a patient who had suffered a fracture from a car accident experienced swift recovery and discharge after using the ointment. Gratefully, he expressed to Deng Xiaofan, "Thanks to your bone healing ointment, I recovered my health so quickly. You are truly my savior." Such words filled Deng Xiaofan with immense comfort and pride. He knew that his efforts had borne fruit, and the bone healing ointment was bringing health and happiness to many. The advent of the bone healing ointment once again attests to Deng Xiaofan's talent and dedication in the medical field. Not only has he successfully introduced the burn ointment, but he has also brought hope to fracture patients. His diligence and commitment have illuminated the charm and value of traditional Chinese medicine for many. Looking ahead, Deng Xiaofan will continue to devote himself to research and development in medicine. He will incessantly explore new remedies and treatment methods to bring hope and light to more patients. Simultaneously, he aspires to collaborate with more experts and scholars to collectively advance the progress and development of the medical field. In Deng Xiaofan's heart, the pursuit of medicine is an endless endeavor. He will steadfastly remain on this path, dedicating his medical skills and compassion to the health and happiness of patients. The legend of the bone healing ointment will inspire him to forge ahead, creating even more brilliance. Chapter 75 of the clinical trial of bone regeneration ointment shines. captivating the medical community's attention on Deng Xiaofan. In a corner of Yangchang, Deng Xiaofan's clinic is perpetually bustling with visitors, radiating an atmosphere of fervor. Since the inception of bone regeneration ointment, Deng Xiaofan has been tirelessly seeking opportunities to further validate its efficacy through clinical trials, aspiring for broader recognition and application of this remarkable remedy. At last, with the support and collaboration of several esteemed medical experts, Deng Xiaofan successfully initiated the clinical trial for bone regeneration ointment. The subjects of this trial are a group of patients suffering from fractures due to various causes. They will undergo treatment with the ointment and receive regular medical examinations to assess its effectiveness. The process of the clinical trial is both rigorous and intricate. Deng Xiaofan and his team meticulously designed the trial protocol, ensuring scientific validity and precision. They not only documented the treatment procedures but also carefully recorded the patient's responses and recovery progress for comprehensive analysis and research throughout the trial. Deng Xiaofan maintained a high sense of responsibility and professionalism. He personally applied the ointment to patients, patiently addressing their inquiries, and closely monitoring their health conditions. His professional integrity and ethical standards earned him immense admiration from both patients and the medical community. After a period of treatment, the results of the clinical trial began to emerge. Patients treated with bone regeneration ointment exhibited a noticeably accelerated healing process at the fracture sites, accompanied by a significant reduction in pain. Compared to traditional treatment methods, the efficacy of the ointment proved to be more pronounced, with minimal side effects. This outcome invigorated Deng Xiaofan and his team, as they recognized that the ointment's effectiveness had been preliminarily validated, laying a solid foundation for its further promotion and application. Simultaneously, this result garnered widespread attention within the medical community. Numerous medical experts expressed keen interest in Deng Xiaofan's bone regeneration ointment, eagerly indicating their willingness to collaborate with him and further research on its efficacy and mechanisms of action. With the successful clinical trial of bone regeneration ointment, Deng Xiaofan's name began to resonate throughout the medical field. His skills and talents garnered increased recognition and accolades. Many medical experts and scholars extended invitations to him, urging his participation in various medical exchanges and symposiums to share his insights and achievements. Deng Xiaofan graciously accepted these invitations, fully aware that medicine is a field that thrives on continual dialogue and learning. By engaging with a broader array of experts and scholars, he aimed to enhance his own medical proficiency and knowledge. Thus, he found himself frequently attending various medical forums and discussions, where he collaboratively explored medical issues with experts and shared his experiences and findings. His speeches were always imbued with fervor and enthusiasm, deeply inspiring everyone present. As the efficacy of bone regeneration ointment gradually became apparent and captured the medical community's interest, Deng Xiaofan began strategizing for its future development. He understood that to genuinely benefit a vast array of patients, further research and development were imperative. Consequently, he commenced preparations for additional clinical trials and promotional endeavors for the ointment. He established partnerships with multiple medical institutions and pharmacies, aiming to broaden the market reach of bone regeneration ointment. Simultaneously, he bolstered collaborations with medical experts and scholars to jointly investigate the ointment's effectiveness and underlying mechanisms. Deng Xiaofan firmly believed that through collective efforts, bone regeneration ointment could emerge as an exceptional remedy for fractures, bringing health and happiness to numerous patients. He also looked forward to collaborating with more experts and scholars to advance the progress and development of the medical field. The success of the clinical trial for bone regeneration ointment reaffirmed Deng Xiaofan's talent and dedication within the medical domain. He not only successfully introduced a burn ointment but also delivered solace to fracture patients. His relentless efforts illuminated the allure and value of traditional Chinese medicine to a broader audience. In the future, Deng Xiaofan will continue his commitment to the research and advancement of medical science. He will relentlessly explore new prescriptions and treatment methodologies, instilling hope and brightness in the lives of more patients. Simultaneously, he anticipates collaborating with an increasing number of experts and scholars to jointly foster the progress and development of the medical profession. His aspirations in medicine will, through continuous effort and pursuit, blossom into even more resplendent achievements.
Chapter 76 of the medical conference in Kyoto, where Deng Xiaofan's bone-growing ointment shocked the audience. On a sweltering summer day in Yangcheng, the sun blazed down, mirroring Deng Xiaofan's own fervent excitement and anticipation.
He had received an invitation from Kyoto to participate in the forthcoming National Medical Conference, where he was to present his research findings on the bone-growing ointment. This was, without a doubt, he understood that this conference would gather medical elites from across the nation, presenting an exceptional opportunity to showcase his skills and achievements. Thus, he gladly accepted the invitation and began to prepare for his address. In preparation for this momentous speech, Deng Xiaofan undertook extensive preparations. He meticulously organized the development process of the bone-growing ointment, clinical trial data, and patient recovery cases, striving to ensure that his presentation was both substantive and persuasive. He was acutely aware of the significance of this address. He not only aimed to demonstrate the efficacy of the ointment but also sought to prove to the national medical community that his skills and accomplishments were both genuine and credible. Consequently, he approached this presentation with utmost seriousness, leaving no detail overlooked. At last, the Kyoto Medical Conference commenced as scheduled. Standing at the podium, Deng Xiaofan faced an audience of medical experts and scholars and began his presentation. He elaborated on the background of the ointment's development, its formulation principles, and clinical trial results. His discourse was coherent and well-structured, bolstered by substantial data, earning him resounding applause from the audience. However, as he delved into the production process and the sources of the medicinal ingredients, a wave of skepticism arose from the audience. An esteemed elder in traditional Chinese medicine stood up, questioning whether Deng Xiaofan's bone-growing ointment truly fell within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. "Your factory produces ointments using commonplace medicinal materials. How can this possibly be considered traditional Chinese medicine?" the elder inquired haughtily. In the face of this challenge, Deng Xiaofan remained composed. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain patiently. The essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in the principle of differential diagnosis and treatment, tailored to the individual. Although the formulation of the bone-growing ointment appears simple, each ingredient has been meticulously selected in proportion by me, aimed at promoting bone healing and alleviating patient suffering. Is this not in accordance with the philosophy of traditional Chinese medicine?" Deng Xiaofan asserted. He then presented the clinical trial data and patient recovery cases, further substantiating his argument. "Moreover, my decision to establish a factory for the production of ointments is driven by a desire to make these treatments accessible and trustworthy for a greater number of patients." Is this not the very spirit of benevolence that traditional Chinese medicine embodies? His words resonated powerfully with the audience. After a moment of silence, the elder nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his acceptance of Deng Xiaofan's perspective. Attendees expressed their congratulations and respect, extolling his medical skills and achievements. The elder who had previously questioned him approached the stage, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill, expressing his admiration and appreciation for Deng Xiaofan. "Your medical skills and contributions are indeed commendable. I apologize for my earlier skepticism," he stated sincerely. Deng Xiaofan smiled and shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. He understood that in the realm of medicine, doubt and controversy were inevitable. It was only through demonstrating his skills and achievements that he could earn true respect and recognition. For Deng Xiaofan, this Kyoto Medical Conference was not merely an opportunity to showcase his skills and accomplishments but also a profound realization of the spirit of traditional Chinese medicine. He recognized that the soul of traditional Chinese medicine lies in its commitment to benefiting humanity, whether through establishing a factory to produce ointments or diligently researching new remedies. His ultimate goal was to ensure that more patients could benefit and that the spirit of traditional Chinese medicine could be preserved and promoted. Moving forward, Deng Xiaofan remained steadfast on his medical journey, dedicating his skills and compassion to enhancing the health and happiness of his patients. He also looks forward to collaborating with more medical experts and scholars to advance the development of traditional Chinese medicine, ensuring that its essence reaches an even broader audience. Chapter 77 of the Fiery Burn Spirit and the Living Bone Ointment. Chapter 77. The morning in Sheep City dawned with the sun filtering through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the bustling streets. Deng Xiaofan stepped out of his home, embracing the gentle breeze as he embarked on his journey to the clinic. His strides were light, and a contented smile adorned his face. Ever since the emergence of the bone regeneration ointment and burn relief elixir, his life had become increasingly fulfilling and busy. At the entrance of the clinic, a long queue had already formed. Patients flocked from afar, eager to receive Deng Xiaofan's personal treatment and to procure the miraculous ointments. Upon entering the clinic, he was immediately surrounded by his team members. "Dr. Deng, yesterday's ointment has completely sold out," Li Ming exclaimed anxiously. "So soon?" Deng Xiaofan replied, slightly taken aback, yet a look of gratification spread across his face. He recognized this as a testament to the market's approval of their work. He swiftly donned his lab coat and entered the consultation room. Throughout the day, he busily attended to patients, addressing their concerns, and personally applying the ointments to their wounds. His heart brimmed with satisfaction and pride, for each patient's recovery was the finest validation of his medical expertise. Inside the clinic, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Patients streamed in continuously, some seated, others standing, all awaiting Deng Xiaofan's examination. The team members scurried between various consultation rooms, assisting him with myriad tasks. "Dr. Deng, my arm has been scalded, could you please take a look?" a middle-aged woman implored anxiously. Deng Xiaofan carefully examined her injury and gently applied. In no time, her pain subsided, and a grateful smile blossomed on her face. "It's truly remarkable, the efficacy of this ointment is outstanding," she marveled. The patients nearby nodded in agreement, many of whom had traveled great distances, hoping for Deng Xiaofan's personal care and to acquire these wondrous ointments. Outside the clinic, trucks lined up, waiting to be loaded. These vehicles, arriving from various hospitals and pharmacies, had heard of the impressive results of the bone regeneration ointment and burn relief elixir and came to stock up. "Dr. Deng, we are from Sheep City First Hospital, and we've heard that your ointments are exceptional. We would like to purchase some," a hospital representative stated. Deng Xiaofan nodded with a smile. "Certainly, we have ample stock. You may procure as needed." The truck drivers busily loaded boxes of ointments onto their vehicles, their faces radiating satisfaction, knowing these products would bring enhanced reputation and profit to their respective institutions. As the afternoon sun grew hotter, Deng Xiaofan sat in his office chair, sipping a refreshing cup of tea, taking a brief respite. He was aware that the workload ahead would be even more demanding. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up, and a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Dr. Deng, it's me, Old Gua. I've heard that your bone regeneration ointment and burn relief elixir are currently all the rage, with hospitals and pharmacies clamoring to stock them." Old Gua's tone conveyed a hint of admiration. "Indeed, Old Gua. We, too, did not anticipate such fervent demand for these two ointments," Deng Xiaofan humbly replied. "Xiaofan, you must ensure the quality of your ointments remains uncompromised. Do not lower your standards due to high demand. Furthermore, you should focus on strengthening your team to meet market needs," Old Gua advised earnestly. Deng Xiaofan nodded, fully understanding the gravity of Old Gua's words. He recognized that maintaining the quality of the ointments and the stability of his team were essential to earning the trust and reputation in the market. He hung up the phone and stepped out of his office. The clinic remained bustling, with patients continuously pouring in. He took a deep breath, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. As evening approached, an increasing number of trucks gathered outside the clinic. Representatives from various hospitals and pharmacies arrived to procure supplies, eager to be the first to bring these miraculous ointments back to their establishments. Deng Xiaofan and his team diligently handled the procurement process, ensuring each box of ointment met quality. "Deng, we are from Sheep City Grand Pharmacy, and we would like to order a larger quantity. Is that possible?" a pharmacy representative inquired. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "Of course, we will supply according to your needs. However, you must also ensure the proper use and storage of the ointments to avoid waste and expiration." The pharmacy representatives nodded in agreement, understanding the essence of Deng Xiaofan's words. They knew that only through proper usage and storage could the efficacy of the ointments and patient safety be guaranteed. As night fell, the trucks gradually departed from outside the clinic. Deng Xiaofan stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to the last truck as it rolled away. His heart swelled with satisfaction and pride, for these two ointments had not only brought renown to his clinic but also delivered hope to his patients. As night descended, Sheep City gradually succumbed to tranquility. Deng Xiaofan sat on the balcony of his home, gazing at the distant twinkling lights, a wave of sentiment washing over him. He understood that the success of the bone regeneration ointment and burn relief elixir was no mere coincidence, but rather the fruit of collective effort by himself and his team members. Chapter 78 The Serendipity of the Medical Hall. In the gentle embrace of the morning sun, the quaint medical hall of Yangcheng basked in a golden hue, its traditional architecture exuding an air of timeless elegance. As the grand entrance slowly swung open, Deng Xiaofan, clad in a pristine white coat, stood on the porch, welcoming the dawn of a new day. His gaze radiated determination and anticipation, as if each ray of sunlight infused him with renewed vigor. Inside the hall, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, everything meticulously organized. Approaching the consultation room, Deng opened the window to invite the fresh breeze within. He settled at his desk, perusing the patient records from the previous night, quietly mapping out the day's agenda. Just then, the tranquility of the medical hall was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A middle-aged man rushed in, his face etched with urgency and distress. His right arm was evidently injured, supported by his left hand, and beads of perspiration glistened on his forehead. "Doctor, please take a look.
Is my arm broken?"
His voice trembled with anxiety. Deng Xiaofan promptly rose, gesturing for the man to take a seat. He meticulously examined the injured arm, forming a preliminary diagnosis in his mind. This was a classic case of a distal radius fracture that required immediate orthopedic intervention. Taking a deep breath, Deng closed his eyes, recalling the knowledge of orthopedic techniques imparted to him by the system. He remembered that for such fractures, the key lay in accurately locating the fracture ends, skillfully realigning them, and securing them to facilitate healing. Opening his eyes, his gaze became resolute. He instructed the man to relax and commence the application of the orthopedic methods he had learned. His hands moved with gentle precision, each gesture perfectly executed. As he worked, the tension in the man's expression gradually eased, and the furrowed brows began to smooth out. Time passed, and beads of sweat formed on Deng's forehead. He understood that orthopedics was a meticulous and physically demanding task, where even the slightest negligence could lead to complications. Finally, after considerable effort, he successfully realigned the fracture and secured it with a bandage. "All set, your arm is back in place. In the coming days, ensure you rest well, avoid unnecessary movement, and refrain from lifting heavy objects," Deng advised, wiping the perspiration from his brow. The middle-aged man gazed in astonishment at his arm, seemingly unable to believe how swiftly he had recovered. Tentatively moving his arm, he found, to his amazement, that the pain had vanished. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he grasped Deng Xiaofan's hand, repeatedly expressing his thanks.
"This is truly miraculous, thank you, doctor."
His voice brimmed with appreciation. Deng smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of fulfillment. He knew that the knowledge imparted by the system had proven invaluable, and it was also a testament to his relentless pursuit of learning.
After leaving the medical hall, the middle-aged man eagerly shared his experience with family and friends.
In no time, Deng Xiaofan's medical hall gained renown throughout Yangcheng. People began to discuss the extraordinary doctor and his astonishing orthopedic skills. Within the hall, Deng's colleagues regarded him with admiration, recognizing that his achievements stemmed from his diligent study and relentless research.
"Dr. Deng, you're truly remarkable," Li Ming exclaimed, genuinely impressed.
Deng Xiaofan humbly smiled, aware that this was merely the beginning. There was still an abundance of knowledge and skills he needed to acquire to better serve his patients. As word spread, an increasing number of patients sought his expertise. Some came for orthopedic care, while others required treatment for various ailments. Deng and his team were busily engaged, yet their hearts swelled with satisfaction and pride. A few days later, the middle-aged man returned to the medical hall. His arm had nearly healed. With no lingering pain, he brought a basket of fruit as a token of his gratitude towards Deng Xiaofan.
"Dr. Deng, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have endured so much more suffering."
His voice was sincere.
Deng accepted the fruit, smiling as he shook his head. "No need for thanks, this is what I am meant to do. Your arm is recovering well, but do remember to take care and avoid overexertion."
The man nodded vigorously, assuring Deng that he would heed his advice. As he departed the medical hall, he recommended Deng Xiaofan and his practice to those around him. With the patient's endorsements, Deng Xiaofan's medical hall continued to grow in reputation throughout Yangcheng. Not only did local residents come for treatment, but patients from afar also sought his expertise. Inside the hall, Deng and his team worked diligently and harmoniously, their hearts filled with passion and dedication to the medical profession. As night fell, the medical hall gradually quieted. Deng Xiaofan sat in his office chair, reflecting on the day's events. He recognized that his accomplishments were rooted in the knowledge imparted by the system and his unwavering commitment to self-improvement. Rising from his seat, he walked to the window, gazing out at the enchanting nightscape. The vibrant lights of Yangqing illuminated the night, a sight to behold. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of hope and anticipation for the future. He understood that there was still ample room for growth in his medical skills. He would continue to strive for knowledge and mastery, dedicating himself to the art of healing. Chapter 79. The revelation of scar cream. On a serene morning in Yangcheng, the gentle sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow in Deng Xiaofan's bedroom. He slowly opened his bleary eyes, feeling a refreshing vitality envelop him. Today marked the day of his rendezvous with Lu Piapiao, and he had meticulously chosen an outfit that was both casual and elegantly refined, eager to embrace this special occasion. After completing his morning routine, Deng Xiaofan stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. A subtle smile graced his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation for the date ahead. He understood that every moment spent with Lu Piapiao brought him joy and relaxation, as if the entire world transformed into a realm of beauty. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Piapiao. Piapiao, I'm on my way, see you soon. With that, he closed the door behind him and set off toward their meeting place. Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piapiao chose a picturesque park as their meeting spot. The park was adorned with lush greenery and fragrant blossoms, a favored retreat for the residents of Yangqing seeking leisurely strolls. The two walked side by side along the path, reveling in the tranquility and beauty surrounding them. Engaged in light conversation, they shared snippets of their lives, their laughter and cheerful banter intertwining to create the most melodious symphony of the morning. Suddenly, Lu Piapiao pointed to a peculiar clump of grass at the roadside, her curiosity piqued. Xiaofan, look at this grass, it appears rather unusual. Do you recognize it? Deng Xiaofan paused, bending down to examine the grass closely. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he realized this was a rare herb he had once encountered in ancient texts, the evening primrose. He crouched down, carefully uprooting the plant to observe its leaves and stem. Memories of the herb's properties surged through his mind. It was known for its remarkable ability to diminish scars and promote skin regeneration. Piapiao, this is a treasure! Deng Xiaofan exclaimed with excitement. This herb is called evening primrose, and it has excellent efficacy for scar treatment. Lu Piapiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the evening primrose in Deng Xiaofan's hand, sensing a newfound hope. Really? That's wonderful. I have a friend who has a scar on her face and has always felt insecure. If this herb proves effective, it would be fantastic. Her voice resonated with enthusiasm. Deng Xiaofan nodded, his mind already racing with thoughts on how to utilize this herb to formulate a scar cream. He recognized this as a new challenge, yet he was confident that through dedication, success was within reach. After their date, Deng Xiaofan returned to the clinic with the evening primrose in hand. He immediately embarked on researching the herb, determined to develop the scar cream as swiftly as possible. He meticulously reviewed ancient texts and modern medical literature to comprehend the herb's properties, benefits, and applications. Subsequently, he began experimenting with combinations of evening primrose and other traditional Chinese herbs to achieve optimal therapeutic effects. After countless trials and refinements, Deng Xiaofan finally devised a preliminary formula for the scar cream. He eagerly shared this formula with his team members, who rallied around him with support and assistance. In the days that followed, Deng Xiaofan and his team delved deeper into the research and enhancement of the scar cream. They continuously adjusted the formula and optimized the preparation process, striving to ensure the cream achieved the best possible results. Throughout the development process, Deng Xiaofan encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. Yet, he remained undeterred, persisting with unwavering effort. He understood that only through relentless experimentation and perseverance could he ultimately achieve success. After a period of diligent effort, Deng Xiaofan. Eager to conduct preliminary trials to validate its efficacy, he enlisted several volunteers with scars, applying the cream to their blemishes and regularly monitoring the changes. After a period of usage, the volunteers observed a significant fading of their scars, with their skin appearing smoother and more refined. As Deng Xiaofan witnessed these transformations, his heart swelled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. The scar cream truly worked. He shared this delightful news with his team members in Lupiapiao, receiving their heartfelt congratulations and encouragement. They recognized that this scar cream would bring renewed hope to many individuals burdened by scars. With the successful development of the scar cream, Deng Xiaofan's clinic once again became the center of attention. Numerous individuals with scars flocked to seek consultations and purchase the cream, yearning to rid themselves of their imperfections. Within the clinic, Deng Xiaofan and his team worked diligently and methodically. They provided each patient with professional advice and services, assisting them in resolving their scar-related issues. Their hearts brimmed with passion and dedication for the medical profession. Deng Xiaofan understood that the success of the scar cream was merely a new beginning. He vowed to continue his pursuit of medical knowledge and innovation, consistently introducing new products and services to benefit more individuals in their quest for health and beauty. Simultaneously, he recognized the weight of his responsibility and mission. As a physician, he not only aimed to treat patients' ailments but also to nurture their overall well-being. He aspired to empower more people to attain health, beauty, and confidence through his endeavors. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan would carry forth with this belief and mission, steadfastly moving ahead. Chapter 80 of The Miracle of Evening Primrose. The first rays of dawn delicately filtered through the gaps in the curtains, quietly ascending to Deng Xiaofan's desk. Within the clinic, everything appeared so serene and orderly. Seated before his desk, Deng Xiaofan clutched a research report on evening primrose, his gaze revealing a profound focus and determination. This plant, which blossoms quietly at night, had long captivated his attention. He believed that within this seemingly ordinary flora lay undiscovered secrets. Thus, he dedicated his research efforts to evening primrose, hoping to unveil new medical breakthroughs. Outside the clinic, the occasional sound of footsteps and distant traffic could be heard, yet these disturbances failed to disrupt Deng Xiaofan's contemplations. He was entirely immersed in the world of evening primrose, endeavoring to extract clues from every detail. Deng Xiaofan's research journey was not devoid of obstacles. In the initial stages, he encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. The complex and diverse components of evening primrose made it arduous to isolate useful compounds. However, Deng Xiaofan did not waver. He patiently repeated experiments, continually refining his methods, and eventually, by a stroke of serendipity, he discovered a novel compound. This compound exhibited a unique structure under the microscope, emanating a faint luminescence. Deng Xiaofan recognized that this might be the breakthrough he had been pursuing. He promptly conducted further tests and analyses on this compound, and the results filled him with astonishment. This newly discovered compound possessed remarkable efficacy in scar treatment. It could promote the regeneration and repair of skin cells, reducing the formation and proliferation of scars. Aware of the significance of this discovery, Deng Xiaofan excitedly shared the news with his colleagues at the clinic. However, just as Deng Xiaofan was poised to delve deeper into the study of this new compound, the clinic faced unforeseen challenges.
For various reasons, the clinic's operations fell into jeopardy and had to temporarily close its doors. This was undoubtedly a significant blow for Deng Xiaofan. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his research on evening primrose. He resolved to relocate his research endeavors from the clinic to his home. Although the conditions at home were limited, he believed that as long as he harbored dreams in his heart, nothing could impede his progress. Thus, Deng Xiaofan established a makeshift laboratory at home, continuing his in-depth study of evening primrose. Each day, he immersed himself in the world of experimentation, oblivious to the passage of time. While his family supported his research, they often expressed concerns for his health and well-being. Researching at home proved no easier than at the clinic. Deng Xiaofan not only had to confront various challenges in his experiments but also navigate the mundane affairs of daily life. Yet, he remained undeterred. He firmly believed that only by wholeheartedly dedicating himself to his research could he achieve genuine breakthroughs. After countless attempts and failures, Deng Xiaofan finally succeeded in extracting a sufficient quantity of the new compound. Eager to validate the efficacy of this ointment, he enlisted a few volunteers with scars, applying the ointment to their blemishes and regularly observing the changes. After a period of use,
the volunteers' scars noticeably faded, and their skin became smoother and more refined.
This outcome filled Deng Xiaofan with immense exhilaration and pride.
As the volunteer scars gradually diminished, Deng Xiaofan's new compound began to gain traction in Yangcheng. An increasing number of individuals became intrigued by this miraculous ointment, seeking consultations and making purchases. Deng Xiaofan recognized that his research had achieved preliminary success. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a new beginning. He aspired to extend the reach of this new compound to broader realms, allowing more individuals to reap its benefits. Thus, he actively sought collaboration partners and investors, hoping to bring the ointment to market. After considerable effort, he successfully partnered with a reputable pharmaceutical company, transforming his research findings into a tangible product. As the product gained visibility and sales, Deng Xiaofan's name gradually emerged in the medical community. His research not only offered new hope to scar patients but also heralded new advancements and breakthroughs in the field of medicine.
Today, Deng Xiaofan has become a prominent figure in medical research.
His home has returned to its former tranquility and warmth, yet, he remains unsatisfied. He understands that the path of medical research is ceaseless. He intends to delve deeper into other components of evening primrose, hoping to uncover further medical breakthroughs. Simultaneously, he will also explore research on other plants and natural products, contributing his efforts to the health of humanity. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan will continue to advance along the path of research, fueled by his passion and dedication to medicine. He believes that as long as he harbors dreams in his heart, he will be capable of creating even more miracles and brilliance. Evening primrose will forever remain his most treasured asset in memory. Chapter 81: The Miracle of Scar Reduction. The light of Yangcheng. The mornings in Yangcheng always exude a unique charm. Sunlight filters through the sparse clouds, casting a golden hue upon the ancient streets, adorning this historic city with a glimmering cloak. In such a moment brimming with hope, Deng Xiaofan stands in his modest courtyard, gazing at the evening primrose he had personally planted, his heart swelling with an indescribable excitement. The petals of the evening primrose sway gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets. Deng Xiaofan understands that this plant is not only the genesis of his research but also a testament to the realization of his dreams. He tenderly strokes the leaves of the evening primrose, his heart filled with gratitude. Leaving his courtyard, Deng Xiaofan strolls towards the clinic nestled in the old streets of Yangcheng. Though modest in size, this clinic embodies the years of dedication and aspiration shared by him and his colleagues. Upon entering, he is enveloped by a bustling atmosphere. Colleagues are busy diagnosing patients, preparing medicinal herbs, and organizing medical records. Deng Xiaofan greets them with a smile before retreating into his research laboratory. Inside, an array of experimental apparatus and reagents are meticulously arranged. He approaches a lab bench and picks up a report detailing his recent findings on the evening primrose and the scar-reducing ointment he developed based on these results.
Deng Xiaofan's scar-reducing ointment has demonstrated remarkable efficacy in clinical trials.
Volunteers have reported a noticeable fading of their scars after application, with some even disappearing entirely. This outcome not only astonishes the volunteers but also garners widespread attention within the medical community. Deng Xiaofan is aware that he has achieved initial success in his research. However, he does not allow himself to become complacent. He understands that the journey of medical research is infinite. He aspires to extend the reach of his findings to broader realms, enabling more individuals to benefit. Thus, he diligently prepares papers and materials, hoping to publish his research in medical journals to enlighten a wider audience about the miraculous effects of his ointment. Simultaneously, he begins discussions with his colleagues at the clinic on how to further optimize the ointment's formulation and production process to enhance its efficacy and safety. As Deng Xiaofan's scar-reducing ointment gains traction in the medical field, an increasing number of experts and scholars express interest in his research. They extend invitations to him, hoping he will share his findings at academic conferences and symposiums. Deng Xiaofan graciously accepts these invitations, recognizing them as exceptional opportunities to showcase his research and engage in scholarly exchange. He busily prepares his presentation notes and PowerPoint slides, aiming to convey his findings clearly to the audience. At one such medical symposium, Deng Xiaofan elaborates on his research process and the method of crafting the scar-reducing ointment. His presentation captivates the attendees, prompting numerous inquiries from experts and scholars eager to delve deeper into the ointment's mechanisms and efficacy. Deng Xiaofan patiently addresses each question, fully aware of the significance of his research for the medical community. He believes that, with collective effort, they can conquer the formidable challenge of scar treatment.
Amidst the flurry of research and academic discourse, Deng Xiaofan remains mindful of his family.
He knows that no matter how great his achievements, they are rooted in the unwavering support and companionship of his loved ones. Each evening, as dusk descends, he returns home to an atmosphere filled with warmth and tranquility. His wife prepares delectable meals, while their children frolic around him. These ordinary yet blissful moments fill Deng Xiaofan with profound contentment and joy. During family time, he shares updates on his research progress and the challenges he encounters. His family listens attentively, offering encouragement and support. They understand that Deng Xiaofan's research is not solely for his own aspirations, but also for the sake of many who wish to liberate themselves from the burden of scars. As Deng Xiaofan's scar-reducing ointment ascends in stature, this ancient city shines even brighter due to Deng Xiaofan's research achievements. He acknowledges that his accomplishments are nourished by the fertile soil of Yangcheng. Grateful for all that the city has bestowed upon him, he aspires to bring further honor and dreams to it. Accordingly, he actively seeks collaborations with local medical institutions and research institutes, hoping to apply his findings to wider applications. At the same time, he takes an interest in the development of medical services and research in Yangcheng, aiming to contribute to the city's progress. On the streets of Yangcheng, Deng Xiaofan frequently encounters individuals who have regained their confidence after using his scar-reducing ointment. Their smiles and expressions of gratitude fill him with immense satisfaction and pride. He knows that his research has transformed their lives, bringing them hope and dreams. Looking ahead, Deng Xiaofan is filled with confidence and anticipation regarding his research. He believes that through continuous effort and exploration, he can uncover even more medical breakthroughs. He plans to delve deeper into the other components of the evening primrose, hoping to discover additional medicinal values. Simultaneously, he will also explore other plants and natural products, contributing to the advancement of human health. Deng Xiaofan understands that his research journey is far from over, yet he is convinced that as long as he harbors dreams in his heart. Chapter 82 Profound Affection, Embracing the Future. As dusk descended upon Yangcheng, the horizon was adorned with a resplendent orange sun, casting a gentle golden glow upon the earth. Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piapia walked side by side on their way home, their shadows elongated, as if narrating the story of their bond. Deng Xiaofan's heartbeat quickened. He realized it was time to confess his feelings to Lu Piapia. Since that serendipitous encounter with the scar-removing herb in the botanical garden, and the subsequent successful formulation of the scar cream, their relationship had been subtly evolving. Each moment of collaboration, each late-night conversation, further solidified his conviction that Lu Piapia was the one with whom he wished to share his life. Piapia, Deng Xiaofan paused, turning to face her, his eyes shimmering with resolve. I have something important to tell you. Lu Piapia also halted, gazing up at him with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. She sensed that what Deng Xiaofan was about to reveal was of great significance. I have liked you for a long time, since we were children. Deng Xiaofan inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to speak. Over the years, we have faced numerous challenges together, be it academic struggles or life setbacks. You have always been by my side, offering support and strength. Now, I am even more certain that you are the one destined to be in my life, and I wish to traverse every season of our future together. As Lu Piapia listened to Deng Xiaofan's heartfelt confession, warmth surged within her. She looked into his eyes, filled with sincerity and determination, and understood that he was speaking from the depths of his heart. Xiaofan, I like you too, very much. Lu Piapia's voice trembled slightly, yet each word resonated with conviction. Whether it was helping me with my studies as a child or collaborating on the scar cream now, you have enveloped me in an unprecedented sense of warmth and security. I believe in you, and I believe in our future. Upon hearing Lu Piapia's response, Deng Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. He grasped her hand tightly, as if wishing to freeze this moment of happiness in time. Piapia, thank you. I will dedicate myself to protecting and cherishing you, ensuring you become the happiest person in the world, Deng Xiaofan declared earnestly. They exchanged smiles, their hearts intricately linked. In this twilight of Yangcheng, they made promises to each other for the future. Upon learning that Deng Xiaofan would be dining at their home, Lu Piapia's father prepared a fine bottle of wine, eager to share a drink with him. Meanwhile, her mother busied herself in the kitchen, crafting a sumptuous feast. When Deng Xiaofan arrived at the Lu household bearing gifts, he was greeted by the warm embrace of Lu Piaopiao's father and the gentle smile of her mother.
Xiaofan, you've finally arrived. Come in, let us enjoy a couple of drinks together. Lu Piaopiao's father exclaimed, clapping Deng Xiaofan on the shoulder with a wide grin. Deng Xiaofan smiled and nodded, presenting the gift to Lu Piaopiao's mother. I hope you like it. Oh, Xiaofan, you are too kind, please, take a seat, dinner will be ready shortly, Lu Piaopiao's mother responded warmly, accepting the gift with enthusiasm. During dinner, the four of them gathered around the table, savoring the delightful food and the cozy ambience. Lu Piaopiao's father frequently poured wine for Deng Xiaofan, and the two engaged in lively conversation. They discussed everything from work to life, reminiscing about the past and present, as if there were endless topics to explore. Lu Piaopiao watched this scene unfold, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood that while her father was typically reserved, he held Deng Xiaofan in high regard, and her mother treated him with a warmth akin to that of her own child. Xiaofan, you and Piaopiao have known each other since. It is quite remarkable that you're still together after all these years, Lu Piaopiao's father remarked with a sense of wonder. Deng Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uncle, Piaopiao and I have shared numerous experiences, which have deepened our appreciation for one another. I promise to treat Piaopiao well, so please rest assured. Lu Piaopiao felt a wave of warmth at Deng Xiaofan's words. She looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude and respect. She knew that no matter what challenges the future might bring, as long as Deng Xiaofan was by her side, she would have the courage to face anything. After dinner, Lu Piaopiao and Deng Xiaofan sat together on the sofa in the living room, reminiscing about their childhood memories. I remember when we were young, you always helped me with my homework. I thought you were incredibly impressive back then, Lu Piaopiao said with a smile. Deng Xiaofan chuckled, you were always so earnest and dedicated to it. Pained me to see you struggle, so I wanted to help you as much as I could. And that time we went hiking, and I got lost. You were the one who found me and brought me home, Lu Piaopiao continued. I was truly frightened, but seeing you made me feel safe. Deng Xiaofan tightened his grip on Lu Piaopiao's hand. Piaopiao, no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, I will always be by your side, protecting and accompanying you. Just like that time hiking, I will always find you, no matter where you are. Upon hearing Deng Xiaofan's words, Lu Piaopiao felt deeply moved. She knew he was a man she could rely on. Chapter 83. Returning to the workplace. Heartfelt connections. In the serene morning of Yangcheng, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lu Piaopiao's face. Slowly, she opened her eyes, savoring the tranquility and beauty surrounding her. After a fortnight of recuperation, her health had nearly returned to normal, and her spirits were significantly lifted. Upon rising, Lu Piaopiao instinctively made her way to the window, drawing back the curtains to allow the sunlight to flood the room. She inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with fresh air, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future. She understood that she was on the cusp of returning to her professional duties, embarking on a new chapter in her life. Just then, the ringing of her phone interrupted her reverie. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Deng Xiaofan. A smile graced her lips as she answered the call. Hello, Xiaofan, good morning. Lu Piaopiao's voice carried a hint of languor and sweetness. Good morning, Piaopiao. How are you feeling today? Is your health all right? Deng Xiaofan's voice was imbued with genuine concern. I'm much better, thank you for your care. In a couple of days, I will be. He knew she was a fiercely ambitious individual, yet her body had not fully recovered, and he feared she might overexert herself. Piaopiao, please be sure to prioritize your safety. You are not alone anymore. You have me. Whatever challenges you face, always keep me in mind, understand? Deng Xiaofan's tone was filled with affection and concern. Listening to his words, Lu Piaopiao felt a warm surge of gratitude. She recognized that Deng Xiaofan had always been there for her, providing support both in her personal life and professional endeavors. His caring reminders instilled in her an unprecedented sense of happiness and security. Rest assured, Xiaofan. I will take care to ensure my safety and well-being. I understand that I live not only for myself but also for you. I will cherish every moment we share and will not allow myself to be easily harmed, Lu Piaopiao expressed earnestly. After conversing for a while longer, they reluctantly ended the call. Standing by the window, Lu Piaopiao gazed at the distant sky, her heart filled with longing and hope for what lay ahead. Reflecting on the past fortnight of recovery, Lu Piaopiao was overwhelmed with emotion.
Just 2 weeks prior, she had been struck down by an unexpected illness. During that time, she felt as if the world had abandoned her, engulfed in helplessness and despair. Yet, Deng Xiaofan had remained by her side, caring for and comforting her, providing an unprecedented warmth and strength. Each day, he prepared nourishing soups and meals for her, engaging her in conversation to alleviate her boredom, helping her find solace amidst her suffering. During this period, Lu Piapiao came to profoundly appreciate the significance of health. She realized that only with a sound body could she pursue her dreams and happiness. Thus, throughout her recuperation, she diligently focused on restoring her health and engaging in physical exercise, eager to return to her professional life.
Now, Lu Piapiao was finally poised to re-enter the workforce.
Her heart was a tumultuous blend of excitement and anxiety. She recognized that new challenges and opportunities awaited her, necessitating greater effort and dedication. However, she felt no fear, for she knew that no matter the obstacles or setbacks, Deng Xiaofan would be by her side, offering unwavering support and encouragement. Their love was akin to a guiding light, illuminating her path forward. Before resuming her duties, Lu Piapiao took the precaution of visiting a medical clinic for a comprehensive health assessment. The doctor reassured her that her health had nearly returned to normal, allowing her to resume her work and daily activities. This affirmation further solidified her resolve and confidence in returning to her role. In the bustling and vibrant city of Yangcheng, the love story of Lu Piapiao and Deng Xiaofan continued to unfold. Together, they had weathered numerous storms and shared countless moments of joy and happiness. In this city, they had common friends and circles, as well as their own dreams and aspirations. Yet, no matter where they went or what they did, they remained constantly mindful of one another, caring deeply for each other. Lu Piapiao knew that encountering a man like Deng Xiaofan was a stroke of fortune in her life. She cherished their relationship and treasured every moment spent together. Thus, upon her return to work, she intended to apply herself even more diligently, striving to enhance her skills and qualities. She aspired to achieve greater accomplishments and breakthroughs in her career, creating better conditions and environments for both Deng Xiaofan and their future. Simultaneously, she looked forward to experiencing more storms and challenges together with Deng Xiaofan, crafting more beautiful memories. She understood that as long as they loved one another and supported each other, they could navigate every stage and journey of life together.
In this enchanting city of Yangcheng, the love story of Lu Piapiao and Deng Xiaofan continued to thrive.
They supported and cared for each other, facing every challenge and opportunity that life presented. Regardless of the difficulties and setbacks that lay ahead, they believed that as long as they remained united in love and mutual support, they would traverse every phase and journey of life together. They also looked forward to creating more beautiful memories in the future, allowing their love to shine eternally. Chapter 84 of the medical hall's turmoil, justice, and compassion. In the ancient yet modern city of Yangcheng, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, an extraordinary tranquility envelopes the surroundings. However, beneath this serene facade lie countless untold stories and secrets. Nestled in a corner of Yangcheng is an antiquated medical hall, the daily workplace of the esteemed Dr. Deng Xiaofan. As per his routine, Dr. Deng arrived early at the medical hall today, ready to embark on a day filled with diligent work. Clad in a pristine white coat, he attentively felt the pulse and prescribed remedies for each patient who sought his care. Renowned for his exceptional medical skills, the hall was perpetually bustling with visitors. Just as Dr. Deng immersed himself in his consultations, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. In rushed Lu Piapiao, accompanied by a man handcuffed and displaying signs of distress. The man limped painfully, his right foot evidently injured, as he was escorted by Lu and another officer. "Xiaofan, please examine this man at once," Lu Piapiao exclaimed urgently upon entering, her voice tinged with anxiety. Dr. Deng looked up in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of a suspect at the medical hall. Quickly regaining his composure, he gestured for them to assist the man onto a nearby examination table. "Piapiao, what on earth has happened?" Dr. Deng inquired, preparing his medical instruments, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Lu explained, "This man is a suspect. While we were pursuing him, he jumped from a height in an attempt to escape and has sustained a broken foot. He requires immediate treatment, otherwise, his condition may deteriorate." Dr. Deng nodded in understanding and began to meticulously assess the man's injury. The right ankle was visibly swollen, causing him excruciating pain. Dr. Deng gently pressed on it,
prompting the man to cry out in agony. "His ankle is fractured. We must stabilize and bandage it immediately," Dr. Deng swiftly concluded, signaling his assistants to prepare the necessary medical supplies. Under Dr. Deng's direction, the assistants sprang into action. They secured the man's ankle and applied herbal remedies. Throughout the procedure, Dr. Deng maintained an unwavering focus and composure, acutely aware that every moment was critical for the suspect's recovery. Once the treatment was completed, Dr. Deng advised the man to rest and refrain from unnecessary movement. Turning to Lu Piao, he asked, "What will you do with him now? What are your plans?" Furrowing her brow, Lu replied, "We will take him back to the precinct. Once his condition stabilizes, we can proceed with further investigation. However, given his current state, we cannot simply abandon him here." After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Deng suggested, "Let him remain here for observation until his condition improves. Once he is in better shape, you can escort him back to the precinct." "I will arrange for someone to attend to him." Lu nodded in agreement, gratitude evident in her eyes as she remarked, "Thank you, Xiaofan, you are always so kind and considerate." Dr. Deng smiled modestly, replying, "It is only right. Regardless of his identity, now that he has come to me, I must do my utmost to provide him with care." With that, Dr. Deng turned his attention back to the other patients awaiting his assistance. Lu Piao observed his diligent demeanor. Filled with admiration and appreciation, she recognized that Dr. Deng was not only a skilled physician but also possessed a compassionate heart, always ready to step forward at critical moments to offer aid to those in need. Initially, the suspect exhibited hostility and wariness towards both Dr. Deng and Lu Piao. However, under their attentive care, he gradually lowered his guard, began cooperating with the treatment, and even expressed his gratitude towards them. In the following days, Dr. Deng and Lu Piao visited the suspect daily at the medical hall. They not only monitored his recovery but also sought to uncover his background and experiences. Through their conversations, they discovered that the suspect was not the irredeemable criminal they had imagined. Rather, his actions stemmed from desperation and impulsive decisions. Determined to help him reform, Dr. Deng and Lu Piao provided not only medical assistance but also connected him with social support services to help him secure employment. With their guidance, the suspect gradually emerged from the shadows of his past and began anew. This incident stirred quite a commotion in Yangcheng, with many praising the kindness and bravery of Dr. Deng and Lu Piao. Their actions demonstrated the harmonious coexistence of justice and compassion. Consequently, both Dr. Deng and Lu Piao found their convictions and aspirations further solidified. He frequently visited the medical hall to express his gratitude towards Dr. Deng and Lu Piao, who welcomed him warmly and encouraged him to strive for a brighter future. Through this experience, Dr. Deng and Lu Piao not only garnered appreciation and accolades but also experienced personal growth and profound insights. They recognized that as a doctor and a police officer, their responsibilities extended beyond mere treatment and law enforcement. They also bore the duty of spreading positivity and warmth to those around them. Their actions epitomized the essence of justice and compassion, rendering them a vibrant beacon within Yangcheng. Chapter 85. The wind of farewell. The sails of the future. In the sweltering summer of Yangcheng, the sun blazed with an intensity that seemed intent on consuming the very ardor of the earth. Amidst the vibrancy of the city, there lay an antiquated medical clinic, quietly nestled along a bustling street, serving as a sanctuary for the local residents. Within this haven, for young practitioners, Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng employed their medical expertise and fervor to bring hope and solace to countless patients. However, the idyllic days were not to last. One evening, as the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the clinic in a warm glow, Lin Feng unexpectedly announced a shocking decision. He intended to leave Yangcheng and return to Kyoto. "Xiaofan, I may have to go back to Kyoto." Lin Feng's voice was low and resolute, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of complex emotions. Upon hearing this, Deng Xiaofan felt a tightening in his chest, yet he did not allow his surprise to surface. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's familial background and understood the significance of Kyoto for him. With a gentle sigh, he replied, "Lin Feng, I have long anticipated this day. It is only natural for people to seek higher ground, just as water flows downward. I hold no resentment. My only wish is for you to find your own sky in Kyoto." Lin Feng was touched by Deng Xiaofan's words, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. He looked at Xiaofan appreciatively and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Xiaofan. I am truly fortunate to have a friend like you. Although I must depart from Yangcheng, our friendship shall remain unchanged." With that, Lin Feng turned to Li Ming and Zhang Wei, whose faces mirrored his own reluctance.
He recognized that his departure would leave only the three of them at the clinic, presenting an immense challenge for its continued operation. Li Ming, Zhang Wei, I am sorry to burden you with additional responsibilities, Lin Feng's voice quivered slightly. Li Ming and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, then resolutely shook their heads. Li Ming affirmed, Lin Feng, do not say that. We are all part of this clinic, although your departure saddens us, we will strive to ensure its continued operation. You can rest assured that we will take good care of everything. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, her eyes glimmering with determination. Lin Feng, go to Kyoto with peace of mind. We will be here waiting for you, and should you ever wish to return, you will always be welcomed. Hearing their reassurances, Lin Feng's heart swelled with gratitude. He knew that having such friends was a stroke of fortune in his life. Bowing deeply, he expressed, thank you all, I will forever cherish you. No matter where I go, I will miss you. With Lin Feng's departure, the clinic underwent a transformative upheaval. The responsibilities previously shared among the four now rested solely on the shoulders of Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei. They found themselves tirelessly attending to patients, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Yet, they did not complain. Instead, they persevered silently, utilizing their skills and passion to instill hope in those they served. In the wake of Lin Feng's absence, Deng Xiaofan took on even more responsibilities. He not only managed the daily operations of the clinic but also kept a watchful eye on Li Ming and Zhang Wei, ensuring they did not succumb to exhaustion. He understood that the clinic was their home and shared endeavor, and he was determined to safeguard it with all his might. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Zhang Wei exhibited remarkable growth following Lin Feng's departure. They began to take initiative in their work, eagerly learning new medical techniques and knowledge to enhance their capabilities. They recognized that only by becoming stronger could they better serve their patients and ensure the clinic's continued advancement. Though the familiar presence of Lin Feng was absent, the spirit of unity and perseverance within the clinic grew ever stronger. Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei demonstrated through their actions that no obstacle could hinder their progress as long as they stood together. In addition to the changes at the clinic, Deng Xiaofan's apartment also experienced a shift. Once shared with Lin Feng, it now echoed with his solitude. In the quiet of the night, he often reminisced about the moments spent with Lin Feng, cooking together, engaging in heartfelt conversations, and sharing dreams and dilemmas. Those cherished memories enveloped him in warmth. Nonetheless, Deng Xiaofan recognized that Lin Feng's departure was inevitable. For Lin Feng, Kyoto represented a grander stage where he could showcase his talents and realize his aspirations. Although their lives would no longer intertwine in the same way, their friendship would remain steadfast. Thus, Deng Xiaofan began to acclimate to the solitude of his life. He learned to face challenges independently and to cherish the time spent with those around him. He understood that life perpetually evolved, and he must adapt to these changes, courageously embracing the challenges that lay ahead. One day, after Lin Feng's departure, Deng Xiaofan received a letter from him. In it, Lin Feng elaborately described his life and work in Kyoto, as well as his aspirations for the future. He expressed his longing for Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei, promising to keep in touch and share their experiences. As Deng Xiaofan read Lin Feng's heartfelt words, warmth surged within him. He realized that regardless of their physical distance, their profound friendship would forever bind them together. Consequently, he picked up his pen and Chapter 86, The Bonds of Distance. The unchanging everyday in the summer days of Yangcheng, the sun weaves its rays, ardent and resplendent. Nestled within this city where antiquity intertwines with modernity, there exists, within the clinic, Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei are diligently occupied, their figures flitting between the medicine cabinets and patients, bestowing hope and solace upon each soul that enters. The departure of Lin Feng has undoubtedly sent ripples through the clinic, yet, life must persist, and the clinic continues its operations as usual. With resilience and determination, Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei uphold this small haven. The clinic's door gently swings open, and a breeze laden with the summer's warmth sweeps in, introducing a refreshing coolness. An elderly man, trembling, makes his way inside, his face etched with pain and fatigue. Deng Xiaofan promptly approaches, steadying the man's arm, and gently inquires, "Sir, what ails you?" The elderly gentleman gestures toward his leg, his voice hoarse as he replies, "My leg hurts, I can hardly walk." Deng Xiaofan nods, indicating for him to take a seat, before commencing a meticulous examination. His touch is deft and gentle, as though each caress could alleviate a fraction of the suffering. Li Ming and Zhang Wei stand by in assistance, their teamwork seamless as they provide comprehensive care for the man. Such scenes unfold daily within the clinic. Whether greeted by the first rays of dawn or the final hues of twilight, the clinic always stands open, ready to embrace those in need. Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei operate tirelessly, akin to three indefatigable machines, devoting immense effort to ensure the clinic's smooth functioning. Meanwhile, the pharmaceutical factory buzzes with activity, the production line for ointments whirs with urgency as workers, donned in pristine uniforms and equipped with masks and gloves, diligently operate the machinery. Jar after jar of ointment rolls off the line, destined for various corners of the nation, bringing health and hope to many. Amidst the busyness, Deng Xiaofan occasionally checks in on the factory's operations. He understands that the factory is a vital component of the clinic, a shared endeavor among the trio. Only with the factory running efficiently can the clinic procure sufficient ointment to treat its patients. Thus, he consistently carves out time to visit the factory, ensuring everything is on the right track. However, despite the clinic and factory functioning as usual, a lingering sense of emptiness resides in the hearts of Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei. Lin Feng's absence has left them with feelings of solitude and helplessness. They are aware that Lin Feng is surely striving in Kyoto, pursuing his dreams and future, yet they cannot help but miss him, recalling the friend who always wore a smile and shared countless joyous moments with them. During such moments, Deng Xiaofan takes out his phone and opens the video call interface. He knows that Lin Feng would connect with them every 3 days, a pact between them. Whenever the screen illuminates and Lin Feng's cheerful visage appears, the feelings of loneliness and helplessness dissipate in an instant. "Hey, how are you all?" Lin Feng's voice is perpetually vibrant, as if he had never left. "How about you, is the clinic and factory doing all right?" Lin Feng inquires. "All is well, rest assured," Li Ming and Zhang Wei add, their faces aglow with smiles. During their video calls, they share tidbits of their lives and work, exchanging joys, sorrows, and laughter. Though separated by miles, their hearts remain intertwined. This friendship has transcended the confines of time and space, becoming the most treasured asset in their lives. As time progresses, the clinic and factory gradually find their rhythm. The synergy among Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei deepens, as they seem to have become indispensable parts of one another's lives. Meanwhile, Lin Feng has also discovered his direction and purpose in Kyoto, his life now brimming with hope and fervor. Yet, regardless of their locations or the changes in their lives, their love for the clinic and appreciation for friendship remains unwavering. They understand that no matter what the future holds, they will face each challenge and opportunity together, hand in hand. In the land of Yangcheng, the clinic and factory shine like two radiant pearls, illuminating countless life paths. The bond among Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lin Feng stands as a lighthouse, an eternal beacon guiding their way forward. The road ahead may be long, yet they believe that as long as their hearts are connected and their hands joined, nothing can hinder their stride. This bond of distance and the constancy of their daily lives will become their most cherished memories and invaluable treasures. Chapter 87: Shadows of Cherry Blossoms. Undercurrents in motion. The night in Yangcheng is invariably imbued with an ineffable tranquility and serenity. However, beneath this veneer of calm lies a tumult of undisclosed turmoil. Within the confines of the medical clinic, the lighting is soft, and the air is suffused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lu Piapiao are gathered around a round table, their faces etched with gravitas. This evening, they have a significant matter to deliberate. "Xiaofan, have you sensed anything amiss of late?" Li Ming ventures, shattering the silence. Deng Xiaofan nods, a flicker of vigilance crossing his gaze. "Indeed, I have been feeling as though someone has been covertly observing me, particularly that partner from the land of cherry blossoms. Their behavior is exceedingly peculiar." I concur, Zhang Wei adds. "On the surface, they profess a desire to collaborate with us, yet beneath that facade, they seem to be probing into our affairs. Moreover, their quotations are ludicrously low, clearly testing our limits. What do you think, Piapiao?" Deng Xiaofan inquires, turning his attention to Lu Piapiao. After a moment's, "The individuals from the land of cherry blossoms are notoriously cunning. They may have set their sights on our enterprises. We must exercise caution and not allow them to prevail. What course of action should we take?" Li Ming asks anxiously. Deng Xiaofan takes a deep breath and states solemnly, "I deem it imperative that we establish a security team. This measure will not only safeguard our personal safety but also ensure the security of the clinic and pharmaceutical factory." "That is an excellent suggestion," Zhang Wei agrees. "However, where shall we find suitable candidates?" "I have a potential candidate in mind," Lu Piapiao interjects. "There are some retired colleagues from our criminal police team. They are seasoned veterans with formidable skills. If we can rehire them, I am confident they will excel in security duties." "That idea is splendid," Li Ming exclaims, clapping his hands in excitement. "Piapiao, could you assist us in reaching out to them? Of course, Lu Piapiao nods in affirmation. I shall contact them tomorrow to ascertain their willingness to join us. The four engage in further discussions regarding the details and ultimately decide that Lu Piapiao will be responsible for connecting with the retired police officers. Deng Xiaofan will manage the funding and equipment necessary for the security team,
while Li Ming and Zhang Wei will oversee the daily operations of the clinic and pharmaceutical factory, simultaneously aiding Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piapiao in their endeavors.
The following day, Lu Piapiao visits the criminal police team and locates several retired colleagues. She explains the situation to them and invites them to join the security team. These retired officers, experienced and seasoned, readily agree upon learning that their efforts would be to protect the clinic and pharmaceutical factory. Before long, the security team is established. They don uniforms and are equipped with advanced gear, commencing patrols around the clinic and pharmaceutical factory. Their presence instills a sense of reassurance among the clinic and factory staff. However, the individuals from the land of cherry blossoms do not concede easily. Realizing their overt collaboration has faltered, they begin to orchestrate clandestine schemes. They hire local ruffians, intending to wreak havoc on the clinic and factory under the cover of night. Yet, their machinations do not succeed. The security team promptly detects their movements and swiftly subdues them. Sensing the impending danger, and under pressure from Guo Lao and the officials from Kyoto who have received treatment from Deng Xiaofan, the individuals from the land of cherry blossoms ultimately retreat in disgrace. Following this incident, Deng Xiaofan's resolve to establish a security team is further solidified. He understands that only by ensuring the safety of the clinic and pharmaceutical factory can they continue to thrive. Simultaneously, he gains newfound admiration for Lu Piapiao's perceptive insight and decisive judgment. He recognizes that without her timely alert and assistance, they may not have uncovered the plot of the individuals from the land of cherry blossoms, with potentially dire consequences. As time passes, the clinic and pharmaceutical factory, through the collective efforts of Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lu Piapiao, gradually achieve more significant results. Their products garner increasing recognition and affection from consumers. The existence of the security team fortifies their development, providing a sense of stability and assurance. Whenever unidentified individuals attempt to approach the clinic and factory, the security team swiftly intervenes, barring them from entry. Their presence serves as an impenetrable barrier, safeguarding the clinic and pharmaceutical factory. Nevertheless, Deng Xiaofan does not allow himself to become complacent. He is acutely aware that with the growth of the clinic and pharmaceutical factory, they will encounter more challenges and obstacles. He must remain vigilant, continuously learning and evolving to lead the team toward a brighter future. Thus, he dedicates himself to deepening his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and management skills. He comprehends that by continually enhancing his capabilities and qualities, he can better navigate future challenges and opportunities. Concurrently, he begins to monitor the dynamics and policy changes within the domestic and international traditional Chinese medicine. He realizes that only by keeping pace with the times and trends can the clinic and pharmaceutical factory maintain an unassailable position in the competitive market. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the clinic and pharmaceutical factory's progress accelerates. They not only achieve noteworthy success in the domestic market but also embark on expanding into overseas markets. Their products and services receive increasing recognition and admiration from international consumers. Deng Xiaofan gradually emerges as a luminary within the traditional Chinese medicine industry. He possesses profound expertise and accomplishments in medical practice, as well as unique insights and methodologies in management. His experiences and stories become exemplary models for both industry insiders and outsiders to learn from and emulate. However, regardless of the magnitude of his achievements and accolades, Deng Xiaofan remains humble and unassuming. He understands that these accomplishments and honors are the result of collective efforts from the team. Without their support and assistance, he would not have attained his current success. Therefore, he cherishes the collaboration and camaraderie among the team even more. He frequently communicates with team members, showing concern for their lives and work. He often organizes team activities to enhance cohesion and unity. Under his guidance, the clinic and pharmaceutical factories team grows increasingly united and harmonious. They strive together toward a common goal, believing that under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, they will undoubtedly create an even brighter and more glorious future. Chapter 88: Shadows of Cherry Blossoms. Undercurrents. 2. As the reputation of the medical clinic and pharmaceutical factory continued to swell, Deng Xiaofan and his team found themselves facing increasingly formidable challenges. Although the incident in the land of cherry blossoms had been deftly resolved, Deng Xiaofan was acutely aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. A tempest of greater magnitude might still be looming ahead. One day, an uninvited guest arrived at the clinic, clad in a kimono and bearing an austere countenance. He introduced himself as Yamada, a representative of a prominent pharmaceutical conglomerate from the land of cherry blossoms. His purpose was unequivocal. He sought collaboration with Deng Xiaofan to jointly explore the traditional Chinese medicine market. Alarm bells rang in Deng Xiaofan's mind, yet he maintained a facade of courteous composure. He invited Yamada to take a seat and initiated what appeared to be a cordial negotiation. Though it was laced with underlying tension, Yamada wasted no time, bluntly laying out the terms of their proposed partnership. They were willing to provide financial backing and resources to aid in the expansion of the clinic and factory, but they demanded a controlling stake of 51, thereby positioning themselves as the principal shareholders. Deng Xiaofan inwardly scoffed. This was not a partnership but a veiled attempt to usurp his enterprise. With a calm demeanor, he declined Yamada's proposition, asserting that the clinic and factory were the fruits of his team's labor and could not be so easily surrendered to outsiders. Upon receiving Deng Xiaofan's refusal, Yamada's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. He departed with a chilling remark, "You will come to regret this." Deng Xiaofan understood that Yamada was not one to relent easily. He immediately convened Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lu Piapiao, apprising them of the situation and urging them to remain vigilant against any covert machinations from Yamada. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the clinic and factory were beset by a series of inexplicable troubles. First, the supply of medicinal herbs was abruptly halted, plunging the clinic and factory into a harrowing shortage of materials. Next, customers began returning products en masse, alleging quality issues. Finally, the media launched a barrage of negative coverage, accusing the clinic and factory. This relentless onslaught plunged them into an unprecedented crisis. Despite their concerted efforts, Deng Xiaofan and his team found their responses woefully inadequate. They knew all too well that Yamada was orchestrating these setbacks from behind the scenes. However, just as they were at their wits' end, an unexpected piece of news arrived. Yamada had been arrested by the authorities in the land of cherry blossoms on charges of commercial bribery and unfair competition. It turned out that Yamada had resorted to illicit tactics to pressure Deng Xiaofan into submission, but his actions had drawn the scrutiny of law enforcement, leading to his downfall. Upon learning this news, Deng Xiaofan and his team breathed a collective sigh of relief. They realized that this crisis had finally passed, yet they also came to understand the brutal and merciless nature of deceit in the realm of business competition. To prevent a recurrence of such events, Deng Xiaofan resolved to bolster the security team and engage professional legal advisors to safeguard the clinic and factory's rights. Moreover, he began actively seeking new suppliers and clients to restore normal operations. After a period of diligent effort, the clinic and factory gradually emerged from their predicament, rejuvenated with renewed vigor. This incident deepened Deng Xiaofan's appreciation for the importance of teamwork. Thus, he placed greater emphasis on team building, regularly organizing training sessions and activities to enhance camaraderie and cohesion among team members. He also encouraged them to voice their opinions and suggestions, involving everyone in the decision-making process, thereby fostering a sense of ownership in the clinic and factory's development. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the clinic and factory not only regained their former prosperity but also achieved even more remarkable outcomes. Their products and services garnered increasing recognition and affection from consumers, establishing them as leaders in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaofan, through his talents and hard work, gradually ascended to become a prominent figure within the industry. He excelled not only in medical expertise but also in management, showcasing unique insights and methodologies. His success stories inspired countless individuals to pursue their own dreams and aspirations. Nevertheless, Deng Xiaofan remained unsatisfied. He understood that the realm of business is an unending contest, where continual innovation and advancement are essential to maintain a competitive edge. Thus, he embarked on the development of new products and technologies, aiming to inject fresh vitality and dynamism into the clinic and factory. Under his guidance, they consistently introduced novel offerings, creating a series of products distinguished by their unique therapeutic effects and competitive advantage. These innovations not only achieved significant success in the domestic market but also began to penetrate international markets, earning recognition and admiration from an ever-growing number of global consumers. Through his talent and diligence, Deng Xiaofan steadily rose to prominence in the international field of traditional Chinese medicine. He became known not only for his academic prowess and accomplishments but also for his distinctive vision and audacity in business. His experiences and narratives became exemplary models for both industry insiders and outsiders to learn from and emulate. Chapter 89: The Shadows of Cherry Blossoms, Undercurrents Stirring Until Dawn, Part 3. Just as the medical establishment and pharmaceutical company began to make their mark on the international stage, poised for significant advancements, an unexpected turmoil shattered the tranquility once more. This time, the source of disruption was not external competition or suppression, but rather an insidious betrayal from within. One day, Deng Xiaofan received an anonymous letter revealing that a senior executive within the medical. Upon reading the letter, Deng Xiaofan was consumed with rage, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that the letter could either be genuine or fabricated. Regardless of its authenticity, he had to act promptly to uncover the truth and avert further deterioration. He discreetly convened Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Lu Piapiao, apprising them of the situation, and decided to form a special task force to investigate the matter. Lu Piapiao utilized her experience and connections from her time in the criminal police to swiftly. After several days of both overt and covert investigations, the task force finally identified the suspect, a deputy director within the medical institution responsible for dealings with the Cherry Blossom Nation. The investigation revealed that he had not only leaked the institution's commercial secrets but had also accepted substantial bribes from the rival, preparing to betray the institution at a critical juncture. Upon learning the truth, Deng Xiaofan felt a profound ache in his heart. He could hardly fathom that someone he had trusted implicitly would commit such treachery. Nonetheless, he recognized that this was not the time for sentimentality. He needed to act decisively to prevent the situation from escalating further. He summoned all senior management and publicly announced the findings of the investigation, declaring the immediate termination of the deputy director's position, recovering the bribes he had accepted, and reserving the right to pursue legal action against him. This bold move shocked everyone, yet it also showcased Deng Xiaofan's determination and resolve. He understood that only through such decisive action could he deter others and prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. However, the matter did not conclude there. The competitors from the Cherry Blossom Nation, thwarted in one scheme, devised another. They began to disseminate rumors asserting that the medical institution's products suffered from severe quality issues, even fabricating patient cases in an attempt to tarnish its reputation. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Deng Xiaofan and his team remained unflustered. They recognized that rumors cease with the wise. As long as they upheld a commitment to quality, the truth would ultimately prevail. Thus, they intensified product quality control, ensuring that each product met national standards and patient needs, while simultaneously addressing the rumors by disseminating truthful information through media and social platforms to expose the fallacies. Through their diligent efforts, the rumors were gradually debunked, and the institution's reputation was restored. Faced with the futility of their tactics, the competitors from the Cherry Blossom Nation ultimately abandoned their attempts to undermine the institution. This episode served to unite Deng Xiaofan and his team even further. They understood that only through solidarity could they collectively confront the myriad challenges and adversities ahead. Simultaneously, they grew to cherish every achievement of the medical institution and pharmaceutical company, recognizing it as a testament to their shared endeavors. In the days to come, under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the medical institution and pharmaceutical company continued their steady ascent. Not only did they maintain a leading position in the domestic market, but they also achieved remarkable success on the international front. Their products and services garnered increasing recognition and affection from consumers, establishing them as paragons within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Through his talent and relentless efforts, Deng Xiaofan gradually emerged as a prominent figure in the international field of traditional Chinese medicine. His profound academic accomplishments and unique business acumen distinguished him, inspiring many to pursue their own dreams and aspirations. Ultimately, through the joint efforts of Deng Xiaofan and his team, the medical institution and pharmaceutical company ushered in a new era. They not only provided patients with superior medical services but also made tremendous contributions to the inheritance and advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. Deng Xiaofan's name would forever be etched in the annals of the development of traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 90: Beneath the Cherry Blossom Shadows, Turbulent Currents Surge Towards a Resplendent Chapter, Part 4. As the medical clinic and pharmaceutical company basked in the glory of international acclaim, poised to embark on a new chapter, an insidious crisis stealthily emerged. This time, the threat did not stem from external competition or suppression, but rather from an unexpected realm: scientific research. The competitors from the land of cherry blossoms, having faced repeated defeats and direct confrontations, resorted to a more covert strategy. They clandestinely financed a research institution to conduct a study aimed at questioning the efficacy and safety of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, from a scientific standpoint, with the intent of utterly undermining TCM's international reputation. The findings of this research were meticulously packaged and published in a prestigious international journal in the guise of an academic paper. The article claimed that extensive clinical trials revealed TCM to be less effective than conventional Western medicine in treating certain ailments, and even suggested the possibility of unknown side effects. This study swiftly captured the attention of the global medical community, igniting widespread public debate and skepticism regarding TCM. The clinic and pharmaceutical company once again found themselves at the epicenter of public scrutiny, facing an unprecedented crisis of trust. Upon receiving this alarming news, Deng Xiaofan and his team were struck with shock and indignation. They recognized that this crisis was unlike any they had previously encountered. It directly challenged the very foundation of TCM. Should they fail to respond effectively, the international standing of TCM could plummet dramatically. In the face of this formidable challenge, Deng Xiaofan exhibited extraordinary leadership and sagacity. He promptly organized his team to engage with authoritative experts in the international medical community to conduct a thorough analysis and rebuttal of the study.
Simultaneously, they prepared their own research project aimed at scientifically validating the efficacy and safety of TCM. After a series of arduous efforts, Deng Xiaofan and his team achieved groundbreaking progress.
They not only successfully exposed the significant methodological and data-related flaws of the research institution funded by their competitors, but also provided a wealth of compelling evidence through their own research project, demonstrating the unique advantages and safety of TCM in treating certain diseases. This scientific battle not only salvaged TCM's international reputation but also further elevated the status of the clinic and pharmaceutical company. The endeavors of Deng Xiaofan and his team garnered widespread recognition and acclaim from the international medical community. However, the narrative did not conclude there. The competitors from the land of cherry blossoms, after numerous failures, finally recognized their own insignificance and impotence. They began to seek collaboration with the clinic and pharmaceutical company, aspiring to jointly promote the internationalization of TCM. In light of this transformation, Deng Xiaofan exhibited an open and inclusive attitude. He understood that only through unity and collaboration could the advancement of TCM be sustained. Thus, he accepted the cooperation proposal from their competitors. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the clinic and pharmaceutical company entered a new era. They not only provided patients with superior medical services but also made substantial contributions to the inheritance and development of TCM. Deng Xiaofan's name became eternally etched in the annals of TCM's evolution, serving as a paragon for future generations to admire and emulate. His story imparts a profound lesson: regardless of the magnitude of difficulties and challenges we face, as long as we uphold our beliefs, forge ahead with courage, and unite in cooperation, we shall undoubtedly triumph over all adversities, ushering in our own resplendent chapter. Chapter 91: The Shadows of the Land of the Barley. In the dawn of the Goat City, just as the affairs of the land of the cherry blossoms had settled, Deng Xiaofan barely had a moment to catch his breath before new challenges began to arise in succession. This time, individuals from the land of the barley had set their sights on him, seemingly filled with an intense interest, or perhaps a greedy desire, towards traditional Chinese medicine and the products he possessed. On that day, Deng Xiaofan was busily engaged in a newly established medical clinic in Goat City, a transition he had made to expand his business while simultaneously avoiding unnecessary troubles. The clinic's environment was more tranquil, providing a conducive atmosphere for direct communication with his patients. Suddenly, the ringing of his mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, Xiaofan, this is Old Gua," came the voice on the other end, infused with a hint of jest. "You've become quite the sought-after figure now, with numerous countries keeping an eye on you. Both your medical skills and your products are highly coveted, but jokes aside, you must be cautious about your safety." Deng Xiaofan let out a bitter smile, knowing that Old Gua's words were not without merit. Ever since his medical skills and products gained international recognition, various overt and covert competitions had emerged relentlessly. Just as the issues with the land of the cherry blossoms had been resolved, now the land of the barley had begun to take notice of him. Truly, the desire for tranquility is often thwarted by the winds of turmoil. "Rest assured, Old Gua, I have organized a security team, and I possess some self-defense skills. My safety should not be a significant concern," Deng Xiaofan reassured. That's good to hear," Old Gua responded repeatedly. "However, do remain vigilant. The people from the land of the barley are not as easily dealt with as those from the land of the cherry blossoms. If they resort to underhanded tactics, they can be quite sinister.
I understand, old Gua.
I will be careful, Deng Xiaofan promised. Though a twinge of anxiety stirred within him, he was acutely aware that the individuals from the land of the barley were notorious for their ruthless strategies in business competition, and now that they had set their sights on him, they would likely not relent easily. After hanging up the phone, Deng Xiaofan stood by the window of the clinic, gazing out at the bustling goat city. The city, vibrant yet cacophonous, concealed countless undercurrents and perils. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. At that moment, the clinic's door swung open, and a tall, stern-looking man entered. He was Li Gang, the head of the newly hired security team. Miss Deng, we've just received intelligence that individuals from the land of the barley may have sent people to Goat City. Li Gang's voice was deep and resolute, exuding an undeniable firmness. Deng Xiaofan nodded, feeling a surge of caution within. He understood that this contest had likely begun to unfold silently. In the days that followed, Deng Xiaofan's life became increasingly cautious and guarded. He reduced his outings, opting to remain within the clinic to engage with patients and delve into medical studies. Concurrently, he instructed the security team to heighten their vigilance, always alert to the surrounding movements. However, despite his meticulous precautions, he was unable to completely evade the prying eyes of the individuals from the land of the barley. One evening, upon returning to his discreet residence in Goat City, he discovered a small surveillance device had been placed at his doorstep.
Damn it, these people are truly insidious. Deng Xiaofan cursed inwardly while swiftly contacting Li Gang.
Li Gang arrived promptly with his team, dismantling the surveillance device and conducting a thorough inspection. They discovered that the device not only had high-definition filming capabilities but could also transmit images in real time to a remote terminal. Clearly, the individuals from the land of the barley had set their sights on Deng Xiaofan's abode. Mr. Deng, it seems they have begun their operations. Li Gang's expression turned grave.
We must bolster our defenses and not allow them any opportunities. Deng Xiaofan nodded, yet uneased not at him.
He understood that now that the individuals from the land of the barley had focused on him, they would not easily relent. They would surely devise further strategies to probe and assault him. In the subsequent days, Deng Xiaofan and the security team maintained a heightened state of alertness. They not only reinforced security measures at both the residence and the clinic but also remained vigilant. Whenever suspicious individuals appeared, they acted swiftly to drive them away or apprehend them. Despite their diligence, the individuals from the land of the barley still managed to find opportunities to exploit. They began employing unscrupulous tactics to attempt to acquire information about Deng Xiaofan's medical skills and products. They dispatched spies and hackers to infiltrate the clinic and his residence, seeking to steal relevant data. Faced with this situation, Deng Xiaofan and his security team had no choice but to exercise even greater caution. They not only intensified their physical security measures but also fortified their cyber defenses. They hired professional cybersecurity experts to conduct a comprehensive review and reinforcement of the network systems at both the clinic and the residence. However, the individuals from the land of the barley remained undeterred. They began employing more covert and cunning methods to approach Deng Xiaofan. They dispatched seemingly ordinary individuals posing as patients or partners, attempting to engage with him and extract pertinent information. Deng Xiaofan and his security team were well prepared for this. They not only implemented stringent screening and registration protocols for all visitors but also closely monitored anyone who came into contact with Deng Xiaofan. Whenever they identified a suspicious individual, they swiftly took action to drive them away or apprehend them. In this undercurrent-filled contest, Deng Xiaofan and his security team maintained a constant state of vigilance and composure. They understood that any lapse in their guard could provide the individuals from the land of the barley with an opportunity to exploit. Yet, despite their meticulousness, they could not completely evade the assaults from the individuals of the land of the barley. One evening, as Deng Xiaofan returned home from the clinic, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He realized he might have been drugged and quickly contacted Li Gang. Li Gang and his security team arrived swiftly and transported Deng Xiaofan to the hospital. After examination, the doctors confirmed that he had indeed been administered a mild sedative. Fortunately, it was detected in time, and he received medical attention. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. This incident heightened Deng Xiaofan's vigilance and caution. He understood that the individuals from the land of the barley had become increasingly frenzied, willing to employ any means to achieve their objectives. To safeguard his safety and ensure the normal operation of the clinic, Deng Xiaofan had to implement even stricter measures. He bolstered the security team's strength and increased the frequency of patrols and surveillance. Additionally, he hired professional security consultants to conduct a thorough safety assessment and risk mitigation for both the clinic and his residents. In this protracted contest, Deng Xiaofan and his security team remained steadfast in their beliefs and resolve. They knew that only by persevering could they overcome all adversities and challenges. As time passed, the individuals from the land of the barley gradually realized that their tactics were no longer effective. They began seeking collaboration and negotiation with Deng Xiaofan, attempting to obtain what they desired through legitimate means. However, Deng Xiaofan was not easily swayed by their professed sincerity. He recognized that the individuals from the land of the barley were notorious for their cunning and treachery. Their proposals for collaboration and negotiation could merely represent another tactic. Thus, he declined their requests for partnership and negotiation, steadfastly upholding his principles and boundaries. He believed that only by remaining true to his convictions and aspirations could he progress further and more securely. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Deng Xiaofan and the security team, the individuals from the land of the barley finally abandoned their conspiracies and plans. They came to realize that they could not acquire Deng Xiaofan's medical skills and product information through unscrupulous means and were left with no choice but to seek alternative pathways for the development of their own traditional Chinese medicine endeavors. This protracted contest concluded with Deng Xiaofan's triumph. Through his wisdom and courage, he safeguarded both his safety and the normal operations of the clinic simultaneously. Through his actions and convictions, he epitomized the resilience and dedication of practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan would continue to uphold his beliefs and aspirations, contributing his efforts to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. He firmly believed that, in the near future, traditional Chinese medicine would undoubtedly shine with even greater brilliance on the international stage. And he too would inscribe his own glorious chapter upon the fertile soil of Goat City. Chapter 92: Storm over Sheep City. A duel of medical arts. Sheep City, a place steeped in history yet brimming with modernity, now finds itself shrouded in the ominous anticipation of an unprecedented storm. Sunlight filters through sparse clouds, casting its glow upon the bustling streets, yet it seems incapable of dispelling the undercurrents of tension that swirl around. Standing before an antiquated tea house, Deng Xiaofan gazes. Behind him are Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and the fortuitously free Lu Piapiao. They have just concluded a meeting with representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the outcome has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Deng Xiaofan, your confidence is excessive, exclaimed the representative from the Stick Nation, a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, his tone laced with evident dissatisfaction. Our Stick Nation possesses a profound foundation in medical practice. By what right do you reject our proposal for collaboration? Deng Xiaofan offered a faint smile, his eyes radiating an unwavering resolve. Collaboration, your so-called collaboration merely seeks to pilfer my ointment formula. Though I may be young, I am not a fool to be easily exploited. You. The representative from the Stick Nation found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Just then, the representative from the Cherry Blossom Nation, a grim-faced man adorned in a kimono, interjected, Deng Xiaofan, do not overstep your bounds. Our Cherry Blossom Nation boasts commendable achievements in the field of medicine. By what right do you look down upon us? Deng Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. What I disdain is not your medical skills, but your insatiable greed and your attempts to appropriate the successes of others. In that case, let us engage in a contest. The representative from the Stick Nation raised his voice, let us see whose medical prowess reigns supreme. The representative from the Cherry Blossom Nation immediately echoed, yes, a contest. Let our abilities speak for themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xiaofan finally nodded. Very well, if it is a contest, there must be. If you win, I shall surrender my entire ointment factory to you. However, if you lose, what happens if we lose? The representative from the Stick Nation impatiently pressed. If you lose, you shall vacate Hua Nation, and Deng Xiaofan's gaze sharpened with an unusual intensity. You are utterly arrogant. The representatives from both the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation shouted in unison. Arrogant? Deng Xiaofan retorted with a cold laugh, I merely speak the truth. If you lack the courage, then be on your way. Let the contest commence, who fears whom? The representative from the Stick Nation declared through gritted teeth. The representative from the Cherry Blossom Nation nodded darkly. Very well, we accept your terms. However, the location and rules of the contest shall be determined by us. The location shall be set in Sheep City, Deng Xiaofan replied without hesitation. As for the rules, we shall adhere to the traditional medical competition format. Each side will select 3 representatives for 3 rounds of competition. The one who wins 2 rounds shall emerge victorious. Agreed, it is settled. The representatives from both the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation responded simultaneously. With the departure of the representatives, the tea house returned to a tranquil state. Deng Xiaofan turned to his team members, his expression grave. Esteemed seniors, this contest bears significant meaning for us. We must not only prove our medical expertise but also defend the dignity of Hua Nation's medicine. In the ensuing days, Deng Xiaofan and his team diligently prepared for the contest. Their trio of practitioners, all versed in traditional Chinese medicine, convened after hours to devise a detailed strategy. Meanwhile, the representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were equally industrious, dispatching their finest medical experts. Finally, the day of the contest arrived. Within an ancient medical hall in Sheep City, representatives from all 3 parties gathered, the atmosphere charged with tension. The first round consisted of diagnosis. Each side selected a patient for the others to examine. The representatives from the Stick Nation went first, choosing an elderly man afflicted with a perplexing ailment. However, after meticulous examination, they presented an erroneous conclusion. This cannot be. The representatives from the Stick Nation stared in disbelief. Li Ming smiled faintly, signaling their representative to step forward. After a thorough process of observation and inquiry, Deng Xiaofan's representative accurately identified the old man's ailment and proposed an appropriate treatment plan.
We have won the first round, Deng Xiaofan stated calmly.
The representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation wore glum expressions, yet they did not relent. The second round focused on the preparation of medicine, wherein both sides were to concoct an ointment, judged by the opposing representatives. The representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation displayed commendable skill in this arena, crafting ointments that were visually appealing and aromatic. However, upon careful tasting, Deng Xiaofan pointed out their shortcomings. Your ointments may appear commendable, yet their efficacy falls drastically short, Deng Xiaofan remarked with a sneer. True ointments must prioritize. Its deep hue and rich aroma were complemented by its superior medicinal properties, far surpassing those of the competitors. We have won the second round as well, Deng Xiaofan stated matter-of-factly. The representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation wore expressions of despair. They had not anticipated such a thorough defeat in the medical contest. Nevertheless, Deng Xiaofan offered them no respite. For the final round, we shall compare treatment methods, Deng Xiaofan declared coldly. Each of you will select a patient for me to treat. If I succeed in curing their ailments, we shall be deemed the victors of this contest. Though reluctant, the representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation had no choice but to comply. They each chose a patient suffering from a chronic ailment, and Deng Xiaofan proceeded with the treatment. After meticulous care, both patients experienced miraculous recoveries. The representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were left astounded. They had never anticipated Deng Xiaofan's medical prowess to be so formidable. We have won all 3 rounds, Deng Xiaofan stated calmly. According to our prior agreement, you must now leave Hua Nation. The representatives from the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared ashen. They knew they had suffered a total defeat. Under the scrutiny of all present, they could only depart the medical hall in disgrace. As they left, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted within the hall. Deng Xiaofan exchanged knowing smiles with Li Ming and Zhang Wei, aware that this contest was not merely a victory but a defense and continuation of the legacy of Hua Nation's medicine. You performed admirably, Xiaofan, an elder remarked with heartfelt admiration. You have illuminated the He understood that while this contest had concluded, the journey of preserving and advancing Hua Nation's medicine remained a formidable task ahead. He silently resolved to strive diligently, contributing to the prosperity of Hua Nation's medical heritage. In the aftermath of this contest, Sheep City once again became the focal point of public attention. This ancient city, which had witnessed the brilliance and glory of Hua Nation's medicine, now stood as a source of everlasting pride for Deng Xiaofan and his esteemed predecessors in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. In the days to come, Deng Xiaofan would continue to lead his team in exploring the uncharted realms of medicine, dedicating their intellect and strength to the health of humanity. And Sheep City would forever remember this legendary chapter, witnessing the rise and soar of Hua Nation's medical tradition. At this moment in Sheep City, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze stirred the air. Deng Xiaofan stood before the medical hall, gazing at the vast azure sky, his heart filled with boundless aspirations and expectations. He knew the road ahead was long, yet he firmly believed that as long as one harbored dreams, pathways would unfold beneath their feet. Thus, he took a deep breath and strode forward with purpose, accompanied by a group of predecessors in traditional Chinese medicine, all equally driven by dreams and convictions that together, they would forge a brighter future for Hua Nation's medical legacy. Chapter 93 Aftermath and New Challenges. With the departure of the representatives from the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms, the medical establishment in Yangcheng gradually returned to its former tranquility. However, the reverberations of this medical competition had yet to subside. Although Deng Xiaofan and the esteemed elders of traditional Chinese medicine emerged victorious, they were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The inheritance and advancement of Chinese medicine necessitated their unwavering commitment, effort, and diligence. Xiaofan, Li Ming remarked with a feigned gravity, although we triumphed in this contest, we must not let our guard down. The representatives from the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms possess formidable prowess in the medical field. Their recent defeat will undoubtedly leave them discontented, and they may very well seek to make a comeback.
Deng Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully, his expression somber.
You speak the truth. We must remain ever vigilant and allow no room for complacency. Concurrently, we need to bolster our own capabilities and continually enhance our medical proficiency to better confront future challenges. Indeed, we must endeavor to bring Chinese medicine to the world stage, allowing a broader audience to appreciate and acknowledge our healing arts, Zhang Wei added earnestly. Deng Xiaofan wholeheartedly agreed, silently resolving to exert even greater effort to contribute to the flourishing of Chinese medicine. However, just as they were deliberating on future plans, an unexpected message arrived. Deng Xiaofan, very well, I shall see what tricks they have up their sleeves this time. In the reception room of the medical establishment, Deng Xiaofan encountered the representatives from the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms. This time, they appeared considerably more subdued, lacking their previous arrogance. Deng Xiaofan, we concede that we lost the last competition, the representative from the land of the morning calm began. We merely wish to discuss potential avenues for collaboration. The representative from the land of cherry blossoms chimed in, indeed, we are willing to acknowledge the excellence of your medical arts, but we also possess our own strengths. If we could collaborate, I believe we could create even greater value together. Deng Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized them.
Collaboration, what you refer to as collaboration is simply a ploy to pilfer my medicinal formula.
Let me be clear, that is out of the question. The essence of Chinese medicine is not something you can easily acquire. Yu, the representative from the land of the morning calm, was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation. The representative from the land of cherry blossoms attempted to ease the tension. Deng Xiaofan, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We do not seek to steal your formula, rather, we wish to engage in joint research to advance the field of medicine. We could sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure your techniques remain secure.
After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xiaofan ultimately shook his head. I regret to inform you that I am not interested in your proposal for collaboration.
Chinese medicine possesses its own unique system and heritage, which does not require partnership with you. If you wish to learn, you may conduct your own research, but do not harbor any illusions of acquiring our achievements through collaboration. With that, he rose from his seat, preparing to exit the reception room. The representatives from the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Deng Xiaofan's resolute refusal. They wished to say more, but Deng Xiaofan departed without a backward glance.
As Deng Xiaofan left, the reception room fell once again into silence. The representatives shared a glance, both recognizing the unyielding determination and frustration in each other's eyes. They understood that their aspirations for collaboration with Deng Xiaofan were likely futile.
Yet, they did not abandon hope. They believed that with diligent research, they could one day surpass Deng Xiaofan, allowing Chinese medicine to flourish under their stewardship. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaofan continued to lead Li Ming and Zhang Wei, devoted to the inheritance and advancement of Chinese medicine. They were well aware that the road ahead was long, but they also believed that as long as they held on to their dreams, a path would always be illuminated beneath their feet. In the days that followed, Deng Xiaofan, Li Ming, and Zhang Wei delved deeper into their research, exploring the uncharted territories of medicine. They emphasized not only theoretical study but also practical application, striving to integrate the essence of Chinese medicine into contemporary medical systems. Simultaneously, they actively promoted Chinese medicine, ensuring that more individuals came to understand and appreciate their healing arts. They organized free medical clinics to serve residents in impoverished regions. They conducted academic lectures, exchanging insights with medical experts both domestically and internationally. They penned medical texts to pass down the essence of Chinese medicine to future generations. As time progressed, Chinese medicine gradually began to shine on the international stage, garnering increasing recognition and acclaim. Deng Xiaofan and his predecessors in traditional Chinese medicine became synonymous with the field, their names etched into the annals of history, immortalized as legends. Yet, they did not rest on their laurels. They understood that the inheritance and development of Chinese medicine demanded further effort and dedication. Thus, they pressed onward, continuously exploring and pursuing excellence in the realm of medicine, contributing wisdom and strength to the cause of human health. Chapter 94: Medical Communication. A new chapter as the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, ascends on the international stage. Li Ming and Zhang Wei, two illustrious representatives of the field, have received a gracious invitation to participate in the International Medical Communication Conference. This opportunity not only acknowledges their individual medical expertise but also serves as a comprehensive showcase of the profound heritage of Chinese medicine. Li Ming, Zhang Wei, this International Medical Communication Conference holds great significance for us. Elderly, a venerable figure in TCM, gravely addressed the two in the conference room of the clinic. We must not only unveil the profound depths of Chinese medicine to the world but also seize this opportunity to learn from advanced international medical concepts and technologies, thereby advancing the modernization of our practice. Exchanging a glance, Li Ming and Zhang Wei discerned the unwavering determination and anticipation reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that this conference was not merely a challenge but a rare opportunity. Elderly, we shall not disappoint your expectations and will endeavor to present the quintessence of Chinese medicine to the world, Li Ming declared earnestly. Indeed, we must not only showcase but also learn, ensuring that Chinese medicine progresses through this exchange. In the ensuing days, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Elderly, alongside their TCM team members, diligently prepared for various aspects of the conference. They meticulously selected representative papers and case studies reflecting the essence of Chinese medicine, formulated a detailed communication plan, and engaged in multiple simulation exercises to ensure a smooth and accurate presentation of TCM's allure during the event. At last, the International Medical Communication Conference commenced amidst widespread attention. Medical experts and scholars from around the globe gathered to collectively explore the future and developmental trends of medicine. Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Elderly, representing Chinese medicine, entered the conference hall with a sense of confidence and anticipation. During the conference, Li Ming and Zhang Wei delivered speeches titled The Unique Theoretical System and Clinical Applications of Chinese Medicine and the Diagnostic and Therapeutic Methods of Chinese Medicine and Efficacy Assessment, respectively. Through vivid case studies, comprehensive data, and accessible explanations, they showcased the vast profundity and unique charm of Chinese medicine to the attendees, garnering enthusiastic applause and high praise. Following their presentations, Li Ming and Zhang Wei engaged in in-depth discussions with medical experts from other countries. They humbly sought insights and knowledge from their international counterparts, learning about the latest research achievements and advancements in the medical field. Concurrently, they introduced the characteristics and advantages of Chinese medicine to foreign experts, collaboratively exploring the future and directions of medicine. Throughout this exchange, Li Ming and Zhang Wei profoundly felt the boundless nature and extensive depth of medicine. They realized that despite the differences in medical systems and methodologies across nations, there exists a shared goal and pursuit to contribute wisdom and strength to the health of humanity. This resonance and recognition further solidified their resolve and commitment to the medical profession. In addition to their speeches and exchanges, Li Ming and Zhang Wei actively participated in various workshops and seminars organized by the conference. Collaborating with other medical experts, they discussed pressing issues in the medical field and shared their experiences and insights. Through these activities, they not only broadened their horizons but also forged numerous friendships with like-minded individuals. On the final day of the conference, Li Ming and Zhang Wei submitted a document titled Proposal for Exchange and Cooperation between Chinese Medicine and International Medicine on behalf of the Chinese medical community to the conference organizing committee. They called for enhanced communication and collaboration among medical communities worldwide to jointly promote the advancement and development of medicine. This proposal received widespread support and response from the attendees. They recognized that this international medical communication conference was not only a rare learning opportunity but also a pivotal occasion to showcase the allure of Chinese medicine and propel medical advancement. In the days that followed, Li Ming and Zhang Wei began to integrate the outcomes and insights from the conference into their medical practices. They commenced organizing and sharing the information and materials collected during the event, merging them with the They understood that while Chinese medicine boasts a long history and profound foundation, it must continuously innovate and evolve. Thus, they actively advocated for and advanced the modernization of Chinese medicine, striving to blend traditional medical theories with modern technology, enhancing the scientific and practical aspects of their practice. Simultaneously, Li Ming and Zhang Wei passionately promoted Chinese medicine, aiming to raise awareness and recognition of their expertise among a broader audience. Through lectures, free clinics, and the writing of medical literature, they disseminated knowledge and philosophies of Chinese medicine to the public. They also maintained close communication and collaboration with medical experts from other nations, collectively fostering the advancement and development of medicine. Through their dedication, an ever-growing number of individuals began to choose Chinese medicine as their preferred treatment method, and its influence on the international stage is continually expanding. However, Li Ming and Zhang Wei remained unsatisfied with their achievements. They recognized that the inheritance and development of Chinese medicine demand further effort and dedication. Thus, they continued to forge ahead, persistently exploring and pursuing their medical endeavors. They initiated the cultivation of a new generation of TCM practitioners, imparting their experiences and knowledge to the younger cohort of doctors. They emphasized the integration of theory and practice, not only teaching students medical knowledge but also guiding them to participate in clinical practices, enabling them to learn and grow through hands-on experience. Simultaneously, Li Ming and Zhang Wei kept abreast of the latest developments and research findings in the medical field. They actively participated in domestic and international medical conferences and seminars, exchanging insights and experiences with peers, collaboratively exploring the future and developmental directions of medicine. Under their leadership, the Chinese medical community gradually fostered an open, inclusive, and innovative academic atmosphere. An increasing number of young individuals chose to engage in TCM, injecting new vitality and momentum into the inheritance and development.
As time progressed, Li Ming and Zhang Wei emerged as leading figures in the realm of Chinese medicine. Their names became etched in history, symbolizing the pride and essence of Chinese medicine.
Nonetheless, they did not rest on their laurels. Rather, they remained steadfastly committed to the development and advancement of the medical field. They understood that medicine is an endless discipline requiring continuous exploration and innovation. Therefore, they maintained their passion and pursuit of medicine, striving for continuous learning and improvement, contributing wisdom and strength to the health of humanity. In the days to come, Li Ming and Zhang Wei will continue to walk hand in hand, jointly authoring a new chapter for Chinese medicine. They firmly believe that as long as they hold dreams in their hearts, paths will unfold beneath their feet, and Chinese medicine will undoubtedly shine with even more resplendent brilliance on the international stage. They also look forward to engaging with more international medical experts for collaboration, collectively advancing the progress and development of medicine, making greater contributions to the health of humanity. As time elapses, the skills of Li Ming and Zhang Wei continue to refine, and their standing within the Chinese medical community rises. They have become exemplars and mentors for many young doctors, frequently invited to participate in academic exchanges and presentations both domestically and abroad. Through their advocacy, Chinese medicine has progressively aligned itself with international medical practices, forming a distinctive medical system. They emphasize the synergy between traditional medical theories and modern technology, consistently driving innovation and development within the field. Concurrently, they actively promote the internationalization of Chinese medicine, ensuring that a wider audience through their relentless efforts, the influence of Chinese medicine on the global stage continues to expand. An increasing number of countries are beginning to recognize the value and contributions of Chinese medicine, engaging in exchanges and collaborations with China. This collaboration fosters the advancement and development of medicine across nations, making positive contributions to the health of humanity. However, Li Ming and Zhang Wei remain unsatisfied with their achievements. They understand that the development of the medical profession necessitates ongoing exploration and innovation and a commitment to continuous learning and improvement. Thus, they maintain their passion and pursuit of medicine, constantly challenging and surpassing themselves. In the future, they will continue to dedicate themselves to the inheritance and development of Chinese medicine, contributing greater wisdom and strength to the health of humanity. They believe that as long as dreams reside in their hearts, paths will unfold beneath their feet, and Chinese medicine will undoubtedly traverse a path that is both steadfast and far-reaching. They also anticipate collaborating with more international medical experts, collectively advancing the progress and development of medicine. They are convinced that it is through communication and cooperation that the medical profession can flourish and evolve, making even greater contributions to the health of humanity. Under their stewardship, the Chinese medical community will persist in fostering an open, inclusive, and innovative academic atmosphere, attracting an ever-growing number of young individuals to engage in the practice of TCM. They will continue to inherit and promote the essence and characteristics of Chinese medicine, contributing wisdom and strength to the health of humanity. In the years to come, the names of Li Ming and Zhang Wei will be eternally engraved in the annals of Chinese medicine. Their medical skills and contributions will serve as a paragon for future generations to study and admire simultaneously. They exemplify the true spirit of benevolence in medicine, establishing a noble moral standard for posterity. Their story will inspire countless generations of medical practitioners to forge ahead, continually exploring and pursuing the path of medicine. Their spirit and contributions will forever be etched in the luminous chapter of humanity. Chapter 95. A gentle encounter. Beneath the night sky as dusk descended, the city's neon lights flickered, casting a vibrant glow across the bustling scene. The lights within the clinic gradually dimmed, signaling the end of a long and busy day. Standing at the entrance, Deng Xiaofan gazed at the quieting streets, a wave of indescribable contentment swelling within him. Over the years, he, along with Li Ming and Zhang Wei, had nurtured this modest clinic from its inception, transforming it into a flourishing establishment. Now, Li Ming had garnered a modest reputation in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, while Zhang Wei had showcased exceptional talent in management and operations. Each member of their team had made continuous strides, and the clinic's renown had grown ever brighter. Reflecting on the early days of their entrepreneurial journey, when the three of them were crammed into a cramped office, their hearts had swelled with joy over even the slightest progress made for their patients, and they had tirelessly brainstormed for the clinic's future. The difficulties they faced then, upon recollection, now bore a bittersweet charm. The clinic had not only expanded in scale but had also acquired a suite of advanced medical equipment, attracting numerous experts to join their ranks. Observing this, Deng Xiaofan felt a profound sense of gratitude and pride. He understood that these accomplishments were the fruits of each team member's dedication and effort. Just as he was about to lock the door and depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small girl seated on a stone pillar at the entrance. She huddled there, her tattered clothing and unkempt hair starkly contrasting with the city's opulence. A pang of concern gripped Deng Xiaofan's heart as he hurried over and gently inquired, "Little one, why are you here all alone?" "Where are your family?" The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with timidity, and replied softly, I am collecting recyclables. My parents passed away long ago, and I live by myself, relying on the scraps I gather to make a living." Deng Xiaofan was taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated that such hardship existed in this seemingly glamorous city. Kneeling down, he softened his tone, "Aren't you afraid of danger being out here so late?" Shaking her head, the girl murmured, "There are many people here today, and they are littering a lot. I thought I could collect more bottles and cans to exchange for some money to buy food." As he gazed upon her frail form and the yearning in her eyes, a powerful sense of protectiveness surged within him. He knew he could not simply let her go. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Piapiao's number. Lu Piapiao, a police detective and Deng Xiaofan's girlfriend, was known for her decisiveness and compassion towards the vulnerable. Once the call connected, Deng Xiaofan succinctly described the situation, requesting her assistance in taking the girl to the police station to investigate her background and seek her kin or an appropriate placement. Lu Piapiao agreed without hesitation. Well aware of Deng Xiaofan's character and knowing he would not trouble her without cause, she swiftly drove to the clinic and met the girl perched on the stone pillar. Sinking to her knees, Lu Piapiao spoke gently to the girl. "Don't be afraid, little one, I am a police officer, and I will help you find your family. Would you come with me to the station?" The girl glanced at Deng Xiaofan and then at Lu Piapiao, ultimately nodding. She sensed that these two individuals genuinely wished to assist her. Consequently, she followed Lu Piapiao into the car. Disappearing into the night, Deng Xiaofan stood at the entrance, watching the police car fade into the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt sorrow for the girl's plight and guilt for his own helplessness. He recognized that there were countless children like her in this world, lacking parental care and the warmth of a home, yet yearning for love and warmth nonetheless. Taking a deep breath, he turned and re-entered the clinic. Although it was closed, he could not resist sitting down in the office. Lost in contemplation, memories of his own childhood flooded back to him, when he too had lived at the bottom of society, experiencing the harsh realities of life. In those times, he had longed for a helping hand, a warm home. Now that he had the means, he felt an even greater obligation to extend his efforts to assist those in need. With this resolve, he picked up a pen and began drafting his plan on a piece of paper. He intended to unite the clinic's team to initiate a charitable endeavor aimed specifically at assisting orphans and children facing hardships, like the little girl. He wanted them to know that there were still people in this world who cared and were willing to give. As the night deepened, the clinic fell into silence, yet Deng Xiaofan's heart brimmed with strength and hope. He understood the road ahead would be long, but he believed that with collective effort, they could journey further. Meanwhile, Lu Piapiao had returned to the police station with the little girl. She arranged temporary housing for her and provided food and clean clothes. The girl gazed at her surroundings, tears glistening in her eyes. She could hardly believe she had encountered such kind-hearted individuals willing to selflessly aid her. Lu Piapiao sat beside the girl and softly asked, "What is your name, little one? Can you tell me about your background?" The girl lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment, then raised her gaze and spoke in a trembling voice. "My name is Mou. My grandmother called me Xiaoyu. I have never met my parents. They passed away when I was very young. I lived with my grandmother until she also succumbed to illness last year. I have been wandering alone since then." Listening to Xiaoyu's story, Lu Piapiao felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She had not expected that this seemingly resilient girl had endured such profound suffering. Gently patting Xiaoyu's shoulder, she reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu, this will be your home from now on. We will help you find your family or secure a good placement. Rest assured, no one will harm you again." As Xiaoyu absorbed Lu Piapiao's words, warmth blossomed in her heart. She realized she had finally found someone she could rely on, and with that, she embraced Lu Piapiao tightly, tears streaming down her face. Lu Piapiao held Xiaoyu close, her heart filled with emotion. She recognized that there were many children like Xiaoyu in the world, all in need of love and warmth. She resolved to collaborate with Deng Xiaofan to initiate the charitable endeavor, aiming to assist even more children in distress. As the night gradually receded, a new day was on the horizon. Both Deng Xiaofan and Lu Piapiao understood that their journey was far from over, but they believed that as long as love resided in their hearts, they would be able to traverse greater distances. Xiaoyu's origins remained an unsolved mystery, awaiting their unraveling. Chapter 96: The Unforeseen Encounter at the Medical Hall. The emergence of Xiaoyu's talent. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently streamed through the sparse clouds, they cast a warm glow upon the quaint entrance of the ancient medical hall. Today, this usually bustling yet tranquil place, owned by Deng Xiaofan, appeared distinctly different due to the arrival of two extraordinary visitors. Lu Piapiao, the girlfriend of a detective, clad in casual attire and adorned with a gentle smile, held Xiaoyu's hand as they stepped across the threshold of the hall. Xiaoyu, a curious little girl brimming with inquisitiveness about the world, entered the hall with wide eyes, surveying her surroundings. Inside, the medicinal cabinets were arranged with care, and an array of herbs exuded a subtle fragrance, creating a sharp contrast to the clamor of the outside world. It felt as though she had stepped into an entirely new realm, each step taken with utmost caution, lest she disturb the serenity enveloping her. "Xiaofan, I brought Xiaoyu here to explore. She is utterly fascinated by traditional Chinese medicine," Lu Piapiao softly remarked, her eyes radiating affection for Xiaoyu. Deng Xiaofan, engrossed in preparing herbal remedies, lifted his gaze upon hearing her voice, and a tender smile graced his lips. "Xiaoyu has arrived. Welcome, "Welcome," he exclaimed, setting aside the herbs he was handling to greet them. Xiaoyu gazed at Deng Xiaofan, her eyes sparkling with a blend of curiosity and reverence. She recognized him as the skilled uncle her mother often spoke of, and a newfound admiration. Deng Xiaofan guided them through the medical hall, introducing various herbs and instruments. Xiaoyu listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which Deng Xiaofan replied with patience. He sensed that her interest in traditional Chinese medicine transcended mere curiosity. Hidden within her innocent inquisitiveness lay a rare and ineffable talent. Time, as it often does when one is engaged, slipped by swiftly. Before long, Deng Xiaofan had prepared several prescriptions, ready to be delivered to patients. At that moment, Xiaoyu quietly approached Zhang Wei, watching her deftly select, weigh, and grind the herbs, her eyes alight with wonder. "Sister Zhang Wei, these herbs are so fascinating. What ailments can they treat?" Xiaoyu inquired softly, mindful not to disrupt Zhang Wei's work. As Zhang Wei looked up, her gaze meeting Xiaoyu's eager eyes, and smiled warmly. "Xiaoyu, each herb possesses its unique properties. Some can clear heat and detoxify, while others invigorate blood circulation or regulate qi in blood. For instance, this is astragalus, which can tonify qi and elevate yang, and that is angelica, which nourishes blood and regulates menstruation. The mysteries of traditional Chinese medicine are vast, and you'll gradually learn them all." Captivated, Xiaoyu observed the herbs, envisioning vibrant lives within them, each narrating its own tale. Unable to resist, she reached out to gently touch the herbs, savoring their textures and warmth. Suddenly, one particular herb caught her eye. Its golden hue radiated a faint fragrance. As she focused, she recognized it as honeysuckle, a plant she had encountered in her books. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. The familiar yet unfamiliar scent flooded her senses, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. In that moment, Xiaoyu felt transported back to her hometown, a small village replete with the aroma of. She recalled how, when she fell ill as a child, her grandmother would brew these herbs into a comforting decoction, the taste instilling a sense of security and tranquility. Now, that familiar sensation washed over her once more, igniting feelings of intimacy and warmth. While Xiaoyu immersed herself in this reverie, an unexpected voice resonated in Deng Xiaofan's mind. "Frowny face apprenticeship task MOU, take her as your disciple in traditional Chinese medicine and impart your knowledge to her. Her understanding of traditional Chinese medicine rivals your own. This task bears no reward." Deng Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, yet a surge of inexplicable excitement welled within him. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was lost in her reverie, captivated by the fragrance of the herbs. Her innocence and curiosity filled him with profound satisfaction. He understood that the tasks presented by the system often held significant meaning for him, and this particular task unveiled the boundless potential residing within Xiaoyu. In truth, even without the system's prompt, Deng Xiaofan had long recognized Xiaoyu's aptitude and passion for traditional Chinese medicine. Observing her focused demeanor and spirited eyes, he saw a reflection of his younger self. He realized that this child possessed an innate affinity for the healing art, a rare gift indeed. "Xiaoyu, would you like to become my apprentice and learn traditional Chinese medicine?" Deng Xiaofan's voice was gentle yet resolute, grounded in his intuition and faith in her talents. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu's eyes flew open, sparkling with surprise and excitement. She had always been intrigued by traditional Chinese medicine, and now, with the opportunity to learn firsthand, she felt compelled to accept. Without hesitation, she nodded, her voice quivering with eagerness. "I would be honored, uncle." "Excellent, then you shall come to stay at my home. In due time, I will invite Elder Guo and the others from Kyoto for a formal apprenticeship ceremony." Until then, let us begin with the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine, Deng Xiaofan replied. Lu Piapiao, having overheard Deng Xiaofan's words, regarded Xiaoyu with astonishment, a wave of indescribable pride and anticipation swelling within her. She recognized Xiaoyu's intelligence and remarkable capacity for absorbing new knowledge. The fact that a master like Deng Xiaofan was willing to take her under his wing was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn in Xiaoyu's life. At that moment, an inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the medical hall, infused with the sense of herbs and warmth. Deng Xiaofan, Lu Piapiao, and Xiaoyu seemed to be bound by the threads of fate, embarking together on a new journey. From that day forth, Xiaoyu became Deng Xiaofan's apprentice. Each morning, she arrived early at the medical hall, eagerly learning the foundational principles and diagnostic techniques of traditional Chinese medicine. Her rapid progress astounded Deng Xiaofan. Many complex theories and prescriptions were swiftly comprehended and adeptly applied. Under his guidance, Xiaoyu's medical skills flourished, and she soon found herself capable of independently handling simple cases. Both Li Ming and Zhang Wei were impressed, recognizing the vast potential contained within her small frame. Meanwhile, Lu Piapiao silently supported Xiaoyu each day as she passed the medical hall, witnessing Xiaoyu diligently at work. A sense of pride and fulfillment filled her heart. She understood that Xiaoyu's future was boundless, and she, alongside Deng Xiaofan, would serve as her unwavering support. This bond of mentorship seemed preordained, intertwining the fates of Deng Xiaofan, Lu Piapiao, and Xiaoyu. They believed that as long as they moved forward hand in hand, their collective efforts would surely forge a brighter tomorrow. Xiaoyu, too, would traverse the path of traditional Chinese medicine, utilizing her skills and wisdom to bring health and hope to countless others. Chapter 97. Inheriting the Medical Way. Gathering in Yangchang, a city steeped in history, radiates vibrancy under the early summer sun. The medical clinic of Deng Xiaofan is nestled within a tranquil neighborhood, where the antiquated architecture seems to insulate it from the clamor of the outside world, exuding an air of serenity and composure. On this particular day, the clinic is adorned with festive decorations, brimming with joy, as a momentous ceremony is about to unfold within its walls. Deng Xiaofan stands at the entrance of the clinic, gazing at the vehicles gradually approaching in the distance, his heart swelling with anticipation. He has extended a special invitation to Elder Guo from the capital and several dignitaries who have previously benefited from his medical expertise, to witness a moment of profound significance for him, his disciple Mou's formal initiation. Elder Guo, a venerable master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, is well into his 70s yet possesses a vigorous spirit. He has consistently praised Deng Xiaofan's medical skills and ethics. The dignitaries, too, are unwavering in their trust of Deng's abilities. Their presence undoubtedly serves as the highest affirmation and support for this initiation ceremony. As the vehicles come to a halt, Elder Guo and the dignitaries disembark in succession. Deng Xiaofan steps forward to warmly greet them, engaging in cordial handshakes and pleasantries. Elder Guo, with a twinkle in his eye, remarks, "Xiaofan, you have certainly posed a challenge for this old man, making me travel all the way to Yangchang. However, witnessing your acceptance of a disciple makes this journey worthwhile." With a smile, Deng Xiaofan responds, "Elder Guo, how could I possibly present you with a challenge? I merely wished for you and the esteemed dignitaries to witness this occasion. I believe young Yu possesses the potential to excel in medicine, and I wish to cultivate her abilities diligently." The dignitaries also extend their congratulations, one of them patting Deng Xiaofan on the shoulder, stating, "Xiaofan, we have complete faith in your medical prowess, and naturally, we trust the disciple you choose. It brings us great joy to be here today, and we hope you will pass on your skills to benefit even more people." Deng Xiaofan nods appreciatively and leads the group into the clinic. Inside, everything is meticulously arranged. A traditional initiation altar is centered in the room, adorned with an incense burner and the initiation scroll. Mou, dressed in a neatly fitted tang suit, stands before the altar, her demeanor solemn. As the sound of a crisp bell reverberates, the initiation ceremony officially commences. Mou reverently approaches Deng Xiaofan, holding the initiation scroll with both hands, kneeling before him as she raises the scroll high above her head. Deng Xiaofan takes the scroll and softly recites, "Today, I, Deng Xiaofan, willingly accept Mou as my disciple, to impart the art of medicine and contribute to the healing way. May my disciple be diligent in learning, remain true to her original aspirations, and achieve her goals." Mou bows deeply, asserting with unwavering conviction, "Master, please accept my humble prostration. I shall devote myself to diligent study and honor your teachings." The attendees erupt in applause, and Elder Guo along with the dignitaries display expressions of satisfaction. They understand that the continuation of Deng Xiaofan's medical legacy is undoubtedly a boon for the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Following the initiation ceremony, Deng Xiaofan escorts everyone to the tea room in the clinic's backyard. The air is infused with the delicate aroma of tea, creating a serene and warm ambience. Everyone gathers around, savoring tea and engaging in discussions about the future and development of traditional Chinese medicine. Elder Guo takes a sip of tea and remarks, "Xiaofan, I hold great expectations for your new disciple. The field of traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, requiring generations to inherit and promote its wisdom. Young Yu strikes me as intelligent and diligent. She is a promising candidate. You must guide her well, ensuring she becomes a beacon in our field." Deng Xiaofan nods in agreement. "Rest assured, Elder Guo, I will do everything within my power to impart my knowledge to Mou. Traditional Chinese medicine is our national treasure. We cannot allow its legacy to falter in our generation. I will strive to nurture her into a pillar of our community. The dignitaries express their support as well, affirming their commitment to us. One dignitary states, "Traditional Chinese medicine is our invaluable heritage. We must not allow it to fade away. Xiaofan, your acceptance of a disciple is a significant contribution to our field. We will do our utmost to support you and your disciple, ensuring that traditional Chinese medicine thrives in the future." Deng Xiaofan gazes at everyone with gratitude, his heart brimming with emotion and resolve. He understands that he bears not only his own mission but also the hopes and responsibilities of the entire traditional Chinese medicine community. He silently vows to diligently guide MOU, ensuring that the wisdom of this discipline shines even more brilliantly in the world to come. As the tea gathering concludes, Deng Xiaofan proposes that they all dine together to celebrate this special day. The group enthusiastically agrees and collectively departs the clinic, heading toward a nearby restaurant. The restaurant is alive with a cacophony of voices and laughter. Deng Xiaofan has reserved a spacious private room so that everyone can revel in joyous camaraderie. The table is laden with a diverse array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. As they gather around the table, they raise their glasses in a toast, celebrating this momentous occasion. MOU sits among them, enveloped in the affection and expectations of her master and older peers. She is acutely aware of the honor and responsibility that comes with being Deng Xiaofan's disciple, and she resolves to diligently pursue her studies in medicine, determined not to disappoint the hopes placed upon her. During the meal, laughter and conversation flow freely, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Elder Guo and the dignitaries extend their congratulations and encouragement to both Deng Xiaofan and Mo Yu, expressing their hopes that they will work together to contribute to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. Deng Xiaofan, in turn, conveys his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "Thank you all for being here today to witness MOU's initiation. This occasion holds profound significance for me, serving as a testament to my medical journey. I shall continue to learn and practice traditional Chinese medicine, bringing health and hope to many. Additionally, I will dedicate myself to guiding MOU and my other disciples, ensuring they become exemplary figures in our field." As the gathering comes to a close, everyone bids farewell with reluctance. Deng Xiaofan and MOU stand at the restaurant's entrance, waving goodbye to the group. They understand that today's initiation and celebration signify not merely a ritual but a new beginning and a fresh starting point. Together, they will strive to contribute to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. As the night deepens, the streets of Yangcheng shimmer with lights. Deng Xiaofan and MOU walk side by side on their way home, their hearts filled with dreams and aspirations for the future. They recognize that the road ahead may be long and arduous, but as long as they journey together and exert their efforts, they are certain to create a brighter tomorrow. This day will remain etched in the memories of both Deng Xiaofan and MOU. They will cherish this special occasion, transforming their gratitude and hopes into the driving force and courage needed to contribute their youth and strength to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. The presence and witness of Elder Guo and the dignitaries undoubtedly bolstered their confidence and motivation for the path that lies ahead. Chapter 98 Live streaming medical consultation. With the rapid advancement of technology, the internet has permeated every facet of human life. In this era of information explosion, Deng Xiaofan keenly discerned that the amalgamation of traditional Chinese medicine and modern technology might ignite an extraordinary synergy. Thus, a novel idea quietly took root in his mind, utilizing Douyin live streaming to allow Xiaoyu to provide medical consultations for Douyin users. Xiaoyu, Deng Xiaofan's apprentice, is not only exceptionally skilled in medicine but also possesses a delicate sensibility, adept at communicating with patients. Under Deng Xiaofan's meticulous guidance, Xiaoyu's diagnostic abilities have advanced remarkably. She often discerns patients' conditions through subtle observations of their complexion and tongue appearance. When Deng Xiaofan proposed the concept of conducting medical consultations via Douyin live streaming, Xiaoyu was both astonished and exhilarated. She understood that this endeavor would not only enrich her clinical experience but also enable more individuals to appreciate the enchanting allure of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, with Deng Xiaofan's support, Xiaoyu embarked on her journey of live streaming medical consultations. Hello, everyone, I am Xiaoyu, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. With a warm smile before the camera, Xiaoyu greeted her audience. Today, I will address your medical concerns through this live session. Those in need may request to join the stream, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Xiaoyu's voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to a soothing spring breeze that dispelled the audience's doubts and unease in an instant.
Before long, viewers began requesting to join the stream, hoping Xiaoyu could help them with their ailments. "Hello, what discomfort are you experiencing?" Xiaoyu inquired patiently while keenly observing the individual's complexion and tongue. "I have been feeling dizzy and fatigued lately, and I don't know why," the viewer responded. Xiaoyu observed for a moment before stating, "Based on your complexion and tongue appearance, I preliminarily assess that you may be suffering from a deficiency of both qi and blood. I recommend you pay attention to rest, enhance your nutritional intake, and consider taking some herbal medicines to invigorate qi and nourish blood." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's diagnosis, the viewer expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Xiaoyu. I will start adjusting my regimen right away." Thus, through Douyin live streaming, Xiaoyu provided consultations and addressed the queries of numerous viewers. Her accurate diagnoses and practical advice soon garnered unanimous acclaim from the audience. Many expressed that through Xiaoyu's broadcasts, they not only gained insight into their conditions but also learned valuable knowledge about maintaining health through traditional Chinese medicine. Of course, Xiaoyu was acutely aware that her diagnoses were merely preliminary assessments and could not entirely replace face-to-face consultations. Therefore, before concluding each live session, she would remind her viewers, "If my diagnosis deviates from your actual condition or if you require a more detailed treatment plan, I recommend you promptly visit a local hospital or our medical clinic." Speaking of the clinic, Xiaoyu beamed with pride. Deng Xiaofan's clinic enjoys a stellar reputation in the industry, known not only for its exceptional medical skills but also for its attentive service. Many patients come from afar, expressing their profound gratitude to Deng Xiaofan and his team after receiving treatment. Xiaoyu understood how fortunate she was to continuously grow within such an excellent team. To further enhance her diagnostic abilities, Xiaoyu, under Deng Xiaofan's guidance, embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. Each day, in addition to shadowing Deng Xiaofan to learn clinical knowledge, she devoted her spare time to reading numerous classical texts on traditional Chinese medicine, thereby broadening her intellectual horizons. Simultaneously, she frequently sought advice from seasoned experts at the clinic, humbly welcoming their insights and suggestions. After a period of diligent training, Xiaoyu's diagnostic skills significantly improved. She not only accurately assessed patients' conditions through external manifestations like complexion and tongue appearance but also tailored more personalized treatment plans by considering patients' constitutions and lifestyles. As Xiaoyu's influence in Douyin live streaming grew, an increasing number of viewers began to tune in. Some were captivated by her medical expertise, while others were moved by her dedication. Whenever Xiaoyu streamed live, the chat room buzzed with activity as viewers left comments and likes, expressing their admiration and support for her. However, Xiaoyu understood that as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, her responsibilities were substantial. Throughout the live sessions, she maintained a cautious and humble demeanor, never allowing herself to become complacent. Whenever confronted with complex cases or uncertainties, she candidly informed her audience and advised them to seek further examination and treatment at local hospitals or her clinic. "Dr. Xiaoyu, could you help me with the acne on..." Her face was covered in acne, and she appeared quite distressed. Xiaoyu carefully examined the girl's complexion and tongue appearance before responding, "Based on your condition, I suspect your acne may be due to hormonal imbalances. I recommend maintaining a light diet, avoiding late nights and excessive fatigue. Additionally, I can prescribe a herbal remedy to help regulate your hormones. I suggest 3 doses. If there is no improvement after that, I advise you to seek treatment at a local hospital or, if convenient, visit our clinic directly." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's advice, the girl expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Xiaoyu. I will give it a try." A few days later, the girl returned to Xiaoyu's livestream, and her acne had noticeably diminished. She excitedly conveyed to Xiaoyu, "Dr. Xiaoyu, I cannot thank you enough. Your herbal medicine is truly effective. My acne has improved significantly." Witnessing the girl's transformation, Xiaoyu felt immense satisfaction. She realized that this was the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, identifying the root cause through observation and inquiry, then prescribing appropriate treatments to assist patients in regaining their health. As Xiaoyu's influence in Douyin live streaming continued to expand, Deng Xiaofan's clinic welcomed an influx of new patients. Some learned about the clinic through Xiaoyu's broadcasts, while others were drawn by word of mouth from satisfied patients. Regardless of how they arrived, all praised the clinic's medical expertise and service. Deng Xiaofan recognized that none of this would have been possible without the collective efforts of Xiaoyu and the clinic's team. He frequently encouraged everyone, "We must continue to promote the fine traditions of traditional Chinese medicine, enhancing our skills and service levels." At the same time,
we should embrace modern technology, enabling more people to understand, trust, and choose traditional Chinese medicine. Under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the clinic's team grew stronger, and their medical proficiency improved continuously. They not only provided patients with high-quality medical services but also made significant contributions to the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese medicine naturally. During the process of utilizing Douyin live streaming for medical consultations, Xiaoyu encountered challenges and difficulties. For instance, some viewers preferred using beauty filters during live sessions, hindering Xiaoyu's ability to accurately observe their complexion and tongue appearance. Whenever faced with such situations, Xiaoyu patiently reminded them, to ensure a more accurate assessment of your condition, please disable the beauty filter.
Otherwise, my diagnosis may be inaccurate, and our clinic will not be held responsible.
Although some viewers were initially perplexed by this request, they gradually understood the impact of beauty filters on traditional Chinese medical diagnostics through Xiaoyu's patient explanations.
Consequently, in subsequent sessions, viewers began to voluntarily disable these filters, allowing Xiaoyu to observe their conditions more accurately. Beyond this challenge, Xiaoyu encountered other issues, such as patients with complex conditions requiring more detailed examinations and diagnoses.
In such cases, she would recommend they visit local hospitals or her clinic for further assessment and treatment. While this approach might impose additional financial and time burdens on some patients, Xiaoyu understood that it was a responsible course of action. As time progressed, Xiaoyu's influence in Douyin live streaming grew ever more pronounced. She not only became a highly regarded practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine but also emerged as a health consultant for many. Whenever individuals faced health issues, they instinctively turned to Xiaoyu, hoping she could offer guidance and assistance. Xiaoyu remained steadfast in her mission, using her medical skills and compassion to bring warmth and hope to those in need. Through her efforts, the wisdom and allure of traditional Chinese medicine shone brightly on a broader stage, bringing health and happiness to more individuals simultaneously. Deng Xiaofan's clinic experienced new opportunities for growth, propelled by Xiaoyu's influence. They established a stellar reputation locally and attracted many out-of-town patients seeking treatment. The clinic's scale and impact expanded, becoming a dazzling gem in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Reflecting on her journey with traditional Chinese medicine, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense. She recognized how fortunate she was to be part of this field, continually evolving and advancing. All of this was made possible by the careful cultivation and guidance from Deng Xiaofan and the clinic's team. In the days to come, she would continue to strive for knowledge and practice, contributing her strength to the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese medicine. As Xiaoyu's influence in Douyin live streaming blossomed, Deng Xiaofan began contemplating how to further promote it. He understood that while live streaming medical consultations offered convenience and practicality, it also bore certain limitations and risks. To safeguard patients' rights and safety, they needed to establish more stringent and standardized operating procedures and management systems. Thus, under Deng Xiaofan's leadership, the clinic's team began formulating relevant operational guidelines and management protocols. They defined the applicable scope and conditions for live streaming medical consultations, established qualifications and requirements for physicians, as well as rights and obligations for patients. Furthermore, they instituted a comprehensive complaint and feedback mechanism to promptly address issues and disputes encountered by patients during live consultations. The implementation of these measures not only enhanced the professionalism and safety of live streaming medical consultations but also bolstered patients' trust and recognition of traditional Chinese medicine. An increasing number of patients became willing to explore this novel approach to healthcare, seeking tailored treatment plans through live streaming to restore their health. Through the combined efforts of Deng Xiaofan and Xiaoyu, live streaming medical consultations gradually evolved into a new model of medical service. This approach not only provided patients with a more convenient and practical means of consultation but also infused new vitality and momentum into the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese medicine. It is believed that in the days ahead, this model will see broader application and promotion, bringing health and happiness to many more individuals. Chapter 99: New Challenges and Opportunities in Live Medical Consultation. As Xiaoyu's influence in live medical consultations on Douyin continues to grow, her streaming room has become a bridge connecting patients from all corners of the nation. Each evening, when Xiaoyu appears punctually in her live stream, thousands of viewers flock in, eager for her assistance and guidance. Xiaoyu consistently maintains her enthusiasm and patience, employing her expertise and meticulous care to meet the expectations of every patient.
However, with the rise in her influence, Xiaoyu and Deng Xiaofan's medical clinic are confronted with new challenges. One evening, a particularly unique case plunged Xiaoyu into contemplation. Dr. Xiaoyu, could you take a look at me?
I've been feeling a heaviness in my chest lately, and sometimes it even hurts. A middle-aged man requested to connect live, his voice tinged with anxiety. Xiaoyu carefully assessed his complexion and tongue, noting no apparent abnormalities. What are your usual lifestyle habits like? She inquired. I tend to be quite busy with work, often working overtime, and I don't sleep well at night, the man replied. Xiaoyu nodded, forming an initial judgment in her mind. She advised him, based on your situation, I preliminarily deduce that you might be experiencing palpitations due to prolonged fatigue and lack of sleep. I recommend adjusting your schedule to ensure adequate rest while avoiding excessive strain. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's suggestion, the man appeared relieved. Thank you, Dr. Xiaoyu, I will take note of that. However, a few days later, the man reappeared in Xiaoyu's live stream, and his condition had not improved. Dr. Xiaoyu, I followed your advice, but the heaviness in my chest persists, and sometimes it even hurts more severely, he expressed, his voice rife with anxiety and helplessness. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, realizing that this case might be more intricate than she had initially anticipated. She quickly reassured him, don't worry, I suggest you visit a local hospital for a thorough examination, so we can more accurately assess your condition. The man heeded Xiaoyu's recommendation and went to the local hospital. Following a series of examinations, he was diagnosed with coronary heart disease and required immediate treatment. Fortunately, due to timely intervention, his condition was effectively managed. This incident profoundly impacted Xiaoyu. She recognized that while live medical consultations could provide initial diagnoses and advice, they could not wholly replace face-to-face medical care. Some conditions, particularly those that are complex or necessitate specialized equipment, still require patients to seek more detailed and professional treatment at a hospital. Consequently, Xiaoyu emphasized this point in her streams. Everyone, please be aware that my diagnosis is merely a preliminary assessment and cannot fully substitute for hospital examinations and treatments. If you are experiencing discomfort or your condition is complex, it is imperative to visit a hospital promptly. Besides this challenge, Xiaoyu faced another issue. As her audience for live medical consultations grew, some began to question the accuracy and professionalism of her diagnoses. They argued that merely through video connections, Xiaoyu could not accurately observe patients' conditions or provide precise diagnoses. In the face of such skepticism, Xiaoyu remained undeterred. She knew well that as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, her responsibilities were significant, necessitating continuous learning and enhancement of her medical skills to earn patients' trust and respect. Thus, she diligently expanded her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and broadened her clinical experience. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu actively addressed these concerns during her live streams. She conveyed to her audience, I understand your worries and doubts, but please trust that I will do my utmost to provide accurate diagnoses and advice. Of course, if my diagnosis deviates from your actual condition, or if you require a more detailed treatment plan, I still recommend visiting a local hospital or our clinic. With Deng Xiaofan's support, Xiaoyu also began collaborating with other medical institutions to offer patients more comprehensive and professional medical services. They established close partnerships with local hospitals, referring patients who needed further examination and treatment, while also accepting patients deemed suitable for traditional Chinese medicine from the hospitals. This collaborative model not only enhanced patients' medical experiences but also brought more development opportunities to Xiaoyu and Deng Xiaofan's clinic. Their medical skills and services garnered greater recognition and praise from patients, and the clinic's reputation and influence continued to rise. Concurrently, Xiaoyu actively promoted knowledge of traditional Chinese health preservation in her streams, assisting viewers in disease prevention and health maintenance. She advised her audience, traditional Chinese medicine is not solely about treating illnesses, it is equally vital to prevent them. Through a balanced diet, proper rest, and exercise, we can maintain our physical equilibrium and health. Through Xiaoyu's efforts, the wisdom and allure of traditional Chinese medicine flourished on a broader stage. An increasing number of individuals began to comprehend, trust, and choose traditional Chinese medicine. They experienced its remarkable charm through Xiaoyu's live streams and recognized its invaluable role in modern society. Naturally, Xiaoyu was acutely aware of her responsibilities and mission. She aimed not only to provide accurate diagnoses and advice in her streams but also to actively disseminate traditional Chinese culture, ensuring that more individuals come to understand, appreciate, and inherit it. In the days to come, Xiaoyu would persist in her efforts to learn and practice, contributing her strength to the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese medicine. She firmly believed that with the support of Deng Xiaofan and their clinic team, they could create more miracles, bringing health and happiness to a greater number of people. As Xiaoyu's influence in live medical consultations on Douyin expanded, her story inspired more young individuals to embark on careers in traditional Chinese medicine. They recognized the vast prospects and infinite possibilities of traditional Chinese medicine in modern society, as well as the passion and dedication Xiaoyu and Deng Xiaofan exhibited towards their profession. In the clinic, Xiaoyu and Deng Xiaofan frequently shared their experiences and insights with these young practitioners. They advised, "Traditional Chinese medicine is a profound and extensive field requiring our continuous learning and exploration. Only by maintaining a love and dedication for traditional Chinese medicine can we traverse this path further and more steadily." The clinic's team continued to grow, and their medical expertise consistently improved. They not only provided high-quality medical services to patients but also made positive contributions to the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese medicine. An increasing number of people began to pay attention to, understand, and trust traditional Chinese medicine, elevating its status and influence. Of course, Xiaoyu was also well aware that she had a long journey ahead. She needed to continue enhancing her medical skills, exploring and innovating medical service models to bring health and hope to more patients. Simultaneously, she aimed to actively promote traditional Chinese culture, ensuring that more individuals come to understand, appreciate, and inherit it. Throughout this process, Xiaoyu experienced countless moments of joy and inspiration. Each time she witnessed a patient's condition improve or heard their praises in gratitude towards traditional Chinese medicine, she felt immense satisfaction and pride. She understood that this was the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, capable of healing ailments while also warming the heart. As time progressed, Xiaoyu's influence in live medical consultations on Douyin grew increasingly prominent. She not only became a highly regarded practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine but also a trusted health advisor and spiritual mentor to many. Whenever individuals encountered health issues, they would instinctively think of Xiaoyu, hoping she could provide them with guidance and support. Xiaoyu, in turn, remained steadfast in her original intention and mission, utilizing her medical expertise and compassion to deliver warmth and hope to every person in need. Through the combined efforts of Deng Xiaofan and Xiaoyu, the wisdom and charm of traditional Chinese medicine shone brightly on a broader stage. They believed that in the days to come, traditional Chinese medicine would bring health and happiness to an even greater number of individuals, becoming an indispensable part of modern society. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu recognized that as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, she needed to focus not only on patients' physical health but also on their psychological well-being. In contemporary society, many individuals face immense pressure and challenges, leading to increasingly prominent mental health issues. Thus, Xiaoyu began to address psychological health concerns during her live streams, offering advice and methods for psychological adjustment. She conveyed to her audience, mental health is just as important as physical health. We must learn to adjust our mindset and maintain an optimistic attitude. If you encounter psychological problems or distress, do not be afraid or avoid seeking help and support. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, an increasing number of viewers began to pay attention to their mental health and learned how to confront and manage these issues appropriately. Through Xiaoyu's live streams, they not only discovered methods to heal physical ailments but also found solace and support for their spirits. As Xiaoyu's influence in live medical consultations on Douyin continued to expand, her story spread to even wider regions. Many were touched by her medical skills and compassionate heart, paying homage to her and seeking to learn from her. They aspired to emulate Xiaoyu, bringing health and hope to more individuals through their efforts and practice. In this process, Xiaoyu forged countless friendships and was deeply moved. She established profound connections and trust with many patients, becoming an indispensable part of their lives. Whenever she reflected on these experiences, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. She understood that this was the allure of traditional Chinese medicine, capable of bridging hearts while also healing ailments. In the days ahead, she would continue her diligent studies and practice, contributing her strength to the inheritance and development of traditional Chinese medicine, while also bringing health and happiness to a greater number of people. Chapter 100: The Path of Traditional Chinese Medicine Through Heritage and Innovation. As the influence of Xiaoyu's medical livestreams on Douyin continues to grow, she has gradually emerged as a rising star within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. An increasing number of individuals are beginning to take notice of her, not only patients but also numerous passionate young individuals eager to learn more about TCM from Xiaoyu. aspiring to tread this ancient yet challenging path. Xiaoyu is acutely aware of her responsibility and mission. She must not only provide high-quality medical services to her patients but also contribute to the inheritance and development of TCM. Thus, with the support of Deng Xiaofan, Xiaoyu commenced the preparation of a series of TCM training courses, hoping to impart her years of learning insights and clinical experiences to a broader audience. The training courses are held in a spacious and well-lit classroom within the medical hall. Dressed in traditional TCM attire, Xiaoyu stands before the podium, exuding a sense of solemnity and elegance. Before her sits a full house of participants from across the nation, ranging from novices encountering TCM for the first time to seasoned professionals who have already made their mark in the field. They all share a common purpose: to delve deeply into the essence of TCM. Xiaoyu elucidates the foundational theories and therapeutic methods of TCM in an accessible manner. She not only imparts knowledge from textbooks but also integrates her extensive clinical experiences, offering practical techniques and advice to the attendees. She emphasizes, TCM is an inherently practical discipline. Only through continuous practice can one truly grasp its essence. During the training sessions, Xiaoyu particularly underscores the significance of integrating TCM with modern medicine. She asserts that TCM and modern medicine are not mutually exclusive, rather, they can complement and enhance one another. By merging with modern medical practices, TCM can better cater to the demands of contemporary society, thereby providing superior medical services to a larger populace. In addition to theoretical instruction, Xiaoyu organizes practical exercises for the participants. She leads them into the medical hall's consultation rooms, allowing them to personally take patients' pulses, observe tongue diagnostics, and formulate treatment plans based on individual patient conditions. Throughout these practical exercises, Xiaoyu patiently guides the attendees, correcting their mistakes and assisting them in gradually mastering the diagnostic techniques of TCM. Through this series of training courses, participants not only acquire a wealth of TCM knowledge but also experience Xiaoyu's profound love and dedication to the field. They are inspired by her professional spirit and charismatic personality, pledging to diligently study TCM and contribute to its inheritance and development. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu is committed to her own continuous learning and self-improvement. She recognizes that TCM is a vast and profound subject. To truly master its essence, one must engage in ongoing study and exploration. Thus, she utilizes her spare time to read extensively, delving into ancient TCM texts and modern medical literature, perpetually broadening her knowledge and perspectives. Under Xiaoyu's diligent efforts, the TCM training program at the medical hall gradually takes shape and systematizes. An increasing number of young individuals join this endeavor, and through study and practice, they gradually acquire the diagnostic skills of TCM, becoming a new force in the field. These young practitioners, under Xiaoyu's guidance, not only provide exceptional medical services to patients at the medical hall but also actively participate in various TCM charitable initiatives, disseminating TCM knowledge and promoting its culture to a wider audience. With the growing influence of the medical hall, Xiaoyu begins to receive various invitations and accolades. She is invited to speak at TCM forums and academic conferences across the country, sharing her experiences and insights. She has been honored with titles such as Outstanding TCM Practitioner and Star of TCM Heritage, becoming a brilliant luminary in the field. However, Xiaoyu remains unsatisfied. She profoundly understands that the inheritance and development of TCM have a long journey ahead. Although more individuals are now paying attention to and studying TCM, its position and influence within the modern medical framework still require enhancement. To truly bring TCM to the world stage, greater efforts must be made. Consequently, Xiaoyu begins to contemplate further strategies to advance the inheritance and development of TCM. She believes that, in addition to enhancing TCM education and training, there is a pressing need to bolster scientific research and innovation within the field. Only through scientific inquiry can the efficacy and scientific basis of TCM be validated, fostering greater trust and acceptance among the populace. With Deng Xiaofan's support, Xiaoyu sets about planning TCM research projects. She establishes collaborative relationships with several universities and research institutions, engaging in scientific studies of TCM. Utilizing modern technological methods, they conduct in-depth investigations and explorations of TCM theories and therapeutic practices, yielding a series of significant research outcomes. These research findings not only validate the efficacy and scientific legitimacy of TCM but also provide new ideas and methods for its innovation and development. Xiaoyu applies these research results to clinical practice, achieving remarkable outcomes. An increasing number of patients experience recovery through TCM treatments, leading to a growing trust and recognition of TCM. Beyond scientific research, Xiaoyu actively participates in various TCM charitable activities. She organizes doctors and nurses from the medical hall to venture into remote rural areas and communities, providing local residents with free medical services and health consultations. She also disseminates TCM knowledge through various channels, promoting its culture and ensuring that more people understand, trust, and choose TCM. Through Xiaoyu's relentless efforts, the inheritance and development of TCM have achieved notable success. More individuals are beginning to focus on and study TCM, and its status and influence within the modern medical framework continue to rise. Xiaoyu has become a banner for TCM, her story and experiences inspiring more individuals to engage in its practice. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu is acutely aware that the inheritance and development of TCM still face numerous challenges and obstacles. To truly bring TCM to the global stage, even greater efforts and wisdom are required. Thus, she begins to contemplate how to further propel the internationalization of TCM. She believes that the internationalization of TCM must be approached from multiple angles. First, it is essential to strengthen international exchanges and collaborations in TCM, establishing extensive connections and partnerships with the global medical community.
Second, the standardization and normalization of TCM practices must be promoted, formulating internationally unified TCM diagnostic and treatment standards. Finally, efforts must be made to enhance the international promotion and dissemination of TCM, ensuring that more people understand, accept, and trust TCM. With the support of Deng Xiaofan and the medical hall team, Xiaoyu begins to prepare for these initiatives. She establishes collaborations with multiple international medical organizations to jointly advance international exchanges and cooperation in TCM. She also actively participates in the formulation of international TCM standards, contributing her efforts toward the standardization and normalization of the field. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu seizes various opportunities and platforms to showcase the charm and value of TCM to the international community. She has been invited to attend medical conferences and academic exchange activities abroad, delivering speeches and presentations that introduce TCM theories and practical achievements to her international peers. Through media and social platforms, she showcases the miraculous effects and unique allure of TCM to global audiences, garnering increasing international attention and recognition. Through the concerted efforts of Xiaoyu and the medical hall team, significant progress has been made in the internationalization of TCM. More countries and regions are beginning to understand and accept TCM, and its status and influence within the international medical community continue to elevate. Xiaoyu has emerged as one of the pivotal advocates and representatives for the internationalization of TCM. Reflecting on her journey thus far, Xiaoyu feels an immense sense of honor and pride. From an ordinary TCM practitioner, she has gradually evolved into a shining star in the TCM community, contributing her efforts to the inheritance and development of the discipline. She recognizes that while this path is fraught with challenges and difficulties, it is precisely these obstacles that have solidified her resolve and commitment. In the days to come, Xiaoyu will persist in her endeavors to learn and practice, contributing even more wisdom and strength to the inheritance and development of TCM. She firmly believes that with collective effort, TCM will undoubtedly reach the world stage, bringing health and happiness to many. At the same time, she hopes that more individuals will come to understand, trust, and choose TCM, collectively fostering the prosperous development of this ancient practice.